Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 1029 to Chapter 1092. Second Guardian wasn't surprised by Xianxia's answer. If Xianxia really released Eighth Guardian and Desolate Emperor, he would be surprised instead. He had agreed to the bet without knowing much about Xianxia. It could be said that he had fallen into Xianxia's trap. Now that the bet was in front of him, he was in a dilemma. Second brother, what should we do now? Eighth sister and palace master are in Xianxia's hands. We can't do anything. A guardian came to second guardian's side and said. At this time, the few half-step human immortal supreme elders of Desolate Palace had also come to second guardian's side. Second guardian, I think we should retreat first before discussing how to deal with the three palaces. Even if we let them live for a few more days, they won't be able to cause any big waves. The outcome will not change. Desolate Palace is going to rule the entire Saint Origin Palace. There's no way we can stop it. One of the Supreme Elders said. Alright, we'll let them live for 2 more days. Tear up the contract of submission between the 3 halls. They no longer have the chance to sign the contract. Not long after, what awaits them will be destruction, complete and utter destruction. Second Guardian said viciously. This was his first battle after he had reached the Grand Completion realm, but he had encountered such a huge setback. This made his heart feel as if it was pricked by a thorn. This was the biggest shame in his life. Xianxia, I'll give you one last chance. If you release Desolate Emperor and Eighth Guardian now, and the 3 palaces submit to Desolate Palace, I assure you that we won't make things difficult for you. If you don't agree, you should be able to imagine the consequences. Desolate Palace is unstoppable. You won't have the chance to sign the submission contract anymore. What awaits you in the future will be utter destruction. Second Guardian said to Xianxia in a stern voice. If worst comes to worst, we'll all perish together. I, Xianxia, will be waiting for you. Xianxia's words turned sharp. This was the first real confrontation between him and Desolate Palace. He would never back down. That ridiculous submission contract was just bullshit in Xianxia's eyes. As the dignified greatest saint, he had stood at the peak of this world in his previous life. In this life, he was going to stand at the peak and step on all the powerful enemies. Desolate Palace was his last and strongest enemy. Very well. The 3 palaces will pay a heavy price for today's decision. Second Guardian tore the 3 submission contracts apart, clearly telling the people of the 3 palaces that they had lost the chance to live. Desolate Palace would use the cruelest means to deal with them, consigning them to eternal damnation. Retreat. Second Guardian waved his hand and disappeared along with the experts of Desolate Palace and the other 4 palaces. Upon seeing this, the experts of the 3 palaces became excited. Their despairing mood disappeared in an instant. They had already lost all hope in the previous situation. They had never thought that the appearance of Xianxia would reverse the situation. This made Xianxia's position in the hearts of the 3 palaces soar to an unreachable level. Everyone, including Bing Changxiao, looked at Xianxia with eyes full of respect. Xianxia, the resentment between you and Bin Palace is written off. Today, you have saved the fate of Bin Palace. Bin Palace owes you a great favor. Bing Changxiao came to Xianxia's side and said in an incomparably sincere tone. It's a wise decision for Bin Palace Master to choose to ally with us. I, Xianxia, also like to deal with wise people. Xianxia smiled. Bin Palace had never gained any advantage from him. Instead, many of their experts had fallen in his hands. Now that Bin Palace wanted to ally with him at this critical moment, Xianxia naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, he trusted Bing Changxiao's sincerity very much. Xianxia, now that Desolate Emperor and Eighth Guardian are in our hands, I believe Desolate Palace won't dare to act rashly. Gu Firmament said with a smile. His mood was like a completely different person compared to before. Everyone, don't be happy too early. The crisis of the 3 palaces hasn't been resolved yet. We have only bought a few days of time. Now, everyone, follow me to the conference hall. Xianxia's tone suddenly turned solemn. Then, he took the lead and walked towards the conference hall of Gu Palace. Upon seeing this, the others who had already relaxed their nerves tensed up again. It was impossible for them to ignore Xianxia's words. In the conference hall of Gu Palace, Xianxia sat on the main seat. Even those half-step human immortal old ancestors were willing to sit on either side of him. Everyone knew very well that this white-clothed young man was the backbone of the three palaces. Everyone had to listen to Xianxia's arrangement. Only in this way could the fate of the three palaces be preserved. Xianxia, Desolate Emperor, is the palace master of Desolate Palace. He has a high position and is the number one existence. Even if Desolate Palace wants to rule the entire Saint Origin world, it's impossible for them to ignore the life and death of Desolate Emperor, right? Gu Firmament asked. You have underestimated the foundation of Desolate Palace and overestimated Desolate Emperor's position in Desolate Palace. Now, I will tell you the secret of Desolate Palace. Don't you have any doubts about how those powerful Grand Guardians were cultivated? No matter how powerful Desolate Palace is, their strength isn't much different from yours. How could they cultivate such terrifying geniuses? Xianxia said solemnly. We have been thinking about this, but we have no idea how Desolate Palace did it. Xianxia, do you know the secret? One of the old ancestors asked. They were all half-step human immortal experts. Even if they spent their whole life cultivating a peerless genius, they wouldn't be able to cultivate the 12 Grand Guardians. That's because none of the human immortal old ancestors of Desolate Palace have ascended in the last 100 years. All of them have been hiding in Desolate Palace. Xianxia's words caused a huge uproar in the main hall. Everyone's facial expression changed dramatically after hearing what Xianxia said. What? None of the human immortals have ascended? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Take us for example. If we advance to the human immortal realm, we will have completely broken away from the realm of mortals and become true immortals. A world like Saint Origin world will no longer be able to accommodate us. At that time, the immortal world will attract us, forcing us to ascend. How could the human immortals of Desolate Palace not leave? Old Ancestor Gu Palace shook his head. That's right. This is the law. No one can break it. Old Ancestor Demon and Old Ancestor Bin Palace agreed with Old Ancestor Gu Palace. It was impossible for a human immortal not to ascend to the immortal realm. You are all right, but I have to mention another person, Old Ancestor Green Lotus. Xianxia said. When Old Ancestor Green Lotus ascended to the immortal realm, he died tragically under the heavenly tribulation. What does this have to do with him? Someone asked. What a joke. Given Old Ancestor Green Lotus's ability, how could he die under the heavenly tribulation if he wanted to ascend to the immortal realm? None of the ancestors of the 8 palaces could be compared to Green Lotus. Old Ancestor Green Lotus didn't die at all. He once obtained a treasure in the Immortal Cove Mountain. That treasure can deceive the heaven's secret and prevent the descent of the immortal world's laws. Desolate Palace knew about this treasure, so they secretly framed Green Lotus and imprisoned him when he was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. All these years, Old Ancestor Green Lotus has been imprisoned in Desolate Palace. The human immortals of Desolate Palace used the treasure to deceive the heaven's secret, preventing all the human immortals from ascending to the immortal realm. Xianxia said. At this point, there was no need to hide this secret anymore. What? There's such a thing? That's right. Old Ancestor Green Lotus is an eminent monk of Buddha sect. His cultivation base is profound. Even our old ancestor succeeded in his heavenly tribulation. There's no reason for him to fail. It turns out that Desolate Palace has such a big secret. Mother ****. Desolate Palace is really scheming something big. It seems like those tycoons were secretly trained by these human immortals for the sake of the rise of Desolate Palace. Human immortal experts can't unleash powerful attacks from down there. The power of human immortals is too powerful for this world to withstand. Moreover, the immortal world might attract the attention of human immortals. Basically, human immortals can't attack. Therefore, they have been secretly cultivating geniuses in order to dominate the entire Saint Origin world and strengthen the foundation of Desolate Palace. None of them were fools. After listening to Xianxia's words, they could roughly guess what was going on, but it was also because of this that they were shocked. Desolate Palace actually had a mighty human immortal. This was something that none of them had ever thought of and dared not to think about. In their point of view, this was simply impossible, but since it came out from Xianxia's mouth, they had reason to believe that it was true. No one asked Xianxia how he knew about this secret. In many people's hearts, Xianxia was already an omnipotent expert. Therefore, it was very normal for Xianxia to know such a big secret. That's right. The purpose of Desolate Palace is very clear. Therefore, if you think that Desolate Emperor and 8th Tycoon alone can stop Desolate Palace, you are too naive. Those human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace have been plotting for hundreds of years. How can they give up their plan just because of Desolate Emperor? Desolate Emperor's influence isn't that great. Therefore, I estimate that Desolate Palace will make a comeback in at most 3 days. At that time, even Desolate Emperor won't be able to stop them. As soon as Xianxia's voice faded, the atmosphere in the conference hall tensed up. Everyone's face darkened, because they knew that what Xianxia said was right. If this was the internal secret of Desolate Palace, Desolate Emperor alone wouldn't be able to stop them. After knowing the true strength of Desolate Palace, the confidence they had completely vanished. Initially, they thought that by controlling Desolate Emperor, they would be able to stop Desolate Palace's next move. But now, it seemed impossible. Desolate Palace still had a powerful human immortal ancestor behind them. They had been working hard for 100 years just for this day. It was impossible for them to stop just because of Desolate Emperor. But don't worry. Although there are powerful human immortal ancestors in Desolate Palace, those human immortals can't attack us. So, we haven't reached the point of no return yet. The situation will open up bit by bit. What I'm worried about now is the Great Guardian who hasn't appeared yet. Xianxia said. Everyone's attention was shifted to the Great Tycoon when the name Great Tycoon was mentioned. They had truly neglected this point. The strongest young man who had participated in the previous battle was just Second Tycoon. It was imaginable that the hidden Great Tycoon must be even more tyrannical. Thinking of this, the experts of the 3 palaces once again felt a sense of helplessness. The foundation of Desolate Palace was too strong, so strong that they could only look at it in awe. Xianxia, what's your plan? Gu Firmament asked. Everyone looked at Xianxia. At this point, they really had no other way but to rely on Xianxia, hoping that Xianxia could continue to bring them miracles and hope for survival. There's no good plan. In the face of such a huge gap in strength, all plans are useless. So what we need to do is to improve our strength. Xianxia said. Ai. It's so difficult to improve our strength in just a few days. It's like a fantasy. Bing sighed. Everyone's face darkened, but they knew very well that although what Xianxia said was cruel, it was the truth. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, all means were futile. They could only fight against it with greater strength. You all might not be able to do it, but I have a way. As long as I break through to the 7th grade Great Saint, that second guardian will no longer be a match for me. At that time, he will be killed by me. As for the Great Guardian, let's not think about it before he appears. We will do it step by step. It won't be easy for Desolate Palace to devour us. I, Xianxia, want to grow stronger and Desolate Palace will be my stepping stone. Xianxia's aura suddenly fluctuated. He stood up from his seat and emitted a strong aura of a superior that could make people submit to him. There are only 3 days left. I'm afraid that it won't be easy even for you to advance to the 7th grade Great Saint from the 6th grade Great Saint. An old ancestor of Ben Palace said. They had no doubt about Xianxia's strength. They didn't even doubt that a 7th grade Great Saint like Xianxia could kill Second Guardian in his half-dragon form. However, the most difficult thing now was to advance to the 7th grade Great Saint from the 6th grade Great Saint in 3 days. It didn't seem to be an easy or impossible task. I have my own way. I'm going to leave St. Origin Palace for a while. I will be back in 3 days. If there are no accidents, advancing to the 7th grade Great Saint won't be a problem. But before that, I have one more thing to do. Xianxia said, then turned to De Huang Dog and Tyrant. De Huang, Tyrant, the time has come when I need you too. Do you still remember how Nebula Sect fought against the Northern and Southern dynasties? You mean the 5 elemental Tajura formation? Tyrant's eyes sparkled. That's right. The 3 of us will set up the 5 elemental Tajura Grand formation around Gu Palace. All the ninth grade great saints will be guarding it. I have the 5 elemental spirits, Tyrant has the blood-red stone tablet, and De Huang has the heavenly book of formation source. With the help of countless experts, even if Desolate Palace suddenly attacks, we will be able to hold them off for some time. Xianxia said. All right. Let's not delay any further. Let's get started, said Tyrant. Tyrant said. Everyone could feel how tense the current situation was. All measures had to be implemented without delay. Very quickly, the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was completed with the 5 elemental spirits as the foundation. A towering blood-red stone tablet hovered at the center of the Grand Formation, radiating dazzling light. This stone tablet was very powerful. Until now, Tyrant hadn't found out what secrets it contained, but its function was undeniable. The supreme experts of the 3 palaces widened their eyes in shock when they saw the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. Every one of them was a famous expert with profound cultivation. They were existences that stood at the top of the pyramid of the heavens and earth. They were extremely proficient in the Tao of formation, but even the most powerful formation master couldn't help but praise the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. What a powerful formation! It's a miracle that Xianxia possesses the 5 elemental spirits at the same time. The existence of such a monstrous genius is a miracle in itself. Without this miracle, I'm afraid that our 3 palaces would have followed in the footsteps of Narang Palace. With this formation, we can indeed resist Desolate Palace effectively. Now, we just have to see if Xianxia can advance to the 7th grade Great Saint as soon as possible. I'm very confident in Xianxia now. This man has created countless miracles. His speed of progress has always been amazing. The fate of our 3 palaces is now tied to him. Everyone was amazed. An existence like Xianxia was rarely seen in the heavens and earth. Ever since they knew Xianxia, everything that Xianxia did was significant. De Huang, the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation is guarded by these half-step human immortals. It's absolutely safe. Follow me and leave this place. Xianxia left with De Huang Dog, returning to the Pure Land through the spatial passageway of Gu Palace. Little Chinzi, where are we going now? De Huang Dog asked curiously. To the St. Cliff. Xianxia said. The place where you died in your previous life? We have been to that place once, but there was nothing there. We won't get anything if we go there again. The interior of the St. Cliff is blocked by a heavenly barrier. We can't enter it. De Huang Dog asked doubtfully. That's right. We couldn't enter it in the past, but I'm afraid that we can now. The Zulong Tower might be useful. Xianxia said with a smile. He didn't think of it in the beginning, but under the guidance of the Zulong Tower, he was able to pass through the deep layer of the spatial barrier of Desolate Palace and meet up with Ancestor Green Lotus. Perhaps, they would be able to pass through the heavenly barrier and enter the interior of the St. Cliff. I have left a shocking treasure in the interior of the St. Cliff. Many of these treasures will be very useful to you. I have a hunch that the last piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword is probably behind the heavenly barrier, at the center of the St. Cliff. If we can enter it smoothly, not only will my cultivation base advance to the 7th grade Great Saint, your cultivation base will also increase tremendously. At that time, once the power of the Totem Divine Seal is activated, your cultivation base will reach a terrifying level. De Huang Dog's eyes sparkled when he heard the word treasure. To De Huang Dog, there was nothing more attractive than treasure. Wakaka, you are a good kid. Master Dog is very interested in the treasure left behind by the greatest saint. I would like to see what's inside. Big Yellow laughed excitedly. He knew about Xianxia's identity as the greatest saint beneath the heavens. The treasures left behind by the greatest saint were very valuable. Very soon, Xianxia and De Huang Dog arrived at the ancient people's palace through the spatial passageway. They didn't disturb any of the ancient people and headed straight to the St. Cliff. Saint Origin World had regained its peace after the Devil Race's war in Western Domain. However, the people of Pure Land still didn't know that the real chaos of Saint Origin World was still going on in Saint Origin Palace. Narang Palace had signed a slave contract with Desolate Palace. Due to the short period of time, the restriction of the contract hadn't manifested yet. However, it wouldn't take long for the people of the 4 major families to sense it and be bound by the contract. It was like a curse that they couldn't get rid of for the rest of their lives. This was a tragedy for the four major families, but it couldn't change anything. Only when Desolate Palace was destroyed would the four major families regain their freedom. St. Cliff, a chilly wind was blowing. The St. Cliff was now completely barren. Very few people would come to this place. Basically, it was desolate. This was the second time Xianxia came to the St. Cliff after his rebirth. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he still couldn't calm down. This place had a great significance to him. He had left his glory and countless legends here. It was also the biggest pain and unwillingness in his heart. Xianxia and De Huangdog came to the front of the invisible barrier. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could still feel the terror of the barrier. It was a natural barrier that blocked everything. Even a mighty half-step human immortal couldn't go through it. Can we really enter the Zulong Tower? De Huangdog was skeptical. I once used the Zulong Tower to infiltrate into the inner space of Desolate Palace and met Ancestor Green Lotus. The space that imprisoned Ancestor Green Lotus was built by the immortals. Since the Zulong Tower could easily pass through it, I think it should be possible to enter this space as well. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Xianxia said. He was very confident about the Zulong Tower. Moreover, this was his last chance. The last piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword was very likely to be inside the St. Cliff. In fact, to Xianxia, with his current cultivation, he didn't care about the treasures left behind in his previous life. However, the Heavenly Saint Sword was different. If he couldn't find the last piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword, the Heavenly Saint Sword in his hand would only be a broken sword. Even if he arrived in the immortal world, it would still be a broken sword. As a natal weapon, Xianxia certainly hoped that his combat weapon was perfect and not a broken sword. If that was the case, it would have a great impact on his future cultivation. This wasn't what Xianxia wanted to see. I'll open the Zulong Tower now. You go in first. Xianxia tore a hole in the Zulong Tower and let De Huangdog enter first. Then, he himself entered the Zulong Tower. Under his control, the Zulong Tower silently approached the invisible barrier. As the Zulong Tower approached, Xianxia and De Huangdog couldn't help but feel nervous. This was their last chance. If they failed, Desolate Palace wouldn't be able to resist. Pop. When the Zulong Tower collided with the sky barrier, a slight tremor was heard. Xianxia became even more nervous, almost holding his breath. But to his surprise, the Zulong Tower didn't bounce back from the sky barrier. It seems to work. De Huangdog's eyes lit up. Let's give it a try. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He controlled the Zulong Tower and slammed it into the inner part of the sky barrier. With a pop sound, the ancient dragon patterns on the surface of the Zulong Tower seemed to be stimulated and began to flow. A surprising scene appeared. The mystical Zulong Tower didn't encounter the slightest hindrance from the sky barrier and directly rushed into the inner part of the St. Cliff. Swoosh. Xianxia and De Huangdog instantly walked out from the Zulong Tower. Both of their faces were filled with surprise. They finally made it in. The Zulong Tower is indeed mystical and has endless uses. As the number of floors of the Zulong Tower increases, its uses will definitely increase as well. Right now, Xianxia was paying more and more attention to the Zulong Tower. This inherited ancestral dragon's supreme treasure was full of mysteries. Indeed, it had brought a lot of uses to Xianxia. It could be imagined that as his cultivation continued to increase, and as the Zulong Tower continued to grow, its uses would definitely increase as well. The surroundings were still filled with a gloomy aura. The cold wind kept blowing, sending chills down everyone's spines. Rocks and broken hills could be seen everywhere. It was a desolate place, and it didn't look like a treasure at all. However, Xianxia didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face. He still had the same confident look as if everything was under his control. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Where's your broken treasure hoard? There's not even a hair here. De Huangdog looked at Xianxia speechlessly. With my means, do you think I would casually place my treasure hoard around? Watch carefully. Xianxia said and walked a few steps towards the southwest. After confirming the direction, he tore the void with his bare hands. In an instant, countless golden lights rushed out from the void and fell on Xianxia and De Huangdog. Xianxia was still fine, but De Huangdog immediately became excited. This is the aura of Saint Elixir, the aura of various precious spiritual herbs, the aura of various powerful demonic spirits and devil spirits, as well as the aura of various weapons and treasures. So, you've created a new space specifically to store treasures. Amazing. De Huangdog's nose was very sensitive. He didn't even need to look at the treasures. He only needed to sniff it to know what it was. The treasure left behind by Xianxia was definitely a peerless treasure in Saint Origin world. If someone could excavate it, it would be able to revitalize countless major powers. Big Yellow was impressed by Xianxia's method of leaving behind the treasure. He thought to himself that the greatest saint was indeed the greatest saint. The spatial zone created by Xianxia was completely connected to the world barrier. Even a 9th grade great saint treasure hunter would find it extremely difficult to locate the treasure. Big Yellow was impressed by Xianxia's method of leaving the treasure. The means of the greatest saint had reached the peak of Saint Origin world in every aspect. Others might not be able to find the treasure, but Xianxia could easily find it. After all, this space was created by him. There was a strong connection between them. Let's go. Xianxia took the lead and walked in, followed by De Huangdog. Since this treasure hoard was created by Xianxia, De Huangdog was defenseless. Xianxia wouldn't harm him. Even so, Big Yellow's jaw dropped when he came in. The spatial zone wasn't big, it only had a circumference of 1 mile, which wasn't even as big as a palace. But in this narrow spatial zone, there were formations, trap formations, killing formations, and confusion formations everywhere. All kinds of formations were intertwined with each other. If an ordinary person were to enter this place, he or she would feel dizzy. Mother ****. The title of the greatest saint is indeed well-deserved. De Huangdog sighed. He admired Xianxia from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid that only he, Xianxia, could leave such treasures behind. Unfortunately, that's all in the past. Xianxia smiled bitterly. With a wave of his hand, the formations vanished instantly as if they had sensed something, revealing the situation inside the treasure vault. In this spatial zone, there were all kinds of spatial rings, all kinds of storage magic treasures, all kinds of precious spiritual herbs, countless of them. There were also at least a few hundred combat weapons floating in the air. Big Yellow also saw some 5th grade great saint demon souls that were thrown on the ground as if they were rubbish. There were also plenty of strange pills. Each of them was an absolute treasure in the outside world, but they were casually placed here as if they weren't worth any money at all. Wakaka. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a strong foundation. I'm going to be rich this time. Master Dog will be able to have a good meal. Big Yellow was so excited that he jumped up from the ground. Without any hesitation, he took a deep breath and sucked in a huge amount of herbs and pills. It seemed like there was nothing this guy couldn't digest, he could eat anything. Upon seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. The reason he brought De Huangdog here was to let him eat. De Huangdog knew very well how many treasures he had left behind, but he didn't put these things in his eyes. What he wanted the most now was the Heavenly Saint Sword. However, when he left these treasures, the Heavenly Saint Sword hadn't been broken yet, so it wasn't in the treasure hoard. All these years, Xianxia had never heard any news about the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. That was why he guessed that the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword might have fallen into this treasure hoard. Although it was just a guess, it wasn't unfounded. After all, he had fallen in this Saint Cliff. Sure enough, as Xianxia inspected the area, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound coming from one of the hundreds of combat weapons floating in the air. Xianxia immediately looked over, and he saw an inconspicuous broken sword hovering in the middle of all the combat weapons. The buzzing sound came from the broken sword. Haha! It's really here. Xianxia casually waved his hand, summoning the last piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword. It automatically flew into Xianxia's hand and started jumping around happily. De Huang, there are countless of spiritual herbs and demon souls here. There are plenty of 9th grade great saint demon souls and devil souls. You can eat and refine them as much as you want. You have a powerful divine beast bloodline and the blessing of the totem divine seal. You won't miss such a great opportunity. Now, I'm going to refine the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword to perfection. I'm afraid that this process will take at least a day. Xianxia said to De Huang Dog. Don't worry. I won't be courteous with you. There are too many good things here, especially those demon souls and devil souls. The totem divine seal and my bloodline can absorb them directly. It won't be a problem for me to advance to the 8th grade great saint this time. De Huang Dog was very excited. He was afraid that he would only encounter such a great opportunity once in his life. De Huang Dog wasn't a fool at all. A man and a dog began to refine the Heavenly Saint Sword without any delay. There wasn't much time left. A great crisis could erupt in Saint Origin Palace at any time. The only person who could solve this crisis was Xianxia. Xianxia sat cross-legged, took out the Heavenly Saint Sword and began the fusion process. As this was the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword, Xianxia had to refine it to perfection. After the fusion, Xianxia would have to absorb the great benefits that it would bring to him. Therefore, it wouldn't be a short time, it would take at least a day. As for the defense, it was too safe here. There was no need for it. There was a heavenly barrier outside that prevented anyone from entering. Even the human immortals of Desolate Palace wouldn't be able to deduce that he was at the center of the Saint Cliff. Meanwhile, in Desolate Palace, the human immortal old ancestor was infuriated. The 12 guardians and the higher-ups of Desolate Palace were trembling in fear, not daring to say a word. A bunch of trash. How could you allow a brat to disrupt the plan of Desolate Palace? Now, even the palace master has been captured by him. This is really shameful. The human immortal old ancestor's cold gaze swept through everyone present. Immediately, everyone felt an intense pressure. Under this pressure, even their souls were trembling. That was the pressure of a powerful human immortal. Even a powerful half-step human immortal would not be able to withstand it. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Second guardian plucked up his courage and asked. Humph. Emir Xianxia wants to stop our plan of ruling the entire Saint Origin Palace? That's ridiculous. How can we give up on the 100-year plan of Desolate Palace? Old ancestor harumphed coldly. But old ancestor, Heavenly King is still in their hands. If we take action forcefully, I'm afraid that Heavenly King will be in danger. Heavenly King has a noble status in Desolate Palace. His importance is self-evident. A half-step human immortal supreme elder said worriedly. Immediately go to Gu Palace and spread the word. I will give them 1 day's time. If they release Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian, the 3 palaces will have the chance to sign the contract of submission. If they don't release them after 1 day, Desolate Palace will launch a massive attack and kill every single one of them, making them suffer the true pain of extermination. The old ancestor said coldly without any emotion in his words. But a half-step human immortal elder knitted his eyebrows. They had been with Desolate Emperor for a long time and had a deep relationship with him. If anything happened to Desolate Emperor, it would be the last thing they wanted to see. Moreover, they had also seen Xianxia's character clearly. He could be described as cruel and merciless. It was simply impossible for them to ask Xianxia to release Desolate Emperor. No buts. We can't allow anyone to obstruct the great plan of Desolate Palace. Desolate Emperor is the leader of Desolate Palace, but he was the first to be captured by the enemy. This is a great humiliation to our Desolate Palace. If he dies, there will be another palace master. Go now. The old ancestor waved his sleeve. No one dared to disobey his order. His words were the absolute authority. Xianxia's guess was right. The human immortal experts of Desolate Palace had stayed for 100 years just for this day. The plan of conquering Saint Origin World was about to be completed. Nothing could stop Desolate Palace. Desolate Emperor alone wasn't enough to stop them. In the eyes of the old ancestor, the life of Desolate Emperor was nothing compared to the future of the entire Desolate Palace. Yes, old ancestor. Second guardian clasped his fists at the old ancestor, then turned and left. Outside Gu Palace, second guardian shouted as soon as he arrived, Xianxia and the people of the 3 palaces, listen up. Desolate Palace will give you 1 day to release Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian. In that case, the 3 palaces will still have the chance to surrender to us. If you don't release them after 1 day, Desolate Palace will launch a full-scale attack on all 3 palaces. Not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. The word clan extermination reverberated in the air above the ancient palace, drifting into everyone's ears. This caused the members of the 3 palaces, who had originally seen a glimmer of hope, to instantly fall into the abyss. 1 day. It seemed like this was the final deadline. What? 1 day? It seems like Xianxia's guess is right. Compared to the determination of Desolate Palace to conquer Saint Origin World, Desolate Emperor alone is obviously not enough. We initially thought that we would have 3 days, but Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian are only worth 1 day. AI. What will come, but 1 day is too short. No matter how much of a genius Xianxia is, I'm afraid that he won't be able to break through to the 7th grade Great Saint in 1 day. The crisis of the 3 palaces has finally arrived. I hope that Xianxia can bring us another miracle. Otherwise, the 3 palaces will be doomed eternally and will face the real calamity of extermination. The higher-ups of the 3 palaces sighed once more. Given their current situation, it was naturally impossible for them to release Desolate Emperor. Even if 2nd Guardian said that they could surrender to Desolate Emperor certainly wouldn't agree to it. As the master of Desolate Palace, the supreme ruler, if he was captured by the enemy and suffered endless humiliation, the first thing he would do when he had the chance would be to seek revenge. At that time, he would annihilate the 3 palaces. The 3 palaces had no other way out now. They could only hold on. To them, all of their hopes were placed on Xianxia. They prayed that Xianxia could break through to a higher realm in a day's time. At that time, he would be able to turn the tide, even though they knew that it was an impossible task. In the St. Cliff, Xianxia had completed the final fusion of the Heavenly Saint Sword at his fastest speed. This process had taken him nearly half a day. Hell. Along with the great perfection of the Heavenly Saint Sword, Xianxia began to receive continuous benefits. The potential energy was stimulated, causing the number of dragon marks in his GC to increase. Very quickly, 500 dragon marks were formed. The total number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body had reached 92,000. He was about to break through to the 7th grade Great Saint. Kong, an incomparably powerful wave of qi burst out from Xianxia's body. The 7th grade Great Saint was also a threshold. If the 9 grades of Great Saint were divided into 3 stages, then the 7th grade Great Saint would be the late Great Saint. Even though he had just stepped into the late Great Saint realm, he was still many times stronger than a 6th grade Great Saint. However, advancing to the 7th grade Great Saint wasn't Xianxia's limit. The enhancement brought to him by the great perfection of the Heavenly Saint Sword was definitely more than this. New dragon marks were still being condensed. It seemed like it wouldn't be a problem for him to push his cultivation to the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint. Xianxia, who was a 7th grade Great Saint, could easily kill the 12 guardians and even the 2nd guardian. If Xianxia's cultivation reached the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint, 2nd guardian would be no match for Xianxia and would be killed on the spot. On the other side, De Huangdog's body was going through a tremendous change. His body was wrapped by a golden cocoon. The cocoon was formed by abundant energy. No one knew how many spiritual herbs, demon souls, and devil souls De Huangdog had consumed. His cultivation base was rising rapidly. A day passed quickly. As expected, Xianxia's cultivation base had reached the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached 93,500. He only needed another 500 more dragon marks to advance to the 8th grade Great Saint. At this moment, Xianxia's cultivation base was much stronger than before. It was completely incomparable. The energy and aura receded back into Xianxia's body like a receding tide. Xianxia opened his eyes, and the Heavenly Saint Sword automatically fell into his hand. His pair of golden eyes flickered with brilliance, and he couldn't help but smile. With my current strength, coupled with the Great Circle Heavenly Saint Sword, killing the 2nd tycoon will be a piece of cake. However, I'm afraid that the hidden big tycoon will be difficult to deal with, but I, Xianxia, don't care. I'll take it one step at a time and come up with a countermeasure later. The current Xianxia didn't put second guardian in his eyes anymore. What he cared about now was Big Guardian, who had never appeared before. Obviously, Big Guardian was much stronger than second guardian. Unless he advanced to the 8th grade Great Saint, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Xianxia stood up and looked at the sleeping De Huang dog. Without disturbing him, he walked out of the spatial zone and walked towards the exit of the St. Cliff. He easily passed through the heaven barrier and found out that it didn't hinder anyone from going out. It only stopped the people from coming in. I have no idea what's going on in St. Origin Palace. I'll go back first and let De Huang break through to a higher realm. He will return after he succeeds. Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. The situation in St. Origin Palace was too urgent. Although he said that he had 3 days at most, there were too many variables. Currently, the situation in St. Origin Palace had exceeded Xianxia's expectation. The deadline was up. Desolate Palace had launched a large-scale attack. Their momentum and murderous intent soared to the sky. Countless experts were spread outside the ancient palace. The pressure and chi they emitted almost shrouded the entire sky above the ancient palace, making people feel suffocated. Second Guardian stood at the front. His white robe fluttered in the wind. The folding fan in his hand shot out rays of light like sharp swords. His whole body was filled with murderous intent, completely different from the temperament of a scholar. People of the 3 palaces, listen up. You all have one last chance. Hand over Heavenly King and 8th Guardian and submit to us. Second Guardian's voice was stern. However, even after Second Guardian's voice faded, Gu Palace was still as calm as before. In the face of such a situation, Second Guardian's anger finally flared up. His patience had reached its limit. Good. Very good. Since you 3 palaces are courting death, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Everyone, listen up. Attack Gu Palace immediately. Kill everyone here. Don't spare even the fowls and dogs. Second Guardian gave his order. All of a sudden, the experts of Desolate Palace, the remaining 10 guardians, Narang Palace, Shur Palace, Dan Palace, and Hua Palace rushed towards Gu Palace. Violent attacks began to bombard Gu Palace. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that such a huge force and terrifying combat energy was unique. It was imaginable that if these energies were to bombard Gu Palace, the entire palace would be turned into powder in an instant and disappear from this world. The experts of the 3 palaces' facial expression changed dramatically. This was a super war. No one had the confidence to stay alive in such a war. It was impossible to start a war directly. Even with the help of the devil race, the gap between both sides was still huge. The only thing they could rely on now was the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. However, most of them weren't very confident about the Grand Formation left behind by Xianxia. In fact, it wasn't because they didn't have confidence in the Grand Formation, but because the opponent was too strong. It was enough to make them despair. Everyone, do your best to defend the Grand Formation. Gu Firmament roared. The 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was their last hope. Once this Grand Formation was torn apart, the 3 palaces would be completely finished. There was no hope left. Now that the experts of the 3 palaces and the devil race were here, it was enough to support the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. At this critical moment, no one dared to be negligent. Everyone exerted 120% of their strength to support the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. Kong Long, the violent energy bombarded the Grand Formation, causing it to shake violently. Its light dimmed a lot, but what made the experts of the 3 palaces happy was that the Grand Formation had really withstood the attack. What a powerful 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. How can it have such a powerful defensive ability? Don't be happy too early. The enemy has just started their attack. They won't stop. The stronger the attack, the more energy it consumes. We don't know how long it can last. Everyone, don't be negligent. Hold on until Xianxia returns. I have made some calculations yesterday. The end of our 3 palaces hasn't come yet. Xianxia is still the biggest variable. The experts of the 3 palaces were excited. The words of Ancestor Gu Palace had given them a boost of confidence, giving them hope in Xianxia once again. What kind of grand formation is that? How can it withstand such a powerful attack? I have never seen such a grand formation. It seems like the three palaces are well prepared. Cut the crap. The stronger the formation, the more energy it consumes. I would like to see how long they can last. Attack. Destroy this grand formation. The emergence of the five elemental Tajura formation had surprised many of them, however, they were still the strongest. Under the absolute suppression of strength, no matter how powerful the formation was, it was impossible for it to withstand the attack. Second Guardian was furious. He personally launched an attack. The huge fan in his hand was 100 meters long. Every time it was fanned, an earth-shattering chi would burst out. All the Guardians and half-step human immortals concentrated their energy to attack the five formation cores of the Grand Formation. Soon, cracks appeared on the five elemental Tajura Grand Formation. This situation made the experts of the three palaces nervous again. It's too depressing to fight like this. Han Yan held the Supreme Devil Wand in his hand. His white hair fluttered in the wind like a mad devil. He rushed out of the Grand Formation with extreme speed and came to a ninth-grade Great Saint of Desolate Palace. Without saying a word, he released thousands of devil waves from the Supreme Devil Wand and smashed it at the ninth-grade Great Saint. What? The ninth-grade Great Saint exclaimed. An extreme sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. He had never thought that someone would dare to rush out of the Grand Formation. In Desolate Palace's point of view, the experts of the three palaces should be holing up in the Grand Formation to protect themselves. Coming out of the Grand Formation was no different from courting death. Unfortunately, it was hard to say who was the one courting death. Just like now, he had suffered a sneak attack from Han Yin. Kong Long, the speed of the Supreme Devil Wand was too fast. It smashed the ninth-grade Great Saint's head. The Great Saint let out a wail and was smashed into powder on the spot. Han Yan's current cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th-grade Great Saint. Adding the Supreme Devil Wand in his hand, he could easily kill any ordinary 9th-grade Great Saint. He could even fight those guardians to a draw. To put it bluntly, the current Han Yan had the combat strength of a half-step human immortal. Gu Tianma had the complete bloodline, the Great Devil Curse and the Supreme Devil Wand. Even those guardians would be killed by Han Yan if they weren't careful. Once the Great Devil Curse was unleashed, one would be affected by it if they were not careful. This could be seen from how Sangba killed the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace. There is a mad devil rushing out. Kill him now. Someone came to his senses and immediately roared. Voila, for a moment, a dozen 9th-grade Great Saints besieged Jiangchen, including the Palace Master of Dan Palace and Hua Palace. As Palace Masters, their combat strength was stronger than ordinary 9th-grade Great Saints, but Han Yan didn't care about it at all. It was an incomparably easy task for him to kill them. It could be said that he just needed to do it casually. A mad devil dares to be so arrogant here? You are Jiangchen's friend. Go to hell. The Palace Master of Hua Palace said while gritting his teeth. They had already submitted to Desolate Palace and couldn't resist. Their hearts were filled with grievance. Plus, they had a grudge against Jiangchen. Naturally, they would vent their anger on Jiangchen. Coincidentally, Han Yan was Jiangchen's friend, so there was nothing else to say. They killed him without hesitation. Dozens of 9th-grade Great Saints surrounded Han Yan. Facing such a powerful group, no one wouldn't feel fear. After all, Han Yan was merely an 8th-grade Great Saint. Even if he was at the peak of 8th-grade Great Saint, there was still an unimaginable gap between him and a 9th-grade Great Saint. Unfortunately, this gap was only for ordinary people. Obviously, Han Yan wasn't one of them. The combination of Gu Tianma's bloodline, Great Devil Curse and Supreme Devil Wand was enough to create a peerless genius. Kill. The Palace Master of Sher Palace bellowed and took the lead to lunge at Han Yan. At the same time, the other 9th-grade Great Saints launched their attacks from different directions. It seemed like they were going to kill Han Yan with a single strike. Humph. Han Yan sneered. He didn't care about the joint attack of so many 9th-grade Great Saints. A monstrous devil wave burst out from his body and turned into a domain. He chanted an indescribable devil incantation, casting out the Great Devil Curse. Many of them were caught off guard and were slightly affected by it. Great devil curse, Han Yan said coldly. In such a fierce battle of life and death, even the slightest impact would be fatal. Han Yan's great devil curse was cast using Gu Tianma's bloodline. It was much more powerful than Sang Ba's. This kind of great devil curse was usually targeted at a single target. A wide area attack wouldn't be able to achieve a good effect. However, Han Yan's Gu Tianma bloodline was extraordinarily terrifying. Coupled with the help of the Supreme Devil Wand, one should know that the Great Devil Curse was derived from the Supreme Devil Wand. It was imaginable how powerful the Great Devil Curse was. At least 5 of the dozen ninth-grade Great Saints were affected by the Great Devil Curse. Han Yan waved the Devil Wand madly, leaving phantoms everywhere. The powerful Devil Wand was resisting the joint attack of the other experts while bombarding the heads of the 5 who were affected by the Great Devil Curse. Arg, the 5 super great saints were instantly killed by Han Yan, turning into a mist of blood that drifted in the void. The whole scene was extremely bloody. Anyone who saw it would tremble in fear. Those were ninth-grade great saints, supreme existences. They were like gods in the eyes of countless people. But now, they were killed by Han Yan as if they were ants. This was just too ridiculous. Be careful, everyone. This brat can cast the Great Devil Curse. Damn it. Hall Master sure could not help but exclaim. He had seen Sang Ba use the Great Demon Curse before, so he recognized it. However, Sang Ba's Great Demon Curse paled in comparison to the white-haired young man before him. There was no way they could be mentioned in the same breath. No matter how powerful Sang Ba was, it was impossible for him to use the Great Devil Curse to affect them. However, Han Yan's Great Devil Curse could affect 5 people in an instant. This was too terrifying. No matter how powerful Sang Ba was, he wouldn't be able to use the Great Devil King to them, of great saints. This is too shocking. All the monstrous geniuses have gathered together. Everyone around Jiang is a capable person with extraordinary means. I wouldn't believe that he could kill 5 ninth-grade great saints with a single strike if I didn't see it with my own eyes. That's right. That's right. Feels so good. This is so good. Many people on the side of the 3 palaces were shocked when they saw Han Yan killing a ninth-grade great saint effortlessly. But at the same time, they felt incomparably delighted. In such a huge battle, the emergence of such a ferocious figure who could kill a ninth-grade great saint on the enemy's side was a very good thing to boost the morale of their forces. Haha, Han Yan waved the Supreme Devil Wand in his hand again. Layers of devil waves rolled out. This time, he locked on the Palace Master of Sher Palace. Since he was going to kill someone, he might as well kill a big guy. No. The leader of Sher Palace cried out in alarm. Han Yan's actions were too fast. He felt a strong sense of death. Even though he had helpers by his side, he still felt isolated and helpless. It was as if no matter how many helpers he had, they wouldn't be able to save his life. It was a feeling that made him feel incomparably aggrieved. For a figure like the Palace Master of Sher Palace, he had never experienced such a thing in his life. It was the taste of death, a very strong taste. Bang. The boundless devil power of the Supreme Devil Wand had completely locked the Palace Master of Sher Palace. The Supreme Devil Wand of the Devil Race was so powerful that the Palace Master of Sher Palace couldn't resist it at all. Like the other ninth-grade great saints, he died tragically under the attack of the Supreme Devil Wand, turning into a mist of blood. Han Yan had killed a few ninth-grade great saints. Perhaps these ninth-grade great saints were nothing to the current camp of Desolate Palace, but it was a great blow to the morale of Desolate Palace. Another arrogant guy has emerged. Old 9, go and get rid of him. Second Guardian who was attacking the 5 elemental Tajura formation said. Alright, I will go and kill him now. Ninth Guardian said and appeared in front of Han Yan with a sway. Without saying a word, he struck out with the heaven-splitting Divine Claw. This was the unique combat technique of Desolate Palace. Its power was many times stronger in the hands of these guardians. Han Yan's face turned solemn. Sure enough, the guardians of Desolate Palace weren't comparable to ordinary experts. Although they were both ninth-grade great saints, the gap between the Palace Master of Sher Palace and Ninth Guardian was too huge. However, Han Yan wasn't afraid. His current strength was very strong. No matter how strong the enemy was, he wouldn't retreat. Devil as deep as the sea. Han Yan waved the Supreme Devil Wand once more, striking out a powerful innate ability. Gu Tianma's bloodline was stimulated to the extreme. Under the impact of the violent energy, the void began to distort. Layers of devil chi evolved into a devil sea. Each of the devil wind was the most powerful attack, like an indestructible sharp sword. This powerful divine ability was enhanced by Gu Tianma using the Supreme Devil Wand. It was imaginable how powerful it was. The boundless energy collided with the heaven-splitting divine claw head-on. The huge claw was instantly shrouded by the devil sea. Kong Long, immediately, the entire devil sea exploded. It was the result of the collision of boundless energy. Large amounts of sparks evolved into flames, intertwining the battlefield into chaos. Good heavens! An 8th grade great saint is actually able to fight me. There are so many extraordinary geniuses in the 3 palaces. 9th Guardian was shocked. He wasn't afraid of Han Yan, but Han Yan's power had surprised him. He had never doubted his own talent and never put ordinary people in his eyes, but this white-haired youth in front of him, who seemed to be a lot younger than him, was able to withstand his attack with just an 8th grade great saint. If this youth was at the same level as him, he was afraid that he would be killed instantly like the palace master of Shur Palace. 6th brother, you go and kill him immediately. Don't disgrace the dignity of Desolate Palace. 2nd Guardian issued another order. They had come to attack the 3 palaces in an imposing manner, but before they could even break the defensive formation of the 3 palaces, a few of their 9th grade great saints had been killed by a devil brat. A few 9th grade great saints wasn't a big deal, but it had affected the morale of Desolate Palace and the dignity of Desolate Palace. Dong. 6th Guardian's chi fluctuated as he flew towards Han Yan, but his action was already noticed by Han Yan. I'm done playing with you guys. Han Yan returned to the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation in an instant, leaving 6th Guardian in the air. Han Yan was a very smart man. He knew that it wouldn't be a problem to deal with one of the 12 Guardians, but if 2 of them joined forces, he wouldn't be a match for them. Unless he advanced to the 9th grade great saint, he wouldn't be able to put them in his eyes. However, he had already achieved his goal. He had greatly raised the morale of the 3 palaces, allowing them to slowly walk out from the shadows. As for turning the tide with his own strength, he knew his own limits. He would leave this matter to Jiangchen. Jiangchen was the only one who could do it. Brat, come out and fight me if you have the guts. 6th Guardian yelled while gritting his teeth. Haha. 2 against 1? Don't you have any shame? Han Yan laughed heartily and ignored him. Humph. I'll tear you apart with my own hands once I've broken your damn formation. 6th Guardian harumphed coldly and said ferociously. He had already locked on Han Yan's chi. As long as Han Yan dared to come out again, he would kill him immediately. Furthermore, once the grand formation was broken, 6th Guardian would kill Han Yan immediately. Kong Long, the violent attacks were still going on. There were too many experts of Desolate Palace and the energy they unleashed was too massive. The 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was on the verge of collapsing after such a long time. Every collision would shake the Grand Formation violently. By now, tiny cracks had appeared on the Grand Formation and these cracks were still expanding. The blood and chi of the experts who were supporting the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation were starting to run out of energy. Once they couldn't hold on any longer, the Grand Formation would be destroyed immediately. At that time, the doomsday of the 3 palaces would come. We are doomed. Jiangchen said 3 days. If he estimates it to be 3 days, we won't be able to hold on until he comes back. That's right. It seems like we can only hold on for another 10 minutes at most. The Grand Formation is starting to crack. It will be broken very soon. Mother Cur. Let's fight them to the death. Even if I die, I will drag one of them down with me. Now that things had come to this point, many people of the 3 palaces were in despair once again. They had placed all their hopes on Jiangchen, but it seemed like it would be difficult for Jiangchen to rush back within 10 minutes. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Some of them were already prepared to die. They wanted to fight to the death with Desolate Palace. Xianxia, have you become a coward? Don't you dare to show yourself? Second Guardian shouted towards the interior of Gu Palace in an imposing manner because he couldn't sense Xianxia's chi. Who said I don't dare to show myself? I'm here and it will be your doomsday. Almost as soon as Second Guardian's voice faded, an extremely vigorous voice sounded from the interior of Gu Palace. Although the speaker hadn't appeared yet, the experts of the three palaces began to get excited because they were all too familiar with this voice. It was none other than Xianxia, the true creator of miracles. He would always appear at the most critical moment and turn the tide. A white-clothed silhouette appeared like a ghost and came to the sky above Gu Palace. He was none other than Xianxia. He didn't stand inside the five-elemental Tajura formation, but just stood outside, facing the experts of Desolate Palace without a hint of fear on his face. What an imposing manner! This is what a true peerless figure should be like. Just the chi that he exudes is enough to subdue people. Have you all noticed that Xianxia's chi has become much stronger than before after he left for a day? He has already advanced to the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint. This is simply a miracle. I'm afraid that Xianxia is the only one in the entire heavens and earth with such a terrifying speed of advancement. Amazing! Xianxia has advanced once again. He was able to kill Tycoon before his advancement, but now that he has advanced, I'm afraid that even second Tycoon is no match for him. There is hope for our three palaces. One man turned the tide. This is the domineering aura that no one can compare with. The experts of the three palaces were looking at Xianxia with respectful eyes. In their eyes, Xianxia's skinny figure had become incomparably tall, taller than the sky and unreachable. It was a symbol of status. Today, Xianxia's status was irreplaceable by the three palaces. Everyone had placed their hopes on him as he was a godlike existence. The emergence of Xianxia stopped the attacks of the experts of Desolate Palace. The five-elemental Tajura formation also recovered temporarily. Second Guardian looked at Xianxia with a hint of surprise in his eyes. With his perception, he could clearly sense that Xianxia was much stronger than yesterday. Even someone as proud as Second Guardian could not compare to Xianxia's heaven-defying growth rate. Of course, even if Xianxia had advanced to the peak of 7th grade Great Saint, Second Guardian still wouldn't be afraid of him. After all, he was too confident in himself. Xianxia's growth was only worth a second glance. In his heart, Xianxia was still not on the same level as him. Xianxia, I'll say it for the last time. Let Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian go and the three palaces might still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, the only thing that awaits you is extermination. Second Guardian's eyes flickered as he said to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't say anything. He dragged Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian out of the Zulong Tower. Desolate Emperor was originally imprisoned in Gu Palace, but Xianxia had just captured him. Xianxia, you are sensible. Desolate Emperor said fiercely. What are you so proud of? I didn't say that I will let you go. Xianxia glared at Desolate Emperor. Xianxia, let them go. Don't let yourself fall into an irrecoverable situation. Second Guardian said. Is that so? I'm afraid that it won't be the three palaces that will fall into an irrecoverable situation, but your Desolate Palace. I won't let Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian go. The reason why I asked them to come out is to kill them in front of your Desolate Palace. Xianxia said coldly. He had already achieved his goal of capturing Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian. The reason why he captured Desolate Emperor was to buy more time. He thought that with Desolate Emperor's identity, he would be able to delay them for 3 days, but he didn't expect that Desolate Palace would launch another attack in just 1 day. It was obvious that Desolate Emperor's influence wasn't that great. Fortunately, Xianxia found the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword in time. Everything was still in time. Presumptuous. How dare you? Second Guardian was infuriated. The Supreme Elder of Desolate Palace was also enraged. Xianxia wanted to kill Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian in front of him. This was simply a provocation and humiliation to Desolate Palace. Xianxia didn't say anything, but he used his actions to show them his courage. Ignoring the terrified faces of Desolate Emperor and Eighth Guardian, Xianxia stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at the glabella of Desolate Emperor and Eighth Guardian with lightning speed. Poochie! Both of them let out a final wail. An arrow of blood spurted out from their glabella. Both of them died on the spot. Xianxia didn't even spare their corpses. He sealed them with a formation and threw them into the Zulong Tower. The reason why he sealed them was because the characteristics of the Zulong Tower was too terrifying. A slight carelessness would cause the corpses to be devoured by the Zulong Tower. Naturally, Xianxia had other uses for these corpses. Hua. Seeing that Xianxia had killed Desolate Emperor and Eighth Guardian in front of Desolate Palace, not only Desolate Palace, but even Gu Palace was shocked. Such an action was too heaven-defying. This was no longer as simple as slapping Desolate Palace's face. Xianxia's action would definitely infuriate the people of Desolate Palace. This time, there was no room for negotiation between the two sides. It was either you die or I live. As a matter of fact, everyone knew that the relationship between the two sides had already reached such a stage. Even if Xianxia didn't kill Desolate Emperor, it wouldn't change anything. Bastard! How dare he do this? Damn it! He killed our palace master. Kill him. We must tear him into 1,000 pieces and annihilate the 3 palaces. Everyone here must die today. Not even their corpses will be preserved. We must kill them all. Not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. This is too hateful. They killed our palace master and completely disrespected us. What's the difference between this and slapping our face? This is too abominable. We have suffered a great loss. The people of Desolate Palace were completely infuriated. From the half-step human immortal supreme elder to the 8th grade great saint, all of them were infuriated. Their eyes turned red. It seemed like they were determined to annihilate the 3 palaces. They wanted to capture Xianxia, make him suffer 1,000 tribulations, and then kill him. Xianxia, I never thought that you would be so ruthless. You are the one who has cut off the path of retreat of the 3 palaces. Today will be the biggest massacre in the history of Saint Origin World, a one-sided massacre. Second Guardian's face turned ferocious. Xianxia was indifferent to their anger. With a wave of his chi, he transformed into his dragon form. Powerful dragon chi spread out, filling the air with the smell of slaughter. Second Guardian, you are right. Today is destined to be the biggest massacre in the history of Saint Origin World, a one-sided massacre. However, it won't be you who will kill the 3 palaces, it will be me who will kill all of you. Xianxia said loudly. Arrogance. Arrogance filled the entire sky. In the history of the Saint Origin realm, no one had ever seen such an arrogant man. In many people's minds, Xianxia's arrogance had reached a point where there was no cure for it. I'm going to kill him to avenge 8th sister. A man stood out first. He was holding a golden saber in his hand. Without saying a word, he slashed at Xianxia. The one who attacked was none other than 5th Guardian. The fact that he was ranked 5th among the 13 of them was enough to show his strength. He was strong enough to fight any ordinary half-step human immortal expert. Now, he had been blinded by anger. The 13 of them had been cultivating together for many years, so they had a good relationship with each other. Naturally, he was infuriated when he saw 8th Guardian being killed. Be careful, 5th Guardian. 2nd Guardian warned, but it was already too late. Humph. You bunch of guardians think too highly of yourselves. Die. Xianxia harumphed coldly. The Heavenly Saint sword rippled in his hand. The power of the perfect Heavenly Saint sword was incomparable to any ordinary combat weapon. Hell. Xianxia slashed out with lightning speed. The sharp sword light was like a violent storm. It was so fast that 5th Guardian didn't even have the chance to react. Puchi. Garg. Along with a wail, 5th Guardian was slashed into half by Xianxia's sword without any resistance. Blood gushed out from his body. Xianxia grabbed 5th Guardian's body, sealed it, and threw it into the Zulong Tower. 5th Guardian was killed with a single slash. Who else is there? Xianxia stood with his sword. His overbearing chi filled the air. Haha. Good. Xianxia is even more powerful now. The Guardians of Desolate Palace are no match for him. Amazing. Fifth Guardian was killed with a single slash. 2 of the 13 Guardians are dead. I'm afraid that even the mighty Second Guardian is no match for Xianxia. This slash was too inspiring. The experts of the 3 palaces were completely excited. They couldn't help but think of what Xianxia said just now. Today was destined to be the biggest massacre in the history of Saint Origin World, and it was a one-sided massacre. However, it was hard to say who would be the one to kill who. Fifth brother. Bastard. I'm going to kill him. The remaining guardians were even more infuriated. Sixth guardian lunged at Xianxia once more, but was stopped by second guardian. Let me do it. You are no match for him. Second guardian's tone was very dignified. His gaze towards Xianxia turned solemn. He had never thought that Xianxia would grow to such an extent in just one day. Now, it seemed like he was the only one who could fight Xianxia in the entire desolate palace. You are no match for me either. Let your first guardian come out. Xianxia pointed his sword at second guardian. His eyes and tone were full of contempt. I'm more than enough to deal with you. I don't need big brother's help. Second guardian opened the folding fan in his hand and slapped at Xianxia fiercely. A rainstorm-like energy rustled. It was a huge golden barrier that was powerful enough to destroy everything. It reached Xianxia in the blink of an eye. In the face of such a powerful attack, Xianxia's facial expression remained the same. Given his current strength, he no longer put second guardian in his eyes. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the heavenly saint sword was thrown out by Xianxia once again. Everyone saw the sharp impact of the heavenly saint sword. The golden barrier was torn into 2 halves. The powerful sword chi continued to rush towards second guardian. What? Second guardian was completely shocked. He had expected that Xianxia would be stronger than yesterday, but he didn't expect that Xianxia would be this powerful. Even with his tyrannical strength, his powerful attack was torn apart by Xianxia in just a single move. What was even more terrifying was that Xianxia's attack was so powerful that it put him under tremendous pressure. I'd like to see how strong you can be. Second guardian was determined. He pushed his strength to the limit. That's right, he pushed his strength to the limit. Boundless energy gushed out like a torrential storm and poured into the big fan in his hand. Once again, he rushed towards Xianxia's sword light. Your momentum is great, but it's a pity that you're no longer my opponent. How could Xianxia give second guardian any chance? Before the aftershock of the first sword attack ended, the second sword attack was already unleashed by him. The heavenly saint sword that had reached the perfection realm was now able to exude an irresistible power. Asterisk Walla, asterisk countless terrifying sword lights interweaved and formed a sword net, covering an area of dozens of miles. Fortunately, a battle between experts of this level could open up a new battlefield at any time. Otherwise, it was unknown how many people would be affected by this attack. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the sword net and the big fan collided once again. The boundless void was instantly shattered and a big hole was created in the sky. It seemed like second guardian couldn't withstand such a powerful impact and was sent flying away. His complexion turned extremely pale. Asterisk buzz, asterisk the heavenly saint sword vibrated and chased after second guardian at an extremely fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, it had caught up with second guardian. In desperation, second guardian could only continue to raise his big fan to block the attack. Asterisk Chi La. Asterisk Xianxia's heavenly saint sword was in its true form. All of his energy was instilled into the sword. With a sound of Chi La, second guardian's fan was torn into 2 halves from the middle. Second guardian was affected once more, but this time, his condition was even worse. Immediately, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Second guardian looked at the folded fan in his hand with a horrified face. His face was filled with extreme shock. He simply couldn't imagine that he would be defeated by a 7th grade great saint with his current strength. More importantly, the folding fan in his hand was made of the highest grade material. It was his natal weapon that had always been invincible. Today, it was destroyed by Xianxia, which made his heart bleed. That's right, Xianxia, 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 Xianxia. Good. The people of the three palaces were cheering, especially the people of Gu Palace. Many of them were jumping with excitement. Such a scene was too inspiring. Now, even the mighty second guardian was no match for Xianxia. This gave them hope. All along, the pressure from Desolate Palace had been too great, making them breathless. Today, Xianxia had turned the tide. It seemed like he was going to turn the situation around by himself. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about before. How could this happen? What kind of monstrous genius is this Xianxia? He is just too abnormal. He is merely a 7th grade great saint and not even second guardian is a match for him. Doesn't this mean that no one on our side can suppress Xianxia anymore? This man is too scary. We didn't kill him in the beginning. Today, our desolate palace has suffered such a huge blow. Damn it. If second guardian is defeated, how are we going to fight the next battle? Could it be that Xianxia is going to repel all of us? That will be too shameful. Compared to the excitement of the three palaces, the atmosphere on the side of Desolate Palace began to become depressing. They had a lot of experts and could be considered as one of the super major powers in Saint Origin world. Any major power that went against them would only end up being annihilated. But now, the morale of this super major had fallen to its lowest point. They could have attacked the experts of the three palaces crazily to make Xianxia hesitate. Unfortunately, Xianxia was well prepared. The 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was enough to stop everything. Facing Xianxia alone, they didn't have the slightest confidence that they could win. This was a kind of mockery. Second Guardian, now tell us, who is going to kill who today? Xianxia said in a slow manner. Xianxia, I admit that you are very powerful and I'm no match for you, but don't be too complacent. The foundation of Desolate Palace isn't something you can imagine. Now that the three palaces are hiding in the Grand Formation, no matter how powerful you are, how can you withstand the joint attack of so many half-step human immortals? Second Guardian's voice was stern. He had never suffered such a serious blow before. That kind of humiliation made him unable to lift his head for the rest of his life. Therefore, he had to kill Xianxia today. No matter what method he had to use, only by killing Xianxia would he be able to save his face. Not only that, Second Guardian felt a great threat from Xianxia. That was a threat to the entire Desolate Palace. This man had grown too fast. If he continued to grow, he was afraid that not even Great Guardian would be able to suppress him. Is that so? If I want to kill you, you will die immediately. You won't even have the chance to join forces with me. But now, I'm giving you all the chance to join forces. I would like to see if you are a match for me. Xianxia crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face was full of confidence. He couldn't wait for all the half-step human immortals and even 9th grade great saints to join forces with him. In that case, he would be able to eliminate all of them in one fell swoop, leaving no chance for anyone to escape. It would be a real bloody massacre. History had proven that it was impossible to defeat Xianxia with numbers. The reason why Xianxia gave them the chance to join forces was to eliminate all of them in one fell swoop. If he could defeat them one by one, many of them would be able to escape. Presumptuous. Xianxia, you are too presumptuous. Since you are so presumptuous, you will regret it later. All guardians, half-step human immortals and 9th grade great saints, listen up. Immediately join forces to seal this void and besiege Xianxia. Second Guardian put away the worn-out folding fan in his hand and gave the order. Voila. As soon as Second Guardian's voice faded, the forces of Desolate Palace became restless. There were 4 half-step human immortals in Desolate Palace and 12 half-step human immortals from the other 4 palaces, a total of 16 half-step human immortals and 10 guardians. Their combat strength was equivalent to 26 half-step human immortals. In addition to that, there were dozens of 9th grade great saints in the 5 major palaces and a large number of 8th grade great saint geniuses cultivated by Desolate Palace. Each of them was equivalent to an ordinary 9th grade great saint. In total, there were more than 100 half-step human immortals. With such a huge army and such frightening combat strength, Perhaps no one in the entire Saint Origin realm would be able to see something like this. But, this was the first time in the history of the Saint Origin realm that so many people had joined hands to deal with a single man. No matter what the outcome of today's battle was, Xianxia's name would be recorded in the history books. The aura of over 100 warriors merged together, creating a huge battlefield. Over 100 warriors surrounded Xianxia tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk everyone on the side of the three palaces sucked in a cold breath. Such a scene was too shocking. It was something that they had never seen before. Apart from that, everyone began to worry about Xianxia. More than 100 half-step human immortals and 9th-grade great saints had joined forces to deal with a 7th-grade great saint. How could he survive? Even if Xianxia was in his previous life, he wouldn't be able to fight so many enemies with just 2 fists. Such a huge force would surely exhaust Xianxia to death. Xianxia is too careless. He actually gave them the chance to join forces. This is going to be difficult to deal with. That's right. No matter how heaven-defying Xianxia is, I'm afraid that he won't be a match for such a huge force. The experts on the side of the three palaces began to worry. Many of the half-step human immortals were ready to help Xianxia. Although the number of experts on their side was relatively small, they could still be of some help. They couldn't let Xianxia fight so many experts alone. Everyone, don't panic. Little Xianxia alone is enough to deal with them. He had encountered such a situation before, and the ones who ended up in a miserable state were the enemies. If you all enter the battlefield, I'm afraid that not only will you not be of much help, you will also be a hindrance and affect little Xianxia's attack. Tyrant hastily reminded everyone. He knew all too well about Xianxia's means. The current situation was exactly the same as the time when the northern and southern dynasties attacked Nebulous Sect. Tyrant was present at that time. He knew that Xianxia had a group attack technique called Eternal Immortal Wind. Once this immortal wind blew, it would be like doomsday to the enemies. It was a terrifying storm from the immortal world. If the experts of the three palaces were to help, Xianxia would have more scruples when using the Eternal Immortal Wind. After listening to Tyrant's words, those restless half-step human immortals stopped what they were doing. Although they didn't know what kind of means Xianxia was going to use to deal with those powerful experts, they knew that Tyrant's words wouldn't be false. As Xianxia's brother, Tyrant would never harm Xianxia. In the battlefield, the sky was filled with pressure. The void was crushed by the pressure. The battle hadn't started yet, but the aura that erupted from the battlefield was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. The scene in front of them was similar to the battle in Nebulous Sect, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Good, very good. It seems like all of you are ready to die. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. None of you on this battlefield will live. All of you will die. Xianxia's cold eyes swept across the battlefield. It was a kind of spirit that didn't put anyone in his eyes. Those were the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Xianxia, put away your arrogance. Let's see how you are going to resist this situation. Don't waste time, everyone. Attack. Second Guardian bellowed. 5 Elemental Sphere. Once the 5 Elemental Sphere was released, it would be equivalent to the arrival of Doomsday for the experts of Desolate Palace. A bloody massacre was about to unfold. All the experts on the scene were destined to become Xianxia's prey and become the ghosts of Xianxia's hands. The invisible sphere spread out like a tide, spreading to a radius of a few hundred miles and merging perfectly with the battlefield. Now, the battlefield was the sphere and the sphere was the battlefield. Feeling the binding force of the sphere, many people's facial expression changed completely. As powerful half-step human immortals and 9th-grade great saints, each of them had their own sphere. They had experienced the collision between spheres frequently, so they had a very good understanding of the sphere. That was why they didn't put Xianxia's sphere in their eyes. In their point of view, if Xianxia used a sphere to collide with them, Xianxia's sphere would immediately shatter into pieces. However, the reality wasn't what they thought. The 5 Elemental Sphere had really shocked them. None of them had thought that Xianxia's sphere would be this abnormal. This is the power of a sphere. My God! It's the superimposition of 5 different spheres, and it's the 5 Elemental Sphere. How is this possible? No, this is absolutely impossible. There shouldn't be such a powerful sphere in the heavens and earth. How can a man have 5 different elemental spheres? I have seen a man with 2 different elemental spheres before, and that was already very abnormal. What kind of monstrous genius is this Xianxia? Could he be an immortal that has descended to the mortal world? This is too scary. The superimposition of 5 different spheres has made me feel a trace of pressure. That invisible binding force is indescribable. Everyone in the 5 elemental sphere couldn't keep their calm anymore. For the first time, the group of more than 100 people panicked. They had never seen such a terrifying sphere before. Don't panic, everyone. Let's join forces to kill him. Tear apart his sphere and let him die a graveless death. I don't believe that he can withstand the joint attack of so many experts. Second Guardian's voice was stern. The stronger Xianxia was, the more uncomfortable he felt. When a genius met a genius that was more outstanding than him, his heart couldn't calm down. Moreover, Second Guardian hated Xianxia to the bone. Shua, a pair of resplendent flame wings appeared on Xianxia's back. With a casual flap of the blazing flame wings, Xianxia's body began to float up, becoming somewhat illusory. It seemed as though he would disappear at any moment. Without waiting for the 100 experts to unleash their powerful attacks, Xianxia took the initiative to attack. Eternal Immortal Wind. Xianxia unleashed the Eternal Immortal Wind right from the start. This powerful windstorm was a true area of effect skill. When the immortal wind blew, no one would be able to escape. Within the entire domain, no one would be able to evade the attack of the immortal wind unless they used tyrannical methods to defend against it. However, how could the eternal immortal wind be so easy to defend against? Desolate Palace, Naram Palace, Shur Palace, Hua Palace, Dan Palace, each and every one of them was his enemy. Xianxia would not show any mercy when he attacked. Huff huff, strong winds howled, and for a moment, a powerful storm swept through the entire battlefield. Dragon-shaped storms were everywhere, and each storm was wild to the extreme, carrying a fatal attack power. Arg! 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 Almost as soon as the eternal immortal wind blew, wails began. Some of the 9th grade great saint elders of the 5 major palaces were the first to enter the center of the storm. Given their cultivation grade, they couldn't withstand the power of Xianxia's immortal wind. They were blown into ashes on the spot and died tragically in the domain. 1, 2, 3, 5, in just a blink of an eye, a total of 20 to 30 9th grade great saints had fallen. Such a scene was simply appalling. Not to mention the experts in the battlefield, even those who were watching the battle from the outside were frightened. Those were mighty 9th grade great saints, but now, they were being crushed like ants. The scene was just too terrifying. That's right. That's right. What a terrifying storm. It carries a trace of immortal chi. This is the wind of destruction. Everyone, be careful. Everyone, join forces to resist the storm. This can't do. This storm is too strong. It will be difficult for us to resist it. 9th grade great saints won't be able to resist it. All the 8th grade great saints and 9th grade great saints, retreat. Everyone was panicking. Some half-step human immortals roared at the 9th grade and 8th grade great saints to retreat from the battlefield. This battlefield was too terrifying. Even 9th grade great saints weren't qualified to enter this place. In just a moment, 20 to 30 9th grade great saints had died. If this continued, they were afraid that all the 9th grade great saints would die tragically. That would be a great loss, especially for those 8th grade great saint geniuses who were cultivated by Desolate Palace. The growth of each of them had consumed a lot of resources of Desolate Palace. Haha. It's too late to retreat now. I have already said that everyone who entered the battlefield today will die. In your words, no one will be spared. Xianxia laughed wildly. Waves of violent eternal immortal wind continued to gush out of his body, blowing crazily at the battlefield. This was an attack that had no blind spots. No one was spared. My God. What am I seeing? Am I hallucinating or am I dreaming? What kind of technique is that? It's too heaven-defying. A mighty 9th grade great saint has fallen just like that. Not even his ashes were left. It's too ferocious. Our Bin Palace has made the wisest choice. On the sight of Gu Palace, everyone gaped. Even those half-step human immortals were shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying technique. Killing a 9th grade great saint was as easy as killing a chicken. Since when did a 9th grade great saint become so vulnerable? Of course, Bin Palace was the luckiest. If it wasn't for Bing Xianxia's prompt decision to bury the hatchet with Jiang Chen and ally with Gu Palace, Bin Palace would have been subdued by Desolate Palace like the other 4 palaces. Now that there were more experts of Bin Palace on the battlefield, there was only one outcome for them to face Jiang Chen: death. On the battlefield, the storm was raging crazily. Screams were still echoing. 9th grade great saints were losing their lives constantly. After hearing the words of the half-step human immortals, many 9th grade great saints were ready to retreat from the battlefield, but to their horror, they found that the 5 elemental sphere had turned into a cage. They were completely trapped. Not good. The domain is too strong. We are trapped. Someone exclaimed. Send a few half-step human immortals to tear an opening in the domain. The rest of them will join forces to kill Jiang Chen. Second Guardian understood the situation and immediately made the best countermeasure. For a moment, 4 half-step human immortals joined forces, preparing to tear an opening in Jiang Chen's domain. The other half-step human immortals summoned their combat weapons and launched a barrage of attacks at Jiang Chen. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the flaming wings on Jiang Chen's back flapped. Combined with the spatial shift, he vanished in an instant. He slipped out of the barrage of attacks like a slippery fish. With so many half-step human immortals attacking him at the same time, Jiang Chen wouldn't be stupid enough to face them head-on. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, the combination of the flaming wings and spatial shift with the 5 elemental sphere was enough for him to evade most of the attacks for a short period of time. In addition, these half-step human immortals had to divert some of their attention to resist the eternal immortal wind, so they weren't able to concentrate all their combat power. Going through the barrage of attacks, Jiang Chen arrived in front of the 4 half-step human immortals who were about to tear the domain. The Heavenly Saint sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at one of them. Arg, the half-step human immortal didn't even have the chance to resist. He was killed by Jiang Chen with a single slash and his body was thrown into the Zulong Tower. The other 3 half-step human immortals reacted, but how could their reaction be compared to Jiang Chen's attack? 3 consecutive slashes killed another 3 half-step human immortals on the spot. This was simply a one-sided massacre. With a peak 7th grade Great Saint Cultivation base and 10 times the strength of a half-step human immortal, these half-step human immortals were no match for Jiang Chen. After killing the 4 half-step human immortals, Jiang Chen kept all their corpses into the Zulong Tower. Then, he locked onto the nearest half-step human immortal. His long sword rippled and he lunged at him. As for those 9th and 8th grade Great Saint geniuses, Jiang Chen didn't even cast a glance at them. Their fate was to die. Even if Jiang Chen didn't attack them, they would still die under the eternal immortal wind. What Jiang Chen needed to do now was to kill those half-step human immortals one by one, to prevent them from tearing his domain apart. The 5 elemental sphere was constantly circulating. It wasn't easy to tear it apart. Adding the restriction of the eternal immortal wind, Jiang Chen was like a fish in the water. With the help of the Great Soul Derivation technique, he could sense the slightest movement. Asterisk arg, asterisk asterisk arg, asterisk blood-curdling screams were heard one after another. The formation of more than 100 people was being drastically reduced. Experts were falling one after another. Putting aside the 9th grade Great Saints, as the half-step human immortals were dying in Jiang Chen's hands, they couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen even if they joined forces. The outcome of this war was already determined. Just like what Second Tycoon said at the beginning, today was destined to be the bloodiest one-sided massacre in the history of Saint Origin World. However, he had messed up his target. Now, it wasn't them who were going to slaughter the 3 major palaces, it was Jiang Chen who was going to slaughter them. Impossible. How could this be? Horrifying. This was way too horrifying, the whole scene was bloody and shocking to the extreme. Thousands of people in St. Origin Palace had a horrified look on their faces. The massacre and death could only be described as earth-shattering. It wasn't the number of people who died, but the importance of those who died. Those were all half-step human immortals, supreme experts at the pinnacle of the pyramid. In the hearts of countless people, they were like gods. But now, they were falling one after another. Such a shocking scene was something that they wouldn't even dare to dream about. Asterisk arg. Arg. Arg, asterisk miserable cries kept ringing. The number of experts on the side of Desolate Palace was getting lesser and lesser. Their combined combat power was getting weaker and weaker. It wasn't just the weakening of their combat power, but also their confidence. Now, even the arrogant and powerful second guardian was filled with fear of Xianxia. He had lost all of his fighting spirit. Everyone could see clearly that if the battle continued, there would only be one outcome, death. Everyone would die. How could this be? How could this be? Second Guardian's eyes were bloodshot. The current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. So many supreme experts couldn't even defeat a single Xianxia. The flaming wings on Xianxia's back was just too powerful. Plus, they had fallen into Xianxia's domain, which restricted their attacks. Their combined attacks couldn't even reach Xianxia's body. On the other hand, Xianxia was like a phantom, killing them one by one. As for those ninth-grade great saints, the eternal immortal wind alone was enough to make them suffer. They couldn't do anything else to help. Second brother, we can't hold on any longer. This man is too strong. Quickly inform the old ancestor. If he doesn't act now, we are all going to die. A Grand Guardian shouted at the second Grand Guardian. The human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace were all in the deep layer of the spatial zone. They didn't care about what was happening outside. Even though Desolate Palace was facing such a crucial battle, they didn't pay any attention to it because they were too confident. In their point of view, if such a huge force like Desolate Palace couldn't defeat Gu Palace and the others, it would be too weak and impossible. The old ancestors of Desolate Palace had already predicted the outcome of the battle. They were so confident that they didn't even bother to watch the battle. As a matter of fact, the battle didn't go according to the will of the old ancestor. The result was the opposite. If the old ancestor was here and saw this scene, he was afraid that he would fly into a rage and kill Xianxia at all costs. Desolate Palace had never suffered such a heavy blow and loss after rising for so long. Alright, I will send out the message talisman and ask the old ancestor to act. Otherwise, Big Brother will be the one to act. Second Guardian said. As a proud man, his confidence had never been weakened, but today, all his confidence was shattered by Xianxia. Now, he had no choice but to ask the old ancestor to act. Although this was an extremely shameful thing for him and this shame would follow him for the rest of his life, his honor was nothing compared to the future of Desolate Palace. He couldn't just watch all the experts that Desolate Palace had painstakingly cultivated die here. That would be an immeasurable loss. Second Guardian turned his palm and a golden talisman appeared. Before he could send out the message, it was snatched away by a big hand. It was none other than Xianxia. Bastard! Give me back the talisman! Second Guardian roared and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia was like a fish in water in the five-elemental sphere. He could appear anywhere at any time. The moment Second Guardian took out the talisman, Xianxia was fighting a half-step human immortal old ancestor of Hua Palace. But the moment he took out the talisman, it was snatched away by Xianxia mercilessly. Humph! Second Guardian, all of you will die today. Even if your old ancestor is here, he won't be able to save your lives from me. In this domain, I, Xianxia, am the absolute ruler. You are all destined to be under my control. Xianxia's momentum was powerful. He didn't put Second Guardian in his eyes at all. Just like what he said, he was the absolute ruler of this five-elemental sphere that was enveloped by the eternal immortal wind. It was no doubt a fool's dream for Second Guardian to release a message talisman in his domain. Xianxia would never allow the news here to reach the old ancestor of Desolate Palace. Given Xianxia's intelligence, the fact that the old ancestor of Desolate Palace hadn't taken any action after such a long time showed that the old ancestor was very confident in Second Guardian and the others, so confident that he didn't even pay attention to the battlefield. In that case, Xianxia would let Desolate Palace pay the heaviest price. If it was an ordinary message talisman, Xianxia wouldn't care at all. This place had been sealed off by the domain and the message couldn't be sent out, but the talisman in Second Guardian's hand was made by an immortal. Its effect was completely different. Xianxia didn't have the slightest confidence in it. One should know that Xianxia was merely a peak 9th grade great saint in his previous life. At that time, due to the restriction of the world's law, there wasn't even a half-step human immortal in Saint Origin world. Therefore, Xianxia knew nothing about the human immortal realm. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to take the risk. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Third Guardian roared. A trace of despair could be sensed from his roar. Now that the message couldn't be sent out, they could only let Xianxia kill them. Although Third Guardian had a strong cultivation base and was ranked third among the Guardians, he was the most irritable and impatient one. Immediately, he drew out his combat weapon and attacked Xianxia crazily. Humph! Who do you think you are? You don't deserve to fight me. Die! Xianxia harumphed coldly. With a casual slash of the Heavenly Saint's sword, the might of the dragon sword overflowed in all directions like a vast ocean. With a deafening rumble, it collided with Third Guardian's combat weapon. Third Guardian's combat weapon was sent flying away on the spot. The terrifying force even shattered Third Guardian's hand, turning it into a mist of blood. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Xianxia's movement was too fast. In a flash, the long sword struck out again. With a *Pucci sound, Third Guardian's head was cut off. The mighty Third Guardian died on the spot. He didn't even have the strength to fight back under Xianxia's attack. Arg! Third brother! 11th Guardian roared. The 13 Guardians had a good relationship with each other. Now that they saw more and more people dying in Xianxia's hands, they were naturally infuriated. Stop screaming. You will die together with me. Xianxia's eyes had turned red. From the moment he released the 5 elemental sphere, he didn't plan to let anyone escape, especially the 12 Guardians. All of them must die. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk with a flap of the flaming wings, Xianxia appeared in front of 11th Guardian in a blink of an eye with the Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand. A terrifying sword light slashed down. It was a terrifying sword net, enshrouding 11th Guardian on the spot. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk 11th Guardian shuddered. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the bottom of his heart. Only when he fought with Xianxia personally did he realize how terrifying Xianxia was. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. It was an irresistible force. Stop, Xianxia! Second Guardian roared in a heart-wrenching manner. The other Guardians followed suit, but unfortunately, they couldn't save 11th Guardian's life. Xianxia ignored the wrath of these Guardians. He killed 11th Guardian with a single slash, sealed his body, and threw it into the Zulong Tower. Stop. Xianxia, do you know what you are doing? You are playing with fire. Second Guardian shouted loudly. Playing with fire? It's your desolate palace who is playing with fire. Your fire has gone too far and burned yourself. Xianxia's cold eyes stared at Second Guardian. His murderous intent didn't diminish at all. Xianxia, let me tell you. The foundation of Desolate Palace isn't something you can imagine. What you are doing now is cutting off your own path of retreat. You will regret it. I advise you to stop now. I promise you that I will give you a chance of survival. Second Guardian said. I know your strength very well. I will kill all of you today and your human immortal ancestors in the future. I will destroy your desolate palace completely. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the Heavenly Saint sword slashed horizontally at the other Guardians. As for Second Guardian, he wanted to kill him last. He wanted to let Second Guardian witness how he was going to destroy them, and how laughable Desolate Palace's plan was in front of him. What? You know about human immortals of Desolate Palace? Second Guardian was shocked. No one knew that Desolate Palace had human immortals. Desolate Palace had never revealed this to the outside world. Xianxia wasn't supposed to know such a big secret, but now that he had revealed it himself, how could Second Guardian not be shocked? Arg, arg. Xianxia ignored Second Guardian's doubts. The frenzied slaughter continued. One by one, the 12 Guardians fell under Xianxia's sword. In just a few minutes, all the guardians were dead except for second guardian. Such a scene drove second guardian crazy. No one knew how much effort Desolate Palace had put into cultivating the 13 guardians. Today, it was destroyed in Xianxia's hands. The 13 guardians were just about to show their prowess when they were killed. This was too great a loss to Desolate Palace that they couldn't afford to bear. Arg. Arg, most of the 9th grade great saints couldn't withstand the attack of the eternal immortal wind. They died tragically and turned into a mist of blood. Up until now, there were only 20 to 30 of them left. More than half of the half-step human immortals had died. The remaining ones were struggling at death's door. They were filled with fear and had completely lost their will to fight. In their eyes, Xianxia was a terrifying devil. It's over. It's over. We are completely finished. No one can save us anymore. Xianxia is too scary. I never thought that I would die in the hands of a 7th grade great saint. Sad, sad. Everything seemed to be doomed. Everyone was looking at the chaotic battlefield in the sky with fascination. It was like an illusory scene. No one was willing to believe it, or rather, they couldn't believe it. Even the 3 palaces, who were supposed to be excited, couldn't believe what was happening in front of them, as if they were in a dream. The outcome that was already destined was reversed by Xianxia. Xianxia alone had reversed the situation. His means were too shocking. So many experts had fallen. Any one of those experts who were on the battlefield wouldn't be a match for them. However, these peerless experts, who stood at the top of the pyramid, couldn't put up any resistance in front of Xianxia. The whole scene was as easy as slaughtering dogs. He's a heavenly prodigy. Xianxia is indeed a variable. It's a wise choice for us 3 palaces to befriend him. Otherwise, we might be the ones fighting against him in the battlefield. That's right. There are many things in this heaven and earth that are incomprehensible. Some people can't be judged by common sense. Xianxia's existence is destined to be a miracle. Narang Palace has suffered such a huge loss. Even Desolate Palace has suffered a great loss. But we shouldn't be happy too early. After all, Xianxia is only a 7th grade great saint. There are still powerful human immortals behind Desolate Palace. Their level is far beyond our imagination. It's hard to imagine how powerful they will be once they attack. The people of the 3 palaces were sighing, especially those of Ben Palace. Their eyes fell on Bing Xianxia with gratitude. If it wasn't for Bing Xianxia's decisive decision to ally with Gu Palace, Ben Palace's ending would be the same as Narang Palace. The consequences would be unimaginable if they stood on the opposite side of Xianxia. At this time, a golden figure rushed out from the interior of Gu Palace. It was De Huang Dog. When Xianxia left, De Huang Dog was still in seclusion, refining the energy. Now that he had finished refining, he rushed over immediately. He became incomparably excited when he saw the situation on the battlefield. Haha. This guy is really abnormal. It seems like Desolate Palace is finished. Those tycoons should have been eliminated by little Chinzi. De Huang Dog burst out laughing. Many of their eyes fell upon De Huang Dog. When they saw De Huang Dog's cultivation grade, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. There were too many abnormal geniuses in this world. Needless to say about Xianxia, De Huang Dog was even sharper. He had only been out for a day, but his cultivation grade had already reached the peak of 8th grade great saint. Mother Kerr, did you take some medicine? How did you advance so quickly? Tyrant said gloomily. You're right. I, Lord Dog, have indeed taken medicine. In fact, I've taken quite a lot. Are you jealous? Do you want Grandpa Dog to poop some out for you? I haven't digested all of it yet. De Huang Dog said shamelessly to Tyrant. Go *CK yourself. Without saying a word, Tyrant slapped the dog's head. De Huang Dog's words were asking for a beating. No matter how good one's self-restraint was, they would still be enraged, let alone Tyrant's self-restraint. Arg, screams were heard from the battlefield once more. After a brief pause, Xianxia resumed his frenzied killing mode. He specifically targeted those half-step human immortals. The last few half-step human immortals began to fall one after another. They couldn't open the 5 elemental sphere and couldn't get out of it. They could only confront Xianxia head-on. Unfortunately, confronting Xianxia head-on would only result in death. Very quickly, the last few half-step human immortals died in Xianxia's hands. On the battlefield, there were only a few 9th grade great saints and 8th grade great saints who were struggling to resist the eternal immortal wind. Second Guardian stood in front of Xianxia with an ashen face, unable to accept what had happened in front of him. It was over. Everything was over. Everyone was dead. All the half-step human immortals of the 5 major palaces, including the 11 guardians, none of them survived. All of them died in the hands of Xianxia. The top of the pyramid seemed to have been forcefully exploited. Xianxia was destined to make a name for himself after this battle. This battle would be recorded in the history of Saint Origin world forever. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Too many people had died. Almost all the higher-ups of the 5 major palaces were slaughtered. This was an unimaginably heavy blow to the 5 major palaces. Second Guardian, what else do you have to say? Xianxia looked at Second Guardian and asked. Xianxia, you will surely die miserably. None of the 3 palaces will be able to live. Your calamity will come soon. You have done such a crazy thing. Your fate will not have any leeway anymore. Xianxia said coldly. Second Guardian said while gritting his teeth. He knew that he was going to die today and there wouldn't be any accidents. His heart had sunk to the bottom. He had never seen such a ferocious person like Xianxia in his life. You can't decide my fate, but your fate is in my hands. If I want you to die now, you will die immediately. Xianxia's tone was incomparably cold. Kong long, as soon as Xianxia's voice faded, a tyrannical chi suddenly exploded from the direction of Desolate Palace. It was like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, tearing the void apart and creating a big hole. Then, a black-robed young man came to the battlefield with boundless chi waves. In just a blink of an eye, he had reached the sky above the battlefield. That was an incomparably majestic man. He looked to be in his 30s. He couldn't be considered handsome, but he definitely wasn't bad either. His body was very sturdy, comparable to Heavenly Pung King, but his cultivation wasn't something that Heavenly Pung King could compare to. His eyes were emitting a strange radiance, his entire body was filled with powerful chi. He looked so young, but his cultivation had already reached the terrifying level of half-step human immortal, which ordinary people couldn't compare to. This was a true genius, a true expert. The moment the black-robed man appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, 3 words appeared in everyone's mind: Great Guardian. Big Brother, save me. Second Guardian yelled as soon as he saw the black-robed man, as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw, especially when he saw that Great Guardian had successfully advanced to the half-step human immortal realm. That's right. The black-robed man was Great Guardian, the scariest figure of Desolate Palace. In fact, he was indeed excessively powerful. Xianxia's eyes turned solemn when he saw Great Guardian. It seemed like his final plan was about to come true. This man is incomparably strong. Unless I advance to the 8th grade Great Saint, I won't be a match for him. His combat strength is far stronger than half of the half-step human immortals, second only to the true human immortals, but there's still a gap between him and a true human immortal. Even so, I can't deal with him. Xianxia thought in his heart. Great Guardian was indeed very strong, so strong that he could almost fight a human immortal, but a human immortal was still a human immortal after all. He had transcended the mortal world and was a true immortal. Although Great Guardian's cultivation base had been forcibly increased by a large amount of resources, there was still a gap between him and a true human immortal. Even so, Xianxia couldn't deal with Great Guardian. If he couldn't advance to the 8th grade Great Saint or even the peak of the 8th grade Great Saint, he wouldn't be a match for Great Guardian. When Great Guardian saw the battlefield, he sensed the bloody chi on the battlefield and the chi of the souls that had just fallen. His anger soared instantly. What's going on? Great Guardian bellowed. Big Brother, everyone is dead. Only you and I are left of the 13 guardians. There are only a few higher-ups of Desolate Palace left. They have all been killed by Xianxia. Second Guardian yelled hysterically. He shuddered at the thought of the battle just now. Asterisk Kong, asterisk. As soon as these words were spoken, a strong wave of qi surged out of Big Guardian's body. His eyes were locked on Xianxia like a poisonous snake. Apart from anger, there was also deep shock in his eyes, because Xianxia was only a 7th grade great saint. He couldn't imagine that a 7th grade great saint could do all these, but what he saw was the reality. He had never seen Xianxia before, and he had never thought that there would be such a monstrous genius in Saint Origin world. Xianxia was so monstrous that he couldn't compare with him. What should we do now? This man is very powerful. I'm afraid that Xianxia is no match for him. AI. The foundation of Desolate Palace is just too strong. It's impossible for us to topple Desolate Palace. Unfortunately, we can't provide any help in the face of Big Tycoon. We have to rely on Xianxia alone. That's right. I wonder if Xianxia can continue to create miracles. The experts of the 3 palaces were worried once again. The experts of Desolate Palace were getting stronger and more terrifying. They couldn't rely on anyone except Xianxia. They could only rely on Xianxia alone to turn the tide. However, everyone had an inexplicable confidence in Xianxia. It was as if no matter how powerful the opponents of Desolate Palace were, Xianxia would be able to deal with them and create miracles. Damned beast. How dare you kill so many people of Desolate Palace? I will definitely capture you and let you suffer endless pain before dying tragically. Great Guardian was infuriated. Without saying a word, he stretched out a big hand and grabbed at Xianxia's 5 elemental sphere. Suddenly, a mountain-like pressure came to Xianxia, making it hard for him to breathe. His 5 elemental sphere made cracking sounds and cracks appeared on it. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. Immediately, he retracted his 5 elemental sphere. If it was broken, it would affect him greatly. Asterisk Wah. Asterisk. It was impossible for Xianxia to let go of Second Guardian. He wouldn't let any half-step human immortal expert go, especially Second Guardian. Not to mention Big Guardian, even a powerful human immortal old ancestor wouldn't be able to rescue Second Guardian unscathed from Xianxia's hands. Before Second Guardian could escape, he was captured by Xianxia. Xianxia's giant dragon claw had him firmly trapped. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Xianxia, let me go. Second Guardian yelled. Do you think that's possible? A cruel smile was revealed at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Releasing the enemy had never been his style. You are Xianxia, right? You're going to die today. Not only you, but all the people from the 3 palaces will also die tragically. None of them will have a chance to live. If you let Second Guardian go now, I'll let you die a quick death. You won't have to suffer too much. Otherwise, you should be able to imagine the consequences. Great Guardian spoke with a domineering tone. Although Second Guardian was captured by Xianxia, there wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. There was only the calmness that an expert should have. Desolate Palace has always spoken like this. It's the same in the past. Unfortunately, they didn't have a good ending, and so did you. There's only one ending for going against me, death. Xianxia was indifferent. As soon as his voice faded, he crushed Second Guardian's head with his dragon claw, killing him right in front of Great Guardian. Asterisk Kong, asterisk. A monstrous fury gushed out from Big Guardian's body. He was completely enraged. Xianxia had killed so many people before because he wasn't present, but now, Xianxia had killed Second Guardian in front of him. This was undoubtedly the biggest provocation to him. It was a provocation from a 7th grade great saint. How could a puny 7th grade great saint disrespect him so blatantly? This was a humiliation to him. Great Guardian, Xianxia, is a 7th grade great saint. No matter what, he had to kill this Xianxia today. Not only to defend the dignity of Desolate Palace and himself, but also to avenge those who had died. Good, very good. Xianxia, you are the most insane person I have ever seen. What you have done has completely crossed the bottom line of Desolate Palace. Even if you have 100 lives, you still won't be able to compensate for the loss of Desolate Palace. Today, not only will you die, but everyone from Goo Palace, Demon Palace, Bin Palace will also die. Big Tycoon went berserk. He had never seen such a deranged person. Today, he had just advanced to the half-step human immortal realm. Although he had arrived just in time, he was still a step too late. This had caused immeasurable damage to Desolate Palace. He must make Xianxia and the other 3 palaces pay for this loss. Haha. You people of Desolate Palace always talk a lot of nonsense. Let's see what kind of powerful means the legendary Great Guardian has. Xianxia laughed loudly. His body was filled with monstrous combat intent. The true dragon fire and true thunder fire spread to his surroundings, forming a sea of fire. He, Xianxia, had never known the word fear. Even in the face of the powerful Great Guardian, he still didn't care. The faces of the people of the 3 palaces turned unsightly. They had no idea where Xianxia got his confidence from to confront Big Tycoon. This Great Guardian is very powerful. I'm afraid that little Xianxia is no match for him. Tyrant was a little worried. Believe in him. I think little Xianxia still has some tricks up his sleeves. Although Han Yan said so, the worry on his face couldn't be concealed. Alright, I'll send you to heaven now. Big Guardian moved. He made a clawing motion at Xianxia. His terrifying palm pressed down like a huge palm leaf fan, crushing the void within 100 miles in an instant. Even though they weren't on the battlefield, many of them could still feel the terrifying pressure. Just the pressure from Big Guardian alone was enough to send shivers down their spine. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Xianxia's facial expression finally changed. He couldn't help but look solemn. Given his 7th grade Great Saint cultivation base, there was indeed a huge gap between him and Big Tycoon. I'd like to see how powerful a half-step human immortal Great Guardian is. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Xianxia exerted all his strength and turned into a frenzied dragon. The roar of a dragon shook the heaven and earth. Xianxia struck out the powerful 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Dozens of powerful dragons with different attributes were launched at the same time, rushing at Great Guardian's attack. Kong Long, the shockwaves of the battle were earth-shattering. Colorful lights covered the sky. Under the attack of Great Guardian, all the dragons that Xianxia struck out were torn apart in an instant. The strength of a half-step human immortal Great Guardian wasn't something that Xianxia could resist. After the combat dragon was destroyed, the power of the powerful palm didn't diminish at all. It continued to press down on Xianxia. Xianxia had no choice but to use the Azure Dragon's 5 steps once again, colliding heavily with the palm. This time, Xianxia was sent flying a dozen miles away. *Wa. Xianxia suffered a serious injury. He spurted out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Even the dragon scales on his body were torn. Blood kept gushing out. His chi and blood began to flow unsmoothly. His facial expression turned incomparably ugly. Xianxia furrowed his brows. This was probably the most serious injury he had ever suffered, and it had directly affected his combat strength. Luckily, he had the wood element, and with the recovery ability of the dragon transformation skill, his injuries were healing at a rapid pace. Not good. Xianxia is no match for him. He's injured. It's over. It seems like we can't help him at all. Damn it. How can this Great Guardian be so powerful? I hope Xianxia can reverse the situation once again. Seeing that Xianxia was injured, the faces of the 3 palaces darkened. The Great Guardian's past life was like a heavy hammer pounding on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. In the sky above the battlefield, Great Guardian's blade-like eyes fell on Xianxia. His eyes were filled with astonishment. I really didn't expect that a puny little 7th grade Great Saint, an ant that I can easily pinch to death, could be so powerful. You were able to withstand my strike without dying. I have to say, Xianxia, you are a miracle. If you continue to grow, I'm afraid that even I won't be a match for you. Unfortunately, you no longer have the chance to do so. Today is the day you die. After killing you, I will personally eliminate all the 3 palaces. Xianxia's voice was filled with killing intent as he spoke. Great Guardian spoke. His domineering aura was unparalleled, like a war god that dominated everything. In this place, he was the absolute king, high and mighty. It seems like I have to use my last move. Xianxia gritted his teeth. His eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Then, he moved the Zulong Tower and looked at the sealed corpses of the half-step human immortals in the Zulong Tower. Then, he raised his hand to wipe the blood stain at the corner of his mouth. Madness. Sometimes a man would go crazy. Dong. At this time, Great Guardian struck again. This time, his attack was even more powerful than before. The entire void was filled with destructive qi. Many people exclaimed. If this attack hit Jiangchen's body, they were afraid that Jiangchen would be torn into pieces. The horrifying palm gradually turned blood red. With boundless killing intent, it appeared above Jiangchen's head. At this time, Jiangchen seemed to have turned into a completely different person. He didn't care about the palm above him at all. Roar. At this time, a roar was heard from the direction of Gu Palace. Everyone saw an incomparably majestic De Huang dog rushing out. There was a pair of golden wings on his back. His speed was extremely fast. There was a golden dragon horn on his glabella that was flickering with lightning. Master Dog will fight you. De Huang Dog made his move. He couldn't just watch Jiangchen die in the hands of Great Guardian. A magnificent totem seal appeared above De Huang Dog's head. Under the envelopment of the totem seal, De Huang Dog's body began to change. In an instant, he became 100 meters tall. Scales appeared on the surface of his body. His head turned into a dragon's head. This was too mystical. At this time, De Huang Dog no longer looked like a dog, but a real ancient dragon horse. De Huang, leave this place. Jiangchen roared when he saw De Huang Dog making his move. This idiot. I didn't ask him to make a move. Naturally, he has his own means to deal with Great Guardian. But it was already too late. Jiangchen was preparing for his next move. De Huang Dog had already reached Great Guardian's palm. Roar. De Huang Dog let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. An incomparably bright beam of light shot out from his dragon horn, colliding with Great Guardian's palm. Kong Long. The sky and earth were collapsing. At the last moment, De Huang Dog ignited his bloodline, activated his ultimate talent and circulated the totem divine seal to block Great Guardian's powerful attack. Although he was only a peak 8th grade Great Saint, this attack of De Huang Dog was enough to destroy Great Guardian's attack on the spot. However, despite blocking Great Guardian's attack, De Huang Dog didn't have a good ending. The moment he launched the attack, he closed his eyes. His huge body reverted to its original size and fell from the sky. De Huang. Jiangchen roared and hastily caught De Huang Dog's body. He saw that De Huang Dog had already closed his eyes and his qi had become incomparably weak. F***CKU. Who the F***CK asked you to do this? Who the F***CK asked you to do this? I can deal with this myself. What am I going to do if something bad happens to you? Jiangchen cursed. Tears flowed down from his eyes. He could feel the weakness of De Huang Dog and he knew what kind of price De Huang Dog had to pay for that attack. Jiangchen regretted that he didn't tell De Huang Dog his plan in advance. Jiangchen cursed at the top of his lungs, but unfortunately, De Huang Dog couldn't hear him at all. He didn't react at all. His huge body lay motionless in Jiangchen's arms, as if he was dead. At this moment, Jiangchen felt as if his heart was about to be torn apart. This was the second time De Huang Dog had stood in front of him without any hesitation and used his own life to defend him. He knew that De Huang Dog didn't hesitate to attack him, and he didn't even think about it. Under normal circumstances, with De Huang Dog's intelligence, he wouldn't have thought that Jiangchen still had a backup plan. However, at that moment, De Huang Dog couldn't care less because he had sensed the danger Jiangchen was in. Therefore, he stepped forward bravely and released his most dazzling side, showing his hot-blooded brotherhood. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 figures flew out, and they were none other than Han Yen and Tyrant. They walked out of the 5 elements to Jura Grand formation without any hesitation. Even though they were facing the terrifying Big Tycoon, they didn't have the slightest bit of fear in their hearts. They stood up straight, and when they saw Big Yellow's condition, their eyes turned red. Bastards, what the hell are you two doing? Why didn't you stop him? When have I ever done anything that I wasn't confident in? That damned Big Guardian, can he kill me? You two idiots. Jiangchen scolded Han Yen and Tyrant once again, At the same time, he kept injecting wood element energy into Big Yellow's body. At the same time, he cut open his palm and dripped his blood into Big Yellow's mouth. Both of them lowered their heads and didn't say anything. If De Huang wanted to attack, they couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. Moreover, they also wanted to attack at that moment. What a brotherly love. It's so touching. Xianxia, being brothers with an animal is really lowering your status. What a good brotherly love. Big Guardian looked at the three people and a dog and said in a strange tone. He didn't continue his attack. Seeing Xianxia in such pain, he felt very happy in his heart. He liked this feeling. Boom, fury erupted from Xianxia, Han Yan, and Tyrant's bodies at the same time. Big Guardian's words had crossed their bottom line. Xianxia's eyes had already turned blood red. The aura on his body began to become incomparably violent. That was the prelude to his madness. De Huang won't die. You two take him back and look after him. Leave the rest to me. Xianxia's tone suddenly turned calm. He handed over De Huang Dog's body to Tyrant. Both of them glanced at Xianxia, who was at the edge of the storm. Without saying a word, they turned around and returned to Gu Palace's camp. Xianxia, I have to say, that dog is very powerful. He was actually able to block my attack. Unfortunately, this will not change your fate. You will still die. Big Guardian looked at Xianxia and said. After hearing such words, if it was before, Xianxia would certainly refute it, but now, he didn't say a word, because saying another word would be useless. What Xianxia wanted to do now was to crush this bastard in front of him and kill him at all costs. The 7-story Zulong Tower emitted a buzzing sound, hovering around Xianxia's body. The dragon transformation skill began to circulate rapidly. The raging fire had already filled Xianxia's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Under the influence of this raging qi, the corpses of those half-step human immortals began to be absorbed by the Zulong Tower. This was Xianxia's plan. Previously, he collected these corpses just in case. This was a very dangerous and crazy move, but a man would always go crazy a few times in his life. If he had no other choice, he would do anything dangerous. Xianxia didn't resist Big Guardian's attack just now, not because he had given up, but because he wanted to use the Zulong Tower to resist Big Guardian's attack. A 7-story Zulong Tower shouldn't be a problem to resist Big Guardian's attack. It could also be considered as buying some time for him to devour those corpses. Unexpectedly, De Huang Dog rushed out at this time, which made Xianxia extremely regretful. Now, Xianxia was going to attack recklessly. He wanted to avenge De Huang. There was only one ending for hurting his brother, death. Pa. Xianxia's body began to produce crackling sounds like the sound of lightning. His qi began to become incomparably tyrannical. The Zulong Tower began to circulate crazily. The 8th floor began to condense gradually. A large amount of blood qi was absorbed. Xianxia had also benefited greatly from it, pushing his cultivation to the 8th grade great saint. As Xianxia's energy continued to rise, his qi and blood became more and more violent. His eyes became redder and redder, like a sea of blood. The violent qi began to corrode his mind, causing him to enter a state of madness. Haha. What is this brat doing? Humph. I would like to see what kind of means he has. Big Guardian frowned. He had sensed Xianxia's action, but he didn't do anything to stop it. In his eyes, Xianxia was just like an ant. No matter how strong an ant was, it wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Not good. There's something wrong with little Xianxia. His mind seems to have been eroded by his anger. He is in a state of extreme madness. Could it be that he has lost his mind because of what happened to De Huang? Tyrant's facial expression changed. He could clearly feel that Xianxia's qi was getting more and more tyrannical. It was an uncontrollable qi of slaughter. The current Xianxia was like a killing machine that only knew how to kill. This situation is too dangerous. If we don't stop it, little Xianxia will probably lose his mind completely and become a killing maniac. Han Yan's facial expression changed. Han Yan became worried as well. They had no idea what had happened to Xianxia, but they knew that Xianxia was in a very dangerous situation. The experts of the three palaces turned to look at Xianxia. The change of Xianxia was too scary and made them shudder. Asterisk roar, asterisk finally, Xianxia let out a dragon roar towards the sky. His cultivation had broken through the 8th grade great saint, advancing to a more terrifying level, but the tyrannical qi didn't stop. The half-step human immortal was still being devoured by him and Zulong Tower. Xianxia's blood and qi began to turn violent. His mind began to only know how to kill. If it wasn't for the edifying light, Xianxia was afraid that he would have completely fallen into the tyrannical qi. Asterisk wing asterisk asterisk wing asterisk the instant Xianxia advanced to the 8th grade great saint, the Zulong Tower began to produce a buzzing sound. The 8th floor was fully condensed and the 9th floor appeared. Xianxia was using the devouring ability of the Zulong Tower to forcibly increase his cultivation. At his current level, only devouring the half-step human immortals could speed up his cultivation. So, as a precaution, Xianxia kept all the corpses at the very beginning. However, this would make Xianxia more tyrannical, a wild beast and a bloodthirsty madman. No one knew what had happened to Xianxia. In this world, only De Huangdog knew that Xianxia owned the Zulong Tower. Presently, De Huang was in a deep coma, so he couldn't pay attention to the situation on the battlefield. Xianxia's blood and qi were getting more and more violent. The dragon marks in his body continued to condense. Very quickly, the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 95,000, which was only 1,000 away from the 9th grade great saint. His combat strength continued to rise. The blood qi above his head turned into a beam of light. It was the shadow of a blood-red dragon. It was a tyrannical dragon, a dragon of slaughter. Its eyes were devoid of any emotion. Asterisk roar, asterisk asterisk roar, asterisk asterisk roar, asterisk violent and bloodthirsty roars came out of Xianxia's mouth, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire battlefield was filled with a bloodthirsty emotion. Big Guardian was shocked. He had a feeling that the person standing in front of him was no longer a human, but an ancient barbaric beast, a monster that had no emotions at all. That's right. That's right. Not good. We can't let him continue to grow. Big Guardian finally felt the seriousness of the matter. He didn't expect that Xianxia could break through to the 8th grade great saint in an instant. Judging from his cultivation base, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. If he was allowed to continue to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Go to hell, Xianxia. Big Guardian attacked decisively. His terrifying palm struck heavily on Xianxia's body, but in fact, it landed on the Zulong Tower. Asterisk Hong Long, asterisk the Zulong Tower emitted a strong wave. Xianxia was sent flying a few dozen meters away. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the Zulong Tower, but these cracks quickly healed. Asterisk roar, asterisk asterisk roar, asterisk Xianxia was still roaring like a barbaric dragon. His roar was heart-wrenching and terrifying. He didn't even try to resist Big Guardian's attack. He just let the attack land on his body and endured the terrifying energy pressure. Damn it. Why is he still fine? Big Guardian's countenance changed. He cursed and launched another attack. Rumble, Big Guardian's continuous attacks had sent Xianxia flying 7 or 8 times in a short period of time. Xianxia was beaten to the point of vomiting blood each time, but his momentum kept rising without any pause. His injuries also recovered in an instant. After advancing to the 8th grade great saint, Xianxia was no longer the same as before. Whether it was the recovery ability of his body or the sturdiness of the Zulong Tower, both of them had multiplied. It would be extremely difficult for Big Guardian to kill Xianxia now. The current state of Xianxia was really scary. It wasn't because he was continuously attacked by Big Guardian, but because he was like a bloodthirsty beast. Compared to before, he had become a completely different person. Such a situation had filled the experts of the three palaces with worry. Everyone on the scene was an expert. They could see the current state of Xianxia and knew what kind of serious consequences it would bring to Xianxia. Currently, Big Guardian was really depressed. He had attacked Xianxia so many times, but he didn't cause any damage to Xianxia. Or perhaps, the damage wasn't serious at all. This made Big Guardian unable to remain calm. Damn it, what happened to this bastard? How did he become like this all of a sudden? His chi is still rising. Could it be that he is going to advance to the 9th grade great saint? I can't let him advance any further. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even I won't be a match for him. Big Guardian cursed. His worry wasn't without reason. Immediately, he dared not show any neglect. A large black blade appeared in his hand and he lunged at Xianxia. He didn't want to play with fire anymore as it might put him in an irrecoverable situation. Kong, at this moment, the chi in Xianxia's body exploded all of a sudden. It was as if a long-suppressed chi wave had suddenly burst out. The energy that erupted was unimaginable. At this time, Xianxia had finally refined all the half-step human immortal corpses. The 9th level of the Zulong Tower had been fully condensed. His cultivation base had also reached the peak of the 8th grade great saint, only one step away from advancing to the 9th grade great saint. However, the price that such an impact had brought to Xianxia was too great. Putting aside his emotions, he was now in a completely brutal and bloodthirsty state. If it wasn't for the suppression of the edifying light, he would have completely lost his mind. Dong. The momentum of the explosion bounced Big Guardian away. Xianxia's chest heaved up and down. The anger and killing intent that he had been suppressing had reached a critical point. Dong. Xianxia's feet trembled, creating a huge hole in the void. At this moment, he had completely entered into a frenzied state. Have you had enough? It's my turn now. Xianxia said to Big Guardian. His voice was hoarse. It was obvious that he was fighting with the bloodthirsty chi in his body, trying to control his mind. Roar, Xianxia roared madly. The true dragon palm tore the void apart and grabbed at Big Guardian crazily. Under such a frenzied state, Xianxia's combat strength had become stronger than before. Big Guardian was trembling with fear. He could actually feel an enormous pressure from Xianxia. This was an incomparably ridiculous thing. One should know that he was a mighty half-step human immortal, the scariest genius in Saint Origin world. It was unimaginable that he could feel an enormous pressure from an 8th grade great saint. In the face of the mountain-like blood-red dragon claw, Big Guardian slashed out his saber at lightning speed. It seemed like he was going to tear Xianxia's dragon claw into two halves from the middle. Clang. A shocking scene took place. The invincible blade stopped when it collided with the blood-red dragon claw. The scene of the dragon claw being torn apart didn't happen as Big Guardian expected. Instead, his combat weapon was gripped tightly by Xianxia, immobilizing him. The whole scene seemed to have frozen. Many of them were dumbfounded, especially Big Guardian. This move had made him feel the gap between him and Xianxia. He knew better than anyone else how powerful his attack was. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, the most he could do was to bounce him away from the intense collision. It was absolutely impossible for Xianxia to catch his combat weapon, but now, it was caught by Xianxia. You can't do it anymore. Xianxia exerted his strength and snatched the saber back from Big Guardian's hand. He didn't care about the combat weapon, so he immediately threw it to the sky. Before Big Guardian could react, Xianxia's sharp claws gripped Big Guardian's shoulder. His sharp fingers pierced into Big Guardian's body, causing blood to gush out crazily. Big Guardian shuddered. It was a heart-wrenching pain that reached deep into his soul. At this moment, he finally felt a trace of fear from Xianxia. He saw Xianxia's bloodthirsty and brutal eyes. Those weren't the eyes of a human, but a merciless creature that could annihilate the world with just a glance. The scene froze. The incomparably powerful Big Guardian was firmly restrained by Xianxia's dragon claw. He couldn't move at all and was about to be torn into two halves by Xianxia's bare hands. The experts of Desolate Palace exclaimed. They couldn't believe that what happened today was real. Was this Xianxia still a human? From Second Guardian to Big Guardian, he had continuously created miracles. Step by step, he counterattacked and succeeded. Finally, he reversed the situation of certain death. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Even when they saw it with their own eyes, it still felt like a dream. Xianxia's reversal made the three palaces heave a sigh of relief. They admired Xianxia from the bottom of their hearts. He was an omnipotent man, a man who was good at creating miracles. Ever since the war with Desolate Palace began, Xianxia had created countless miracles. Just as the old ancestor of Gu Palace had predicted, he was a huge variable that saved the fate of the three palaces. However, none of the higher-ups of the three palaces were happy at the moment because all of them were worried about Xianxia. Those with a little bit of eyesight could see the current state of Xianxia. The bloodthirsty and violent aura was constantly eroding Xianxia's consciousness like a scourge. Once his consciousness was completely devoured, Xianxia would truly lose himself and turn into a murderous devil. The final outcome would be extremely tragic. Putting aside their relationship with Xianxia, the fact that Xianxia had stepped forward to help them so much was enough to make him their savior. In their hearts, Xianxia occupied a supreme position. They didn't want to see their benefactor sink into such a state. One should know that given Xianxia's ability, he didn't need to participate in this war. He could totally stay out of it. Given his potential, it wasn't impossible for him to annihilate Desolate Palace once he reached the major stage of his cultivation. However, Xianxia didn't choose to run away. Instead, he stood in front of the three palaces and blocked the iron hooves of Desolate Palace, causing them to suffer the biggest loss in their history. It was an irreparable loss. To put it bluntly, the 100-year plan of Desolate Palace had been completely destroyed by Xianxia. On the battlefield, Big Guardian was completely enveloped by Xianxia's qi. He could feel the sharp claws of Xianxia penetrating deep into his shoulder, breaking his bones. It was a heart-wrenching pain that almost tore his soul apart. No, Big Guardian, will never be defeated by an 8th-grade great saint. Arg, Big Guardian wasn't willing to give up. He let out a loud roar and at the last moment, he unleashed all the power in his body. Layers upon layers of energy waves were like ferocious beasts, wreaking havoc on the battlefield in a radius of a few hundred miles. The void cracked inch by inch. This kind of energy was enough to destroy everything. It was an absolutely destructive attack. However, all of this was useless under the strong suppression of Xianxia. Currently, Xianxia was in a state of deep madness. Plus, his combat strength was no longer comparable to Big Guardian's. The violent qi gave him the aura of a devil king. Under this almost solidified pressure, all of Big Guardian's counterattacks were useless. He couldn't shake Xianxia at all. Listen carefully. In this world, there are some people that you can't touch, and there are some words that you can't say. From the moment you attacked Big Yellow and called him an animal, your fate has been decided. Xianxia's reverse scale isn't something that anyone can touch. Xianxia said with a cold voice. Xianxia's merciless dragon eyes stared unblinkingly at Big Guardian. His voice was devoid of any emotion. It was so cold that it could make one fall into an ice cave. His voice was incomparably hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for 10,000 years. His emotions had always been affected by the bloodthirsty and brutal qi. The edifying light was the only thing that kept him awake. Qi La. Arg, a mournful scream resounded in the sky. Xianxia's terrifying dragon claws grabbed Big Guardian's shoulders and tore them apart. The sound of bones breaking and flesh separating could be heard clearly. It made people's hair stand on end. Under Xianxia's terrifying strength, Big Guardian was torn apart by Xianxia. It wasn't a sudden tearing, but a slow tearing. Xianxia was tearing the Big Guardian apart bit by bit. It was an incomparably horrifying and bloody scene. Blood splattered all over Xianxia's body and face, but Xianxia couldn't feel anything. Arg, Big Guardian's scream was heart-wrenching. From his scream, one could hear the pain he was enduring at the moment. The pain of being torn apart by the violent energy was 100 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. This was probably the torture that Big Guardian wanted to use on Xianxia at the beginning. But now, Xianxia used it on him. Kiss. All the onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air, especially those from Desolate Palace's camp. Each and every one of them had a pale face. Some of them were already trembling in fear when they arrived at the stronghold. They looked at Xianxia and kept quiet out of fear. They had never seen such a cruel man before. In their hearts, Xianxia was no longer a human, but a bloodthirsty wild beast. He had lost all human emotions. Xianxia's face was covered with blood. Jiang Chen's face was covered with blood. Haha, Jiang Chen laughed wildly. Big Guardian's blood spurted on his face, turning him into a bloody devil. He had become the incarnation of slaughter and cruelty. He had gone completely insane. His whole being was immersed in the pleasure of slaughtering and killing. Only killing and blood could make him feel better. Jiang Chen, you crazy devil. You are not a human. Big Guardian roared, but it was useless. His fate had already been decided. He was destined to die in the hands of Jiang Chen, and he would die in the most miserable way. Kong Long, at this moment, a huge commotion was heard from the side of Desolate Palace once again. This time, the commotion was much bigger than the previous one. A huge hole appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Cold wind blew. 5 silhouettes appeared simultaneously in the sky above the battlefield. They were 5 old men with fluttering sleeves. The pressure they exuded was enough to make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. No one didn't kneel down and worship them. They were just standing there, but they gave people a feeling of nothingness, like the realm of immortals. That's right. All of them were human immortals, powerful human immortals. Although they were only early human immortals, they were supreme and irresistible to the mortals in Saint Origin world. They were the true superiors who could kill people with just a glance. My God. All of them are human immortals. Damn it. Jiang Chen was right. All the human immortals of Desolate Palace have yet to ascend to the immortal realm, and there are 5 of them. How are we going to fight them? It's over. All of them are finished. Jiang Chen is finished too. 5 human immortals. Even if Jiang Chen has heaven-defying means, he won't be a match for them. Damn it. Desolate Palace has such a big plan. None of their human immortals have ascended to the immortal world in the past 100 years. Human immortals are not supposed to fight in the mortal world because once they do, they will be drawn by the immortal world and ascend to the immortal world. However, Desolate Palace has imprisoned Ancestor Green Lotus and has the immortal mark that can block the laws of the immortal world. The 3 palaces were in a complete panic. The scene that they were most worried about had finally happened. Jiang Chen was right. All the human immortal experts of Desolate Palace were still here. This was an irresistible pressure. As soon as the 5 human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace arrived, they saw the bloody scene of Jiang Chen tearing Big Tycoon apart. Their facial expression changed instantly. Not only that, as human immortals, they could tell what had happened just now through the aura of the scene. All the experts of Desolate Palace had been slaughtered by that mad dragon man. Now, even Big Tycoon was no match for him and was about to die a tragic death. The 100-year plan of Desolate Palace had been completely destroyed. The painstaking efforts of the 5 ancestors had gone up in smoke. How could they bear this? Even with the self-restraint of human immortals, they couldn't help but go mad on the spot. Damn it. One of the human immortal patriarchs was furious. Little bastard, I want you to release him immediately. Bah. I'll release your grandfather. Jiang Chen didn't care who the mother of Kerr was. He wanted to kill Big Tycoon. Not even the heavens could save Big Tycoon from his hands. The terrifying force instantly tore Big Tycoon into pieces. At the same time, the Zulong Tower sucked in Big Tycoon's body and devoured him. Don't. Tyrant yelled from afar. As a Buddhist, he knew very well about Jiang Chen's current state. Jiang Chen had gone completely mad. If he could still maintain his sanity with the help of the edifying light, he was afraid that the last of his sanity would vanish after devouring Big Tycoon. However, Jiang Chen didn't hear Tyrant's words. Just like what Tyrant said, Jiang Chen's madness had reached its peak after devouring Big Tycoon. Even the edifying light couldn't suppress it anymore. His eyes had completely turned blood red. That was the color of cruelty. At this moment, Jiang Chen had completely lost his sanity and turned into a killing machine. The devouring of Big Tycoon had once again increased his violent energy, but because he had lost his sanity, the dragon transformation skill couldn't circulate normally. Therefore, Jiang Chen couldn't break through to the 9th grade Great Saint. His cultivation base was still at the peak of the 8th grade Great Saint. If he really advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint, he might even be able to kill a human immortal. Arg! Beast! Beast! The 100 Years Plan of Desolate Palace has been destroyed. This is too great a loss. I only regret that I didn't kill this brat earlier, which led to today's disaster. The human immortal patriarch yelled at the sky. During the war in Western Domain, he had deduced that Xianxia had gone to the devil world. Unfortunately, he didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at that time, which led to today's disaster. The old ancestors of Desolate Palace had gone mad, but their madness wasn't the same as Xianxia's madness. They were driven mad by anger. It had been 100 years of great plan. They had painstakingly nurtured geniuses for 100 years just for this day. Now, their great plan was about to be completed. When Desolate Palace conquered the entire Saint Origin world, they would have nothing to yearn for anymore and would ascend to the immortal world to cultivate at a higher level. As a human immortal expert, which one of them didn't want to go to the immortal world? They wanted to cultivate in a better place and see the bigger picture. So, the old ancestors of Desolate Palace didn't leave. They had been hiding for 100 years, all for this day. Their great plan was about to be completed, but someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere. All their plans were ruined by the hand of one man, Xianxia. The foundation of Desolate Palace and the geniuses that they had painstakingly nurtured were all dead. Not even their ashes were left. This was a heavy blow that Desolate Palace couldn't bear. Even if the old ancestors were to kill Xianxia and the other 3 palaces, it would take at least 100 years for Desolate Palace to regain its former glory. What was even more unacceptable was that he had already known about the existence of Xianxia. Desolate Emperor had specifically told him about how terrifying Xianxia was. Xianxia was the most monstrous genius in the heaven and earth who had created countless miracles. Unfortunately, he didn't care about it at all. He didn't put an unknown figure in his eyes, giving Xianxia the time and opportunity to grow. If he had acted decisively and sneaked into the devil world to kill Xianxia, there wouldn't be today's calamity and loss, and the unification of Desolate Palace would have been completed. As a matter of fact, if this was what made them regret, their confidence in the previous battle had made them feel even more regretful. The 5 of them were too confident. They didn't even bother to look at the battle in Saint Origin Palace, let alone asking about it. By the time they felt that something was wrong, it was already too late. Xianxia had already killed all of their experts. Roar, the entire sky was filled with Xianxia's tyrannical dragon roar. Xianxia, who had completely lost his mind, had completely turned into a peerless barbaric dragon. His whole body was filled with blood-red murderous aura, extremely tyrannical. Kill. 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 At this moment, there was only one word left in Xianxia's mind, kill. Only by killing could he release the blood qi in his heart. Boundless blood qi gushed out from his body, wreaking havoc in the void. What should we do? Little Xianxia has lost herself. Han Yan clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He had never seen Xianxia like this before. It was strange and terrifying. This situation was just too dangerous. He wanted to help Xianxia, but he found out that there was nothing he could do. He has been blinded by killing. I can't help him either. Only the great compassion mantra of Buddha sect can suppress the tyrannical aura in his body. Unfortunately, this mantra has disappeared for a long time. I'm afraid that only the ancestral master has it. Now, the ancestral master has been imprisoned by the old ancestor of Desolate Palace. No one can help little Xianxia now. Tyrant's tone was full of worry and solemnity. The current Xianxia was no longer someone they could control and save. Even though they knew the current situation Xianxia was in, they couldn't help him. All they could do was to stand here and watch. It was as if their hearts were being pierced by a knife. Kill, Xianxia roared again. He subconsciously cast out the 5 elemental combat dragon seal and launched an attack at the human immortal old ancestor of Desolate Palace. What an arrogant kid. You don't know what's good for you. In that case, this old man will kill you. The human immortal old ancestor was also in a state of rage. Now that he saw Xianxia taking the initiative to attack him, he felt that it was a provocation. The human immortal old ancestor made a grabbing motion with his big hand. A wave of qi rippled out. The power of a human immortal's attack was unimaginable. However, before the attack, he had to first create an extraterritorial battlefield. The toughness of this extraterritorial battlefield was even stronger than the world barrier. Otherwise, the attack of a human immortal was likely to destroy the laws of Saint Origin World. Even if there was an extraterritorial battlefield, a human immortal expert couldn't attack recklessly. However, this was already very terrifying. Under the wave of the human immortal old ancestor, Xianxia's battle dragon was destroyed in an instant. Then, the human immortal old ancestor made a grabbing motion and created an indestructible cage, trapping Xianxia inside. Asterisk roar asterisk asterisk roar asterisk asterisk roar asterisk Xianxia roared furiously and kept attacking, but he couldn't shake the cage at all. Wanting to get out of it was just a fantasy. However, Xianxia was in a state of rage right now. He only knew how to attack without caring about anything else. Killing was the only thought in his mind, and it had taken over his mind. Not good. It's over. A human immortal expert is too strong. We are not on the same level. We can't fight him at all. Xianxia is dead. We are all going to die. Xianxia died for us. We owe him too much even if we die. The people of the three palaces exclaimed. They could see that Xianxia was completely unable to fight back this time. This old man is going to kill you now. No, I can't let you die too easily. I want you to die without a burial place. I will extract your soul and let you suffer all kinds of torture in the world. I will let you suffer the greatest torture in the world until you die. The old ancestor's eyes were red. His hatred towards Xianxia was as vast as the ocean. Asterisk ka. Asterisk as he exerted his strength, Xianxia's body began to produce cracking sounds. Dragon scales flew and blood splashed. In an instant, Xianxia had turned into a bloody man. The scene was so bloody that no one dared to look at it. Asterisk roar, asterisk asterisk roar, asterisk as for Xianxia, he didn't seem to be aware of his own injuries. He was completely unmoved. He only knew how to attack and kill. Hold on. At this time, another human immortal old ancestor spoke. He was the true old ancestor of Desolate Palace. He was the first ancestor, and the one who was punishing and killing Xianxia was the fifth ancestor. First ancestor came to the fifth ancestor's side. His eyes were fixed on the tyrannical Xianxia and said, "Old ancestor, this brat was able to kill Great Tycoon with his 8th grade Great Saint Cultivation base. Plus, he has such a terrifying transformation technique. There must be a lot of secrets in his body. Let's not kill him for the time being. We must find a way to dig out his secrets. A monstrous genius like him only appears once every 10,000 years. If we can get his secrets, it will be very beneficial to Desolate Palace." That's right. The geniuses of Desolate Palace have withered. It will take at least 100 years for them to return to their peak. This loss is irreparable. However, this brat has a lot of secrets. I have never seen a monstrous genius who could kill a half-step human immortal when he was only an 8th grade Great Saint. If we know his cultivation technique, it will be very useful to Desolate Palace. Anyway, this little bastard is going to die. Second ancestor nodded and said. Only then did fifth ancestor recover from his anger. He couldn't wait to kill Xianxia right away. However, what first and second ancestor said wasn't unreasonable. An existence like Xianxia could be considered as a miracle in Saint Origin World. In the countless years of history of Saint Origin World, there had never been such a monstrous genius. It was absolutely impossible for such an existence to have no secrets. If they could obtain Xianxia's secret, it would be absolutely beneficial to Desolate Palace. If it was before, they might not care about Xianxia's secret, but now, Desolate Palace had suffered a great loss. Almost all of their geniuses and experts were killed. Under such circumstances, Xianxia's secret was particularly important to Desolate Palace. If Desolate Palace could cultivate a monstrous genius like Xianxia in the future, it would be a great fortune to them. Alright, I will now imprison this little bastard and bring him back for research. Fifth ancestor said and kept Xianxia. Then, his eyes shifted to the direction of the three palaces. Everyone's face was ashen. Xianxia's fate had already been decided. They were afraid that their fates wouldn't be any better. They had resisted from the beginning and created one miracle after another, but in the end, they still couldn't avoid their tragic ending. What should we do with the people of the three palaces? Fourth ancestor said. It's too easy to kill them. Bring all of them back and make them our slaves for generations to come. Fifth ancestor's way of doing things was incomparably cruel. He raised his hand and struck out a ray of light that landed on the 5-elemental Tajura Grand Formation. The indestructible Grand Formation shattered in an instant. All the experts of the three palaces who were supporting the Grand Formation suffered a great shock and spurted out blood on the spot. Voila! The fifth ancestor struck once again, unleashing a storm. This storm was like a huge net, instantly covering the entire ancient palace. Every single living being within the ancient palace was caught in the storm, no one was spared. With a wave of fifth ancestor's hand, all the people in the ancient palace disappeared without a trace. They were taken away so easily. This was the terror of a human immortal expert. At this level, they had completely transcended the realm of mortals. A casual strike could destroy the heavens and earth. In front of a human immortal, everything was like an ant. No matter how powerful a half-step human immortal was, he or she would be captured on the spot. The experts of the three palaces were imprisoned. Everyone was in complete despair. They could imagine their fate. It would be 100 times worse than death. They would become the slaves of Desolate Palace. Given the hatred that Desolate Palace had for them, it was certain that they would be tortured. The earth-shattering Grand Formation had ended. The three palaces couldn't escape the calamity in the end. Their ending was even more miserable than Narang Palace. Xianxia, who had always been good at creating miracles, was also captured. If he was to be used as a research subject by the ancestors of Desolate Palace, he would only have one ending, death. Saint Origin Palace became quiet all of a sudden. The air was filled with the stench of blood. This was the first time since the establishment of Saint Origin Palace that there had been such a tragic war. None of the 8 major palaces were spared. Now, 7 palaces had become empty grounds. Everyone had been subdued by Desolate Palace. On the surface, it seemed that Desolate Palace had indeed unified the entire Saint Origin world, but in order to do so, Desolate Palace had to pay a heavy price. Desolate Palace had also paid a rather heavy price, a price that Desolate Palace couldn't afford. It was completely out of their expectation. And all of this was because of one person, the monster named Xianxia. At this moment, there was a huge cage in the space of Desolate Palace. The experts of the 3 palaces were imprisoned here like slaves. Many of their experts had their cultivation sealed. They were beaten, scolded, and tortured by the people of Desolate Palace. Even half-step human immortals couldn't escape. Some of them couldn't stand the torture and were ready to commit suicide on the spot. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of the experts of Desolate Palace, they didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. Desolation and grievance were spreading among the 3 palaces. This was the sorrow of a big family. Being a slave for generations was a punishment more painful than death. Hey, the heavens want us to die. Xianxia is going to die. No one will be able to save our 3 palaces anymore. The end of the 3 palaces has arrived. There will be no future for us anymore. I wonder how Xianxia is doing now. I'm afraid that he will end up 100 times more miserable than us if he falls into the hands of those human immortals. No, Xianxia isn't dead yet. He may create another miracle. He will definitely be able to do it. He is a variable. There is nothing he can't do. The experts of the 3 palaces were disheartened, but there were still some who had great confidence in Xianxia. After all, Xianxia wasn't dead yet. As long as he was still alive, there was still a chance. Although they couldn't believe it, many of them had an inexplicable confidence in Xianxia. He won't die. He won't die even if everyone else dies, said Han Yan coldly. Han Yan said coldly. He didn't have much confidence in others, but he had more confidence in Xianxia than himself. At this point, only Han Yan and Tyrant still had unwavering confidence in Xianxia. At the same time, in the deep spatial zone of Desolate Palace, Xianxia was trapped in a cage made entirely of immortal qi. He had returned to his true form, but his condition had yet to fully recover. The bloodthirsty and brutal aura had completely filled him, forming a layer of blood-red cocoon around him. Roar, rumble, roars and violent attacks continued to ring out from the cage. Xianxia was attacking all the time. The only thing left in his mind was the concept of killing. Whoever he saw, he would kill. First, he would break the cage. However, this was a cage made by a human immortal expert. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, he wouldn't be able to break it unless he advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint. The gap between an 8th grade Great Saint and a 9th grade Great Saint was like the difference between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, Xianxia had lost his mind. Even his dragon transformation skill had stopped circulating. It was simply impossible for him to advance to the 9th grade Great Saint. Outside the cage, the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace were exerting pressure on Xianxia at the same time. They had fully released their divine sense and tried all kinds of means to break through the defense of Xianxia and explore Xianxia's secret, but unfortunately, they found nothing. This brat is too strange. Even with our abilities, we still can't find out his secret. 5th ancestor said gloomily. I have the soul-seizing technique. I can go deep into his soul and explore his memory. By then, I will know everything. 3rd ancestor said, then used the soul-seizing technique to attack Xianxia. A moment later, he couldn't help but shake his head. Obviously, he didn't find anything. How is it? The other 4 asked. This kid is currently in a state of insanity and has completely lost his mind. He is in a situation where he doesn't have the slightest memory, so the soul manipulation technique is useless against him unless he can immediately regain his consciousness and suppress his tyrannical aura. In that case, I will be able to use the soul manipulation technique to make him submit. 3rd ancestor said. Impossible. I have already tried it. I don't know what kind of cultivation technique this little bastard has cultivated. The tyrannical chi in his body is too strong. I can't get rid of it. 2nd ancestor shook his head. This was the first time the 5 human immortals felt helpless. Xianxia's condition was just too strange. It was the first time they had seen something like this in their lives. If it doesn't work, just kill him. 4th ancestor waved his hand impatiently, thinking that it was unnecessary to waste time on a madman. No, this man must have a lot of secrets. We can't just kill him. By the way, don't forget about someone. 5th ancestor suddenly thought of a person. You mean Ancestor Green Lotus? The others also thought of the same thing. That's right. Ancestor Green Lotus is an eminent monk of Buddha sect. Rumor has it that the supreme scripture of Buddha sect is in his hands. I think he can suppress the tyrannical chi in this brat's body. Once the chi is suppressed, Xianxia will return to his normal state. At that time, he will be at our mercy. 5th ancestor's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. But, will Ancestor Green Lotus help us? 1st ancestor frowned. Don't worry. Ancestor Green Lotus is a merciful man. In his heart, we are his enemies. Now, Xianxia is also our enemy. He won't just watch Xianxia suffer. He will definitely help him. 5th ancestor's face was full of confidence. He knew Ancestor Green Lotus pretty well. Even if Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't willing to help Desolate Palace, he would definitely help Xianxia. Unfortunately, no matter how smart 5th ancestor was, he couldn't imagine how deep the relationship between Xianxia and Ancestor Green Lotus was. If he knew that Xianxia was the greatest saint in the past and that Xianxia had infiltrated Desolate Palace and met Ancestor Green Lotus, he was afraid that he would slap himself on the face for having such an idea. Desolate Palace was digging their own grave by asking Ancestor Green Lotus to help Xianxia. However, in order to obtain the secret of Xianxia, they had no other choice. In the entire Saint Origin world, only Ancestor Green Lotus could remove the tyrannical chi in Xianxia's body. Therefore, Desolate Palace had to do this. However, they would never have thought that this would bring them serious consequences. By that time, it would be too late for regrets. Alright, since that's the case, we'll bring this little bastard to see Ancestor Green Lotus and have him eliminate the tyrannical aura in his body. Once he recovers, we'll begin to investigate his secrets. The sealed chamber was suddenly torn apart. Ancestor Green Lotus, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, was awakened immediately. He raised his head and saw the 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace appearing at the same time. Ancestor Green Lotus was incomparably shocked. Although he had been imprisoned for 100 years, it had always been the 5 ancestors who came to look for him. The other ancestors rarely showed up. This was the first time he saw all 5 ancestors appearing at the same time. 5 of you appearing at the same time. It seems like something big has happened. Ancestor Green Lotus took the initiative to speak, but his face was calm. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear in the face of 5 mighty human immortals. As an eminent monk, Ancestor Green Lotus's temperament was incomparable to ordinary people. Moreover, he had been imprisoned for 100 years and had long disregarded life and death. So, there was no fear in this world. As a man who wasn't afraid of death, there was nothing in this world that could frighten him. Green Lotus, this man has lost his mind. His whole body is filled with tyrannical chi. He has become a mad devil who only knows how to kill. I know you must have a way to help him recover. The 5th ancestor waved his hand and released an illusory cage. Ancestor Green Lotus saw a white-robed young man roaring in the cage as he attacked frantically without stopping. Upon seeing this, Ancestor Green Lotus's facial expression changed slightly, but it wasn't obvious. He recovered in an instant. A true eminent monk should have the most basic quality of being calm in the face of danger. Although Ancestor Green Lotus looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. He knew the identity of Xianxia and the relationship between Xianxia and Desolate Palace. If he didn't know Xianxia, he would probably think that Xianxia was a genius disciple of Desolate Palace. The ancestor of Desolate Palace came here to seek his help, but he had seen Xianxia before. As enemies, the ancestor of Desolate Palace should be eager for Xianxia's death. But now, he wanted to save Xianxia. There must be something fishy going on. Then, Ancestor Green Lotus fixed his gaze on Xianxia. After sensing Xianxia's aura, he couldn't help but frown. How can there be such a strong chi of brutality? His whole body seems to be in a state of bloodlust. What exactly happened in St. Origin Palace? Xianxia is a smart man. He would never do something that he wasn't confident about, let alone get himself into such a state. I have to ask him what exactly happened. Ancestor Green Lotus thought to himself. Now that Xianxia had fallen into the hands of Desolate Palace, the few old ancestors of Desolate Palace had asked him to rescue Xianxia. He didn't know what they were planning. If he didn't figure it out, he wouldn't act so easily. I don't know him. Moreover, he has already gone completely mad. Even if I were to intervene, I wouldn't be able to save him. Ancestor Green Lotus said calmly. Qing Lian, I know that you definitely have a way to save him. You're an eminent monk of the Buddhist sect. Could it be that you're willing to watch this person sink into oblivion? The 5th ancestor said. You want me to take action? Sure, but I need to know what happened to this person. Ancestor Green Lotus asked. There's no harm in telling you. This person's name is Xianxia. This little bastard has ruined the 100 years plan of Desolate Palace. He has killed all the half-step human immortals and 9th-grade great saints of Desolate Palace. All the geniuses that we have cultivated for 100 years have died tragically. I have no idea what kind of terrifying cultivation technique he has cultivated. He has devoured the essence of so many experts. I'm sure that he has become like this because of the influence of the essence. The 4th ancestor said bluntly. There was no need to hide such a matter. His anger towards Xianxia couldn't be erased. He couldn't wait to tear Xianxia into pieces. They had witnessed how Xianxia tore Big Tycoon apart and how he was devoured by Xianxia. What? Ancestor Green Lotus exclaimed. The news was too shocking. His eyes couldn't help but fall upon Xianxia again. He saw that Xianxia was only a peak 8th grade great saint, but he was able to kill all the experts of Desolate Palace. He was afraid that only Xianxia could achieve such a feat in the entire St. Origin world. Although he didn't see the scene with his own eyes, he could imagine the madness that must have happened. The 100 years plan of Desolate Palace was destroyed in the hands of a young man. It would be strange if these 5 old men didn't go crazy. Haha. Great. Desolate Palace has a great plan, but I have never thought that it would be destroyed in the hands of a young man. This is your retribution. Haha, Ancestor Green Lotus laughed heartily. He was genuinely happy. It was impossible for him to have no hatred towards Desolate Palace after being imprisoned for 100 years. The 5 old ancestors weren't surprised by Ancestor Green Lotus's reaction. If they were in Ancestor Green Lotus's position, they would be even happier. Green Lotus, cut the crap. Hurry up and do it. 5th ancestor said impatiently. This man has killed so many people of Desolate Palace, but all of you are here to save him. This clearly shows that you are up to no good. I'm afraid that he will only end up more miserable in your hands. In that case, why should I save him? Ancestor Green Lotus said. He wasn't a fool. He had already guessed the purpose of the 5 old ancestors. Desolate Palace had lost so many geniuses. It would take at least 100 years for them to recover. As for Xianxia's monstrous talent, the secrets of his body had become the object of their research. However, due to Xianxia's current condition, it wasn't possible for them to study his secrets. That was why they came to him. This was the most reasonable explanation given Ancestor Green Lotus's wisdom. Green Lotus, you have been imprisoned by us for 100 years. Don't you yearn for freedom? We promise you that as long as you save this brat, we will grant you freedom. 5th ancestor said. Are you serious? Ancestor Green Lotus pretended to be surprised. As a matter of fact, he knew better than anyone that Desolate Palace wouldn't let him go, even if they obtained the immortal mark. However, he had to find an excuse to cure Xianxia so that the 5 ancestors wouldn't be able to find anything wrong with it. Ancestor Green Lotus pretended to be surprised. That's right. Do it. 1st ancestor said. In that case, I will help him. This man is suffering great pain all the time in his current condition. Buddha is merciful. Let me help him. Ancestor Green Lotus was a shrewd man. The situation in front of him was obvious. If he wanted to change his fate, Xianxia's fate and even the fate of the entire Saint Origin world, the only person he could rely on was Xianxia. It had been 100 years since he accidentally obtained the immortal mark. Unfortunately, he couldn't obtain the recognition of the immortal mark, so he couldn't refine it. As for whether Xianxia could refine the immortal mark or not, Ancestor Green Lotus didn't know. However, it was obvious that Xianxia's fortune and luck were much better than his. Therefore, there was still a chance for Xianxia to refine the immortal mark. Given the current situation, Xianxia had to refine the immortal mark to improve his cultivation base so that he could fight against the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace. If he succeeded, everything would be fine, but if he failed, everything would be over. This was a huge gamble. From this aspect, Ancestor Green Lotus was a ruthless man. There were some things that couldn't be hesitated. Even if he didn't know the outcome, he shouldn't be afraid of the slightest thing. Otherwise, he might lose everything. Roar, roar, inside the cell, Xianxia was still attacking crazily. The killing intent and bloodthirsty qi on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Ancestor Green Lotus began to worry when he saw this. Xianxia's condition was getting worse. If he didn't lend a hand in time, everything would be over once the bloodthirsty qi penetrated deep into his soul. At that time, even the great compassion mantra Buddha sect wouldn't be able to save him. Green Lotus, don't waste time. Hurry up and help him. 5th ancestor urged. He wasn't nervous at all about letting Ancestor Green Lotus save Xianxia. After all, their cultivation base was too strong. They didn't put Ancestor Green Lotus and Xianxia in their eyes at all. Even if Ancestor Green Lotus wanted to do something, it would be impossible. It's been a long time since I made a move. Ancestor Green Lotus slowly stood up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, his body was filled with golden light. It was the purest Buddhist light in the world, without any impurities. Ancestor Green Lotus was old and swaying as he walked. He looked extremely weak, but his eyes were bright and full of vigor. In the eyes of the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace, Ancestor Green Lotus had lost his immortal soul and was now a half-crippled man. He had lost the brilliance he once had, turning from a young man to an old man. Put me in. Ancestor Green Lotus said. No, he will kill you. 5th ancestor denied it immediately. Although Xianxia was in a brutal state and had lost his mind, his combat strength and offensive power hadn't weakened at all. Xianxia, who was a peak 8th grade great saint, was already an invincible existence below the human immortal realm. Given Ancestor Green Lotus's current condition, he was afraid that he would be torn to pieces if he were to fight with Xianxia. It doesn't matter. I have my ways. Otherwise, I won't be able to cure him. Ancestor Green Lotus said. Just put me in. This is a secret technique of Buddha sect. You are not allowed to use your divine sense to check it. If I find out that you are using your divine sense to check, I will stop saving him immediately. Alright, let him in. First Ancestor said. Since Ancestor Green Lotus said so, he must have some means. One should know that no one in this world would joke around with their own life. As a matter of fact, Ancestor Green Lotus's purpose was to insert the immortal mark into Xianxia's body without alerting the 5 of them. The 5 old ancestors had been studying the immortal mark for 100 years. Once he released it, they would immediately notice it. At that time, he was afraid that the immortal mark would be snatched away by the 5 human immortals before it could be inserted into Xianxia's body. As for the Great Compassion Mantra of Buddha sect, it was an extremely profound secret technique that not everyone could cultivate. It was extremely profound and difficult to understand. Even if the mantra was told to the 5 old ancestors, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Chila, 5th ancestor, waved his hand and tore a hole in the cage. After putting Ancestor Green Lotus in, he closed the cage. They retracted their divine sense and watched the situation inside without blinking. Roar, the moment Ancestor Green Lotus entered the cage, Xianxia attacked Ancestor Green Lotus like a madman. Ancestor Green Lotus reacted very quickly. At this moment, he was no longer an old man. His body glowed with endless vitality. He immediately shouted at Xianxia, bang! A huge golden character rushed out and branded itself on Xianxia's glabella. It looked like a dazzling golden talisman. It was a talisman of Buddha sect that contained the most profound knowledge of Buddha sect. When this technique was used by Ancestor Green Lotus, the effect was completely different. That's right. Xianxia, who'd been on a rampage, froze on the spot as if he'd received a heavy blow. Ancestor Green Lotus exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Although his shout just now could temporarily help Xianxia, it definitely wouldn't have such a good effect. However, Ancestor Green Lotus immediately understood what was going on. Haha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect him to have learned the edifying light. The edifying light of Buddha sect was originally extracted from the Great Compassion Mantra. In Xianxia's body, the edifying light will have a certain resonance with my Great Compassion Mantra. That's why it has such a good effect. It's really great. Ancestor Green Lotus was overjoyed. Since there was the edifying light in Xianxia's body, everything would be easy. Polu Jia Di Shua Luoyi, Ancestor Green Lotus put his palms together and kept spitting out lines of mystical Sanskrit. An extremely abstruse incantation filled the entire cage. The Sanskrit fluttered in the sky like divine birds, then drilled into Xianxia's body, making him look extremely mystical. Ancestor Green Lotus suddenly stretched out his palm and patted on the top of Xianxia's head. The powerful Buddha nature began to drill into Xianxia's body. In just half a minute, Xianxia had regained some of his consciousness. He had recovered a little from the bloodthirsty and brutal state he had been in just now. Xianxia's eyes regained a trace of clarity and he immediately noticed the scene in front of him. Green Lotus. Xianxia sent out a divine thought. Don't talk. I'm now operating the Great Compassion Mantra to help you clear the violent aura in your body. The 5 old guys outside are watching. Listen, I'm going to insert the immortal mark into your body now. Try to refine it. This is our last chance. As long as you can refine the immortal mark, your cultivation will skyrocket immediately. By then, I'm afraid even immortals won't be a match for you. Moreover, if you refine the immortal mark, you'll be able to truly control it. By then, you can make these 5 guys lose the protection of the immortal mark and let them ascend immediately. Ancestor Green Lotus's divine thought was transmitted to Xianxia's mind. Come on, all of this is within my plan. If it wasn't because of your existence, I wouldn't have been so reckless to devour those corpses. An obscure smile appeared on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia was too shrewd. The scene in front of him was within his expectations. Although it might not be realized, he did it in the past. A man always had to gamble a few times in his life, and it seemed that he had made the right bet. Okay, I'm going to insert the immortal mark into your body now. Try to refine it. While refining the immortal mark, I'll help you clear the violent aura in your body. The 5 guys outside have agreed to my conditions and won't use their divine thoughts to check. We'll do all of this in front of them. Once we succeed, they'll regret it. Ancestor Green Lotus continued to transmit his voice. At this time everything was ready. The next step was to see if Xianxia could really refine the immortal mark. Humph. If I can refine the immortal mark, I definitely won't give them the chance to ascend. Xianxia snorted coldly. How could there be such a good thing as collecting the immortal mark and letting the 5 guys ascend? If Xianxia succeeded, he would definitely not give them the chance to ascend. At that time, he would help the 5 old guys deceive the heaven's secret and kill them all. Buzz, Ancestor Green Lotus continued to activate the Great Compassion Mantra. The Buddha's light shone and Xianxia's state was constantly changing. The violent aura in his body was obviously reducing. Seeing this, the 5 ancestors outside also revealed a look of surprise. It seemed that they had found the right person to ask Ancestor Green Lotus for help this time. A white light shot out from Ancestor Green Lotus's palm. However, because Ancestor Green Lotus's palm was placed between Xianxia's eyebrows, the 5 ancestors outside did not notice it at all. That transparent light was the immortal mark. After entering Xianxia's body could not help but tremble. After the immortal mark entered his body, the dragon transformation skill also started to operate crazily. Xianxia's whole body seemed to be beginning to sublimate. Xianxia used the dragon transformation skill to wrap the immortal mark, wanting to refine it completely. However, the immortal mark was an object of the immortal world. It represented the law of the immortal world and was incomparably firm. It was too difficult to refine it. However, Xianxia did not give up. He was not a person who would give up easily. Moreover, this was their last chance. They must not fail. Once they failed, what awaited them would be eternal damnation. The immortal mark is a high-level existence. Only an existence of a higher level can suppress it. My dragon transformation skill is definitely of a higher level than the immortal mark. Suppress it for me. Xianxia made up his mind. He was incomparably confident in the dragon transformation skill. Asterisk roar, asterisk suddenly, a dull dragon roar resounded from the depths of Xianxia's soul. It was the roar of an ancient dragon, the ancestral dragon. Only Xianxia could hear it. Xianxia saw an ancient ancestral dragon rushing out from the depths of his soul. It was an illusory dragon, but in Xianxia's eyes, it was incomparably real. This was the second time that Xianxia saw the ancestral dragon. It was filled with a sacred aura, inviolable, and the only one in the world. The ancestral dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the immortal mark in one gulp. Then, the ancestral dragon disappeared. The immortal mark was completely subdued and fused with the breath of Xianxia's soul, achieving a kind of resonance. Endless immortal qi overflowed from the immortal mark and spread to every part of Xianxia's body. Asterisk roar, asterisk the feeling of being flushed by the immortal mark made Xianxia feel very comfortable. Immediately, he let out a long roar. It was a great stimulation. Xianxia began to refine the immortal mark. The immortal mark was the supreme existence in the immortal world. It represented the supreme law of the immortal world. The law of the immortal world and the law of the lower world were 2 completely different concepts. If Xianxia could completely refine the immortal mark and integrate it into his body, the benefits he would get would be unimaginable. However, in the eyes of the 5 ancestors, it was just a resistance from Ancestor Green Lotus who was suppressing the tyrannical qi in Xianxia's body. They didn't have any other thoughts about it. In the 5 ancestors' point of view, this was a necessary process to suppress or eliminate the tyrannical qi in Xianxia's body. They felt that Ancestor Green Lotus was very capable. As the most powerful eminent monk of Buddha sect, he certainly deserved his reputation. As the immortal mark continued to be refined, new dragon marks began to form in his body. Xianxia's qi skyrocketed instantly. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of 8th grade Great Saint. Although it was extremely difficult to advance from 8th grade Great Saint to 9th grade Great Saint, Xianxia had a strong foundation. Now that he had the help of the immortal mark, plus the fact that he was already a peak 9th grade Great Saint in his previous life, he didn't have any bottlenecks. Therefore, it was very normal for him to advance to 9th grade Great Saint. Xianxia, don't panic. Suppress the energy in your body and don't break through to 9th grade Great Saint for the time being. Ancestor Green Lotus hastily transmitted his voice to Xianxia. I understand. Xianxia replied. He knew all too well how dangerous the current situation was. The 5 old men outside were all true human immortal experts. They were exceptionally powerful, especially the first ancestor, who had already reached the peak of early human immortal realm. As long as such a figure entered the immortal world and obtained the resources there, he would immediately advance to the intermediate human immortal realm. To deal with the 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace, Xianxia's advancement to 9th grade Great Saint was certainly not enough, but the immortal mark was incomparably terrifying. It could push Xianxia's cultivation base to the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. At that time, killing an early human immortal expert would be a piece of cake. However, if Xianxia broke through to the 9th grade Great Saint now, the 5 human immortal ancestors would sense it and stop him immediately. So, he had to temporarily suppress the energy in his body and delay the process of breaking through to the 9th grade Great Saint. After refining the immortal mark, he would break through to the peak of the 9th grade Great Saint in one fell swoop. At that time, Xianxia would be able to launch the ultimate counterattack, not giving the 5 human immortals any chance. The history of the Saint origin world would be completely rewritten. Asterisk buzz asterisk asterisk buzz asterisk asterisk buzz asterisk Xianxia's body buzzed. It was undergoing the greatest transformation. The immortal mark had brought him endless benefits. At the same time, he had used the edifying light and the great compassion mantra of Ancestor Green Lotus to eliminate most of the violent chi in his body. It would take him at most a minute to completely remove it. Very soon, the violent chi in Xianxia's body was completely eliminated. Xianxia had completely recovered, but he still appeared to be in a half-mad state, giving the 5 human immortals an illusion that he was still in the process of refining the immortal mark. According to the current speed of refining the immortal mark, it would take another half an hour, but to the 5 human immortals, half an hour was nothing. They could even wait for 3 days. They were very interested in the secret in Xianxia's body. As long as Ancestor Green Lotus could wake Xianxia up, it would be a great success. Asterisk wing asterisk asterisk wing asterisk the trembling became more and more intense. It was no longer the violent chi that was causing trouble, but the immortal mark. The immortal mark had brought too much energy to Xianxia. It had reached the point where he couldn't suppress it any longer. He had to break through to the 9th grade Great Saint immediately. The dragon transformation skill was getting more and more terrifying. The time taken to refine the immortal mark was shorter than Xianxia's expectation. It only took him 20 minutes to completely refine it. The moment the immortal mark was completely refined, a vast energy surged out of Xianxia's body like a storm, sweeping across the entire prison. Asterisk roar asterisk Xianxia let out another dragon roar. The boundless energy in his body began to transform into 96,000 dragon marks. Asterisk bang asterisk when the number of dragon marks reached 96,000, Xianxia successfully advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint, but this wasn't the end. The energy was too huge and the number of dragon marks was forming too fast. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of dragon marks had been formed. According to what Xianxia said when he first obtained the dragon transformation skill, 100,000 dragon marks would allow him to transform into a dragon and soar into the sky, which was the human immortal realm. Xianxia was now a 9th grade Great Saint. He was only 4,000 dragon marks away from 100,000 dragon marks, which was the number needed to advance to the human immortal realm. However, Xianxia had a feeling that 100,000 dragon marks was far from the end of the dragon transformation skill. Perhaps, it was just a starting point. When he really completed 100,000 dragon marks and transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky, he would usher in a brand new level of the dragon transformation skill. In just a blink of an eye, 1,000 dragon marks were formed. Asterisk ka ka, asterisk the indestructible prison began to shake violently, as if it couldn't bear the energy in Xianxia's body. Cracking sounds were heard and cracks appeared on the surface of the prison, as if it would explode at any time. What's going on? Fifth Ancestor's face turned pale with fright. He had a feeling that he was losing control of the prison. Not good. Stop them quickly. Bastard. I don't know what kind of method Green Lotus has used to allow this brat to advance to the 9th grade Great Saint. Suppress him immediately. We can't let him continue to grow, or else we will lose our chance. First Ancestor's facial expression changed dramatically. The change was too fast and too sudden. They weren't prepared for it at all. Unfortunately, during the time they reacted, the number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body had reached a terrifying 99,000. At this time, Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th grade Great Saint. He was only a step away from the human immortal realm. How can it be so fast? The expressions of the 5 patriarchs changed drastically. Without any hesitation, all of them attacked at the same time, unleashing powerful restrictions toward the prison. Unfortunately, everything was over. From the moment they made the decision to let Xianxia meet Ancestor Green Lotus, this tragic ending was destined. The 5 human immortal ancestors were destined to be fools. Roar, Xianxia went completely berserk. His body exploded with a loud bang, casting his dragon form on the spot. Then, he tore a hole in the ancestral dragon pagoda. Green Lotus, come in quickly. Xianxia roared at Ancestor Green Lotus. Without any hesitation, Ancestor Green Lotus rushed into the Zulong Tower. Kong Long, the moment Ancestor Green Lotus entered the Zulong Tower, the violent energy tore the prison apart and shattered it on the spot. At this time, the number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body had soared to a terrifying 99,500. There were only 500 left to reach the 100,000 mark. Dang dang dang. The 5 human immortal ancestors suffered a tremendous backlash when the prison was broken. They took a few steps back before they could regain their balance. At this time, their faces were filled with astonishment. They looked at Xianxia as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't remember how many years it had been since they were so shocked. Even if Xianxia had advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint, it was still too terrifying. A mere 9th grade Great Saint was able to force the 5 of them back. What kind of monstrous genius was he? Haha. 5 old bastards of Desolate Palace, I'm going to settle the score with you. Xianxia clawed at the deep layer of the spatial zone, tearing it apart. A huge hole was blasted out in the void above Desolate Palace. Not only that, all the spatial zones in Desolate Palace were shattered by Xianxia's energy. Everyone in Desolate Palace appeared at the same time. The people of Desolate Palace, Goo Palace, and Demon Palace were all imprisoned. Now that the spatial zone was shattered, all of them appeared in the sky above Desolate Palace. Everyone was horrified, not knowing what was happening. They looked up at the sky and saw an overbearing blood-red dragon man. Standing around him were the 5 human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace. My God! What happened? Look, that's Xianxia. Haha. Xianxia isn't dead. He is still alive. Have you all seen his chi? His cultivation base has reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint, which is even scarier than a human immortal. Miracle. He has created another miracle. Monstrous genius. I have never thought that there would be such a great turnaround. I wonder if Xianxia can deal with the 5 human immortal experts and turn the situation around. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, whether it was their enemies or allies, all of them had their mouths wide open. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge reversal at the last moment? No one knew what had happened to Xianxia, because it wasn't important. The ending was the most important. The 3 palaces that had lost all hope once again saw the light of hope. I knew it. This kid won't die so easily. Han Yen chuckled. His heart that was hanging in the air was finally at ease. High up in the sky, the human immortal old ancestors of Desolate Palace were still in shock. They had no idea what had happened to Xianxia. They had only asked Ancestor Green Lotus to help Xianxia suppress the tyrannical chi in his body. How did he become so powerful in a blink of an eye? Xianxia, tell us what happened. 5th Ancestor asked. Haha, you 5 idiots. Let me tell you, this is all part of my plan. I've known Green Lotus for a long time. Ancestor Green Lotus put the immortal mark that you've been longing for 100 years into my body. I've already completely refined the immortal mark. Don't think that you can ascend just because you don't have the immortal mark. That's impossible. I've already used the immortal mark to deceive the heavens will hear. What? After listening to Xianxia's words, the 5 ancestors exclaimed. Their facial expression turned incomparably unpleasant. Given their wisdom, they naturally knew that Xianxia wasn't lying. As a matter of fact, this was the only explanation for the current situation. Even if Xianxia was a monstrous genius, it was absolutely impossible for him to advance to the peak of the 9th grade great saint in such a short period of time, but the immortal mark could do it. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. You can actually refine the immortal mark? 5th ancestor's tone had changed. Apart from anger, there was also a trace of regret. That's right. A voice sounded. Then, an old and decrepit monk appeared out of thin air. It was Ancestor Green Lotus. Ancestor Green Lotus walked out of the ancestral dragon pagoda and looked at the world outside. He couldn't help but sigh. After 100 years, he was finally out. Ancestral Master. Tyrant, who was imprisoned below, saw Ancestor Green Lotus and immediately called out. This old monk in front of him was very different from the statue on Green Lotus Mountain, but they had the same charm. Therefore, Tyrant could tell that this was Ancestor Green Lotus, his ancestral master. Green Lotus, how dare you scheme against us? 5th ancestor said furiously. Bah. Ancestor Green Lotus put his palms together. He did not answer the 5th ancestor. At this moment, his condition began to change dramatically. The surface of his body was full of golden light. His body, which was already in its twilight years, began to rapidly glow with vitality. Old Ancestor Green Lotus's appearance began to change. In a very short time, he turned from an old man into a middle-aged eminent monk. His body was majestic and his eyes were shining brightly. His cultivation base was already at the peak of half-step human immortal. Given a few days, he could directly ascend to the immortal world and become a true human immortal expert. I didn't expect Ancestral Master to be so handsome. Tyrant was overjoyed. When he saw Ancestor Green Lotus just now, he felt extremely distressed. Back then, the eminent monk of Buddhism had been imprisoned for 100 years. He seemed to have lost all of his former glory and became an old man who was about to reach nirvana. But now, Ancestor Green Lotus's instantaneous change was shocking. Qinglian, I didn't expect you to have been hiding all these years. However, I don't know. Your immortal spirit is already broken. How did you cultivate? 1st ancestor asked. In fact, all these years, they had been treating Ancestor Green Lotus as a half-cripple. They didn't take him seriously at all. They only kept him alive because of the immortal mark in his hand. They didn't expect that Ancestor Green Lotus had not been idle all these years. His cultivation base had already recovered. If he hadn't been imprisoned, he would have already reached the human immortal realm. This old monk's means is not something you can understand. The biggest mistake you made was letting me treat Xianxia, giving this old monk a chance to live. Old Ancestor Green Lotus said sarcastically. At this point, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Impossible. The immortal mark is formed by the laws of the immortal world. It's not that easy to refine. 5th ancestor still couldn't believe it. In this world, there are always some things that can't be judged with common sense. Some people can always create miracles. Xianxia is a person with great luck. Only he can refine the immortal mark. This old monk was just taking a gamble. Facts have proven that this old monk was right. Old Ancestor Green Lotus said with a smile. His eyes were very sharp. Xianxia was able to survive his previous life and obtain a new life. It was enough to show that he was a person with great luck. In the entire Saint Origin world, if Xianxia couldn't refine the immortal mark, then no one else could. It was a huge gamble, but the result was very good. How is it? Are you regretting it now? Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. These words were like a sharp thorn that pierced into the hearts of the 5 old ancestors. They were so angry that they wanted to spurt out a mouthful of blood. They would be lying if they said that they didn't regret it. Especially the fifth ancestor. He was the one who came up with this rotten idea. They wanted to pry into Xianxia's secret, but they didn't expect that they would end up helping Xianxia and old ancestor Green Lotus. Instead, they helped Xianxia reverse the situation. This feeling of being caught in a cocoon of their own making made the five old ancestors extremely sullen. Haha, Xianxia, we have indeed overreached ourselves. But don't be too complacent. Do you think that you can deal with us with your current strength? This is ridiculous. You don't know how powerful a human immortal is. That is a true immortal. No matter how strong you are, you won't be a match for a human immortal. You have refined the immortal mark, but you don't use it. That is equivalent to courting death. Fifth ancestor laughed loudly. Even though Xianxia had become incomparably strong, he still didn't care. After all, he was a mighty human immortal. How could he put a ninth-grade great saint in his eyes? In his opinion, no matter how strong a ninth-grade great saint was, he wouldn't be a match for a human immortal. Old man, cut the crap. I only need one strike to kill you. A human immortal is just an ant in front of me. Now, I am using the immortal mark to deceive the heavens, not giving you the chance to ascend. All five of you will die today. None of you will be able to escape. Xianxia's qi was overwhelming. He wouldn't let the five old ancestors of Desolate Palace go. Given his current strength, an early human immortal expert was no longer a match for him. Green Lotus, you go down there and save the people, then control Desolate Palace. I will deal with these five old men. Xianxia said to Ancestor Green Lotus. All right. Ancestor Green Lotus disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, he arrived at the place where the three palaces were imprisoned and removed the seals on all of them. The experts of the three palaces suddenly became as ferocious as wolves and tigers. Except for the five old ancestors, all of the experts of Desolate Palace had been killed by Xianxia. Now, they were no match for the three palaces, not to mention the terrifying Ancestor Green Lotus. However, the three palaces didn't attack Desolate Palace directly. Instead, they looked up at the sky, paying close attention to the battle between Xianxia and the five old ancestors. The experts of the three palaces weren't fools. They knew that the final outcome would still be decided by Xianxia. If Xianxia could kill the five old ancestors, Desolate Palace would be completely finished. If Xianxia wasn't a match for the five old ancestors and was killed by them instead, the fate of the three palaces wouldn't change. Do you all think that Xianxia can kill the five old ancestors? They are human immortals after all. Don't worry. I have full confidence in Xianxia. He has created too many miracles. Given his current cultivation base, it shouldn't be a problem for him to kill the five old ancestors. The fate of our three palaces is now in the hands of Xianxia. If he can kill those human immortals with his current cultivation base, he will become the #1 expert in Saint Origin world and become a part of history. In the sky above, the five ancestors of Desolate Palace had conjured a solid battlefield. Xianxia had used the immortal mark to conceal the heavenly secret, denying them the chance to ascend to the immortal world. If he kept the immortal mark now, the five human immortals would immediately be summoned by the law of the immortal world and ascend to the immortal world. The atmosphere in the extraterritorial battlefield was tense. The five human immortal old ancestors locked the qi of Xianxia. Their hatred for Xianxia was indescribable. At this time, the only thing they wanted to do was to kill Xianxia. As for the secret of Xianxia, they didn't care about it anymore. Come on, let me see how powerful a human immortal is. Xianxia's qi was tremendous. His whole body was filled with boundless combat intent. Fighting against a human immortal was an incomparably exciting and satisfying thing. Let me test him. He's just a mortal. Even if he has advanced to the 9th grade great saint, how powerful can he be? Fifth ancestor was the first to move. His body flashed and appeared in front of Xianxia. He tore the void with his bare hands, sending boundless golden qi waves at Xianxia. It was a golden storm with strong immortal wind. Each of the waves was like a sharp blade that could cut the void, let alone a human. A human immortal is only SOSO. Your attack is just a flowery fist without substance in front of me. Without saying a word, Xianxia struck out the true dragon palm. A giant dragon claw appeared in the sky and clawed towards the front. The storm unleashed by the fifth ancestor was instantly torn apart and destroyed. Xianxia didn't say anything. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Xianxia's attacks were earth-shattering. The flaming wings on his back fluttered, and he appeared in front of the fifth ancestor like a ghost. He waved his hand and struck out the golden dragon's seal. Violent golden dragons roared and rushed out. 3 golden dragons surrounded the fifth ancestor from 3 different directions. The fifth ancestor was completely surrounded. Incredible! Fifth ancestor's facial expression changed dramatically. Before he fought with Xianxia, he had never thought that a 9th-grade great saint could be this powerful. Just one move from Xianxia had brought him tremendous pressure. Heavenly Tyrant Palm. The fifth ancestor let out a loud roar and unleashed a terrifying combat skill. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with golden handprints. Each of these handprints was as big as a house. They were flying everywhere, trying to destroy the golden dragon that Xianxia had unleashed. Boom! Unfortunately, the 5 ancestors had underestimated the power of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. The golden dragon seal was the most powerful seal among the 5 elemental combat dragon seals. Given Xianxia's current cultivation, ordinary early human immortal experts were no match for him. Rumble, the Heaven Tyrant Palm collided with the golden dragon seal. The golden dragon was too strong. The golden hands couldn't do any damage to the golden dragon. Roar roar, the golden dragon's attack power did not diminish. After destroying the fifth ancestor's heaven-dominating palm, it struck the fifth ancestor directly. Ah, that powerful attack was enough to tear everything apart. Even the powerful fifth ancestor let out a miserable scream. After the 3 golden dragons disappeared, the fifth ancestor looked very miserable. His body was covered in blood and his aura was extremely weak. He was no longer the same as when he was at his peak. Not good. Fifth brother. The other 4 ancestors exclaimed. The first ancestor was the strongest among them. He was the first to attack Xianxia, wanting to save the fifth ancestor. They had underestimated Xianxia's combat strength. The fifth ancestor was no match for Xianxia. If they didn't save the fifth ancestor, they would be killed by Xianxia in the next moment. Humph. You want to save the fifth ancestor from my hands? You don't have the ability to do so. Xianxia harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, he slashed out with extreme speed. Even if the first ancestor was standing in front of him, he wouldn't be able to save the fifth ancestor. Not only that, the first ancestor himself might not be able to block this attack from Xianxia. Pucci, the fifth ancestor let out one last scream as his body was cleaved into 2 by Xianxia. Xianxia flicked his sword and picked out a golden immortal essence from the fifth ancestor's body. Immortal essence was a good item. Xianxia had no use for it, but De Huang Dog could. At that moment, De Huang Dog was in a coma and it would be extremely difficult for him to wake up. If he could obtain the immortal essence from the fifth ancestor, it would be much better. The asterisk starred. The first ancestor didn't have the time to save the fifth ancestor. He swore furiously and sent out an immortal light at Xianxia. However, it was easily shattered by Xianxia. Even though he was a peak early-stage human immortal expert, he was still no match for Xianxia. Xianxia is too scary. That's a human immortal. My god. He was killed by a single slash. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Amazing. This is an earth-shattering battle. Xianxia has once again created a miracle. An early human immortal is no longer a match for him. Not even the mighty first ancestor is a match for Xianxia. Desolate Palace is finished this time. Great. This is great. Our 3 palaces are finally saved. The history of Saint Origin World is going to be rewritten. Seeing the fifth ancestor being killed and the first ancestor being forced back, the experts of the 3 palaces cheered. Such a scene was exactly what they had been dreaming of. They had never thought that it would come true. On the contrary, the experts of Desolate Palace were completely disheartened. They had experienced too many ups and downs in the past few days. Now, their nerves had become numb. Four of you, attack together. Don't waste time. Xianxia pointed his sword at the four of them. The heavenly secret had been concealed. The four old ancestors had no chance of ascending to the immortal realm. The only thing they could do now was to fight to the death with Xianxia. If they lost, they would end up like the fifth ancestor. This kid is very powerful. He has completely grown up. Everyone, be careful. We may have a glimmer of hope if we attack together. First ancestor said solemnly. The collision with Xianxia had allowed him to witness Xianxia's strength. Given their current strength, unless the four of them joined forces, they would have no chance of surviving. Even he, a peak early human immortal expert, didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating Xianxia. Kong Hong, the four old ancestors of Desolate Palace were infuriated. Xianxia unleashed his chi to the maximum and a powerful combat weapon appeared in his hand. Their weapons were refined with immortal chi, which made them incomparable to ordinary great saint weapons. The lethality they could unleash was extremely powerful. Great saint weapons, however, this kind of power was only in the eyes of others. It didn't exist in Xianxia's eyes. The heavenly saint sword that had reached the perfection stage could be called the #1 combat weapon in Saint Origin world. It could even fight against a true immortal weapon. Swoosh. Before the four old ancestors could attack, Xianxia was the first to move. His speed was too fast. With the help of the spatial shift and the flaming wings, he could appear in different places at any time. This time, his target was the four ancestors. Xianxia's movement was so fast that first ancestor's reaction was slow. Xianxia had already appeared not far away from fourth ancestor. The other three felt that there was no chance for them to rescue fourth ancestor. Be careful, fourth ancestor. First ancestor cried out in alarm and warned. Howl. However, this kind of warning didn't have the slightest effect. The heavenly saint sword let out a sharp whistling sound, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the fourth ancestor. The terrifying sword light interweaved into a sword net, instantly sealing the fourth ancestor inside the cage created by the heavenly saint sword. Key. Fourth ancestor yelled. He was, after all, an early human immortal expert and had great confidence in himself. He wouldn't be frightened by a 9th grade great saint. He channeled all the energy in his body into the combat weapon in his hand and charged at Xianxia's heavenly saint sword. Clang. The two terrifying super weapons collided with each other, instantly creating a large amount of sparks. The void was crushed and shattered, instantly turning into a chaotic space. Arg! The fourth ancestor let out a blood-curdling shriek. The combat weapon in his hand flew away, and one of his arms was shattered, turning into a mist of blood. His combat strength was greatly reduced. The fourth ancestor was terrified on the spot. If he didn't fight Xianxia, he would never understand how terrifying Xianxia was. At this moment, he finally understood how the fifth ancestor died, and a strong sense of fear emerged in his heart. It was the chi of death, and chi that he had never felt before. Humph! You will die together with him. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Without giving the fourth ancestor any time to react, he swung the heavenly saint sword once again. Outside the range of Xianxia's sword, the fourth ancestor didn't even have the chance to escape. He was slashed into half by Xianxia's sword and died miserably. Even the immortal soul couldn't escape from Xianxia's fate, and was stored away by Xianxia. Fourth ancestor was killed in a blink of an eye. The scene was too shocking. All the onlookers were frightened. To them, such a scene was like a dream. They wouldn't even dare to imagine such a scene. Those were human immortals, true immortals. In many people's hearts, they were like gods. But now, they were killed by Xianxia as easily as slaughtering dogs. He has completely surpassed his previous life. The fifth ancestor of Desolate Palace is going to die today. Ancestor Green Lotus's mouth curved into a smile. He knew Xianxia very well. In his previous life, Xianxia was already a dazzling star, the greatest saint under the heavens, the #1 existence in Saint Origin world. Now, Xianxia had completely surpassed his previous life and reached a new peak. With just a 9th grade great saint, he could kill mortal immortals at will. After killing fifth ancestor and fourth ancestor, the remaining three old ancestors of Desolate Palace were completely terrified. Even the peak early human immortal first ancestor was trembling in fear. We can't resist this man anymore. We have to escape immediately. Once we are out of Saint Origin Palace and beyond the range of the immortal mark, we will ascend to the immortal world. First ancestor made a prompt decision and said to second ancestor and third ancestor. Judging from the way Xianxia killed fourth and fifth ancestor, he was no longer someone they could fight. Unless he advanced to the intermediate human immortal realm, he wouldn't be able to kill Xianxia. However, it was undoubtedly a fantasy to rely on the heaven and earth Yuan Qi of Saint Origin world to advance to the intermediate human immortal realm. Therefore, the best way to save their lives was to ascend to the immortal world. To them, the entire Saint Origin Palace had been affected by the immortal mark, obscuring the heaven's secret. They couldn't sense the laws of the immortal world and couldn't ascend to the immortal world. Only by leaving Saint Origin Palace would they be able to sense the pull of the immortal world. Voila, before first ancestor's voice faded, Xianxia's five elemental sphere spread out with a swoosh, turning into an invisible net that enshrouded the three ancestors. This was no joke. How could he give them the chance to escape at this moment? All of you listen carefully. If you choose to run away, I will slaughter every single one of you in Desolate Palace and annihilate every single one of you. Plus, you won't be able to run away once you've fallen into my hands, said Xianxia. Xianxia's chi soared up to the sky. His words were incomparably fierce, shocking the three ancestors to the point that they didn't dare to move. Putting aside whether they could escape from Xianxia's hands or not, Xianxia's chi alone was enough to deter them from thinking of escaping. As the ancestors of Desolate Palace, abandoning their clansmen and escaping alone was already humiliating enough. If Desolate Palace was destroyed because of their escape, they would have to live in the shadow for the rest of their lives, unable to extricate themselves. Xianxia, you are being too ruthless. If worst comes to worst, Desolate Palace will surrender and you will let us go and ascend to the immortal world. From then on, Saint Origin world will be completely under your control. Don't go too far. First ancestor spoke. Given his status, only God knew how uncomfortable he was feeling to say such words at this moment. The three ancestors were afraid that they were going to vomit blood. Desolate Palace's 100-year plan was ruined in the hands of a single person. That kind of blow couldn't be described with just the word heavy. At this moment, the biggest thought in the minds of the three ancestors was regret. They regretted not killing Xianxia earlier. If they had killed Xianxia before he had the chance to grow, they wouldn't have to face today's disaster. Even if they didn't kill Xianxia in the cradle, as long as they didn't allow Xianxia to meet Ancestor Green Lotus, nothing would have happened. Desolate Palace would still be able to rule the entire Saint Origin world. At most, they would need to spend another 100 years to strengthen their foundation. To a human immortal expert, 100 years was nothing. Unfortunately, it was too late. There were plenty of medicines in this world. There were all kinds of divine pills and even immortal pills that could bring the dead back to life, but there was no medicine for regret. There was a kind of medicine that couldn't be obtained no matter how much money was spent. Cut the crap. Die. Xianxia didn't want to talk nonsense with the three ancestors. He held the Heavenly Saint sword and lunged at third ancestor. The combination of the flaming wings and the spatial shift had created the most perfect agility skill in this world. In addition to that, Xianxia's current cultivation base had reached the limit. The five ancestors of Desolate Palace were no match for him. Arg, third ancestor, who was already in a panic, had no desire to fight anymore. Under such circumstances, it was even more impossible for him to be a match for Xianxia. Xianxia's sword pierced through third ancestor's head. Third ancestor didn't even have the time to resist and died on the spot. Both the immortal soul and combat weapon were snatched away by Xianxia. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk after killing the third ancestor, Xianxia appeared in front of the second ancestor like a ghost. The terrifying Heavenly Saint sword glinted with countless sword lights, like a sea of dazzling swords, instantly enshrouding the second ancestor. The second ancestor was already trapped in the five elemental sphere, and could only wait for Xianxia to slaughter him. Asterisk Puqi. Asterisk the Heavenly Saint sword was invincible and too sharp. It slashed second ancestor in half and took away his immortal soul and combat weapon. After killing third ancestor and second ancestor, the only one left in the 5 elemental sphere was the first ancestor. Of course, this terror was only relative to the others. In front of Xianxia, this terror immediately became fragile and vulnerable. Seeing that Xianxia had appeared in front of him, the first ancestor's face turned completely pale. Facing Xianxia, he felt as if he was facing the god of death. After witnessing the 4 ancestors die in Xianxia's hands, the regret in the first ancestor's heart gushed out like a vast ocean. If the 5th ancestor was still alive, he would have cursed out loud. Before this, everything in Desolate Palace was managed by the 5th ancestor. Although the 5th ancestor knew about the monstrous existence of Xianxia in advance, he didn't put him in his eyes at all and gave him the opportunity to grow. That wasn't the big deal. The one who wanted to explore Xianxia's secret and proposed to let Xianxia meet Ancestor Green Lotus was also the 5th ancestor. If it wasn't for the 5th ancestor, Xianxia would have been dead by now. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Xianxia had completely grown to the point where they couldn't compete with him and could only look up to him. Haha. Xianxia, I never thought that a monstrous existence like you would appear in Saint Origin World. Desolate Palace's 100-year plan has been ruined in your hands. Sad, sad. First ancestor burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with desolation. There are still many things that you haven't thought of. Your desolate palace could have lived a peaceful life, but you just had to provoke me. Xianxia said plainly. Xianxia, I know that I will die today. You won't let me go. Before I die, I beg you one thing. First ancestor said. It seemed that he had completely given up resisting. He was a smart man. He knew that it was useless to resist at this moment. He would die either way. In front of Xianxia, there was no chance for him to escape even if he wanted to. Although I can't promise you, I will give you a chance to say it. Xianxia said. Xianxia, I know that you are cruel and merciless, but you are not a bloodthirsty devil. I hope that you can let the people of Desolate Palace go after my death. First ancestor said. His tone had turned into a pleading one. His fate could no longer be changed. As the ancestor of Desolate Palace, he had to fight for a slim chance of survival for his descendants. Otherwise, he would die with everlasting regret. I will decide how to deal with Desolate Palace. No one can control what I, Xianxia, want to do. Xianxia said. His killing intent fluctuated. His long sword swung out and landed on first ancestor's head, killing him in one strike. Ancestor. All 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace had died under Xianxia's sword. Miserable wails were heard from every corner of Desolate Palace. Sorrow was spreading rapidly. It was over. Desolate Palace was completely finished. After this battle, the Desolate Palace that had dominated Saint Origin World for a long time would disappear completely. Even if Xianxia didn't kill them, he wouldn't allow Desolate Palace to continue expanding. From now on, Xianxia would be the #1 expert in Saint Origin World. The entire Saint Origin Palace fell into a dead silence. Not even a breath could be felt. Xianxia had already reverted to his human form. He was wearing a snow-white robe, hovering in the air, letting the cold wind blow. His black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a god of war. Just a glance from him would make people feel awe. It was an unattainable image. At this moment, Xianxia had become the only existence in the heavens and earth. He was the focus of everyone. He was like a god. Xianxia retracted his chi and came to the front of the 3 palaces like a gust of wind, standing side by side with Ancestor Green Lotus. Green Lotus, now that you have regained your freedom, I think you will ascend to the immortal world very soon. Xianxia said with a smile. At most, it will take 3 days. Ancestor Green Lotus said confidently. His eyes swept across Xianxia. Brother, your cultivation has already reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. Given your foundation, I'm afraid that it won't take long for you to ascend to the immortal world. I'm not in a hurry. The matters in Saint Origin World haven't been settled yet. I still want to stay here for a little longer. Xianxia smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to ascend to the immortal world. If one's cultivation wasn't strong enough, it would be useless to be anxious. Xianxia was still 500 dragon marks away from 100,000, but it would take some time. Although his combat strength was strong enough to kill a human immortal, he wasn't a human immortal, so he couldn't be affected by the law of the immortal world. Moreover, Xianxia had a lot of things to deal with in Saint Origin world. Now that the world had been unified, he needed some time to accompany his family. Thinking of his father, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt. What are you going to do with the people of Desolate Palace? Ancestor Green Lotus asked. They are not in the wrong. I, Xianxia, am not a bloodthirsty maniac. However, the current situation in Saint Origin world needs to be readjusted. Xianxia said. Initially, he didn't intend to kill all of the people of Desolate Palace. He wouldn't and couldn't do such a thing. However, after the war, the situation in Saint Origin world had been completely disrupted. The scene of the 8 families contending for hegemony would no longer exist. Therefore, it was necessary for Xianxia to make some adjustments to the new situation in Saint Origin world. Xianxia, what are you going to do? Gu Firmament approached Xianxia. Whether it was Gu Palace, Demon Palace or Bin Palace, all of them listened to Xianxia. To put it bluntly, their lives were saved by Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia, they wouldn't know what would have happened to them. Many of them would have died. I have already thought about this matter. The establishment of Saint Origin Palace 100 years ago was a mistake. If Saint Origin Palace can't separate itself from Saint Origin world, then there's no point in its existence. Since the passageway to the immortal world has been opened, it shouldn't be the exclusive product of Saint Origin Palace. From now on, all 8 major palaces will return to Pure Land. I will personally destroy Saint Origin Palace and make it disappear. This place should be a void. As for the general situation in Pure Land, it will be the same as before. The 8 major palaces will exist separately and the situation will be restored to 100 years ago. However, I want to build a martial saint dynasty in Saint Origin world, the absolute ruler of Saint Origin world. The 8 major palaces will have to obey the orders and commands of the dynasty. With the support of the 8 major palaces, Saint Origin world will be truly unified. Xianxia said. He didn't have the ambition and dream of dominating the world, but judging from the grand plan of Desolate Palace, if Saint Origin world couldn't be unified, there would be turmoil in the future. This was something that Xianxia didn't want to see. Sooner or later, he would ascend to the immortal world and enter a higher cultivation plane, but his family and friends were still here. No matter when, Saint Origin world would always be his hometown. In order to ensure the safety of his family and friends, he had to build Saint Origin world as a solid piece of iron plate. And this is a good idea. Saint Origin Palace shouldn't exist in the first place. If brother can build the martial saint dynasty, it will be a great thing for the entire Saint Origin world. At least, it will keep Saint Origin world stable in the future. Ancestor Green Lotus nodded and praised. Brother Xianxia has saved all of us. We, Bin Palace, will be the first to support the martial saint dynasty. Bin Palace will be loyal to the martial saint dynasty for generations. We won't have the slightest ambition. Bing Xianxia was the first to express his opinion. With Xianxia's current ability, it was perfectly normal for him to create his own dynasty. Only Xianxia could truly unify the entire Saint Origin realm. Only he, Xianxia, could do it. That's right. The establishment of a super dynasty is a historical moment. Brother Xianxia has saved all of our lives. The demon race will naturally repay his kindness. Furthermore, the establishment of the martial saint dynasty will bring great benefits to the development of the entire Saint Origin world in the future. Heavenly Pung King said. To the 3 palaces, this experience was too soul-stirring. From the extermination of their race to the safe escape, they had seen through many things. Putting aside everything else, the fact that they were grateful to Xianxia was enough to ensure that they wouldn't go against Xianxia's decision. Ancient people like us naturally won't be disloyal. What Xianxia did today is to save the entire Saint Origin world. As the #1 expert of Saint Origin world, he has the right to do anything. Ancient people will be the first to support the establishment of the martial saint dynasty. Gu Firmament nodded his head. After experiencing life and death, everyone was changing. A big race was bound to transform as well. Desolate Palace, Narang Palace, Hua Palace, Shur Palace, Dan Palace, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I, Xianxia, am not a bloodthirsty devil. Desolate Palace has lost, but you didn't do anything wrong. I won't kill any of you. I won't even force you to sign any contract of submission. I, Xianxia, will not treat you as slaves. From now on, Saint Origin Palace will cease to exist. All of you will return to your families in the Pure Land. I will establish the Martial Saint Dynasty, a brand new dynasty, a major power that will truly rule the entire Saint Origin world. From now on, the 8 families of the Pure Land will be the people of the Martial Saint Dynasty. Henceforth, the 8 major families of the Pure Land will be the people of the Martial Saint Dynasty. Jiang Chen's words were like rolling thunder. His tone was unquestionable, leaving no room for negotiation. Or perhaps, he wasn't discussing with the people of the 5 major palaces because they had lost the right to discuss with him. The people of the 5 major palaces remained silent. Except for Desolate Palace, the other 4 palaces had no influence on Jiang Chen's decision. Their fate had already been determined the moment they were subdued by Desolate Palace. There was no difference between being ruled by Desolate Palace or Martial Saint Dynasty. No, there was still a huge difference. Desolate Palace treated them like slaves, but Jiangchen didn't. He gave them the space to live independently, allowing them to keep their clans intact and become the people of Martial Saint Dynasty. From this point of view, Jiangchen was still their savior. They should be grateful to Jiangchen for saving them. How would they dare to be dissatisfied with Jiangchen? As for Desolate Palace, Jiangchen had killed all their higher-ups. It was impossible for them to not have any hatred towards Jiangchen. However, given the current situation, it didn't matter whether they hated Jiangchen or not because they were no longer qualified to hate him. Jiangchen was already very merciful by letting them go and giving them the space to live. What else could they say? Did they have to resist and force Jiangchen to annihilate their families? Given Jiangchen's ferocious means, it wasn't impossible for him to annihilate them. Jiangchen wasn't afraid of Desolate Palace's retaliation in the future. He naturally had his own means and resources to build the Martial Saint Dynasty. Currently, he had a large number of pills, combat weapons, cultivation techniques, and combat skills. In addition, with the help of the ancient people, Demon Race and Bin Race, it wasn't impossible for Martial Saint Dynasty to grow in a short period of time. Little Chinzi, where are you going to build the Martial Saint Dynasty? Asked Han Yen. Let's build it in the Nebula sect. There's no need to build the Martial Saint Dynasty in the Pure Land. I used to be a disciple of the Nebula sect, said Jiangchen. Little Chinzi, since you are going to build the Martial Saint Dynasty, you must choose an emperor. I wonder if you have chosen the emperor? Asked Tyrant. Jiangchen lowered his brows and pondered. Han Yen and Tyrant were definitely not suitable. Given their talent, it wouldn't take long for them to ascend to the immortal world. As for his father, he didn't have enough talent, let alone his cultivation base. None of the original members of Martial Saint Dynasty from the Eastern continent was qualified to be the emperor. Although the emperor would have the support of the 8 major families, he or she must have a certain level of ability and room for improvement. After pondering for a while, Jiangchen felt that there was one person who was the most suitable. I think we should let Annan be the emperor. Let him have a good time. Jiangchen said with a smile. Ever since Namgong Wendian went into seclusion in Nebula sect, he hadn't shown himself again. Namgong Wendian's talent wasn't bad, but compared to Han Yen and Tyrant, who were both Xiantian geniuses, he was still lacking. As the saying goes, don't let the fertile water flow to outsiders. Naturally, Jiangchen had to find his own people to be the emperor, and Namgong Wendian was undoubtedly the best choice. Haha, it's not bad to let this guy be the emperor. Han Yen chuckled. Of course, they wouldn't have any objection to letting Namgong Wendian be the emperor. That day, Jiangchen, Ancestor Green Lotus, and a group of half-step human immortals from the 3 major palaces had joined forces to destroy the Saint Origin Palace. All the experts of the 8 major palaces had returned to the Pure Land. The Saint Origin Palace that had dominated the Saint Origin world for 100 years had finally disappeared, becoming a part of history. Saint Origin Palace was built because of Xianxia, and now it had disappeared because of Xianxia. This could be considered as a cause and effect. Xianxia's past and present life had only left 100 years of history in Saint Origin world. Ancient people, after the destruction of Saint Origin Palace, Xianxia and the others went straight to the ancient people's place. The martial Saint dynasty in the nebulous sect had already begun its construction. To the ancient people, everything happened too suddenly. The sudden return of so many experts from Saint Origin Palace had made Gu Xiantian fearful. The destruction of Desolate Palace and everything that happened in Saint Origin Palace were like a dream to the people of Pure Land. From this aspect, it could be seen that the 8 families of Pure Land and Saint Origin Palace had been separated for a long time, but from now on, this separation would no longer exist. The 8 families of Saint Origin Palace had once again become one. Undoubtedly, Xianxia had become the topic of everyone's discussion. When he was in Pure Land, he had left behind endless glory, but those who knew Xianxia would never have thought that Xianxia would grow so fast. When Gu Xiantian sent Xianxia to Gu Palace, it had only been a short period of time, but Xianxia had already grown to such a terrifying level. Although they hadn't witnessed such a feat with their own eyes, the thought of it was enough to make their blood boil. The reason why Xianxia stayed in Gu Palace was very simple. It was because the people of martial Saint dynasty were here. His family and friends were all here. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Xinyu, Wu Ningzhu, Yu Zihan, Wu Jiao, and his old friends from Eastern Continent were all here. One had to admit that after coming to Pure Land for such a long time, these people of Eastern Continent had improved tremendously. They had received the high-quality cultivation resources provided by the ancient people. It was impossible for them not to improve their cultivation base. In the future, they would be able to obtain even better cultivation resources. After the new martial Saint dynasty was established, each of them would become a core member. Although compared to the 8 major clans, their cultivation base was still not as strong as the 8 major clans, they could still improve their cultivation bases. With the help of powerful cultivation resources, it was not impossible for someone like Yu Zihan to break through to the Great Saint realm in the near future. The Gu race was bustling with activity. Han Yan led the army of the Devil race back to the Devil world. He had obtained the Supreme Devil Wand. From now on, the Devil race would never attack Saint Origin world again. Jiangchen created a sealed space and went into seclusion with De Huang Dog. To him, saving De Huang Dog was more important than anything else. De Huang Dog had the support of the Divine Beast bloodline. Although he wouldn't die, he had consumed his bloodline to withstand Big Tycoon's attack. The injuries he had suffered were too serious. However, this wasn't a big deal to Jiangchen. He now had 5 immortal souls in his possession. They were the immortal souls of human immortals, which contained powerful energy. As a human, Jiangchen couldn't absorb immortal souls, but De Huang Dog could, just like how Jiangchen could refine demon souls. 5 immortal souls. If De Huang Dog completely refined them, it would be more than enough for him to recover. Not only that, once he recovered, De Huang Dog's cultivation base would rise to another level. It was highly possible for him to ascend to the immortal world together with Jiangchen in the near future. De Huang, you and I have known each other for the longest time. Although you aren't a human, we are as close as brothers. You have risked your life to save me twice. In my heart, you are already my closest brother. However, I don't think a dead dog like you is that weak. Here are 5 immortal souls. You can have them. I hope you can recover as soon as possible. Jiangchen looked at De Huang Dog lying in front of him and said with a smile. Although De Huang Dog was gravely injured, Jiangchen was truly at ease after all these years. He didn't need to worry about being harassed by his enemies. He was now the #1 expert in Saint Origin world. No one would ever threaten him and no one would dare to threaten him. The entire world belonged to him and he was safe everywhere. Voila, Jiangchen waved his hand. 5 dazzling golden immortal souls flew out and hovered above De Huang Dog's head. A tyrannical force gushed out from Jiangchen's hand and fell on the 5 immortal souls. All the immortal souls exploded in an instant, turning into specks of light, wrapping De Huang Dog's entire body. Jiangchen's technique was skillful. He kept striking out seals to seal all the immortal qi, not wasting any of it. Under the sealing of the seals, the immortal qi began to flow into De Huangdog's body. At the same time, Xianxia released a large amount of wood spiritual qi. Not only could the wood spiritual qi heal his own injuries, it could also heal the injuries of others. Furthermore, the effect of the wood spiritual qi was much better than any divine pill in the heaven and earth. However, due to the severity of De Huangdog's injuries, it wouldn't be easy for him to recover in a short period of time. Even with the help of the wood spiritual qi and immortal soul, it would still take at least a month for him to fully recover and wake up. Ancestor Green Lotus and Tyrant didn't leave the ancient people's palace. After Great Master Ranfeng received the news of Ancestor Green Lotus's return, he immediately flew over from the western domain. Ancient people specially prepared a cultivation place for Ancestor Green Lotus. Great Master Ranfeng met Ancestor Green Lotus. This was the first time the three of them met each other. Master. Great Master Ranfeng knelt down in front of Ancestor Green Lotus. His eyes instantly turned cloudy. His feelings for Ancestor Green Lotus were the same as Tyrant's feelings for him. Ancestor Green Lotus was both a master and a father. It had been more than 100 years. Great Master Ranfeng had painstakingly waited for more than 100 years just for this day. Outsiders said that Ancestor Green Lotus was dead, but he didn't believe it. He believed that his master wouldn't lie to him. After waiting for more than 100 years, he finally met his master again. Ranfeng, you've grown old. Ancestor Green Lotus bent down and helped Great Master Ranfeng up. His eyes were filled with kindness. As a monk, his disciple was almost like his own son. Moreover, Ancestor Green Lotus had only accepted one disciple in his entire life. This showed that the relationship between them wasn't something ordinary people could compare with. They hadn't seen each other for more than 100 years. The moment Ancestor Green Lotus was imprisoned by Desolate Palace, he had already given up all hope and believed that he wouldn't be able to get out of that place in this lifetime. He didn't expect that he would have the chance to fight again today. It was impossible for him to not be happy. I never thought that I would be able to see Master again in this life. Ranfeng will have no regrets even if I have to die right now. Great Master Ranfeng wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't keep calm due to his excitement. Tyrant, come here and kowtow to your ancestor. Great Master Ranfeng said to Tyrant who was standing beside him. Tyrant immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Ancestor Green Lotus. He didn't dare to disrespect Ancestor Green Lotus. In his heart, Great Master Ranfeng was both a master and a father. Ancestor Green Lotus was his true idol. He had lost count of how many times he had knelt and kowtowed in front of Ancestor Green Lotus statue. Now that he was kneeling in front of the real Ancestor Green Lotus, he couldn't help but feel excited. Tyrant didn't forget that it was the eminent monk in front of him who had fused his broken immortal soul into a relic and gave it to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Moreover, Ancestor Green Lotus had played a crucial role in dealing with Desolate Palace. To put it bluntly, without Ancestor Green Lotus, it would be hard to say what the current situation would be like. Xianxia was already in a state of insanity and had lost his mind. Without Ancestor Green Lotus' help, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to pass through Tyrant's trial, let alone the 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace. You may rise. Ancestor Green Lotus nodded at Tyrant. He was quite satisfied with Great Master Ranfeng's disciple. Being able to achieve such a cultivation base at such a young age, Ancestor Green Lotus could be considered as a peak existence among the younger generation. After all, not every genius could be compared with Xianxia. Xianxia's existence itself was a miracle of the heavens and earth. Ranfeng, little monk, I will ascend to the immortal world in 2 days. Before that, I will impart the supreme scripture of Buddha's sect, the Great Compassion Mantra. I believe it will be of great use to you, especially little monk. You have a very high perception in Buddha Dharma. If you can obtain the Great Compassion Mantra, your cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. You will be able to break through to a higher realm in a short period of time, which won't be too bad for you when you ascend to the immortal world in the future. Ancestor Green Lotus spoke. His evaluation of Tyrant was very high. With a unique eye, he could tell that Tyrant's perception in Buddha Dharma was even higher than his own in the past. With such an achievement at such a young age, Tyrant's future achievements would certainly be limitless. At the very least, Tyrant would surpass his own. Upon hearing this, Great Master Ranfeng and Tyrant's bodies trembled. Tyrant was extremely excited. As a member of Buddha's sect, there was no one who wouldn't be interested in the Great Compassion Mantra. Naturally, Tyrant was no exception. On the other hand, Great Master Ranfeng's shock was different. It was the combination of the joy of reunion and the sadness of parting. However, after thinking about it, Great Master Ranfeng felt relieved. His master had already reached a certain powerful realm. He should have ascended to the immortal world 100 years ago. To Ancestor Green Lotus, it was already a great loss for him. Ranfeng, don't be sad. Master's ascension is a good thing. You should be happy for me. Ancestor Green Lotus said with a smile. Yes, Master. Great Master Ranfeng bowed to Ancestor Green Lotus. Alright, I will now teach you the Great Compassion Mantra. I will only tell you the mnemonic. As for how much you can comprehend, that will depend on your own ability and luck. After that, Ancestor Green Lotus imparted the supreme secret scripture of Buddha's sect to Tyrant and Great Master Ranfeng on the spot. This was the best gift he could give to them before his ascension. 2 days later, in the void outside the ancient clan, thunder rumbled and dark clouds covered the sky. A coercive might filled the sky and the entire Pure Land trembled. In the face of this heavenly might, all the cultivators there found it difficult to even breathe. Xianxia, who was treating De Huang Dog, also felt the changes in the heavenly pressure. He immediately stopped what he was doing. Green Lotus is about to ascend. I have to go out and have a look. This is the immortal tribulation. I will experience it soon. Kong long long, the terrifying lightning spread out for an unknown distance. Each of the lightning bolts was earth-shattering, causing people's hearts to tremble. This was a powerful immortal tribulation. For many people, it was extremely rare. Countless people's gazes were focused on the sea of lightning. Even though they were far away from it, they could still feel their hearts trembling and their breathing becoming difficult. Under the sea of lightning stood a silhouette. His whole body was covered in golden Buddha light, like a peerless Buddha. He was giving off an admirable aura. He was a peerless eminent monk, a true Buddha. That silhouette was none other than Ancestor Green Lotus. This was his heavenly tribulation. Standing under the heavenly tribulation, Ancestor Green Lotus appeared very calm. His eyes didn't show the slightest ripple, but underneath his calm exterior, he was actually very excited. To him, this scene should have happened more than 100 years ago. Now that he was finally going to enter the immortal world, it was impossible for him to not feel any emotion. Great Master Ranfeng and Tyrant's eyes didn't even blink, especially Great Master Ranfeng. He seemed to be much more excited than Ancestor Green Lotus. His emotions were written all over his face. Don't be nervous, Great Master. You will also have such a day. Xianxia suddenly appeared next to Great Master Ranfeng. While looking at Ancestor Green Lotus, he said with a smile on his face. Brother Xianxia, I think it won't be long before you ascend to the immortal world. You are now the strongest expert in Saint Origin world, and you will be the youngest to ascend to the immortal world. Great Master Ranfeng looked at Xianxia. Whenever he looked at this young man, he would always feel satisfied and appreciative from the bottom of his heart. Back then, he had wholeheartedly befriended Xianxia, and now, it seemed like it was the right choice. If he had to rely on Tyrant, he had no idea how long it would take for him to see his master again. Perhaps, it would never happen again. Without Xianxia, perhaps he and Ancestor Green Lotus would never be able to see each other again, and Ancestor Green Lotus wouldn't be able to ascend to the immortal realm today. You're right. It won't be long before I ascend. I'm afraid it'll take more than a month. Xianxia nodded. His understanding of the dragon transformation skill was getting higher and higher, and he could already predict some things. For the last 500 dragon marks, Xianxia could completely rely on his own understanding to condense them. According to his estimation, he would be able to condense them in about a month. After that, he would ascend to the immortal world. He had the same idea about the immortal realm as Ancestor Green Lotus. He should have ascended to the immortal realm more than 100 years ago, but now he had waited for more than 100 years. Back then, he had split open the gate of the immortal realm with his sword in order to break through to a higher realm and enter the legendary immortal realm. More than a month. Tyrant murmured. After listening to Xianxia's words, he felt tremendous pressure. Although his current cultivation wasn't weak, it was basically impossible for him to ascend to the immortal world in a month's time. However, with the help of the Great Compassion mantra, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds in the following days. Even if he couldn't ascend to the immortal world with Xianxia, it wouldn't take too long. Hong long, thunder rumbled. Huge lightning poured down from the sky. Ancestor Green Lotus was instantly engulfed in a sea of lightning. The terror of the immortal tribulation was incomparable to that of the Saint Tribulation. Apart from the destructive power of the lightning, the pressure was even more terrifying. The invisible pressure of the heavens would strike the soul of the person who was undergoing the tribulation. Sure enough, the immortal tribulation isn't comparable to the Saint Tribulation. Given our current cultivation, we will have a chance to undergo the immortal tribulation in the future. Now that we can witness Ancestor Green Lotus undergoing the immortal tribulation with our own eyes, it will bring us endless benefits. Ancient people, a half-step human immortal old ancestor said. That's right. Becoming a true human immortal and ascending to the immortal world will be our next goal. You and I have been cultivating our whole lives just for this day. A half-step human immortal old ancestor of Demon Palace said. To them, it was meaningless to continue staying in Saint Origin world. The path of cultivation was endless. As a cultivator, who wouldn't want to climb to a higher level, Ancestor Green Lotus took 20 minutes to complete his heavenly tribulation. Without any accidents, he successfully advanced to the early human immortal realm. Everyone saw an incomparably bright light descending from the sky, turning into an illusory passageway. The end of the passageway couldn't be seen, and no one knew where it led to. It enveloped Ancestor Green Lotus completely. Brother Xianxia, this old monk will be waiting for you in the immortal world. Ancestor Green Lotus disappeared quickly. This was the last sentence he left for Xianxia. The lightning disappeared and the sky became clear again. Ancestor Green Lotus had ascended to the immortal world, completely disappearing from Saint Origin world. What was left behind were the legends of the future generations. As for what the immortal world was like, no one knew. But one thing was for sure, the immortal world was a vast world that Saint Origin world couldn't compare to. Ancestor Green Lotus ascension had stimulated many people, giving them a new goal. Great Saint wasn't the end, human immortal was just the beginning. In the following days, Martial Saint Dynasty was still in the process of building itself. In order to build the #1 dynasty in Saint Origin world, it had to build the momentum of a super dynasty. Nebula Kid was incomparably happy that Nebula sect had become an important place. He also felt lucky for his choice. Xianxia didn't go anywhere else during this period of time. He just stayed in the condensing mist world. The entire condensing mist world had become Xianxia's backyard. Xianxia helped De Huang Dog to recover from his injuries while comprehending the dragon transformation skill. After calming down his mind, his cultivation base improved day by day. Apart from that, Xianxia also spent most of his time accompanying his family. During this period of time, the condensing mist world was filled with joy and laughter. Jiang Zhenhai was grinning from ear to ear every day. Yan Xingyu and Wu Ningzhu, one served him tea and the other massaged his back every day. They were truly filial. To put it bluntly, Jiang was now the old great emperor of Saint Origin world. He was Jiang's father. Who would dare to offend him? Not to mention now, even if Jiang ascended to the immortal world in the future, no one would dare to offend this old great emperor. Even those half-step human immortal supreme ancestors had to be polite to Jiang Zhenhai with a smile. However, good times didn't last long. More than a month passed by very quickly. On this day, a powerful energy wave suddenly burst out from a spatial zone in the condensing mist world. It's De Huang Dog. Jiang face was filled with joy. This powerful energy wave came from the spatial zone where De Huang Dog was recovering. After more than a month of recovery, De Huang Dog had finally absorbed all the immortal soul and awakened. Roar, an earth-shattering roar was heard. De Huang Dog automatically flew out from the spatial zone and hovered in the sky above the condensing mist world. His huge and majestic body was radiating 5-colored light waves. Pieces of golden scales appeared on his body, which looked incomparably mystical. 3 horns emerged on his head, giving him the embryonic form of a dragon horse. However, this form only appeared for a moment before disappearing. De Huang Dog still looked like a dog. This made people suspect that De Huang Dog did it on purpose. Perhaps he liked the look of a dog. Incredible. I'm afraid that De Huang's cultivation has already reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. Xianxia said in surprise. It's not just the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. After absorbing the 5 immortal souls, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he has comprehended the laws of the immortal world. If I'm not mistaken, De Huang can trigger the immortal tribulation at any time and ascend to the immortal world. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. His words were filled with excitement. However, this was within Jiang Chen's expectation. One should know that the energy of the 5 immortal souls was too massive. It had brought unimaginable benefits to De Huang Dog. It was only normal for him to reach the peak of 9th grade Great Saint and trigger the immortal world. What a monster! Han Yan shook his head helplessly. These days, he and Tyrant had been in seclusion in order to break through to a higher level and catch up to Jiang Chen's footsteps. However, they didn't expect that De Huang Dog would be the first to ascend to the immortal world. Everyone gathered together, looking at the changes in De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was injured in order to save Jiang Chen. Now, he had recovered and his cultivation had improved tremendously. Everyone felt happy for him. 3 days later, I will ascend to the immortal world together with De Huang. Jiang Chen said suddenly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Their faces turned gloomy, especially Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Xinyu, and Wu Ningzhu. Although they had expected this day to come, they didn't expect it to happen so soon. Jiang Chen's ascension to the immortal world was a good thing. They should be happy for Jiang Chen. In fact, they were happy for Jiang Chen, but they weren't willing to face this parting. This parting was different from the previous ones. This was a huge parting. So soon? Jiang Zhenhai sighed. Dad, little you, sister Ning, Yan, Tyrant, don't be sad. I'm ascending to the immortal world just a step ahead of time. With your cultivation base, ascending to the immortal world is only a matter of time. Our parting will only be temporary. De Huang and I will be waiting for you in the immortal world. We'll be the vanguard in the immortal world. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He understood their feelings very well. However, ascending to the immortal world couldn't be delayed. He had already calculated the date. 3 days later, the number of dragon marks in his body would reach 100,000. Coincidentally, De Huang Dog had also reached the same level. 3 days later, both of them would ascend to the immortal world at the same time. Little Chenzi is right. This is only a temporary parting. He and De Huang will ascend to the immortal world in advance. We won't need too much time. When we reach the immortal world, we can still fight side by side and leave our own glory in the immortal world. For the last 3 days, Jiang Chen sealed himself in an independent spatial zone. The matters in Saint Origin world had come to an end. He wanted to pursue a higher plane and a higher cultivation base. He was getting closer and closer to 100,000 dragon marks. To him, 3 days was more than enough. When Jiang Chen chose to go into seclusion, Han Yan, Tyrant, Yan Xinyu, and Wu Ningzhu also chose to go into seclusion. In order to follow in Jiang Chen's footsteps, even though they were talented, they had to put in 100 times more effort. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were going to ascend in 3 days. If they didn't put in more effort, the gap between them and Jiang Chen would only widen. They would only become Jiang Chen's burden when they reached the immortal world. Jiang Chen put all his attention on the dragon transformation skill. A blood-red ancient dragon shadow was hovering around his body. It seemed like it was going to materialize at any time. It made Jiang Chen look incomparably mystical. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in a very wonderful state, as if the dragon transformation skill was about to reach the great circle. Dragon marks were automatically condensed and his chi-si was constantly expanding. Countless dragon marks hovered in his chi-si like real dragons, letting out muffled dragon roars. The scene was incomparably spectacular. If such a scene were to happen in the real world, the shock it would cause would be absolutely unimaginable. As the number of dragon marks was getting closer to 100,000, Jiang Chen's understanding of the dragon transformation skill became deeper and deeper. With this, Jiang Chen felt that this divine skill was incomparably abstruse. The journey that he had to explore was still incomparably long. The dragon transformation skill is indeed a peerless divine skill. When I first came into contact with it, I thought that 100,000 dragon marks was the great circle and I would be able to reach the pinnacle of the dragon transformation skill. Now, it seems like I'm gravely mistaken. 100,000 dragon marks is only the initial great circle of the dragon transformation skill. I'm still very far away from the true pinnacle. However, the stronger the dragon transformation skill is, the more benefits it will bring me. My combat strength will still be terrifying when I reach the immortal world. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The dragon transformation skill had given him more and more confidence. This skill was too profound, and 100,000 dragon marks was just the initial stage of perfection. According to the dragon transformation skill, 100,000 dragon marks would allow one to transform into a dragon and soar into the skies. This was true. Jiang Chen's body had always been half dragon and half human. If he reached the great circle of 100,000 dragon marks, he would become a real dragon and soar across the heavens and earth. He was still a human, but he had the complete true dragon bloodline. This was the first step of the dragon transformation skill. The so-called true dragon son of heaven was like this. Jiang Chen was the true dragon son of heaven. After reaching the great circle of 100,000 dragon marks, my cultivation base will directly reach the early human immortal realm. At that time, along with the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, I will receive even greater benefits. My cultivation base will be able to reach the intermediate human immortal realm. If nothing goes wrong, the immortal tribulation will bring me an even greater transformation. At that time, it won't be impossible for me to reach the late human immortal realm. If I reach the late human immortal realm, I won't be in a passive position even in the immortal world. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of smile. That was his supreme confidence. This was also the experience he gained from cultivating the dragon transformation skill. The transformation of the dragon transformation skill and the baptism of the lightning tribulation would undoubtedly allow him to increase his cultivation base by 2 levels. If Jiang Chen really reached the late human immortal realm when he ascended to the immortal world, it would be a miracle. One should know that the higher one's cultivation base was, the harder it was to advance to the human immortal realm. If Jiang Chen was able to increase his cultivation base by 2 or 3 levels in one go like this, it would definitely be shocking to many people. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded out from Jiang Chen's body. At this moment, the 100,000 dragon marks had finally been formed, and the dragon transformation skill had reached its initial completion. Haha, 100,000 dragon marks, transforming into a dragon and soaring to the sky. Jiang Chen suddenly burst into laughter. At this moment, he felt countless true dragon qi gushing out from his body. That was an incomparably noble qi. Jiang Chen's bones began to change and the blood-red light on his body intensified. Asterisk roar, asterisk an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly resounded in the sky above the ancient people, startling everyone. Then, a huge gust of wind floated in the sky above the ancient people. Everyone saw a blood-red dragon hovering in the void, twisting and turning its body. The blood-red dragon was too powerful. No one knew how much energy was contained in its body. Just a casual movement from it could release an incomparably great force, causing cracks to appear everywhere in the void. Such a powerful dragon qi. Could this be the legendary true dragon? Dragons are divine creatures, supreme existences. In the history of Saint Origin world, there has never been a true dragon. Occasionally, 1 or 2 Jiao dragons would be terrifying enough. This blood-red dragon is exuding a familiar qi. It's Jiang Chen's qi. Jiang Chen already has a transformation skill, but he always looked like a half-dragon and half-human. I never thought that he would transform into a true dragon. This is truly terrifying. True dragon son of heaven. This is the real true dragon son of heaven. Jiang Chen is a peerless genius that's hard to come by throughout the ages. It's a miracle that he could transform into a dragon. Many of them exclaimed. No one wasn't shocked. Such a scene had never appeared in the history of Saint Origin world. Such an unparalleled spectacle was an eye-opener for all of them. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. The birth of the true dragon son of heaven was an auspicious sign. The appearance of such a figure in Saint Origin world would bring endless auspiciousness to the martial Saint dynasty. This kid's cultivation technique is truly mysterious and unpredictable. Now that he has transformed into a real dragon, it's not an exaggeration to call him the true dragon son of heaven. De Huang Dog was also shocked. He was the only one who knew about Xianxia's secret, but he had never thought that Xianxia's cultivation technique would be so terrifying. Little Chinzi's cultivation base has already reached the early human immortal realm, but he has used the immortal mark to block the immortal world's law, so the lightning tribulation hasn't descended yet. Tyrant said. His chi is getting stronger and stronger. It seems like he's going to break through to a higher realm. He might even reach the intermediate human immortal realm. How terrifying. Han Yan couldn't help but sigh. They really had nothing to say about Jiang who was an anomaly. At this moment, Jiang was in another mysterious state. He had used the immortal mark to deceive the heaven's will, so that he could use the transformation of the dragon transformation skill to break through to the intermediate human immortal realm, and then transcend the lightning tribulation. Jiang was receiving the benefits and baptism brought by the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. After reaching the initial completion of the dragon transformation skill, a wave of new information flowed into Jiang mind. Dragon Transformation Skill Advancement Chapter, 50,000 dragon marks will be condensed for each advancement. Following this message, Jiang rolled his eyes in shock. Every time he broke through, he would need to condense 50,000 dragon marks? This was ridiculous. Before this, he would only be able to condense 2,000 dragon marks for each breakthrough, but now, he needed to condense 50,000 dragon marks for each breakthrough. This Dragon Transformation Skills Evolution chapter was really terrifying. If he could cultivate this chapter to the major completion stage, he would have no idea how many dragon marks he would have in his chi. But this is still acceptable. After all, the difference between an immortal and a human is too huge. Every advancement is a huge leap, so it's understandable that I need 50,000 dragon marks. Now that I'm receiving the benefits of the Dragon Transformation Skill Advancement, it won't be a problem for me to condense 50,000 dragon marks. Jiang thought to himself. Right now, his chi was more than 100 times bigger than before. Right now, his chi was like a real ocean. There were dragon marks everywhere, and blood-red lights could be seen everywhere. The number of dragon marks was increasing at a terrifying speed. 110,000, 120,000, 130,000, 140,000, 150,000. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of dragon marks were condensed like tidal waves. Jiang cultivation base had also successfully broken through to the intermediate human immortal realm, reaching a level that mortals couldn't reach. My current dragon form is still 10 times my combat strength. It's a pity that there's no improvement. Jiang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The increase in combat strength of a half-dragon and a true dragon was the same, but 10 times of combat strength was already very terrifying. It was enough for him to kill people one level higher in his dragon form. There were many secret skills in the world that could temporarily increase one's combat strength. However, these secret skills were harmful to the cultivator, and a certain price had to be paid. Even so, it was impossible to find a secret skill that could increase one's combat strength by 10 times. Ordinary secret skills that could increase one's combat strength by 2 or 3 times were already very terrifying and rarely seen in the world. It was an unimaginable miracle for someone like Jiang to instantly increase his combat strength by 10 times without the slightest bit of backlash or impact on his body. Wing. The Zulong Tower let out a whistling sound. After advancing to the human immortal realm, the Zulong Tower had condensed to 12 floors. The body of the tower was simple and unadorned, and the ancient runes could be seen clearly. It was unimaginably sturdy. As a powerful defensive divine tool, it was simply invincible. The Heavenly Saint Sword had also advanced to the immortal tool. In the future, it could be used together with the Zulong Tower. One for offense, the other for defense. De Huang, come up and transcend the tribulation together. Xianxia opened his huge dragon mouth and said to the Huang dog below. Wakaka. Great. This is great. The Huang dog laughed loudly. His majestic body instantly rushed up to the sky. His cultivation base had already reached the early human immortal realm. If it wasn't for Xianxia's immortal mark, he would have been attracted by the laws of the immortal world. Kong Long, Xianxia kept the immortal mark. Instantly, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. It was 2 thunderbolts and 2 completely different tribulation clouds. Although Xianxia and De Huang Dog were going to transcend the tribulation at the same time, it was impossible for them to be in the same space. Otherwise, if the lightning tribulations overlapped, who could withstand the power? Rumble, in an instant, the tribulation cloud was densely packed. The scene of Xianxia and De Huang Dog undergoing the tribulation at the same time was too spectacular. Compared to the immortal tribulation of Ancestor Green Lotus 3 days ago, it was on a completely different level. One was a super evildoer, and the other had the bloodline of a divine beast. Both of their tribulations were much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Roar, De Huang Dog was bathed in the lightning. His majestic body was constantly spiraling, and his aura was at its peak. When the terrifying lightning struck his body, it was like scratching an itch. It didn't cause any damage to De Huang Dog at all. Ha ha ha, this feels great. De Huang Dog was incomparably excited. For any cultivator, this day was incomparably exciting and worthy of remembrance. Once they broke through this step, they would soar into the sky in one go, truly breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Being tempered by heavenly thunder and bathed in lightning was a good thing for those who were going through the heavenly tribulation. This was especially true for those with a divine beast bloodline like the De Huang Dog. After experiencing the tempering of the heavenly tribulation, their corporeal bodies would be strengthened. The stronger they were, the more terrifying their combat power would be. On the other side, no one knew what Xianxia's thunder tribulation was. Judging from its power alone, it was at least 2 times more terrifying than De Huang Dog's. Every lightning bolt that came pouring down had the power to destroy heaven and earth. That part of the void was completely obliterated. Xianxia's huge dragon body continued to circle, allowing the lightning to strike him. However, it was unable to cause any damage to him. Xianxia had experienced a lot of lightning tribulations. He already had his own experience when it came to going through lightning tribulations. Moreover, he had accumulated a lot of power of lightning in his body. He had already developed a kind of immunity towards lightning tribulations. Buzz, the heavenly saint sword hovered around Xianxia. At this moment, it had completely turned into a dragon sword. It was extremely mystical. The sword light it emitted was enough to tear the void apart. The heavenly saint sword was Xianxia's natal weapon. It had accompanied Xianxia in both his past and present lives. Now, with the advancement of Xianxia's cultivation, the heavenly saint sword had also advanced to an immortal weapon. Although it was only a human rank immortal weapon, its terror was unimaginable. So powerful. Xianxia's lightning tribulation is at least 10 times more terrifying than Ancestor Green Lotus lightning tribulation 3 days ago. I'm afraid only Xianxia can attract such a dreadful lightning tribulation. Only a monstrous genius like him can withstand such a lightning tribulation. If it was us, I'm afraid we would have died tragically under the sea of lightning. That's right. I've seen Ancestor's lightning tribulation before, but compared to Xianxia's lightning tribulation, both its power and scene pales in comparison. Xianxia is an unprecedented genius. His future achievements will be limitless. I'm afraid he won't be an ordinary person even in the immortal world. Of course. This man has great luck. This luck will accompany him for the rest of his life. No one wasn't surprised, especially those half-step human immortal old ancestors. They were closer to the human immortal realm, so they had a deeper understanding of the lightning tribulation. The power of Xianxia's lightning tribulation was enough to show how terrifying Xianxia was. Such a genius with great luck wouldn't be an ordinary person even in the high and mighty immortal world. At this moment, Xianxia was undergoing a different kind of sublimation under the lightning tribulation. Both the Heavenly Saint Sword and the Zulong Tower were improving, especially the Zulong Tower. Its powerful devouring power could directly devour the power of lightning and convert it into energy. It seemed that after the lightning tribulation was over, the 12th floor of the Zulong Tower would be fully condensed. With the help of the lightning tribulation, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was constantly improving. The dragon marks in his body began to condense crazily. 160,000, 170,000, 180,000, 190,000, 200,000. The lightning tribulation lasted for 20 minutes. Jiang Chen had completed his lightning tribulation. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached 200,000, and his cultivation base had advanced to the late human immortal realm. With his current cultivation base, he would be able to resolve any danger he might encounter in the immortal world. At the same time, the lightning tribulation on De Huangdog's side had also ended. The sky was clear once again. Jiang Chen and De Huangdog stood together. They didn't descend to the ground, but looked down at the crowd below. Chen Er. Brother Chen. Little Chenzi. At this moment, everyone tensed up. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Chenyu, Wu Ningzhu, Han Yan, Tyrant, Wu Jiao, Yu Zihan, Nangong Wendian, these were Jiang Chen's loved ones. All of them had a solemn look on their faces. They knew that the time for Jiang Chen to ascend had come. Jiang Chen wasn't an indecisive person. He didn't want to be immersed in the sadness of parting. Therefore, he kept the immortal mark. Kong Long, the moment the immortal mark was kept, a golden light beam shone down from the immortal world. It should be 2 light beams. They shrouded Jiang Chen and De Huangdog respectively. Their bodies began to fade. It was the passageway to the immortal world. Father, I'm unfilial. Little you, Sister Ning, Ah Yen, Tyrant, Ah Nan, I'll wait for you in the immortal world. I'll leave martial Saint Dynasty to you all. Jiang Chen left his last words, then vanished with De Huangdog. They had completely vanished from this piece of sky. This time, they had truly left. However, the glory they had left in Saint Origin World could never be covered. Jiang Chen's name was destined to become the everlasting symbol and history of Saint Origin World. After Jiang Chen left, Han Yan and the others didn't say anything. They immediately went into seclusion to break through to the immortal world. Their next goal was to break through to the immortal world. The days without Jiang Chen were too dull. They were passionate people. A peaceful life would make them feel like they were going crazy. Therefore, they wanted to continue following Jiang Chen's footsteps. They wanted to create their own heaven and earth in the immortal world. Jiang Chen and De Huangdog seemed to have entered an illusory tunnel of time and space. They didn't deliberately control their bodies, allowing them to fly freely. I wonder what the immortal world is like. I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He was really looking forward to the unknown immortal world. Ever since De Huangdog entered the tunnel leading to the immortal world, he suddenly became a little depressed, as if he had fallen into some kind of deep memory. De Huang, what are you thinking about? Jiang Chen patted De Huangdog's head. Nothing. I suddenly recovered some of my memory. Do you want to hear about the immortal world? De Huangdog grinned. You know about the immortal world? Jiang Chen was stunned. Although this dog possessed the complete bloodline of a divine beast, he had never entered the immortal world like Jiang Chen. How could he know about the immortal world? Could it be that this guy still had the memory of the immortal world? However, Jiang Chen didn't ask too much. He was really curious about everything about the immortal world. He wanted to listen to De Huangdog's explanation. Back in Saint Origin World, he was a reincarnated expert who could control everything, but now that he had arrived in the immortal world, he was just a rookie, a true newbie. The immortal plane is too big. It is unimaginably big. In the immortal plane, human immortals are just the lowest existences. Due to the laws of the immortal plane, it is very easy for the people of the immortal plane to assail the human immortal stage. Thus, even if we enter the immortal plane as human immortals, we will have no status at all. De Huangdog said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was shocked. He didn't expect that the first-class existence in Saint Origin World could only be the most ordinary mortal in the immortal world. To an ascender, this was indeed a psychological blow. Above human immortals, there are earth immortals, heaven immortals, divine immortals, golden immortals, and other powerful existences. We're almost at the end. I'll explain it to you when we reach the inner part of the immortal world. While the Huang dog was talking, the passageway suddenly shook violently. A bright light appeared in front of him. The passageway to the immortal world was coming to an end. At this moment, an extremely dangerous qi suddenly rose from the bottom of Jiang Chen's heart. He saw a white light descending from the sky all of a sudden. The light was like an indestructible sharp blade. Even the spatial passageway was cut off on the spot. That light seemed to have a target. The target was Jiang Chen. It slashed at Jiang Chen. Not good. De Huang, run away now. Jiang Chen's face turned pale with fright. He could sense an extremely dangerous qi from that ray of light. Even with his late human immortal cultivation base, he couldn't withstand it at all. Under that light, he felt as tiny as an ant. That's right. Now that he had merged with De Huang Dog's passageway, if he was attacked, De Huang Dog wouldn't be able to escape. Immediately, Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and forcefully separated the passageway from De Huang Dog. In the blink of an eye, De Huang Dog disappeared. Mother ****. What's going on? De Huang Dog cursed. Now that the passageway had been separated, he couldn't see Jiang Chen's shadow anymore. However, he knew that Jiang Chen was facing an unprecedented disaster and danger. Unfortunately, he couldn't help Jiang Chen at all. On the other side, Jiang Chen was already locked by the light, unable to escape. Mother ****. Who wants to kill me? I haven't been to the immortal world yet. Don't tell me I already have an enemy? Jiang Chen cursed gloomily. It was obvious that someone wanted to kill him and was waiting for him to ascend. Without much time to think, Jiang Chen took out the 12-story Zulong Tower and covered his entire body. Hong Long, the light landed on the Zulong Tower. The originally indestructible Zulong Tower suddenly shattered. At the same time, the light attacked Jiang Chen's body. Barf. Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The destruction of the Zulong Tower and the attack of the light had caused unimaginable injuries to him. It was an unprecedented injury. Jiang Chen felt that his soul was about to be torn apart, and he could die at any time. After the light entered Jiang Chen's body, it didn't kill him directly. Instead, it turned into a brand that stayed in the depths of his soul. This is a soul brand. It seems like the other party doesn't want to kill me. They just want to severely injure me. However, this soul brand allows them to locate me at any time. In other words, as long as I enter the immortal world, I will be immediately discovered by this person. Who is it? Jiang Chen's current situation was extremely bad. One could imagine that the light just now was shot by a supreme expert in the immortal world. That attack alone was enough to kill Jiang Chen. However, the attacker obviously didn't want to kill Jiang Chen directly. Now, he had left a soul imprint in his soul with the purpose of locking him down. Even though Jiang Chen didn't die, he had suffered extremely serious injuries. The Zulong Tower had been directly destroyed. It would take a certain amount of time for him to recover. Moreover, his body was shaken. It was an unprecedented serious injury. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. At this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't even circulate the dragon transformation skill. His qi and blood had been seriously injured. It was undoubtedly very slow to rely on the wood spirit to recover. Now that he was in the late human immortal realm, he wouldn't be too passive even if he went to the immortal world. But now, he had been seriously injured in the passageway leading to the immortal world. If he entered the immortal world in this state, he was afraid that anyone would be able to crush him to death. The injury isn't scary. The one who attacked me secretly is the real scary one. I have to cover up the soul imprint in the depths of my soul. Otherwise, I will really die. Oh yes, the immortal mark. Jiang Chen was very smart. He knew that the most dangerous thing was not his serious injury, but the soul imprint in his body. Obviously, someone in the immortal world didn't want to let him have an easy time. He had already been noticed before he ascended to the immortal world. If he couldn't cover up the soul imprint, he would be discovered immediately when he came out of the passageway and be doomed eternally. At this most critical moment, the only thing that Xianxia could use was the immortal mark in his body. He didn't know the origin of the immortal mark. It could even deceive the heaven's secret. It shouldn't be difficult to cover up the chi of the soul imprint. At the moment when the immortal mark covered the soul imprint, in the center of the ethereal immortal domain in the immortal world, a handsome golden-haired man's expression changed abruptly. Damn it! The soul imprint has disappeared. How could this man block my soul imprint? I have no idea what means he used. Humph. Even if you can escape this calamity, I will find you sooner or later once you arrive in the immortal world. I'd like to see what kind of guy dares to kill my doppelganger. The golden-haired man said in an incomparably cold voice. His body radiated an unimaginable pressure, causing the surrounding spatial airflow to tremble. His cultivation base had reached an unfathomable level. The laws of the immortal world were incomparable to those of Saint Origin world. Those who could control the spatial law here were at least immortal king realm. The golden-haired man was undoubtedly. If Xianxia saw this golden-haired man, he would definitely be shocked, because this man looked exactly the same as the Chen in northern and southern dynasties. On the other side, after Xianxia used the immortal mark to cover his mark, he flew up through the spatial passageway. Currently, he had no strength left and his body was extremely exhausted. All he wanted to do was to have a good sleep. So, he closed his eyes. It's the northern and southern dynasties. Except for this man, no one in the immortal world would want to deal with me. The moment Xianxia closed his eyes and fainted, he finally thought of a name. He had never ascended to the immortal world, so it was impossible for him to have any enemies in the immortal world. Only the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin world were the reincarnations of immortal souls. Later on, he found out that they were just doppelgangers, which meant that their real body was most likely in the real immortal world. Moreover, he was a big shot in the immortal world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sensed Xianxia's existence. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Xianxia felt a spatial force acting on his body. He felt as if he had been ejected into a new world. Abundant immortal chi bathed his body, and then he fainted completely. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk Xianxia slowly regained his consciousness. He couldn't help but let out a roar of pain. He didn't open his eyes because he didn't have the strength to do so. The ground below him should be a piece of rubble with some damp chi. It wasn't hard to imagine that he was in a relatively desolate place. I should be in the immortal world now. I have no idea how long I've been unconscious. Let's see where this is. Xianxia thought to himself. He felt lucky that he was still alive and hadn't suffered any dangerous attacks while he was unconscious. He should thank the heavens and earth for that. His body was severely injured and he couldn't move, but his divine sense was still alive. Xianxia released his divine sense, trying to explore the surrounding illusion. His expression changed dramatically as soon as he did so. What's going on? I'm a late human immortal expert now. Adding the great soul derivation technique, my divine sense is extraordinary. But now, my divine sense can only cover an area of 100 miles. Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked. With his current cultivation base, he could cover the entire Saint Origin world with just a thought of his divine sense. Nothing could escape his detection. But now, he could only cover an area of 100 miles. This was ridiculous. Xianxia didn't know what to say. However, Xianxia soon found out that the spatial structure of the immortal world was incomparable to that of the Saint Origin world. The law here was incomparably firm and the spatial barrier was indestructible. With his late human immortal cultivation base, he couldn't even fly using the spatial force, let alone penetrating the void. Mother, the immortal world is indeed abnormal. This world is too firm. No wonder De Huang said that human immortals are the lowest existence here. It seems like it's true. According to the law of this world, human immortals and earth immortals can't fly. Only powerful heaven immortals can fly. If this is the case, I still have an advantage. Xianxia sensed the law of this world and came to a conclusion. His guess was right. In the immortal world, only heaven immortals and earth immortals could fly. Ordinary human immortals and earth immortals couldn't fly. However, Xianxia wasn't an ordinary human immortal. He had the flaming wings. With the help of the flaming wings, he could fly. Although his speed wouldn't be very fast, it was still incomparable to ordinary human immortals and earth immortals. Moreover, Xianxia was now a late human immortal. His combat strength alone was enough to kill half-step earth immortals and early earth immortals. He could even deal with intermediate earth immortals. If he used his dragon transformation, he could even kill a late earth immortal. However, that was only in theory. Xianxia couldn't do it at all. He had suffered a severe injury. Even a human immortal could kill him easily, let alone an earth immortal. Xianxia's current condition was extremely serious. This is a desolate mountain range. It's desolate and uninhabited. That's why I haven't been discovered after sleeping for so long. I need to restore my cultivation base as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to move a single step in the immortal world. Any demon beast that appears will be able to devour me in one bite. If I become a demon beast's dung the moment I arrive in the immortal world, my wisdom will be ruined. Xianxia didn't know where he was because he really didn't have the strength to stand up. However, he used his divine sense to scan 100 miles around him. There were rocks everywhere. From this, he could tell that he was in a desolate mountain range. Plus, he didn't know how long he had been unconscious and no one had discovered him. It was obvious that this was a desolate mountain range. Currently, there were two things that Xianxia needed to do. The first was to repair his injuries and restore his strength. This was the most urgent task. The immortal world couldn't be compared to Saint Origin world. With his current cultivation base, he was just an insignificant figure here. If he was in a seriously injured state, his life would be in danger at any time. The other thing he needed to do was to refine and get rid of the imprint in his body as soon as possible. This wasn't an easy task. The one who did this should be a magnate in the immortal world. The imprint contained the consciousness and divine sense of the magnate. However, Xianxia's dragon transformation skill was omnipotent. He would be able to refine it sooner or later. Moreover, according to Xianxia's estimation, if he could completely refine the imprint, he would obtain great benefits. It wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the next level. Of course, in order to refine the imprint, he must first recover from his injuries. Therefore, the most urgent task at hand was to recover. If it was someone else who suffered from such a serious injury, they would need at least a few months to half a year to recover. Moreover, they would need to be accompanied by miraculous pills. However, for Xianxia, this period of time would be greatly shortened. The dragon transformation skill wasn't something to be trifled with, and neither was the wood essence. The dragon transformation skill and the wood essence complemented each other. As long as Xianxia still had a single breath left in him, he would be able to fully recover. This was the strongest recovery ability in the heavens and earth, and no miraculous pills could compare to it. According to my current situation, I'm afraid that it will take me 7 days to fully recover. Fortunately, there is no one in this wilderness, so I can rest assured and recover. Xianxia thought to himself. Without wasting any time, he started to circulate the dragon transformation skill. The qi emitted by the wood spirit permeated through his limbs and bones. Instantly, Xianxia felt extremely comfortable. It was as if he had finally received a good rain after a long drought. It was as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Xianxia was still recovering from his injuries. Compared to 3 days ago, he was much better now. At least he could move and make slight movements. His cultivation base had almost recovered to the early human immortal realm. However, he was still in the most critical stage of recovery, so he couldn't fight yet. As Xianxia's injuries continued to heal, the broken Zulong Tower also recovered a little. It had already been restored to the 5th floor. Although he could move his body, Xianxia didn't move. He just lay on the ground and didn't get up. He took a deep breath of immortal qi and couldn't help sighing. The immortal qi here is really rich. It's just like the heaven and earth yuan qi in Saint Origin world. It's everywhere. Cultivating in such an environment, even the most ordinary cultivator can reach the human immortal realm. No wonder heaven immortals don't have any status in the immortal world. Xianxia sighed. It's a pity that De Huang has been teleported to somewhere. That guy actually knows a lot about the immortal world. If he's here, I can ask him some questions about the immortal world. Unfortunately, I can't ask him anything now. I can only wait until my injuries are healed. Let's go, hurry up. Don't delay our journey. At this moment, an incomparably bold and unrestrained voice was heard not far away, followed by heavy footsteps. Jiang Chen's heart instantly tensed up. He scanned with his divine sense and saw a group of 7 to 8 people in simple and unadorned attire. The leader was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. He looked incomparably strong and had a full beard on his face. His cultivation base was the strongest among them, having reached the half-step earth immortal realm. The rest of them were also strong men. The youngest among them seemed to be less than 20 years old, but their cultivation base wasn't strong. Most of them were intermediate human immortals and 2 were late human immortals. In the middle of them, there was a carriage. It was very large and covered with a layer of yellow cloth. It was unknown what was inside, but with so many people surrounding the carriage, it could be seen that to this group of people, the things in the carriage were incomparably precious. Chief, with so many herbs, how many low-grade immortal metastones do you think we can exchange them for? Asked a youth. He seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old, his face still looked a little immature, but his cultivation base wasn't weak. He had already reached the peak of intermediate human immortal realm. In a small place like this, he could be considered as a genius. In the immortal world, ordinary people could reach the human immortal realm at the age of 10, but it was incomparably difficult for them to advance further. Cultivation itself required the support of a large amount of resources. In some remote areas where resources were scarce, advancing to the peak of intermediate human immortal realm at the age of 15 or 16 was already considered very good. I reckon that 100 low-grade immortal metastones won't be a problem. Ah Tsong, I brought you out this time to see the world. Don't embarrass me when we reach Yan City. The middle-aged leader said with a smile, his words were filled with love for the youth. Of course, I, Han Chong, am the #1 genius of our Han village. How can I embarrass myself? In the future, I will walk out of the Han village and enter Yan City to cultivate. Han Chong said with incomparable arrogance. Haha. Don't brag. Yan City is a big place with a heaven immortal guarding it. Kid, be careful and don't be reckless. Otherwise, you will regret it if you offend a big shot. Someone laughed and the others began to tease the youth. Eh? Chief, there seems to be a person lying there. Han Chong suddenly let out a cry of surprise and looked at the rocks not far away. The others also looked over and saw a person lying flat on the ground. Let's go and have a look. The chief strode towards Jiang Chen, but Han Chong was faster. He was the first to reach Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He was at the critical moment of his recovery. The last thing he wanted was to be disturbed. Plus, he didn't know where these people came from and whether they would pose a threat to him. He seems to be badly injured. Han Chong said. Don't worry about it. Let's hurry. Someone said. Don't. Let me ask him. We can't just leave him to die. Han Chong was a kind-hearted person. He looked down at Jiang Chen and asked, What's your name? Why are you here? Jiang Chen's face was expressionless. His eyes swept across these people, ignoring Han Song's question. He just wanted these people to leave as soon as possible so that they wouldn't disturb him again. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Someone said impatiently. Jiang Chen still didn't say anything. It seems like he's really a mute or a fool. Let's go. Let's leave this mute to fend for himself. Don't delay our journey. It will take us 3 to 4 days to reach Yan City. If we're late, Supervisor Huang will blame us. Someone said. That's right. We don't know this guy. There's no need to care about him. The people of Han Village obviously didn't want to care about Jiang Chen. Their goal was to go to Yan City. They were only interested in immortal metastones. Hearing that they were leaving, Jiang Chen's heart leaped with joy. No, Chief, we can't just leave him to die. Although this desolate mountain range is uninhabited, there are a few demonic beasts here. If we don't care about him, he will most likely be eaten by the beasts or killed by some bad guys. Since we've met him, we have to help him. Saving a life is more merciful than building a 7-storied pagoda. If you guys don't care, I will. Han Chang was young and spirited. He had a kind heart. This was his first time leaving the Han village. He didn't want to leave a person to die. If he did that, it would leave an indelible shadow in his heart. Upon hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. He took another look at the young man. The young man had thick black hair, a pair of big bright eyes, and a handsome face. He didn't know this young man, but this young man insisted on saving him. Clearly, this was because of the kindness in the young man's heart. He absolutely had no intention of harming Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia wasn't familiar with this place. Although he didn't encounter any danger these days, as Han Chang said, it didn't mean that there wouldn't be any danger in the future. Given his current condition, he wouldn't be able to resist any demonic beasts. If he could follow these people, it would be a good thing. Firstly, it wouldn't delay his recovery. Secondly, his safety would be guaranteed. Most importantly, he would be able to gain a better understanding of the immortal world through these people. This was also a very good thing. Haha. I didn't expect Ah Tsung to be such a warm-hearted person. In that case, Chief, let's bring this man along, lest he gets eaten by demonic beasts. Someone laughed. Alright, Ah Kong. It's a good thing that you have a kind heart. Let's bring this man along. The village chief nodded his head. Thank you, Chief. Han Chang was elated. He immediately lifted Xianxia up and let him lie on the carriage. The carriage was very spacious. Apart from the things it was carrying, it was enough for Xianxia to lie flat on his back. Through the yellow cloth, Xianxia could smell the fragrance of herbs on the carriage. Based on his experience, he could tell what kind of herbs were inside just by relying on his nose. He had seen most of the herbs in Saint Origin World, but due to the difference in the growing environment, the grade and curative effect of the herbs were very different. These herbs grew in the immortal world and absorbed the immortal qi. Even the most common one was an immortal herb, which was many times more precious than the same herbs in Saint Origin World. AI. Traveling is already slow enough, and now we have a burden. If we encounter any trouble along the way, we'll have to send a clone to protect him. Someone said with dissatisfaction. I say, second uncle, why are you so unsympathetic? It's just a small effort for us to save him. I will protect him if anything happens. Hee, it's rare for Tsung to be so righteous. The chief chuckled and looked at Han Chang with even more affection. Having a righteous person was a blessing to the whole village. Xianxia, who was lying on the carriage, revealed a trace of a smile. These people should be the villagers of a certain village, and the place he was currently at should be a remote area in the immortal world. These people were simple and honest, completely different from what Xianxia had imagined. It made Xianxia, who had just arrived in the immortal world, feel a trace of warmth. Especially this Hong Kong. He was young and kind, but a person like him would be easily deceived and suffer losses in the outside world. For the next 2 days, the group of people in Han Village had been hurrying on with their journey without any rest. Xianxia was focused on recovering from his injuries. Along the way, he heard these people talking about exchanging medicinal herbs for immortal metastones. Xianxia didn't know much about the immortal world, but he could roughly guess that immortal metastones were like the Saint Elixir of Saint Origin World. Immortal metastones were essential for cultivation, but they were incomparably precious and hard to obtain. If these remote villagers wanted to obtain immortal metastones, they would have to go to Yen City to exchange them for medicinal herbs and forging materials. I don't have any immortal metastones with me. It seems like I'll have to find a way to get some after I recover. Xianxia thought to himself. The effect of immortal metastones was the same as the Saint Elixir. Now that he had reached the advancement stage of the dragon transformation skill, each advancement would require him to condense 50,000 dragon marks, which meant that it would consume an enormous amount of energy. The high-grade true metastones that he had obtained in Void Triangular Domain had all been used up when he advanced to the late human immortal realm. Currently, Xianxia was like a pauper without a single hair on his body. In other words, he would have to start all over again in the immortal world. In these 2 days, Xianxia still didn't speak a word. His injuries had already recovered to the mid-human immortal realm, but the slightest change would affect his entire body. Before he fully recovered, he still wouldn't be able to fight. Although he could move his body a long time ago, he was still lying on the bed without moving. Other than Han Chong, no one else paid any attention to him. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Xianxia was a burden. No one was willing to talk to a burden, let alone a burden that couldn't speak. Xianxia didn't really care about this. His injuries would be completely healed in 2 more days. Since these people had helped him, he would naturally repay them with some benefits. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a sense of danger coming from the bottom of his heart. The others were still happily hurrying on with their journey, not feeling anything. However, Xianxia had lived 2 lives, and with the help of the great soul derivation skill, his senses were extremely sharp, especially towards danger. Stop. Xianxia suddenly stood up and said in a low voice to the few people who were hurrying along. The scene startled them. Han Chong and the others stared at Xianxia with astonished eyes. For the past 2 days, they had thought that Xianxia was a mute. Never had they thought that Xianxia would suddenly speak and sit up in the carriage. You're not mute? Han Song's eyes widened. Kid, who exactly are you? So that you can pretend to be injured? Someone asked Leng Leng. Suddenly, they felt a trace of hostility towards Xianxia. However, it was not surprising. Xianxia had not moved for 2 days. Now, he suddenly sat up. Moreover, his eyes were bright and full of expression. They could not help but be suspicious. I'm Xianxia. I've indeed suffered a serious injury. I've been secretly recovering from my injuries for the past 2 days. I, Xianxia, am very grateful to all of you for saving me. Everyone, listen to me. Danger is coming. Be prepared for battle. Xianxia clasped his fists at the crowd and said. Speaking of danger, the village chief couldn't help but frown. He looked around but didn't sense any dangerous chi even though he was a half-step to Earth Immortal. Kid, who are you kidding? How could the village chief not feel danger? Tell me, who are you? The villagers' hostility towards Xianxia increased. Dong. However, just as the villager finished speaking, a muffled sound suddenly rang out, and the ground began to tremble. A dangerous aura instantly rushed into everyone's heart. The people of this generation were tough, and everyone present had experienced life and death battles. Their expressions immediately changed. It's really dangerous. The way the village chief and the others looked at Xianxia changed slightly. There was less hostility and more respect in their eyes. At least in their eyes, this young man wasn't simple. One should know that even the village chief, a half-step to Earth Immortal, couldn't sense it in advance, but Xianxia did. It might be a demonic beast. Everyone, be careful. The village chief's chi fluctuated. He fully unleashed his half-step Earth Immortal cultivation, which was very powerful. Croak. A very unpleasant croak was heard. A chilly wind blew in front of them, bringing with it a foul smell that made them want to vomit. Dong. In the next moment, a huge monster suddenly jumped down from the first mountain in front of them, blocking their path. It was a huge poisonous toad, covered with green pustules, and had a pair of glossy green eyes, like the eyes of the netherworld. If this poisonous toad looked at them, they would feel their hair stand on end, and their souls would be frozen. The moment the poisonous toad appeared, it locked its eyes on the crowd. Its body was filled with poisonous chi. It was the most poisonous creature in the heaven and earth. Venomous nether toad. The village chief was very knowledgeable and immediately recognized the origin of this item. He immediately cried out in surprise. It could be heard that his voice had completely changed. The expressions of the other villagers also instantly became extremely ugly, almost to the point of despair. A late human immortal venomous nether toad. Damn it. Why are we so unlucky to bump into this jinx? We're doomed. Human immortal demonic beasts aren't scary. The village chief alone is enough to deal with them. But this venomous nether toad's body is filled with poison. Anyone who touches it will be doomed eternally. Even the village chief will be corroded by the poison when he tries to kill this toad. What should we do? The venomous nether toad is ferocious and overbearing. It has already regarded us as its prey. It won't stop. Everyone was in despair. There was no way that they wouldn't be in despair. The village chief's face was also extremely ugly. All of you, listen up. I will stop this poisonous toad. You guys retreat immediately. No matter what, you have to protect Ah Kong. The village chief gritted his teeth. At this critical moment, he had to sacrifice himself to protect the Han village. Chief, let's fight this poisonous toad together. Someone's eyes turned red. Obviously, he wasn't afraid of death. Bastards. With your cultivation base, you can't even get close to this poisonous toad. How are you going to fight? Listen to me and retreat immediately. The village chief said in a dignified tone. Don't worry everyone. This venomous nether toad isn't scary. Listen to me and none of you will die. Xianxia suddenly said. This venomous nether toad was similar to the nether python. They were both first-class poisonous creatures under the heaven and earth. However, to Xianxia, it didn't affect him at all. His body contained the poison of the nether python. Brother Xianxia, don't talk big. This venomous nether toad is the most poisonous creature under the heaven and earth. It's our tragedy to encounter it today. The village chief looked at Xianxia with a bitter smile. Stop talking nonsense. If you listen to me, you won't die. If you don't, none of you will live. I've swallowed the demon spirit of the nether python before, so I'm immune to all poisons. This venomous nether toad has no effect on me. However, I'm currently recovering from my injuries, so I can't attack. Chief, the weakness of this poisonous toad is its lower jaw. You have to choose the right time to attack. With your cultivation base, you can kill this poisonous toad in one strike. When you attack, don't worry about its poison. Even if you're poisoned, I can guarantee your safety. Xianxia said. He was born with the aura of a superior, which made people want to submit to him. What kind of joke is this? Isn't this asking the village chief to die? This brat said that he swallowed the demon spirit of the nether python before. Who would believe him? That's right. Chief, don't listen to his nonsense. It wasn't that the villagers didn't want to believe Xianxia's words. They felt that Xianxia was bragging and treating the village chief's life as a joke. I'll only say it once. If you don't attack now, it'll be too late. After Xianxia finished speaking, he closed his eyes and ignored the village chief. He believed that the village chief was a smart person and would definitely do as he said. Alright, I'll listen to you this once. The village chief gritted his teeth and stared at the lower jaw of the venomous nether toad. Chief. Some of the villagers wanted to stop him. Alright, we'll die either way. Let's fight. The village chief shouted. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The sword was filled with immortal chi, but it was only a half-finished product. It wasn't a real immortal weapon. In a place like Han Village, it was almost impossible to obtain a real immortal weapon, even if it was a low-grade immortal weapon. Croak, the venomous nether toad also moved. It opened its mouth and spat a green stream of air at the village chief. Everywhere it passed, the air would sizzle. It was obvious how corrosive the poison was. Ha. The village chief suddenly jumped from the ground. This jump was 2 zhang high, easily dodging the attack of the venomous toad. The village chief was after all a half-step earth immortal expert, which was higher than the toad. Without the influence of the poison, the venomous nether toad was definitely no match for the village chief. Seeing the village chief counterattack, the venomous toad was infuriated. Its majestic body pounced at the village chief. The pustules on the toad's body all exploded. Green arrows were shot out like rain. Those were all highly poisonous objects. Any living being that came into contact with them would die. Mother ****. Fight. Such a scene made the village chief's scalp numb. But at this moment, there was no turning back. If he retreated, his villagers would die. He could only do as Xianxia said. His eyes were fixed on the lower jaw of the venomous nether toad. At this moment, everyone in the Han village became nervous, especially Hong Kong. After all, he was still young and inexperienced. He had never seen such a scene before. His face turned pale. Only Xianxia's face remained calm. No matter what happened, Xianxia's face would always be filled with confidence and competence. That's right. Given the current situation, as long as the village chief did as he said, he would be able to kill the poisonous nether toad. Putting the poison aside, the village chief was a half-step earth immortal expert. If he attacked the poisonous nether toad with all his might, the poisonous nether toad would definitely die. Ignore the poison and attack its lower jaw with lightning speed. Xianxia's voice reached the village chief's ears. Facing the rainstorm of poison arrows, it was impossible for him not to feel numb. But at this moment, the village chief had no choice but to follow Xianxia's instructions. Not knowing why, the village chief had an inexplicable confidence in the mysterious young man on the carriage. Rainstorm of pearls. The village chief burst out and brandished the long sword in his hand. Countless resplendent sword rays overflowed in all directions and interweaved into a huge sword net. The countless sword rays were like a storm as they collided with the poisonous arrows released by the venomous nether toad. The poison was everywhere. It was almost impossible to resist it completely. Even though the village chief had cast out the rainstorm of pearls, he still couldn't escape. Countless venom fell on his body and penetrated into his body in an instant. Kiss. The village chief gasped. The poison of the poisonous nether toad was known as the most lethal poison in the world. He could feel that the poison was rapidly corroding his body. Fortunately, he was a half-step earth immortal expert, which allowed him to withstand the poison for a short period of time. However, it was basically impossible for him to expel the poison out of his body. In other words, if what Xianxia said was false, he would die for sure. But he couldn't care less about it now. While resisting the poison, the village chief attacked crazily. He casted out his most powerful technique. His speed was doubled all of a sudden. The long sword was like a poisonous snake, reaching the lower jaw of the toad in the blink of an eye. Croak, the venomous nether toad sensed an extremely dangerous aura. It had never imagined that the person in front of it would be so ferocious that he didn't even care about his own life. Its advantage was its poison. Most people would stay away from it, and even in battle, they would try their best to avoid getting close to it. Its lower jaw was protected by countless amounts of poison. Although it was a weak point, the venomous nether toad had never cared about it. He did not expect to meet someone who did not care about his own life today. Not only did he completely disregard his poison, but he also used a suicidal method. What was even more frightening was that he was able to accurately pinpoint his weakness. The poisonous nether toad sensed the danger, but it was too late. Its cultivation was inferior to the village chief's, so it was impossible for it to dodge the village chief's life-taking sword in an instant. Poochie, the outcome was just as Xianxia had predicted. The village chief's sword pierced through the poisonous nether toad's lower jaw, and countless amounts of poisonous blood spurted out, spraying right onto the village chief's body. Croak, the village chief and the poisonous nether toad let out miserable cries at the same time. The lower jaw was the poisonous nether toad's biggest weakness. It was relatively fragile, and once it was pierced through, its foundation would be destroyed. In other words, the village chief's sword had already taken the poisonous nether toad's life. The village chief was also in a miserable state after being ravaged by the poison. If there were no experts to save him, he would probably die within a few minutes. Village chief. Han Chong was the first to scream. The other villagers' eyes were also bloodshot. In their hearts, the village chief was extremely important. He was the hope of the entire Han village, and the strongest existence in the Han village. If he died, it would be an incomparably heavy blow to the entire Han village. Come back quickly, come to my side. Xianxia shouted immediately. The village chief didn't dare show any hesitation. He endured the pain brought by the poison and rushed towards Xianxia with his fastest speed. Right at this moment, all the other villagers looked over. Their eyes were filled with worry, but at the same time, they were filled with anticipation. It looked like Xianxia wasn't just boasting, it looked like he really had a way to cure the village chief. Pow! Xianxia placed his palm on the back of the village chief's heart. He activated the dragon transformation art. All the poison in the village chief's body seemed to be summoned, flowing into Xianxia's body through his palm. In just a blink of an eye, all the poison in the village chief's body had been completely absorbed by Xianxia. The village chief's body trembled. His face was filled with shock. This situation was simply unimaginable. If he had not experienced it himself, he would not have believed that there was such a miraculous thing in this world. That was the poison of the poisonous nether toad, the most lethal poison in the world. How could someone absorb it so easily? The village chief could clearly feel that Xianxia did not use some kind of powerful method to expel the poison from his body. Instead, he directly absorbed it into his body. This was too shocking. Don't move. You have been affected by the poison and have suffered some injuries. I will help you recover now, Xianxia said. A wood spirit entered the village chief's body. The village chief's body trembled again. The shock on his face was even more intense. It had reached an unimaginable level. That wood spirit made him feel like a withered tree coming back to life. It was like the arrival of rain, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. From start to finish, it only took a minute for all his injuries to be completely healed. Not only that, under the influence of the wood spirit, the village chief had also gained a lot of benefits. His cultivation had once again improved. He was only one step away from becoming a true earth immortal. Done. Xianxia withdrew his palm. The poison in the village chief's body did not affect him at all. Instead, it had become his nourishment. The village chief stood up again, full of energy. He did not look like he was injured at all. The poisonous nether toad in front of him was completely dead. There was no sound coming from it. However, its huge body was still poisonous. Ordinary people would not dare to approach it. Village chief, are you all right? The villagers surrounded the village chief and looked at him from head to toe. They had clearly witnessed the village chief's miserable scream and the horrifying scene of him being corroded by the deadly poison. But now, after a short treatment from Xianxia, the village chief had completely recovered. This was unbelievable. Haha, I'm fine now. I'm fine. The village chief laughed and looked at Xianxia. His eyes turned solemn. He cupped his fists and bowed to Xianxia respectfully. I didn't expect Brother Xianxia to be so mysterious. You are a real expert. You can even cure the poison of the poisonous nether toad so easily. What a miracle. If it wasn't for Brother Xianxia today, I'm afraid we would have been in danger. Don't mention it, Chief. You saved me. I can't just watch you die. Xianxia smiled, he didn't mind it at all. These villagers were all kind-hearted people, he naturally wouldn't watch them get killed by the venomous nether toad. Brother Xianxia is really a god. His methods are superb. This poisonous nether toad is extremely rare, but Brother Xianxia could see its weakness with just a glance. That's nothing. Brother Xianxia is immune to poison. This is a miracle. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Brother Xianxia, I, second brother Han, have offended you with my words just now, and I apologize to you now. I hope you won't stoop to my level. If it wasn't for you today, our Han village would have suffered a heavy blow. Xianxia said with a smile. After this incident, the villagers' opinion of Xianxia had completely changed. Those who had spoken rudely to Xianxia before hurriedly apologized to him. They were people who often went out to the outside world, so they had a certain level of vision. Naturally, they could tell that this young man in front of them was different from ordinary people. He was able to remain calm in the face of danger, and he was emitting a calmness that didn't match his age. A man like this was no ordinary man. See, I said that saving people is right. Good people will be rewarded. Han Song's face was full of joy. Brother Jiang, I see that you are only a few years older than me. I will call you Brother Jiang from now on. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Haha, a burst of laughter instantly pulled the distance between Xianxia and the villagers closer. The villagers no longer treated Xianxia as an outsider and became especially friendly to him. The group continued their journey. As for the corpse of the poisonous nether toad, it was left there. It was afraid that no one would be willing to touch such a deadly poison unless they were a poison cultivator. Xianxia could refine its demon soul, but a late human immortal demon soul was basically useless to him. So he wasn't interested in it at all. Brother Xianxia, I'm Han Chongling, the village chief of Han Village. May I know where Brother Xianxia is from? How did you come to this remote place in One Line Sky? Han Chongling asked. One Line Sky? To be honest, I don't know about this place. I was just about to ask the village chief. Jiangchen said. It can't be, Brother Jiang. You don't even know about One Line Sky? Don't tell me you're an ascendant? Han Chong looked at Jiangchen in astonishment. The others also looked at Jiangchen. How could Jiangchen not know about One Line Sky? Atsung's guess is right. I'm indeed an ascendant. I just ascended from the lower realm and suffered serious injuries. I really don't know anything about the immortal world. Jiangchen said honestly. From Atsung's words, he knew that ascendants weren't rare in the immortal world. So there was nothing to hide. Plus, these villagers wouldn't harm him. Sure enough. Han Chongling nodded. After knowing that Jiangchen was an ascendant, everyone's eyes were filled with respect when they looked at Jiangchen. Living in the immortal world, they had a certain understanding of the ascendants. In their point of view, those who could ascend to the immortal world from the cultivation environment of the lower world were all extraordinary people with great perseverance, and were worthy of respect. The ascendant was a special existence in the immortal world. The immortal world was too huge. Although there were many ascendant, compared to the huge community of the immortal world, the ascendant was just a drop in the ocean, incomparably insignificant. However, in the hearts of the people, the ascendant represented a kind of respect. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with ascenders? Jiangchen asked curiously. It seems like Brother Jiangchen still doesn't know that an ascendant has a high status in the immortal world. A young ascendant like you will be able to get a good position in the major powers of Yan City or the prefecture of the city lord. That way, you will be able to obtain plenty of cultivation resources. Han Chongling said. Why is that? Jiangchen asked, puzzled. The cultivation environment in the lower world can only be described as poor. Those who could become immortals in that kind of environment are all people with great perseverance and great potential. People like them will be respected wherever they go. The fact that Brother Jiangchen managed to ascend to the immortal realm at such a young age is enough to prove that you have great talent. You are a first-class genius in the lower world. If you follow us to Yan City and announce your identity as an ascendant, the major powers in Yan City will immediately extend an olive branch to you, said Jiangchen with a smile. That's right. Han Chongling said. I see. Jiangchen understood. It seemed like ascenders weren't having a hard time in the immortal world. Those who ascended from the lower world seemed to have a better life than most of the aboriginals. However, he must never let others know about his identity. Chief, fellow brothers, all of you have to promise Jiangchen one thing. Don't ever tell anyone that I'm an ascendant. From now on, none of you should mention it. I don't want anyone to know that I'm an ascendant other than the few of you, said Jiangchen. Jiangchen's tone suddenly turned solemn. If it wasn't for that light attack, he might have used his identity as an ascender. But now, he absolutely couldn't say it. Someone in the immortal world wanted him dead. He still hadn't refined that person's mark yet. The person who wanted to kill him must know that he was an ascender. This identity might be beneficial to others, but it was definitely disadvantageous to him. Big Brother Jiang, why? It'll be a pity if we don't use this identity. Han Chong looked at Jiangchen in confusion. Yeah, Brother Jiangchen, this is a good thing. The others followed suit. This involves my personal secret. I hope you can keep it a secret for me. Jiangchen's tone had changed to one of unquestionable. All right, Brother Jiangchen. We will never tell anyone that you are an ascendant. If it wasn't for Brother Jiang's help today, I'm afraid that I, Han Chongling, would have died tragically in the hands of that poisonous nether toad. This is a great kindness. In the future, if Brother Jiang needs our help, everyone in the Han village will not hesitate to help. Village Chief, I know nothing about the immortal world. Please enlighten me. Han Chongling patted his chest and said. He knew very well how dangerous the situation was. If it wasn't for Jiangchen, he didn't know what kind of blow Han village would have suffered. If he died, Han village would probably be attacked by other villages immediately. Chief, I don't know anything about the immortal world. Village Chief, please enlighten me. Jiangchen asked. Now that his injuries were almost healed, he could talk while recovering. Big brother Jiang, let me tell you about the immortal world. I once saw a rough map of the immortal world. It's huge, unimaginably huge. I'm afraid I, Han Chong, won't have the chance to visit the entire immortal world in my life. Han Chong sighed. Ah Tsong, don't bite off more than you can chew. Let alone the entire immortal world, it'll be good enough if you can make a name for yourself in one line sky. Second brother Han teased. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and tell brother Jiang about the general situation of the immortal world. But brother Jiang, we have only seen the general situation of the immortal world on the map. Han Chongling said. Big brother Jiang, the vast immortal world is divided into 9 immortal domains, namely Linglong Immortal Domain, Miluo Immortal Domain, Fengqi Immortal Domain, Yellow Spring Immortal Domain, Ethereal Immortal Domain, Limitless Immortal Domain, Limitless Immortal Domain and Wish Fulfillment Immortal Domain. Each of the 9 immortal domains is considered as a whole. The place we are in now is Ethereal Immortal Domain. We don't know how big Ethereal Immortal Domain is, but it's very, very big. Han Chong said. He knew about the division of the 9 major immortal domains from the map of the immortal world. For Han Chong, even the Ethereal Immortal Domain was his lifelong dream. It was too difficult for them to get out of the depths of the mountain. That's right. The immortal world is indeed huge. Saint Origin World can't be compared with it. By the way, what is this one-line sky that you mentioned? Asked Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, we are currently in one-line sky, which is the most remote place in Ethereal Immortal Domain. It has a circumference of billions of miles and is surrounded by tens of millions of mountains. That's why it is called one-line sky. There are hundreds and thousands of immortal Dao sects and aristocratic families in one-line sky. Our Han village is just a remote village, not worth mentioning at all. I, Han Chongling, have lived for so long, but the biggest place I have ever been to is Yen City. There are countless small cities like Yen City in one-line sky. It's impossible for me to go there in my lifetime, but Ah Tsong still has hope. Ah Tsong is talented and has extraordinary aptitude. If one day he can enter one of the immortal Dao sects in one-line sky to cultivate and become an immortal Dao sect's disciple, it will be a supreme glory for our Han village. Han Chongling said with a smile. After listening to Han Chongling's introduction of one-line sky, Jiang Chen gaped in astonishment. It seemed that the immortal world was far bigger than he had imagined. A mere one-line sky had a circumference of billions of miles. That was almost half the size of Saint Origin World. If a human immortal or earth immortal who couldn't fly went there, they wouldn't be able to walk out of one-line sky in their entire life, let alone enter the central region of Ethereal Immortal Domain. In the entire Ethereal Immortal Domain, there were countless regions like one-line sky, and Ethereal Immortal Domain was one of the 9 major tectonic plates of the immortal world. This was too terrifying. However, the vastness of the immortal world had also aroused Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. If he couldn't leave something behind in such a vast territory and such a huge stage, wouldn't it be a waste of his time to come here? Next, everyone in Han Village started talking at the same time. They talked about most of the general situation of the immortal world. However, what they talked about was only recorded in the records. None of them had personally experienced it. None of them had even stepped out of one-line sky. It was already very good for them to know so much. However, they were well aware of the happenings in Yen City. There were many villages like the Han village in this area. They relied on hunting and cultivating to survive. Immortals couldn't lack immortal metastones for their cultivation. However, even the lowest grade immortal metastones in the immortal world were incomparably precious. Many villages had to go to Yen City to exchange for immortal metastones with valuable items. Medicinal ingredients for concocting pills, materials for crafting immortal weapons, and demon spirits of different grades could all be exchanged for immortal metastones in Yen City. In this generation, Yen City could be considered as a big city. Apart from the prefecture, there were also some other powers in the city. Ordinary villages had their own targets for exchange. For example, Han Village's items would be sent to the prefecture. At that time, the prefecture would send someone to measure the value of the items and give them the corresponding amount of immortal metastones. 2 days later, the group finally arrived at Yen City. The distance from the place where Jiang Chen was rescued to Yen City wasn't far. If it was in Saint Origin World, Jiang Chen could reach there with just a thought. Unfortunately, they were in the immortal world. The world law here was extremely terrifying and the spatial structure was extremely firm. Human immortals couldn't even fly here. They could only travel on foot. Looking from afar, Yen City looked magnificent. It had a circumference of a few hundred miles and the city walls were made of rocks. In Saint Origin World, a city of this scale was the most ordinary city, similar to Red City. However, Yen City carried the unique noble chi of the immortal world, which was something that all the cities in Saint Origin World couldn't compare with. Haha. Yen City is indeed a big place. I must have a good time in Yen City. Han Chang was incomparably excited as he flew towards the city gate. Upon seeing this, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. This Han Chang was truly a young man who had just come out from the mountains. Plus, he had a kind heart. Such a person would be the easiest to suffer in a big place. Brother Jiang Chen, we have arrived at Yen City. Since you have just arrived in the immortal world, why don't we go to Yen City together? Said Han Chongling. Alright. Jiang Chen nodded. Currently, his injuries had completely healed. He had already gotten off the carriage and was walking on foot. His cultivation base had recovered to its peak. With his late human immortal cultivation base, he could easily kill half-step Earth Immortals and early Earth Immortals. He could even fight an intermediate Earth Immortal expert without using his half-dragon form. After his injuries were healed, the next step was to find a way to remove the imprint in his body. If someone in the immortal world wanted to deal with him, they would definitely spare no effort to find him. This was also the reason why he didn't allow the Han villagers to tell them that he was an ascender. As for the overlord of the immortal world, Jiang Chen already had a guess. The imprint was very difficult to refine, but Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. With the immortal mark in his body, he could at least ensure that the opponent wouldn't be able to detect him. Plus, the dragon transformation skill was much stronger than he had imagined. He was afraid that there was nothing in the heavens and earth that the dragon transformation skill couldn't refine, including the imprint. Jiang Chen had been refining the imprint with the dragon transformation skill all the time. He believed that it wouldn't take him long to completely refine it. It was noon and there were a lot of people coming and going outside Yen City. Among them, there were even some who were riding on carriages. They were dressed similar to Han Chongling. They were here to exchange for immortal meta stones just like Han Village. In this region of Yen City, there were many villages like Han Village. Ordinary people would have to pay a fee to enter Yen City. According to the rules of the prefecture, everyone who wanted to enter Yen City had to pay a low-grade immortal meta stone. To some of the cultivators in the remote villages, a low-grade immortal meta stone was like drinking blood. Therefore, no one would come to Yen City casually. A low-grade immortal meta stone could be used for cultivation. However, Han Chongling had a good relationship with the guards at the gate. He didn't need to pay the immortal meta stone to enter Yen City. Chief, you are so awesome. I saw that the guard was smiling at you. Han Chong looked at Han Chongling with admiration. Of course, our Han village has given countless medicinal herbs to the city lord's mansion over the years. I, the village chief, still have some face. Han Chongling stroked his beard and said proudly. Yen City was bustling with activity and the streets were relatively wide. This was the first city that Jiang Chen had come to after coming to the immortal world, but he wasn't interested in the scenery of Yen City at all. After all, he had seen a lot of things. There was nothing much to see in this small city. It wasn't the first time for the Han villagers to come to Yen City, so they weren't as excited as before. Han Chong, on the other hand, had been looking around ever since he came in, looking at Xiao. He was in high spirits from beginning to end. Ah Tsong, don't wander around aimlessly. Let's go to the prefecture first. After we exchange these herbs for immortal meta stones, I will bring you around Yen City. Han Chongling said. Alright, chief. Han Chong nodded. The city lord's mansion was located in the center of Yen City. Han Chongling was familiar with the place and soon, they arrived at the city lord's mansion. There were many pavilions inside the city lord's mansion. The gate was magnificent and there was a wide square outside the gate. This was the most honorable place in Yen City. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to go near the gate. No one would wander around here because it would be disrespectful to the city lord's mansion. What boldness! It was Han Song's first time coming to the city lord's mansion, and his eyes lit up. Ah Song, don't talk nonsense. Second brother Han reminded. Now that they were in this place, they had to be careful with their every move. If they offended the city lord's mansion, the Han village would not be able to survive in the future. Han Chong stuck out his tongue and followed the crowd without saying a word. Han Chongling strode to the gate of the city lord manor and cupped his fists at the guards. Brother, we are from the Han village, and we are here to deliver the herbs. You guys wait here. I'll inform the chief steward. The guard said coldly and arrogantly, then turned and walked into the mansion. As a guard of the mansion, it was a kind of honor, so he naturally had the pride of the mansion. A moment later, a group of people walked out of the mansion. The leader was wearing a luxurious robe. He looked to be about the same age as Han Chongling. He had a fat head and big ears, and a rich face. His cultivation was similar to Han Chongling, a half-step earth immortal. Behind this man, there were 4 or 5 guards in uniform. None of them were weak, and the weakest among them was at the mid-mortal core stage. You are Han Chongling? The leader looked at Han Chongling with eyes full of contempt. That's right. These are the herbs sent by our Han village. They are all of the best quality. May I ask why Steward Wu hasn't come out yet? Han Chongling cupped his fists, not daring to show any neglect. From now on, I'll be in charge of such trivial matters. My name is Huang Lu, Steward Wu's cousin. They all call me Steward Huang. Huang Lu said while shaking his head. When he spoke, the muscles on his face were trembling. Coupled with his innate sense of superiority and arrogance, he was a typical person that would make people feel disgusted at first glance. At least, Xianxia had the impulse to leave a shoe print on his fat face. That's right. That's right. So you're Steward Wu's cousin. Sorry for not recognizing you. Hurry up and bring the herbs here. Han Chongling said. The few people from Han village drove the carriage to the front. Huang Lu tore off the cloth on the carriage, revealing the herbs inside. There were quite a lot of herbs, and just like what Han Chongling said, they were all good herbs. Steward Huang, what do you think of these herbs? Han Chongling said with a smile. Not bad. Huang Lu nodded, then said to a guard behind him, give them the immortal meta stones and bring the herbs in. Yes, steward. A guard waved his hand and threw out a crude storage bag, which fell right into Han Chongling's hand. Thank you, Steward Huang. Han Chongling first clasped his fists at Huang Lu, then habitually opened the storage bag to have a look. The moment he saw the contents, his expression changed. Steward Huang, this isn't right. Han Chongling said with a frown. What's wrong? Huang Lu said impatiently. In the past, the same herbs were worth 100 low-grade immortal meta stones. Why is it only 50 this time? Han Chongling said. These things are only worth this much. Hurry up and leave. Huang Lu waved his hand impatiently at Han Chongling. Steward Huang, it wasn't easy for us to come here. In the past, Steward Wu would only give us 100 immortal meta stones. Now, it's half of it. I won't be able to explain this to the villagers. These herbs are the collective effort of the villagers. Han Chongling was infuriated, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. It's your business whether you want to explain or not. Now that I'm in charge of these things, it's 50 immortal meta stones. Huang Lu sneered. Steward Huang, if you do this, who will send herbs to the prefecture in the future? The way I see it, the remaining 50 immortal meta stones were taken away by your customers, right? Huang Tsong was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore. He was young and frivolous. Even if he was angry, he had to show it on his face. Kid, who do you think you are? You're just a lowly commoner. How dare you talk to the steward like this? Do you believe that I'll break one of your legs just because of this sentence? One of the guards said fiercely to Hong Kong. Han Chong still wanted to say something, but he was pulled back by 2 villagers. This was the prefecture. If they caused trouble here, it wouldn't end well for them. The current situation was obvious. This new steward was clearly trying to embezzle their immortal meta stones, But they could only swallow their anger and didn't dare to resist because they didn't have the capital to do so. He's a lowly commoner? Then who do you think you are? I think you're just a pug. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. Not only were the people from the mayor's mansion startled, even the people from the Han village were startled. Everyone's eyes fell onto one man at the same time, and that man was the one who spoke. He was Xianxia. Xianxia was a person who knew how to repay kindness. The villagers of Han village had done him a favor. How could he watch the villagers of Han village being bullied by others? These villagers had gone through untold hardships to gather these herbs. One could only imagine how difficult it must have been for them to cultivate. Now, half of their immortal meta stones had been deducted. This fat and big-eared bastard was truly a bastard. Kid, what did you say? The guard glared at Xianxia, seemingly about to charge forward and shred Xianxia into 1,000 pieces. Jiang brother, don't talk nonsense. Let's go. Han Chongling was shocked. He hastily pulled Xianxia back. This was the prefecture, an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. If an ascendant like Xianxia offended the prefecture, he wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life in the future. Chief, some animals can't be fed to their fill. Even if you endure it this time, there will be a next time. Although Han village isn't strong, it has its own dignity. Xianxia said. Some things could be ignored, but some things must be intervened. Moreover, the matter of Han village was no longer a trivial matter to him. They might be afraid of the prefecture, but he, Xianxia, wasn't. In this world, there was no existence that could make Xianxia afraid. Kid, who are you calling an animal? Huang Lu was infuriated. He had already turned his body away, but now, he was on the verge of rebelling. In Yan City, no one had ever dared to insult him like this. You can't even tell what I'm talking about? Seems like there's something wrong with your IQ. Xianxia's tone wasn't polite at all. He never knew how to be polite to people like Huang Lu. Courting death. An intermediate human immortal guard strode towards Xianxia and raised his hand to slap Xianxia's face. Asterisk paw. Asterisk an incomparably crisp slap was heard. The one who was slapped wasn't Xianxia, but the guard. Despite being so close to the guard, Han Chongling didn't even see how Xianxia did it. A mid-human immortal expert was slapped to the ground. That's right. That's right. How dare you attack me with your level? Scram. Xianxia kicked the guard, sending him flying a few meters away. The guard was groaning on the ground, half of his face was swollen. Brother Jiang is so powerful. Although they were shocked, they were more afraid of Xianxia. In their point of view, no matter how powerful Xianxia was, this was the prefecture. There were countless earth immortals and heaven immortals guarding the place. Causing trouble here was no different from courting death. Now that the guard had been beaten up, it would be impossible for them to settle this peacefully. If they went against the prefecture, how were they going to survive in the future? Voila. After Xianxia sent the intermediate human immortal guard flying with a kick, the other guards, including the gate guards, surrounded Xianxia. Their faces were filled with anger as they looked at Xianxia in disbelief. In their point of view, this arrogant bastard dared to attack outside the prefecture and injure the guards. This was the first time such a daring thing had happened in the entire Yan city. Brother Jiang. Han Chongling panicked. He didn't think that a young ascender like Xianxia would act so recklessly. As the steward of the prefecture, Huang Lu wasn't someone to be trifled with. Now that Xianxia had beaten up someone, how could he let this matter go? Chief, stand aside. I will seek justice for all of you today. The value of your cart of herbs is far more than 100 low-grade immortal metastones. Xianxia's face was cold as he signaled Han Chongling not to say anything. He had his own way to deal with this matter. What an arrogant kid. You must have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard to behave atrociously in the prefecture. What's your name? Huang Lu fumed and glared at Xianxia. Xianxia. Xianxia said his name and said slowly, ask your steward to come out. Haha. Good. Good. I've finally met an unruly commoner today. I don't know what gave you such courage, but what you've done today won't be enough even if you have 100 lives. Kill him. Huang Lu first burst into laughter. It was a mocking smile. Then, he gnashed his teeth and gave the order. Kong Long, as soon as Huang Lu's voice faded, the surrounding guards unleashed their powerful qi. Not only were there mid-human immortal guards, but there were also late human immortal guards. Their offensive strength was also extremely powerful. Although their status in the prefecture wasn't high, this was their first time seeing someone who dared to beat someone outside the prefecture. They had to let this person know the consequences of behaving atrociously in the prefecture, which wasn't something that an ordinary person could bear. Bang. Bang, another shocking scene appeared. Just as those guards were about to attack, they were forcefully sent flying by a force. Each and every one of them wailed in pain and fell 10 meters away, lying on the ground, unable to stand up anymore. Even the late human immortal guard suffered the same fate. Looking back at Jiang Chen, he was still standing there calmly, as if he wasn't the one who attacked just now. A few elite guards of the prefecture were easily taken care of by Jiang Chen. What? This time, not only the villagers of Han Village, even Huang Lu couldn't help but exclaim. The way he looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. He carefully examined Jiang Chen's cultivation base, but found out that he couldn't see through it with his eyesight. So powerful. How could a newly ascended cultivator possess such powerful combat strength? Not even a late human immortal expert was a match for him. They couldn't even put up a fight against him. That's right. Han Chongling felt that he had to reevaluate Jiang Chen. Normally, immortals who ascended from the lower world would be at the early human immortal realm. No matter how powerful an early human immortal was, it was impossible for an early human immortal to be a match for a late human immortal. He couldn't help but be shocked by Jiang Chen's power. Chief, it seems like we have underestimated him. Second brother Han said in a low voice. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeves. But no matter how powerful you are, don't even think about leaving the prefecture today. I will kill you myself. Huang Lu unleashed his half-step earth immortal qi. Judging from his qi alone, he was even more powerful than Han Chongling. Huang Lu's cultivation base had already reached the peak of half-step earth immortal realm, only a step away from the true early earth immortal realm. Unfortunately, this kind of terror was only relative to others. In front of Jiang Chen, Huang Lu didn't have the slightest advantage. His fate was the same as those guards lying on the ground. Pa. Almost at the same instant when Huang Lu made his move, Jiang Chen also moved. His movement was more than 100 times faster than Huang Lu. Huang Lu had only made an attacking movement, but had already lost the chance to attack. Jiang Chen's palm clasped on Huang Lu's fat neck. If you move again, I will kill you. Jiang Chen's tone suddenly became incomparably cold, bone-chilling. Huang Lu, who was originally charging forward, was now sweating profusely. He saw Jiang Chen's eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well. He was sure that those eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words at all. As long as he moved again, Jiang Chen would kill him immediately. Even though this was the prefecture, he didn't feel any sense of security. What made Huang Lu feel even more terrified was that his cultivation base was only half-step earth immortal, but under the opponent's control, he actually felt a kind of coldness that came from the depths of his soul. Under the invisible suppression of the opponent's qi, he couldn't even move, let alone fight back. Jiang Chen's qi was like a huge mountain pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. It was an absolute suppression. You dare to kill me? This is the prefecture. You should know what will happen to you if you kill me. Huang Lu's voice was already trembling, but the backing of the city lord's mansion still gave him great confidence. You should be glad that this is the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, an annoying person like you would have died countless times already. However, you'd better not challenge my authority. If I want you to die now, you won't be able to live past the next second. Jiang Chen said coldly. Listen, get those who can talk to me to come out and see me. Jiang Chen said and kicked Huang Lu's big belly. Huang Lu cried out in pain and flew out like a meatball, falling into the prefecture's gate. Jiang Chen, you don't know what's good for you, just you wait. Huang Lu gave a threatening roar before disappearing on all fours. It's over. This is getting out of hand. Han Chongling was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so powerful that even a half-step Earth Immortal couldn't withstand a single strike from him. He didn't know how powerful Xianxia was, but he was sure of one thing: no matter how powerful Xianxia was, the prefecture couldn't afford to offend him. Xianxia was dressed in white, standing outside the gate of the prefecture. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, showing his extraordinary confidence. Not long after that, another group of people rushed out of the prefecture. Every one of them was full of qi. The one in the lead seemed to be in his 50s. He had a strong body, but not fat. He had an extraordinary temperament, and a trace of ruthlessness could be seen in between his eyebrows. One look and anyone could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. What was more frightening was his cultivation base. He had already reached the early Earth Immortal realm, a true Earth Immortal expert. Half-step Earth Immortal and early Earth Immortal seemed to be only a step apart, but the gap between them was like night and day. Half-step Earth Immortal was only infinitely close to the Earth Immortal realm, but not a true Earth Immortal. Next to the man, Huang Lu was holding his stomach with one hand. That was the place where Xianxia kicked him. His other hand was pointing at Xianxia. "Cousin, it's this man. He's Xianxia. He's a lunatic. He was the one who beat all these people, including me." The leader of the group was none other than Steward Wu, whom Han Chongling had mentioned before. Whether it was in Saint Origin World or the Immortal World, strength was everything. Steward Wu's cultivation base was higher than Huang Lu's, so naturally, his position in the prefecture was also higher. Steward Wu glanced at the guards who were still wailing on the ground. His face was filled with anger. He stared at Xianxia with eyes as sharp as knives and said, "What an arrogant kid. How dare you come to the prefecture and beat people? Who gave you the courage to do so? Don't be angry, Steward Wu." Brother Jiang was forced to do so. Han Chongling hastily stepped forward and bowed deeply to Steward Wu. He and Steward Wu could be considered as old acquaintances. Steward Wu was the one who received the medicinal herbs every time they came to deliver. "Han Chongling, your Han village sure has guts to behave atrociously in the city lord's mansion. I don't think your Han village wants to stay in Yen City any longer," Steward Wu said in a contemptuous tone. "Don't be angry, Steward Wu. Every time we deliver medicinal herbs, we pay 100 immortal meta stones, but this time, Steward Huang has deducted half of it, giving us only 50 immortal meta stones. That's why Brother Jiang has offended all of you," Han Chongling hastily explained. "Humph. Let's not talk about the immortal meta stones. This is the matter of Xianxia beating people." Steward Wu harumphed coldly and ignored Han Chongling. His eyes shifted to Xianxia and said, "Kid, the mistake you have made today is unforgivable. I want you to kneel down and kowtow to my cousin as an apology. If you do that, I might leave your corpse intact." "Haha. Just you? Ridiculous. Huang Lu, I asked you to find someone who could speak, but you only found this old thing. I might as well tell you that the value of this cart of medicinal herbs is at least 100,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. If it's not enough, you better not come out and make a fool of yourself." Xianxia laughed loudly. There were many people who threatened to make Xianxia kneel down, but unfortunately, they all ended up in a miserable state. 100,000? Haha. 100,000 low-grade immortal meta stones? What an exorbitant demand. Brat, I think you've gone crazy thinking about immortal meta stones. How dare you ask for 100,000 for a carriage full of herbs? Humph. Reckless fool, I really don't know where your courage comes from. How dare you behave atrociously in the prefecture? Take him down. I'd like to see if he still dares to fight back." Steward Wu burst into laughter all of a sudden, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. A puny villager had asked for 100,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. Did he really think that immortal meta stones were stones that could be picked up from the streets? Xianxia's words had completely infuriated Steward Wu. Steward Wu immediately ordered his men to take down Xianxia. Voila, those experts who came out with Steward Wu moved at the same time. Every one of them moved swiftly, besieging Xianxia in an instant. "Get up. You think you can deal with me with these rotten potatoes and bird eggs? Get lost." Xianxia didn't put these people in his eyes at all. His chi shook abruptly. An invisible force gushed out of his body like a tidal wave, attacking in all directions. Asterisk bang bang bang, arg, asterisk without any surprise, all the guards were sent flying away by Xianxia's force. They fell a dozen meters away, lying on the ground and wailing. This scene shocked Steward Wu and Huang Lu. One should know that there were 2 half-step Earth Immortal experts among those who attacked Xianxia just now. Such experts couldn't even get close to Xianxia. This absolutely wasn't an accident, nor was it because the guards of the prefecture weren't good enough. The only explanation was that Xianxia was just too powerful. Steward Wu couldn't help but look at Xianxia carefully. Given his eyesight, he had already identified Xianxia's cultivation base through Xianxia's attack. Because of this, he was even more shocked. To think that a late human immortal young man would possess such powerful combat strength. He defeated a half-step Earth Immortal so easily. This is unbelievable. Chief Steward Wu muttered in a low voice, his face still filled with disbelief. As the city lord's chief steward, he could be considered a knowledgeable person. A genius like Xianxia was truly rare. But even though it was rare, he couldn't swallow this insult. This involved the dignity of the prefecture. If the dignified prefecture of Yen City was disgraced by a puny late human immortal, then he wouldn't be able to continue as the steward anymore. Xianxia stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He had no intention of talking to Steward Wu at all. Today, he wanted to do something big. Firstly, he wanted to help Han Village get justice and give them some benefits. Secondly, he wanted to build a foundation for himself in the immortal world. Thus, the city lord mansion had to send out someone with a high position today. This chief butler Wu was clearly not qualified, and he was far from it. Cousin, this brat doesn't look easy to deal with. Should we inform eldest miss? Huang Lu whispered. Humph. He's just a late human immortal brat. If eldest miss is alarmed by such a small matter, where am I going to put my face? Chief Steward Wu harumphed coldly. Although Xianxia's performance was miraculous, he was an Earth Immortal expert after all. He was still very confident that he could kill Xianxia. You don't have to do anything, because you're no match for me. Xianxia stretched out a finger and shook it at Chief Steward Wu. Even if Chief Steward Wu reached the intermediate Earth Immortal realm, he still wouldn't be a match for Xianxia, let alone an early Earth Immortal expert. What an arrogant brat. Since you're courting death, then I'll let you die. If you die, Han Village will be finished with you. Chief Steward Wu was infuriated. Given his status and identity in the city lord mansion, no one had ever dared to talk to him like this, especially an outsider. A strong wave of chi suddenly surged out from Chief Steward Wu's body. His movement was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xianxia. His divine sense had already locked onto Xianxia. The wave of chi that he unleashed was like a tidal wave, completely encircling and enveloping Xianxia. In an instant, he struck out a few palms. In an instant, more than 10 palms were flying towards Xianxia. The power of a true Earth Immortal's attack was not to be underestimated. All the people in Han Village became nervous. Today's disaster had already happened, and they knew very well that Han Village was now tied together with Xianxia. If Xianxia died, the Han Village wouldn't have a good ending. Therefore, they still hoped that Xianxia would have more trump cards up his sleeves. Although they knew that the chances of Xianxia defeating Chief Steward Wu was very small. After all, Chief Steward Wu was a true Earth Immortal expert, which was far from being comparable to a half-step Earth Immortal like Han Chongling. Facing the attacks of Chief Steward Wu's palms, Xianxia's movement was very simple. He gently lifted his palm and casually slapped forward. With a cracking sound, all of Chief Steward Wu's palms were shattered in an instant. It didn't affect Xianxia at all. Asterisk pa. Asterisk Xianxia's movement was too fast. After shattering Chief Steward Wu's palms, he slapped Chief Steward Wu's face at lightning speed. An incomparably crisp sound of a slap was heard. Chief Steward Wu felt that it wasn't a slap on his face, but a mountain, suffocating him and making him lose the strength to resist. Chief Steward Wu let out a wail. Just like the other guards, he was slapped to the ground by Xianxia and then kicked away by Xianxia. Although he was an early Earth Immortal expert, his condition was exactly the same as those human immortal guards. In other words, in front of Jiang Chen, there was no difference between an early Earth immortal expert and an early human immortal expert. What? This time, the villagers of Han Village were completely shocked. Each of them widened their eyes at what happened in front of them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They wouldn't even dream of such a scene. It seemed like Jiang Chen's strength was far beyond their estimation. How formidable! How could an ascender that has just arrived in the immortal dimension possess such terrifying combat strength? Big brother Jiang is too ferocious, but if this goes on, it won't be good for us. I can see that Jiang brother is full of confidence from head to toe. He might really have some trump card. Just now, he asked for 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. I believe that he wasn't just talking nonsense. Have you all noticed that what Jiang brother is doing now is to lure the real master of the prefecture out? That's right. I don't think Jiang brother is a madman. How could a brainless person ascend from a place like the lower world? He must have his own reasons and motives for doing this. Let's just watch and see. Anyway, the fate of Han Village has already fallen into the hands of Jiang brother. There's no point in us worrying blindly. The people of Han Village were shocked, but they weren't fools. They had a certain level of confidence in Jiang Chen's strength and miraculousness. The entire prefecture was filled with wails. Guards were lying on the ground in disorder. This was the first time such a scene had happened in Yan City. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously in the prefecture. If this matter was spread out, it would certainly set off a great uproar in Yan City. Huang Lu was still standing there, but his expression had changed completely. His arrogance had vanished and his eyes were filled with fear. Jiang Chen, you just wait. After Huang Lu finished speaking, he once again returned to the city lord mansion. After a while, another group of people came out of the prefecture. This time, there were 20 to 30 of them. Every one of them was exceedingly strong. From their qi, one could tell that many of them had a distinguished status in the prefecture. Some of them looked like guest elders, but their cultivation base had already reached the late Earth immortal realm. Such a terrifying cultivation base could be considered as one of the best in the entire Yan City. From this, it could be seen how big the commotion caused by Jiang Chen was. It could be said that the real higher-ups of the prefecture had been drawn out. This time, the true leader of this group of people wasn't those late earthly immortal old men, but a young woman. The woman looked to be around 20 years old. She wore a light blue dress, and her jet black hair hung down to her waist like a waterfall. Her appearance was exquisite and flawless. Her fine black hair fluttered casually in front of her face. Her lips were red even if they weren't lipstick, and her eyes were bright like a pair of black gems. Every move of the lady was filled with noble qi. Beneath her beautiful appearance was a proud heart. Even Jiang Chen had to admit that she was a true beauty. She was almost comparable to Yan Xinyu and Wu Ningzhu. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was the lady's cultivation base. She was so young, but her cultivation base had already reached the horrifying late Earth immortal realm. It seemed like there were still some geniuses in Yan City. So beautiful. Han Song's eyes were staring at the lady, almost lost in thought. Don't look at her. She's the eldest daughter of the prefecture, Yan Qingqing. You can't blaspheme her, not even with your eyes. Han Chongling hastily pinched Hong Kong. They couldn't afford to offend the prettiest lady in Yan City. Brother Jiang, her name is Yan Qingqing, the only daughter of the prefecture. She has a unique position in the prefecture. I never thought that she would be drawn out this time. It seems like things are going to be difficult. Han Chongling hastily sent a message to Jiang Chen. Village chief, don't worry. I'm going to draw out the higher-ups of the prefecture. The higher the position, the better. Jiang Chen said in a casual manner. Eldest miss, that's him. Huang Lu pointed at Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing and the elders had already seen the scene outside. Their eyes fell upon Jiang Chen at the same time. Their eyes were filled with incomparable anger. It seemed like they were about to rush forward and tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Jiang Chen must have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously in the prefecture. How audacious was he to injure the people of the prefecture? Jiang Chen took a quick glance at Yan Qingqing and turned his gaze away without saying a word. His face was brimming with confidence and vigor. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but tremble. A hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. She was very confident in her looks. In the entire Yan city, there wasn't a single man who looked at her as indifferent as Jiang Chen. She could feel that Jiang Chen was really calm and wasn't putting up a facade. There were only two explanations for this situation. One was that her charm wasn't enough. The other was that Jiang Chen's willpower was just too good. Yan Qingqing had never doubted her charm. Therefore, it was really rare to see a young man with such willpower. Plus, Jiang Chen was able to defeat an early Earth Immortal expert easily with his late human immortal cultivation base. This surprised Yan Qingqing even more. She could be considered as a rare genius. Back then, she was already able to fight against a half-step Earth Immortal expert when she was still a late human immortal, but she wouldn't be a match for a true early Earth Immortal expert, let alone defeating an early Earth Immortal expert in a single strike. From this aspect, Yan Qingqing felt that her talent was no match for this young man. Apart from that, Jiang Chen's courage had also shocked and impressed Yan Qingqing. A late human immortal dared to cause trouble in the prefecture and injure so many people. If such a figure wasn't out of his mind, he must have a trump card in confidence. Judging from Jiang Chen's appearance, he didn't look like a person with a problem in his mind. Plus, it was impossible for a person with a problem in his mind to defeat an early Earth Immortal expert. In this case, Yan Qingqing was very interested in this young man. She would like to see what trump card Jiang Chen had. How could he be so confident to injure so many people here? Eldest miss, there has never been such a daring person in our city lord's mansion. Let this old man kill him. The dignity of our city lord's mansion is not to be challenged. A mid-earth immortal elder spoke. His body was surrounded by immortal qi. It seemed like he would immediately kill Jiang Chen as long as Yan Qingqing gave the order. No need, I'll handle it. Yan Qingqing opened her mouth and said. Her gentle voice carried a hint of resoluteness, giving off the feeling of a heroine. Your name is Jiang Chen? Yan Qingqing took a step forward and asked Jiang Chen. That's right. Jiang Chen's tone was calm. I think you'll give me a good reason for injuring someone from the city lord's mansion. Yan Qingqing smiled faintly. This smile was just like her name, it could even charm a city. Because they provoked me. Jiang Chen shrugged and said disapprovingly. What? Even Yan Qingqing was stupefied for a short period of time. This was a far-fetched yet reasonable reason. As a matter of fact, she already knew everything that had happened here. Huang Lu wouldn't dare to lie in front of her. Huang Lu wasn't an idiot. Naturally, he wouldn't do such a thing if he lost his life because of the 50 low-grade immortal metastones. Huang Lu wasn't a fool. Naturally, he wouldn't do such a thing. Yan Qingqing initially thought that Jiang Chen would tell her the reason, but she didn't expect that Jiang Chen's reason would be so powerful. Plus, Jiang Chen's qi that could make people submit to him, this made Yan Qingqing's interest in Jiang Chen even greater. What an arrogant brat. He's really audacious. It seems like he's really here to look for trouble. Big miss, I think this man has gone mad. Let's not talk nonsense with him. Let's just kill him. Let's see how many lives he has after injuring someone in the prefecture. Kill him. He's too arrogant. He's just a puny late human immortal. Does he really think that he's a powerful figure? All of a sudden, the people of the prefecture were stirred up. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. Humans could be arrogant, but this guy in front of them was incomparably arrogant. Jiang Chen, I heard that you want 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones? With just this carriage of herbs? Yan Qingqing ignored the anger of the people behind her and continued to ask. Jiang Chen nodded secretly. It seemed like Yan Qingqing was not a reckless person. In addition to her identity and status in the prefecture, Jiang Chen felt that this person was more than enough for him to deal with Yan Qingqing. Of course, this carriage of herbs isn't worth 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones, but I can turn these herbs into high-grade pills in an instant. Jiang Chen said calmly. This was his real purpose. He had always been meticulous in his work. He would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. From the fact that these villagers of Han Village had come all the way here to deliver these herbs, it showed that the status of an alchemist was incomparably respectable in the immortal world, especially in a small place like One Line Sky. Since he couldn't make use of his identity as an ascender, he had to make good use of his identity as an alchemist. With his alchemy skills, it would be easy for him to refine these herbs into pills in the shortest time possible. If the people of the City Lord Mansion knew that he was an alchemist and saw his alchemy skills with their own eyes, one could imagine how they would treat him. If the City Lord Mansion didn't know how to handle an alchemist like him, it could only mean that the City Lord Mansion was an idiot. And obviously, an idiot wouldn't be able to rule Yen City for so long. Sure enough, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, Yan Qingqing's expression changed. "You are an alchemist?" Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes brightened. "Of course." Jiang Chen's tone was still as calm as before. He was paying close attention to all the people in the prefecture. After hearing that he was an alchemist, the way they looked at him had changed. The anger and killing intent they had before had lessened, and a hint of respect had appeared in their eyes. Jiang Chen instantly understood that he had underestimated the status of an alchemist in the immortal world, especially in One Line Sky. If that was the case, he had bet on the right person. A high-grade alchemist wasn't someone that ordinary people could afford to offend. It was pointless to injure these blind people. The one who was in the wrong wasn't Jiang Chen, but them. They could only blame themselves for offending a respectable alchemist. "Words are no proof," Yan Qingqing said. With a smile on his face, Jiang Chen gently grabbed the carriage with his big hand. Immediately, all the herbs on the carriage flew towards Jiang Chen. Under the control of Jiang Chen's soul power, these herbs were automatically divided into several pieces. The whole process was completed in an instant. Seeing this, Yan Qingqing's eyes brightened even more. As the eldest daughter of the prefecture, although she wasn't an alchemist, she had a lot of experience and had some understanding of alchemy. She could see that the classification of these herbs by Jiang Chen was incomparably precise. The combination of each herb was the composition of a pill. This point alone was enough to prove that Jiang Chen was an alchemist. My God! Han Changling, who was standing at the side, was astonished as well. He had delivered a lot of herbs to the prefecture, so he naturally had some knowledge about it. However, he had never thought that the ascender he saved was actually an alchemist. He knew all too well how important an alchemist was in this generation. Even the prefecture lord would have to treat a good alchemist with respect. If Jiang Chen was really a powerful alchemist, he wouldn't mind injuring so many people of the prefecture. Even if he killed a few of them, it wouldn't be a big deal. Who would miss a good alchemist just because of a few guards? It can't be. Jiang brother is actually an alchemist? No wonder he's so stubborn. He even asked for 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. Haha, I really didn't expect brother Jiang to be an alchemist. If he can really refine these medicinal herbs into pills, he will definitely be warmly received by the City Lord's mansion. When that time comes, not only will our Han village not be in any danger, we will also benefit from it. Big brother Jiang is truly amazing. I knew that he must have a trump card to be so confident. The villagers of Han village were excited. Just a moment ago, they were so nervous that they thought that not only would Jiang Chen be doomed, but the Han village would also be doomed after offending the prefecture. They never thought that Jiang Chen would have such a powerful trump card. *Kuhu, Jiang Chen flipped his palm and a sea of fire rushed out. The entrance of the prefecture was instantly turned into a sea of fire. All the herbs were engulfed by the sea of fire. Crackling sounds could be heard from the inside as the herbs began to be smelted. What? How can there be such a concoction method? That's right. It's impossible to smelt so many herbs at the same time. Plus, these herbs can be used to concoct different kinds of pills. Could it be that he is going to concoct different kinds of pills at the same time? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even the most powerful alchemist can't concoct so many kinds of pills at the same time. The elders of the prefecture were shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They weren't alchemists, but they had seen alchemists concoct pills before. The reason why alchemists were so rare was because the concoction process was too complicated and troublesome. Ordinary people couldn't control it at all. Therefore, even the alchemists of the city governor's mansion would have to smelt the medicinal ingredients one by one and then fuse them together. Even so, there was a certain chance of failure, not to mention refining many different kinds of pills at the same time. Yan Qingqing's eyes became brighter and brighter. She was shocked to find out that Jiang Chen was casually concocting pills. Every single herb was smelted quickly and then started to fuse. Different herbs were fused into different kinds of pills, and there was no change in the middle. This was simply shocking. Ignoring everyone's astonishment, Jiang Chen continued to concoct the pills calmly. The quality of the herbs determined the grade of the pills. The herbs that Han Village gathered were basically all high-grade herbs. Because they were going to be sent to the city lord's mansion, they couldn't afford to take out any ordinary herbs. However, most of these herbs were the most common ones. Therefore, they could only be used to concoct ordinary immortal pills. However, the more common a pill was, the more popular it would be. The same pill concocted by different alchemists would have different grades. With Jiang Chen's skill, the Great Soul Derivation Technique, Thunder Fire, and True Dragon Flame, the pills he concocted would definitely be the best of the best. Asterisk pop pop pop, asterisk popping sounds could be heard from the sea of fire. The herbs were being melted rapidly. Looking at Jiang Chen's concoction technique, it was really easy and casual. It seemed like there was no possibility of failure. No one spoke a word. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. All of their attention was focused on Jiang Chen. In their opinion, being able to witness such a concoction technique was simply a miracle. It was a kind of enjoyment in itself. Steward Wu had already crawled up from the ground. Many guards had also crawled up. They were also attracted by Jiang Chen's movements. They seemed to have forgotten the pain in their bodies. Yan Qingqing's eyes were filled with infatuation. She didn't know if Jiang Chen would succeed in concocting the pills in the end. However, this kind of method really made her infatuated. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen suddenly withdrew the sea of fire and absorbed all the flames into his body. At the same time, a strong medicinal fragrance pervaded the air, making everyone present feel refreshed. In front of Jiang Chen, there were dozens of pills floating in the air. They were constantly emitting light and the medicinal fragrance was incomparably strong. These dozens of pills were divided into several types. They were colorful and extremely beautiful. Each of the pills was the size of a thumb. The surface of the pills was smooth and flawless. It was extremely exquisite. It's done. My God. In such a short period of time, he managed to concoct dozens of pills. Not only that, there are quite a few of them. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if I were beaten to death. I didn't expect there to be such an amazing alchemy technique in this world. Big Brother Jiang is really amazing. Did you see that? Each of these pills is as shiny as jade, and their quality is the best of the best. The people of Han Village widened their eyes. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Not only them, the people from the city lord's mansion also had the same expression. Every one of them had their mouths wide open. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes were fixed on those floating pellets. She couldn't move her eyes away anymore. Yan Qingqing made a grabbing motion and a pill landed on her jade-like hand. She inspected the quality of the pill carefully and praised, "This profound yang pill doesn't have any impurities. All the medicinal essence of the herbs have been extracted, creating a peak-grade profound yang pill. This pill alone is worth 2,000 low-grade immortal metastones." That's right. I have never seen a profound yang pill with such high quality. 2,000 low-grade immortal metastones is just a conservative estimate. There are a total of 10 profound yang pills here, and the total value is above 20,000. That's right. I have never seen a profound yang pill with such high quality. 2,000 low-grade immortal metastones is just a conservative estimate. There are a total of 10 profound yang pills here, and the total value is above 20,000. The elders and guests of the city lord's mansion were shocked. The pills that Jiang Chen concocted were all familiar pills. With their eyesight, they could naturally tell how precious these pills were. There were a total of 6 types of pills here, and each of them had a high value. The total value of dozens of pills was more than 100,000 pills. From this, it could be seen that Xianxia wasn't bluffing when he asked for 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. Elder Lu, go get 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones now. Yan Qingqing said to an elder beside her. Yes, Big Mississippi Elder Lu didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and immediately disappeared from the city lord's manor. Before he left, he didn't forget to look at Xianxia one more time. The anger in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced with respect. No one felt that there was anything wrong with Yan Qingqing's action. Although these pills were valuable, they weren't worth 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones. However, Yan Qingqing didn't hesitate to take out 200,000 of them. In Yan Qingqing's heart, Xianxia's existence was a huge treasure that couldn't be measured by any amount of immortal metastones. What they needed to do now was to rope in Xianxia. Such a terrifying alchemist must be roped into the prefecture. If such a figure was roped in by other major powers in Yan City, it wouldn't just be a simple loss to the prefecture. Although Yan City looked calm on the surface, it was actually filled with undercurrents, similar to Fragrant Sky City. However, it was more chaotic than Fragrant Sky City. Although Yan City was ruled by the prefecture, there were some powers that weren't any weaker than the prefecture. Even the prefecture didn't have the right to control them. Every major power was fighting openly and covertly in Yan City. After a while, Elder Lu returned with a gray storage pouch in his hand. He then handed it to Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing walked to Xianxia generously and said, "Young Master Jiang, the servants of the prefecture didn't know that young Master Jiang is a respectable alchemist. They were disrespectful to you just now. Qingqing will apologize on their behalf. Here are 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones. These pills that young Master Jiang has concocted will be accepted by the prefecture." Xianxia couldn't help nodding his head after hearing this. This Yan Qingqing was truly a figure. Not only did she know how to win the hearts of the people, she was also responsible to her subordinates. After seeing Xianxia's alchemy skills, she didn't reprimand those guards or even scolded them. Instead, she apologized on their behalf using her noble identity as a Big Mississippi. Such a figure and a peerless beauty would naturally be loved and respected by her subordinates, making them loyal to the prefecture. Oh my God, 200,000. Han Chang felt as though he was about to faint. Not only him, but everyone in Han Village felt the same way. Even the experienced and knowledgeable village chief Han Chongling felt the same way. To a small village like Han Village, 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones was a concept that made them feel like they had no idea what it was. 200,000. If our Han Village has these immortal metastones, our strength will certainly improve by leaps and bounds. It won't take long for us to rise above the surrounding villages. What are you thinking? These immortal metastones belong to Brother Xianxia. Without him, I'm afraid that we would have lost our lives. Ah Tsong, you have done a great deed by saving Jiang Brother this time. Jiang Brother possesses such a terrifying alchemist and combat strength. His future achievements will be limitless. Today, Big Miss Yan Qingqing has personally won him over. From now on, Jiang Brother's position in Yan City will be irreplaceable. Ah Tsong, Jiang Brother will be your role model in the future. Do you understand? The people of Han Village were extremely excited. Although 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones was a frightening number, they knew that these pills had nothing to do with them. The reason why Yan Qingqing generously took out 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones was to win over Xianxia. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Xianxia smiled faintly and accepted the storage pouch. He had just arrived in the immortal world and immortal metastones were what he needed the most. Now that 200,000 high-grade immortal metastones were delivered to his doorstep, he naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. Moreover, he had a good impression of Yan Qingqing. If he could befriend a major power like the City Lord Prefecture, it would be a good choice. Seeing that Xianxia had accepted the storage pouch, a smile appeared on Yan Qingqing's face. She was most afraid that Xianxia wouldn't accept it. After all, an alchemist like Xianxia had his own pride. Previously, those guards of the prefecture had offended him, so it would be normal if Xianxia didn't accept her sincerity. At this moment, Steward Wu and Huang Lu were completely frightened. They stood there trembling with fear, not even daring to let out a fart. They knew in their hearts that today, they had provoked an existence that they should not have and could not afford to provoke. With their status, to provoke an alchemist with such superb means, they must be sick in the head. In an instant, all the hatred they had towards Xianxia vanished. They even felt deeply grateful to Xianxia, because even if Xianxia had killed them, they would have died in vain. The prefecture wouldn't make an enemy out of a powerful alchemist just because of their death. With a thought, Xianxia opened the storage pouch, which was filled with low-grade immortal metastones. Xianxia immediately divided the pouch into two and sent 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones into the Zulong Tower. Due to the influence of the spatial law of the immortal world, only powerful divine immortal experts could initially control the spatial force and connect it to their qi to store things in their qi. Below the divine immortal realm, treasures were stored in a storage pouch or a spatial ring. This was the same as in Saint Origin World. However, Xianxia was different. His Zulong Tower had already condensed 12 floors and had been fully restored. There was a large amount of storage space in it, which was enough to store any amount of immortal metastones. Subsequently, Xianxia came to Han Chongling with the storage pouch and handed it to him. "Chief, here are 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. This is what your Han village deserves." Upon seeing this, Han Chongling was filled with fear and trepidation. He stared at the storage pouch in horror, not daring to reach out to receive it. "Brother Jiang, this is too much. This is all yours. It has nothing to do with our Han village." Naturally, Han Chongling didn't dare to accept it. Even though he knew that the overall strength of Han village would rise to a new level with these 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones, and that it wasn't impossible for them to walk out of their remote village in the future, the wealth given by Xianxia was just too precious. "Chief, there's no need to stand on ceremony. These pills were concocted using the herbs you provided, so these low-grade immortal metastones are naturally yours." After speaking, Xianxia handed the storage pouch to Han Chongling, not giving him a chance to refuse. Xianxia's style of doing things was swift and decisive. He had always been a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He would never be stingy to his friends and benefactors. Besides, the people of Han village also needed his help. Without help, these villagers would never be able to walk out of their remote village. Even the genius Han Chong would find it incomparably difficult to walk out of their remote village. It was good for Han village to have a genius like Han Chong, but no matter how great a genius was, he would still need cultivation resources as a foundation. Without the supply of cultivation resources, it would be useless even if Han Chong was blessed by the heavens. "Thank you very much, Jiang brother." Han Chongling gave a deep bow to Xianxia. He felt that the storage pouch in his hand was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. Although he had only known Xianxia for a few days, he had a certain understanding of Xianxia's character. He knew that Xianxia wouldn't take back what he had given out. "My God! 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. Our village has never seen so many immortal metastones. I never thought that Jiang brother would be so generous. Ah Tsong, you've made a great contribution to our Han village this time. If you hadn't saved Brother Jiang, we wouldn't have been able to get so much wealth. Brother Jiang is really generous. He can be considered the biggest benefactor of our Han village now. The fate of our Han village will be completely changed in the future." The villagers of Han village were so excited that they couldn't even speak properly. Han Chong was smiling foolishly. When he saved Xianxia, it was out of kindness that he didn't think too much about it. Now, it seemed like his kindness had brought a huge turning point to the Han village. "Young Master Jiang, Qingqing would like to invite young master to be a guest of the prefecture." "I hope that young master can agree," Yan Qingqing spoke again. She wasn't a bashful person, nor would she beat around the bush. A young and promising alchemist like Xianxia was exactly what the prefecture needed the most. A guest was equivalent to an elder, but not under the jurisdiction of the prefecture. It was equivalent to letting Xianxia be a guest here without any restrictions. In Yen City, whether it was the prefecture or other major powers, those who could become a guest were at least late Earth immortal experts. It was simply a pipe dream for a late human immortal to be a guest. But now, Yan Qingqing had offered Xianxia a guest position. Perhaps only Xianxia could have such an honorable honor. The others didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Yan Qingqing's decision. After witnessing Jiang Chen's concoction technique, they knew very well that Jiang Chen's value in the future would be much greater than them, late Earth immortal experts. Alright, but I have a condition. Jiang Chen said. Young Master Jiang, please say it. As long as it's within the prefecture's capability, I will make the decision myself. Yan Qingqing said with a smile. Jiang Chen turned to Han Chong and said, Ah Tsung, come here. Ah, Han Chong let out a cry of surprise. This was his first time coming to Yen City and he had experienced so many things today. There were too many experts in front of him and the other party was the young lady of the prefecture. How could he dare to stand in front of her? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Second brother Han kicked Han Tsung's butt. Everyone in Han village, including Han Chongling, revealed a look of excitement on their faces. Han Chong was a fool, but they weren't. It must be a good thing that Jiang Chen asked Han Chong to go to the prefecture at this time. Han Chong was the hope of Han village. If he could walk out of Han village because of this, it would be a great fortune. Han Chong stood beside Jiang Chen nervously. Miss Qingqing, my condition is to let this little brother cultivate in the prefecture in the future. Jiang Chen said. Han Tsung's eyes widened when he heard that. His face was filled with excitement. Cultivating in the city lord's manor was something that he didn't even dare to dream about. This was the best place in Yen City. It was not something that the Han village could compare to. With Han Tsung's talent, if he could cultivate in Yen City, his future would be much better than in the Han village. No problem. Since young Master Jiang has recommended him, it must be him. I can see that this little brother is very talented. If he cultivates in the prefecture in the future, he will definitely become a pillar of our prefecture. Yan Qingqing agreed without hesitation. She thought that Jiang Chen would ask for something big. She didn't expect that it was just for the cultivation of a young man. This was out of her expectation, but it was also because of this that her impression of Jiang Chen had improved a lot. Ah Tsung, hurry up and thank the young lady. Han Chongling became anxious when he saw Han Chong standing there in a daze. Thank you, young lady. Han Chong quickly expressed his gratitude. He was extremely excited. He didn't expect that he would be able to overcome this hurdle so quickly. To him, being able to cultivate in Yen City from Han village was like a real carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate. Chief Steward Wu, please take good care of the Han villagers and apologize to them. From now on, the Han villagers can visit the City Lord Manor at any time. They are all guests of the City Lord Manor. Yan Qingqing said to Steward Wu. Hearing this, the people of Han village were so excited that they couldn't speak. This good thing came too suddenly. It was like a pie falling from the sky. It made them feel like they were in a dream. Becoming a guest of the City Lord's mansion was like a fantasy story. They knew very well that from now on, they would be relying on the big tree that was the City Lord's mansion. In the future, there wouldn't be many villages that would dare to provoke the Han village. Yes, young lady. Chief Steward Wu did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Today, they had nearly caused a huge disaster. Fortunately, the eldest miss was magnanimous and did not bother to haggle with them. Otherwise, they would not be able to bear the consequences of offending a high-ranked alchemist. Steward Wu glared at Huang Lu. At this moment, Huang Lu's face was pale as he walked towards Steward Wu shakily. His legs were trembling. He knew very well that he was the cause of today's events. Steward Wu pulled Huang Lu to the front of Jiang Chen and said respectfully, Young Master Jiang, we have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We hope that young master will be magnanimous and forgive us for offending you. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. When it's time to lower one's head, one should lower one's head. This wasn't a shameful thing. Steward Wu and Huang Lu were very clear that from now on, their status would be completely different from Jiang Chen. With their identity and status, it was impossible for them to provoke a guest. If they wanted to continue living in the prefecture, they must eliminate the hatred between them and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen ignored Steward Wu and looked at Huang Lu. Don't be too excessive in the future. These villagers are not easy to deal with. Yes, yes. Young master is right. Huang Lu bowed to Jiang Chen again and again. He almost knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. The reason why he could have such a good position in the prefecture wasn't because of his ability, but because of his cousin, Steward Wu. Today, he had almost caused a disaster. How would he dare to be disrespectful to Jiang Chen? Later, the group entered the prefecture. Under Yan Qingqing's arrangement, an exquisite courtyard was prepared for Jiang Chen. It would be his residence in the future. In the entire Yan city, Jiang Chen was the first late human immortal who was qualified to live in such a courtyard. Steward Wu and Huang Lu brought the people of Han village to another place. They wanted to entertain these villagers well. If it was before, they wouldn't even look at these villagers, but it was different now. With Jiang Chen's relationship, they wouldn't dare to neglect them. In the courtyard, there were only Yan Qingqing and Jiang Chen. I wonder if young master is satisfied with this place? Yan Qingqing asked. Young miss has really troubled you. Jiang Chen was a man who knew how to differentiate good from bad. Although the main reason why Yan Qingqing treated him this way was because of his alchemy, Jiang Chen was still very satisfied. Plus, he had a good impression of Yan Qingqing. There's a new guest in the prefecture and he's an alchemist. My father was supposed to welcome him personally, but he was fighting a demonic beast not long ago. Although he managed to kill it in the end, his body was also invaded by the cold poison. He's currently in seclusion to heal himself. I hope young master won't take it to heart. Yan Qingqing said. I do have some ways to deal with the cold poison. Jiang Chen said. It would be too humble to say that he only had some ways to deal with it. Jiang Chen was now immune to all kinds of poison. Not even the poison of the poisonous nether toad could affect him. As for the cold qi, it was a piece of cake for him. Not to mention that his flame could refine any kind of cold qi, the water element alone was enough to absorb any kind of cold qi. In this world, what could be colder than the heavenly and earth pure water? Really? Upon hearing this, Yan Qingqing's eyes sparkled. As a matter of fact, the cold poison that the city lord was suffering from was incomparably powerful. Otherwise, a mighty heaven immortal expert wouldn't be sent into seclusion. This cold poison had a great impact on the city lord. It would be great if Jiang Chen could solve it. Yan City wasn't as peaceful as it looked on the surface. Apart from the prefecture, there were two other major powers that could compete with the prefecture for the resources of Yan City. The fact that the city lord was infected by the cold poison was still a secret. If it was made public, the other two major powers would inevitably make a move and do something unfavorable to the prefecture. However, the truth couldn't be concealed forever. Sooner or later, the city lord's injury would be known. So the most urgent task now was to eliminate the cold poison in the city lord's body. Yan Qingqing had been worrying about this matter for the past few days. She had seen Jiang Chen's means. Perhaps Jiang Chen really had a solution. Bang. Right at this moment, the door of the courtyard was opened with a bang. Judging from the sound alone, it was obvious that the door was kicked open by someone. In the mansion, if someone dared to kick open the door of a guest room, then that person was either an idiot or someone with a high status. At least, his status wouldn't be lower than Jiang Chen's. There were 5 people in total, all of them seemed to be in their 50s. Their cultivation base was incomparably strong. 4 of them had reached the late Earth Immortal realm. The leader was the most powerful one, a half-step heaven immortal expert. Their faces were filled with arrogance that ordinary people couldn't have. It was a kind of nobility, or maybe it was just a self-assumed nobility. But apparently, they didn't expect that Yan Qingqing would be here. Their expressions froze for a second. Their arrogance was extinguished instantly. In the prefecture, Yan Qingqing had an absolute position. Even a half-step heaven immortal supreme expert wouldn't dare to disrespect her. They knew very well that the prefecture was rarely managed by the city lord. Everything in the prefecture was managed by this young lady. In other words, the reason why the prefecture was able to stand tall in Yan City was because of Yan Qingqing's contribution. Uncle Dong, why are you guys here? Yan Qingqing's tone was filled with dissatisfaction when she saw these people. She was dissatisfied with their behavior. Putting aside the fact that they had kicked the door, it was mainly because they interrupted Yan Qingqing's question. All her attention was currently focused on her father's cold poison. She was just talking about the cold poison with Jiang Chen and was interrupted by these people. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't angry. However, the status of the newcomer was obviously not ordinary, so even Yan Qingqing had to show some respect to him. I didn't expect Big Miss to be here as well. I heard that a young alchemist has come to the City Lord Mansion and his alchemy skills are superb. He's only in the late human immortal stage, but Big Miss has made an exception to invite him as a guest. That's why I'm here to have a look. The old man spoke, his eyes had already landed on Jiang Chen. When he realized that Jiang Chen was only a late human immortal expert, his eyes were filled with disdain. In his point of view, a puny late human immortal junior couldn't possibly be that powerful. He had spent his entire life studying alchemy and had made great contributions to the prefecture to achieve his current status. But now, a mere thief was treated as a guest. How could he feel good about this? Jiang Chen was well aware of this point. He didn't even need to think to know that the others behind him were thinking the same thing. Let me introduce you all. This is young Master Jiang Chen. After Yan Qingqing finished her introduction, she looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Young Master Jiang, this is Elder Dong Linfu, one of the best alchemists in Yan City and also the chief alchemist of the prefecture. He is highly respected by everyone. His cultivation base has already reached the half-step heaven immortal realm, just one step away from the true heaven immortal realm. The rest of them are also highly respected alchemists. They are my father's friends. They have contributed a lot to the prefecture's development in Yan City. Very fortunate. Jiang Chen held his fists at Dong Linfu and the others as a form of greeting. As a matter of fact, there was no need for Yan Qingqing's introduction. Jiang Chen had already guessed the identity of these people. As an alchemist himself, he could identify an alchemist with just a glance. Initially, I thought that the person chosen by young Miss would be extraordinary. But now, it seems like he's just SOSO. That's right. Young Miss, aren't you taking this man too seriously? He's only a late human immortal at such a young age. If it's only because of his alchemy skills, how can we, the old men, put our faces to the next level? Young Miss isn't an alchemist. Naturally, you don't know much about the Tao of alchemy. The Tao of alchemy is actually the same as cultivation. The art of alchemy is greatly affected by one's cultivation base. A mere late human immortal can only be considered as the lowest level alchemist. No matter how brilliant his skills are, he can't be that great. The moment they arrived, they were extremely dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's existence, the way he entered the prefecture and his current status. They even thought that Yan Qingqing might have taken a fancy to this pretty boy in front of them. However, they also understood Yan Qingqing's pride. An ordinary man wouldn't be able to enter her eyes, let alone a late human immortal brat. None of you have seen young Master Jiang concoct pills with your own eyes. Naturally, you don't know how brilliant young Master Jiang's alchemy skills are. I believe that if you had seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't be so hostile towards young Master Jiang. It can be said that young Master Jiang's alchemy skills are the best I have ever seen in my life. It can only be described as miraculous. Yan Qingqing said. What she said was the truth, but she said it on purpose. A smart woman always knew how to make use of the opportunity. It was within her expectation that Jiang Chen wouldn't be accepted by the alchemists here. She was going to make use of this kind of antagonistic relationship. Oh? Never seen in my life? Does young Miss mean that this brat's alchemy skills are even higher than mine? Dong Linfu's facial expression turned ugly instantly. If it wasn't Yan Qingqing who said this, he would have already lost his temper by comparing him to a late human immortal brat. Qingqing doesn't mean that, but young Master Jiang's alchemy skills can indeed be described as earth-shattering. Yan Qingqing continued. All right. Since young Miss thinks highly of this brat, this old man will compete with him. If this brat's alchemy skills are better than mine, this old man will give up the position of chief alchemist to him. Dong Linfu said. As a matter of fact, in his heart, a figure like Jiang Chen wasn't qualified to compete with him. It was an insult to him to compete with a puny late human immortal, but Yan Qingqing's words had completely provoked his dignity. He had no choice but to compete with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you're right. Uncle Dong, this isn't very good. You are all from the prefecture. Now, you are all working for the prefecture. Don't hurt the harmony between you two. Yan Qingqing said. It's precisely because we are all working for the prefecture that we have to compete with each other. There are many alchemists in the prefecture. We must have a chief alchemist. Plus, I also want to see if this brat is qualified to work for the prefecture. Dong Linfu had already made up his mind. He was going to compete with Jiang Chen and humiliate him. Since Elder Dong is so interested in it, I will play with you. Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face. He knew very well that he had to accept the challenge. Only by doing so could he establish his position in the prefecture. Moreover, he, Jiang Chen, had never been provoked like this before. If he didn't accept the challenge, wouldn't it be disrespectful? Alright, since you two want to compete, let's do it. You all know that my father is suffering from the cold poison. His condition is very bad. I have already obtained the ingredients to concoct the ardent yang pill. Why don't we use it as a competition? I will ask my father to come out of seclusion tomorrow and let him be the judge. What do you think? Yan Qingqing said solemnly. She had already prepared the ingredients to concoct the ardent yang pill. Originally, she wanted Dong Linfu to concoct it. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen would appear today. It was a good opportunity for them to compete. If they could really concoct the ardent yang pill, her father's cold poison wouldn't be a problem anymore. Alright, let's compete tomorrow. Let's concoct the ardent yang pill together. Jiang Chen, I think you know how difficult it is to concoct the ardent yang pill. It's not something that can be compared to ordinary pills. If you think you can't do it, you should admit defeat now. Don't waste the eldest miss ingredients. You should know that every ingredient used to concoct the ardent yang pill is extremely precious. Dong Linfu looked at Jiang Chen with a cold smile on his face. Seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled gently. His face was full of confidence. The concoction process of the ardent yang pill is indeed very complicated. This pill needs 49 ingredients that are extremely masculine and masculine. The key is to extract the masculine and masculine elements from the ingredients perfectly. It can be used to eliminate the cold poison in the city lord's body. Unfortunately, I happen to have experience in concocting the ardent yang pill. After hearing this, Dong Linfu and the others were stunned. The way they looked at Jiang Chen changed slightly. The ardent yang pill was a superior pill. Ordinary alchemists wouldn't dare to try it. Although they didn't know whether Jiang Chen could concoct the ardent yang pill, they were shocked that Jiang Chen could smoothly explain the concoction method and the medicinal properties of the ardent yang pill. Humph. If that's the case, I'll see you tomorrow. Dong Linfu snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and left with a few alchemists. Although Jiang Chen could explain the concoction method of the ardent yang pill, it wasn't enough to make Dong Linfu think highly of Jiang Chen. From the beginning to the end, he didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at all. Young Master Jiang, are you confident in concocting the ardent yang pill? Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen and asked in a serious tone. She didn't dare to treat her father's injury lightly. Don't worry, eldest Mississippi. I'll definitely successfully concoct the ardent yang pill and eliminate the cold poison in the city lord's body. The next day, within the city lord's residence's meeting hall, many people had gathered early in the morning. Today was a very important day. A young alchemist had come yesterday, and today, he would compete with the city lord's residence's alchemist Dong Linfu for the position of chief alchemist. To be able to enter this place, even in the prefecture, one must possess two qualities. First, cultivation base. The lowest cultivation base here was a late earth immortal expert. There were even a few half-step heaven immortal experts. Second, loyalty. The people here were absolutely loyal to the prefecture. At least, they could guarantee that the secret of the cold poison in the prefecture wouldn't be leaked. On both sides of the hall, experts were sitting side by side. The one sitting at the head was the alchemist, Dong Linfu. Whether it was his cultivation base or his identity, he was the most qualified to sit at the head of the hall. The prefecture lord hadn't arrived yet. Young Miss and Jiang Chen hadn't appeared yet, but the people in the hall were already talking about it. A mere late human immortal dared to challenge a true alchemist, Dong Linfu? This was something worth discussing. Who the hell is that Jiang Chen? Isn't he overestimating himself? A puny human immortal dares to challenge Grandmaster Dong? I really don't know what gives him such confidence. That's right. Young mistress has always been calm and steady. Why is she acting so unreliable this time? The City Lord Mansion is one of the top powers in Yen City. Not everyone can come here and be a guest. Moreover, it's unheard of for an immortal to be a guest. Don't look down on that, Jiangchen. Yesterday, I saw Jiangchen concoct pills outside the prefecture with my own eyes. His concoction technique can only be described as shocking. At least, I have never seen such a terrifying technique in my life. That's right. This Jiangchen is a genius that shouldn't be underestimated. His combat strength is also extremely terrifying. Although he's only a late human immortal, an early Earth immortal expert couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. He can defeat an opponent who's 2 levels higher than him. We can never do such a thing, but there's still a huge gap between Jiangchen and Grandmaster Dong. It seems like Jiangchen isn't strong enough to challenge Grandmaster Dong. Humph. I would like to see this man named Jiangchen later. Let's see if he's really that powerful. A lot of people were filled with curiosity towards this Jiangchen. At the same time, they also felt that the eldest miss was giving preferential treatment to Jiangchen. This made them very dissatisfied in their hearts and they were quite resentful. However, there were also a few who followed Yan Qingqing and witnessed Jiangchen concocting pellets with their own eyes yesterday. They felt that it was well-deserved for Jiangchen to obtain the guest chap position. The scene of Jiangchen concocting pellets yesterday could be described as shocking. It had already left an unerasable impression in their hearts. At this time, 2 silhouettes walked in from the outside. It was a man and a woman. At first glance, they looked like a perfect match. They were none other than Jiangchen and Yan Qingqing. The fact that Yan Qingqing was accompanying Jiangchen showed how much importance she attached to Jiangchen. In an instant, many people's gazes fell on Jiangchen. Many of their gazes were as sharp as knives, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become tense. It was the first time for many of them to see Jiangchen's appearance. Of course, they had to observe him carefully. Everyone present was an expert. An invisible pressure was exerted on Jiangchen. Facing this pressure, Jiangchen still looked relaxed as if he couldn't feel it at all. His every movement was full of confidence and calmness. Many people were surprised that a young man could have such a temperament. Some people's impression of Jiangchen had changed a lot just from the first impression. Dear elders, this is Jiangchen. Today, he is going to compete with Uncle Dong in concocting the ardent yang pill for my father. I believe this scene is worth watching. Yan Qingqing said with a smile. Since the eldest miss thinks so highly of him, we also want to see how capable he is to challenge Great Master Dong. Someone said. Everyone, just wait and see. My father has already come out of seclusion. He and Uncle Yuan will be here soon. Yan Qingqing said. Almost as soon as her voice faded, 2 strong winds suddenly blew in from outside the hall. After that, they turned into 2 silhouettes. 2 middle-aged men had already entered the front of the hall. Such a terrifying speed made people exclaim in admiration. Everyone, including Dong Linfu, immediately stood up from their seats. They didn't dare to show any neglect towards these 2 newcomers. One of them was wearing a light yellow robe. He was tall and slender. His face was resolute and handsome. His eyes were sparkling. His every movement carried a noble qi. There was a faint fluctuation of air around him. That was the special sign of a heaven immortal expert. In the immortal world, the heaven immortal realm was a threshold, a very big threshold. Those who could become a heaven immortal would have a certain status in many places. Only after reaching the heaven immortal realm could one truly control the surrounding air and fly. This resolute man was none other than the tyrant of Yen City, the prefecture lord of the prefecture, Yan Donglu. His cultivation base had already reached the early heaven immortal realm. The other man had a similarly powerful qi. His cultivation base wasn't any weaker than Yan Donglio's. His name was Yuan Hong, Yan Donglio's sworn brother. He held a very important position in the prefecture. There were a total of 2 heaven immortal experts in the prefecture. Prefecture Lord, Elder Yuan. Everyone greeted them respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. "And, let's have a seat." Yan Donglu waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to sit down. Then, he and Yuan Hong turned around at the same time and their eyes fell upon Jiangchen. Young master, this is my father and this is Elder Yuan Hong. They are both heaven immortal experts, the most powerful existences in the prefecture. Yan Qingqing introduced. Jiangchen greets Prefecture Lord and Elder Yuan. Jiangchen clasped his fists at the two in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Upon seeing this, Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in their eyes. One should know that given their status, any ordinary late human immortal expert would be trembling in front of him. Jiangchen, on the other hand, had such a temperament at such a young age. It was really rare for someone like him to have such temperament. Jiangchen, I heard that your alchemy skill is superb. You are able to concoct the complicated ardent yang pill with just a late human immortal cultivation base. Yan Donglu said, his tone full of doubt. If this young man wasn't recommended by his daughter, he was afraid that he wouldn't waste his time on a human immortal. If I'm not wrong, the cold poison in Prefecture Lord's body has already penetrated deep into his bone marrow. If it's not removed as soon as possible, even 100 ardent yang pills won't be able to solve the root of the problem. Jiangchen didn't answer Yan Donglu's question, but changed the topic. Yan Donglu now had a whole new level of respect for Jiangchen. At least, he no longer looked down on Jiangchen like before. Regardless of Jiangchen's cultivation, the fact that Jiangchen was able to see through him with a single glance was enough to attract his attention. Not a bad kid. I don't think Qingqing will be that bad. However, Jiangchen, Grandmaster Dong is a true master among alchemists. No matter what kind of pill he concocts, he will rarely fail. You have the guts to compete with him, which shows that the younger generation will surpass the older. However, how confident are you in concocting the ardent yang pill? Yan Donglu asked. His tone was much softer than before. I have never failed in concocting pills. Jiangchen said in an indifferent tone. His casual words and actions were filled with great confidence. This kind of confidence would infect the others, making them feel that Jiangchen's confidence was real, a confidence that came from his bones. What he said proved that he had the ability, and wasn't just boasting. That's right. That's right. Hee, young man shouldn't boast. You should know that even the most powerful alchemist wouldn't dare to say that he has never failed. Yuan Hong chuckled. Jiangchen didn't respond to Yuan Hong's words. He never liked to talk, he preferred to use his actions. City Lord, this kid seems to be very arrogant. In that case, I will let him know what true alchemy is. Dong Linfu once again stood up from his seat. In order to defend his dignity and status as the chief alchemist, he felt that it was necessary for him to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. Otherwise, he would become a joke in front of everyone. Very well. In that case, you two can have a competition. I will be the judge for you. This ardent yang pill is very useful to me. I hope you two will be more attentive. If you can completely remove the cold poison in my body, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Yan Donglu said. He was at his wit's end regarding the cold poison in his body. Given his cultivation, he could only suppress the cold poison but couldn't remove it completely. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Just like what Jiangchen said, the cold poison had already penetrated deep into his bone marrow. If he couldn't find a way to remove it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Subsequently, Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong sat at the highest position in the center of the hall. The others also moved to the back to make room for Jiangchen and Dong Linfu. To them, it was an incomparably rare thing to be able to witness Dong Linfu's alchemy. Normally, no one would disturb an alchemist when he was concocting pills. Dong Linfu was the chief alchemist of the prefecture. It was a pleasure and an eye-opener for them to be able to watch him concoct pills. As for Jiangchen, most of them didn't put him in their eyes. First of all, they had profound cultivation base. They wouldn't put a late human immortal in their eyes. Secondly, Jiangchen's opponent was the mighty Dong Linfu. They had no confidence in Jiangchen at all. After all, Dong Linfu's prestige in the prefecture was just too high. Yan Qingqing turned her palm and two light gray storage pouches appeared. She then handed them to Jiang Chen and Dong Linfu respectively and said, "Both of you, these are the ingredients for concocting the ardent yang pill. Because the ingredients of the ardent yang pill are very precious, I have spent a lot of effort but only managed to find 2 sets of ingredients." Everyone could hear the hidden meaning in Yan Qingqing's words. She was reminding them that they only had one chance. Once they failed, they would truly fail. In other words, this was a competition where there was no chance of failure. This was extremely harsh for an alchemist. At the same time, it was also a great test for an alchemist's alchemy level. Only one set of ingredients for each person. This is really a test of one's alchemy level. I heard that the ardent yang pill is concocted with 49 different kinds of ingredients. It's very easy to fail. For an alchemist like Grandmaster Dong, there should be very little chance of failure. To me, it's a pleasure to be able to witness such a scene with my own eyes. How can a puny human immortal concoct such a complicated pill? I think that Jiang Chen is just seeking his own humiliation. Eldest Miss is taking him too seriously. Let's wait and see. I think this guy has some skills. As long as he's not an idiot, he won't embarrass himself in front of the prefecture lord. Sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. The concoction of only one set of ingredients had caused the atmosphere to become somewhat heavy. Jiang Chen, it's not too late for you to regret it now. The ingredients for the ardent yang pill are extremely precious. I hope you won't waste it. Dong Linfu said to Jiang Chen with a cold and arrogant face. Grandmaster, don't waste it. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He was extremely confident in his alchemy level. He didn't put a person like Dong Linfu in his eyes at all. Boasting shamelessly. Let's begin. Dong Linfu let out a cold snort. Then, he mobilized his spiritual strength and began to prepare for the refinement of the pill. One could see that a trace of seriousness had appeared on his face. After all, the ardent sun pill was not easy to refine. Moreover, there was only one set of precious medicinal ingredients. This was a test in itself. Moreover, he was refining the pill in front of all the higher-ups of the city governor's mansion. Moreover, it concerned the recovery of the city governor's mansion's cold poison. If anything went wrong, his reputation would be ruined. While Dong Linfu was preparing for the concoction, Jiang Chen had already taken out all the ingredients from his storage pouch. 49 different kinds of ingredients were floating in front of Jiang Chen. They emitted a strong medicinal fragrance that could make one feel relaxed and happy. Moreover, most of the ingredients used to concoct the ardent yang pill were extremely hot. Breathing in this kind of medicinal fragrance would bring great benefits to a cultivator. Whoosh, whoosh, then, a large flame was released by Jiang Chen. In an instant, all the 49 ingredients were enveloped by the flame. What? Seeing this, many people exclaimed. This scene immediately caused an uproar in the hall. Apart from Yan Qingqing and those experts who had seen Jiang Chen concoct pills yesterday, everyone else had their eyes wide open. Even Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong were staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Even Dong Linfu was shocked. He was still preparing to adjust his qi, but Jiang Chen had already started concocting the pill. What was even more unbelievable was that Jiang Chen's concoction method was simply unheard of. What kind of joke is this? How can there be such a way to concoct pills? Everyone knows that the most important step in concoction is purification. The first step is to extract all the essences of each ingredient. This step is done one by one, because different herbs have different melting points. This brat is actually refining 49 kinds of ingredients at the same time. Isn't this a joke? Bastard. This is simply a bastard concoction method. He is destroying the ingredients and wasting them. Even a senior alchemist wouldn't dare to do this. I have seen Master Dong refining 3 kinds of ingredients at the same time, and that was already shocking enough. 49, this is simply nonsense. Doesn't he need to prepare before concocting the pill? Concocting a pill is a very mentally exhausting process. The more difficult the pill is, the more mentally exhausting it is. Even Master Dong needs to prepare for more than 10 minutes before he dares to start. Is this guy really an alchemist? Everyone was shocked, especially those alchemists who were sitting there. They had an impulse to spurt out blood. Some of them couldn't control their emotions and stood up from their seats. In their opinion, Jiang Chen's concoction method was simply a joke. As an alchemist, they knew very well how difficult and complicated the process of concocting a pill was. "Everyone, don't be restless," Yan Donglu said in a low voice. He was afraid that such restlessness would affect Jiang Chen's concoction. Although he was also shocked, Yan Qingqing had told him about Jiang Chen's concoction method. Therefore, he believed that Jiang Chen still had some tricks up his sleeve. Popping sounds kept ringing out from the sea of flames. That was the sound of herbs being smelted. Right at this moment, everyone's gazes fell onto the sea of flames in front of Jiang Chen, as well as his relaxed expression. It was as if concocting pills was as easy as eating a meal for him. As time passed, the scene became incomparably quiet. No one dared to blink their eyes. Even Dong Linfu, who was the closest to Jiang Chen, was immersed in the process of Jiang Chen's concoction. He even forgot to adjust his state of mind. Everyone present was an expert. Even if they weren't alchemists, their eyesight was incomparably unique. In addition, Jiang Chen didn't conceal his concoction process at all. Everyone could see it clearly. Because of this, they were even more shocked. In their eyes, 49 different herbs were being melted bit by bit in the sea of fire. All of their essences were being extracted at an incredible speed, and not a single bit of waste was left in the process. This was too terrifying. Jiang Chen's control of the flame and the melting point of the herbs was so precise that it was terrifying. My God! How could this be possible? This is too shocking. I have never seen such a terrifying concoction method. All the herbs are being smelted at the same time without affecting each other. All the essences are being extracted at the same time. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. I have never heard of this before. This is too shocking. If he can really concoct the ardent yang pill in such a way, it will be a miracle. But I still don't believe that he can do it. He's only a late human immortal. Everyone, don't talk. Let's just watch. I hope to see the birth of a miracle. Such a terrifying concoction method. Once it succeeds, it will greatly reduce the concoction time. Taking Dong Linfu as an example, if he wanted to concoct an ardent yang pill, he would first have to prepare for more than 10 minutes before he started to smelt the medicinal herbs. This process was the most complicated. Even if he smelted 3 medicinal herbs at the same time, it would still take him 2 hours to finish smelting all 49 medicinal herbs. In addition, it would consume a lot of soul power, and he might need to recover for a short period of time. The step of fusion was also very important. If there was any mistake, it would become a useless pill. Therefore, it would take at least 1 morning to concoct an ardent yang pill. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. His great soul derivation technique had been cultivated to the pinnacle. He could do whatever he wanted. Even during the process of concocting pills, it wouldn't stop him from paying attention to other things. This kind of unique advantage made countless alchemists go crazy with jealousy. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen with infatuation. A man was the most charming when he was serious. A man with outstanding ability was even more charming. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen was the most charming kind. Jiang Chen completely ignored the exclamations of the people around him. He continued to concoct pills. His hands were dancing in the air, making all kinds of complicated seals and sending them into the sea of fire. In just 10 minutes, the essence of the 49 medicinal herbs had been completely extracted by Jiang Chen. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. He didn't slack off at all. More importantly, the essence of the 49 medicinal herbs was not wasted at all. This was the rarest thing. It could be said to be perfect. How could there be such a technique? Dong Linfu was completely stunned. He had been concocting pills for so many years, but he had never seen such a smelting technique. Just from this aspect, even he couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. He had no idea how Jiang Chen did it. In other words, what he needed 2 hours to do was done by Jiang Chen in 10 minutes. Moreover, it was done so perfectly. He believed that even if he spent 2 hours, he wouldn't be able to do it as perfectly as Jiang Chen. Amazing, first Miss Eyes are really amazing. Today, we've really broadened our horizons. Damn it. What kind of monstrous genius is this kid? He's such a terrifying alchemist. Even those major powers in One Line Sky would want to rope him in. Why did he come to our Yen city? Master Dong hasn't even started and he has already extracted the essence of 49 medicinal herbs perfectly. This is a miracle. Let's see if he can complete the final fusion process. If he can really refine the scorching yang elixir perfectly, he will be an unparalleled genius in the alchemy world. He will break the myth of countless alchemists. No one wasn't shocked. Even Yen Donglu and Yuan Hong couldn't remain calm. Although they weren't alchemists themselves, they had met plenty of alchemists. Jiang Chen's appearance had completely subverted their understanding of alchemists. It turned out that alchemy could be so simple, so casual. Asterisk pa. Asterisk the sound of crackling could still be heard from the sea of fire. Jiang Chen's hand seals became more frequent and faster. His hands kept pressing inwards. The essence of 49 medicinal herbs began to fuse with each other at the same time. Seeing this scene, Master Dong couldn't help but exclaim. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The fusion point of each medicinal herb is different. He must find a similar fusion point first and then gradually fuse them together. Otherwise, the pill will explode easily. Master Dong's eyes were about to spurt out fire. His body was trembling with excitement. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was a madman. Why are you so excited, Master Dong? What you can't do, can't others do it? Jiang Chen turned his head to look at Master Dong and said with a smile. What? He could still talk to others in the process of alchemy? Damn. Is he still human? The most important thing in alchemy was to concentrate. Fusing the essence of 49 medicinal herbs at the same time was already a crazy action, but he could still talk to others. Many of them felt like they were about to faint, especially those alchemists. They had already started wiping their sweat. If Jiang Chen could successfully concoct the pill under such circumstances, it would be a miracle among miracles. Master Dong didn't seem to hear Jiang Chen's words at all. His whole mind had been attracted by Jiang Chen's alchemy process. He was completely immersed in it. Not only him, but everyone in the hall was breathing heavily and their eyes were blazing. Many of them felt that Jiang Chen would definitely succeed. He wasn't bragging, he really had the ability. Today, they would witness the birth of an unprecedented miracle. Miracles would always happen. No one knew how many miracles Jiang Chen had created in his life, but this kind of alchemy wasn't a miracle to Jiang Chen. It might be impossible in the eyes of others, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was just a piece of cake. Compared to the battle against Saint Origin Palace, concocting the Ardent Yang pill was simply a piece of cake. Not to mention the battle against Saint Origin Palace, the process of concocting the Ardent Yang pill was just child's play compared to the 9 Yang Les Rond pill. They weren't on the same level. It didn't take long. If one were to calculate it carefully, it should be around 10 minutes before the fusion process was completed. Withdraw. Jiang Chen gave a light shout. The flame in front of him vanished with a swoosh. It was absorbed into Jiang Chen's body like a tidal wave. At the same time, a golden pill was fluttering in front of Jiang Chen's face, making buzzing sounds from time to time. An extremely strong medicinal fragrance spread out like a tidal wave, filling the entire hall in an instant. The pill carried a strong yang qi. After absorbing it, one would feel that the qi in blood and immortal qi in one's body would be mobilized. That feeling could only be described as comfortable. The pill was golden in color with a wriggling fluid inside, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Lines of patterns could be seen on its surface. This was the supreme grade Ardent Yang pill, the highest grade of Ardent Yang pill. Jiang Chen waved his hand. The Ardent Yang pill began to flutter in the hall. It flew around everyone's face so that they could see it clearly. Finally, it stopped in front of Yan Donglio's face. My God! The surface of this pill is smooth and glossy. It's transparent and there is fluid flowing inside. How could an Ardent Yang pill reach such a level? Amazing! He actually succeeded. I've never seen a pill of such grade before. It's completely different from the Ardent Yang pill that I have imagined. The scariest thing is not only the grade of the pill, but also the process of concocting it. The whole process took him more than 20 minutes. An ardent yang pill that was refined using 49 kinds of herbs was completed in such a short period of time. This can no longer be described as appalling. For a moment, the entire hall was in an uproar. Those who looked down on, ridiculed and even showed hostility towards Xianxia before had completely changed their attitude towards Xianxia. Even those alchemists were now looking at Xianxia with respect and passion. Yan Donglu looked at the pill in front of him. The radiance in his eyes became more intense. He reached out his hand to hold the ardent yang pill. Immediately, he felt a surge of warmth. Traces of qi flowed into his body through his palm, making him feel incomparably comfortable. What a strong medicinal effect. Even in the entire one-line sky, no one can concoct such an ardent yang pill. There's only one of them. Yan Donglu was incomparably excited. He couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing such a pill, he felt that there was hope for his injuries to be cured. Yan Qingqing's eyes couldn't leave Xianxia anymore. Her beautiful face was flushed. What's wrong with me? Could it be that I have fallen in love with him? No, that's impossible. Yan Qingqing sensed the change in her mentality, which made her even more shocked. She had always been cold and arrogant. She was talented and devoted to cultivation. There were too many young men pursuing her, but she had never given them a second glance. This was the first time she had experienced such a change. However, this was normal. Which young lady didn't yearn for love? A man like Xianxia had a fatal attraction to women. Only then did Dong Linfu recover from his shock. His face turned incomparably pale. He knew that he had been utterly defeated. Before he could even prepare himself, his opponent had already completed the entire alchemy process and created an unprecedented ardent yang pill. City Lord, can I have a look at this ardent yang pill? Dong Linfu bowed to Yan Donglu. Please have a look, Master Dong. Yan Donglu was in a good mood at the moment. He threw the ardent yang pill to Dong Linfu. Dong Linfu took the pill. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that the pill in his hand was of a terrifying grade. He looked it over carefully, then sighed heavily. It's really of the highest grade. Even if I could concoct the ardent yang pill, it wouldn't even be half as good as this. Dong Linfu was thoroughly convinced. He respectfully handed the pill to Yan Donglu again, then sat in front of Xianxia and cupped his fists at Xianxia. Brother Xianxia, your alchemy skill is unprecedented. This old man admires you from the bottom of my heart. Please forgive me for offending Brother Xianxia. Dong Linfu lowered his head. He didn't think that it was a shameful thing to lower his head to Xianxia. The others also had the same thought. In the eyes of Yan Donglu and the others, Dong Linfu was a man who could afford to lose. Not only would he not be looked down upon by others, he would also be admired by others. Xianxia's astounding alchemy skill had gained everyone's recognition. A single ardent yang pill was enough to establish Xianxia's unique position in the prefecture. At this time, not to mention the guest elders, even Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong didn't treat Xianxia as an ordinary late human immortal anymore. In their eyes, Xianxia was an alchemy master, an extremely awesome alchemy master. They were afraid that the position of the chief alchemist of the prefecture would change hands from now on. Master Dong, you don't have to be so courteous. We will be working for the prefecture in the future and there will be many opportunities for us to cooperate. If Master has any questions in alchemy, you can ask me anytime. Xianxia said with a smile. What he said was incomparably arrogant, telling Dong Linfu to come and ask him if he had any questions in the future. That meant that Xianxia had already understood everything. Even the most powerful alchemist wouldn't dare to say something like that. However, Xianxia dared to say it, and no one thought that he was boasting, because his performance just now had shocked everyone, and made them look at him in a new light. If it was before, Dong Linfu would definitely scoff at such arrogant words, but now, he felt incomparably happy. Xianxia didn't get angry because of his disrespect towards him, and instead, wanted to teach him how to concoct pills. This was a great thing. One should know that Dong Linfu had been studying alchemy for so many years. Naturally, he had encountered a lot of problems. If Xianxia could help him solve these problems, it would be immeasurable to him. His alchemy skill would definitely reach a higher level and it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the heaven immortal realm. Haha. Brother Jiang is right. We are all working for the prefecture. There will be many opportunities for us to cooperate in the future. Dong Linfu laughed heartily, and the awkward atmosphere was completely alleviated with this laugh. Dong Linfu's performance also changed Jiang Chen's impression of him. A person who could afford to lose was always worthy of respect. Daddy, the person I recommended is not bad, right? Yan Qingqing came to Yan Donglio's side and said proudly. My daughter has a discerning eye. She's quite amazing. Yan Donglu wasn't stingy in praising his daughter. Yan Qingqing was able to rope in a person like Jiang Chen to the city lord's mansion. It was a great benefit for the city lord's mansion. Putting aside the fact that the ardent yang pill could cure his cold poison, if an alchemist like Jiang Chen was roped in by the other two major powers of Yan City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Father, hurry up and consume the ardent yang pill. Let's see if it can completely eliminate the cold poison in your body. Yan Qingqing urged her father. It's impossible to completely eliminate the cold poison in your body with the ardent yang pill made from the 49 herbs. However, I have added the 9 solar holy water into the ardent yang pill, which can restrain the cold poison. In addition to the medicinal properties of the ardent yang pill, the cold poison will be completely eliminated in an instant. City Lord will also gain a lot of benefits from it. Jiang Chen said. Is that so? Yan Donglu was stunned. The way he looked at Jiang Chen had changed. No wonder he felt that the ardent yang pill in his hand was different. It turned out that the ingredients weren't as simple as it seemed. The 9 solar saint water was the most important ingredient. It seemed like he had found the right person today. Without Jiang Chen, he had no idea how to deal with the cold poison in his body. Even if he had enough ingredients, even if Dong Linfu could successfully concoct the ardent yang pill, according to Jiang Chen, he still wouldn't be able to get rid of the cold poison. Yan Donglu didn't waste any more time. The cold poison in his body was constantly eroding his body. He had to get rid of it as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. In front of everyone, he swallowed the ardent yang pill. The medicinal energy of the pill instantly turned into a clear stream and rushed into his limbs and bones, giving him an indescribable feeling of comfort. At the same time, Yan Donglu removed the suppression on the cold poison. Immediately, the cold poison in his body was stimulated and collided with the efficacy of the ardent yang pill. In just a few minutes, all the cold poison in his body had been completely eliminated. Not only that, because of the medicinal energy of the ardent yang pill, the immortal qi in Yan Donglio's qi had become even more vigorous. His cultivation base had advanced once again, reaching the peak of early heaven immortal realm. He was only a step away from the intermediate heaven immortal realm. This was an unexpected surprise that Yan Donglu had never thought of before. It was already a happy thing for everyone that the cold poison had been eliminated. Now, he had gained an unexpected benefit and his cultivation base had advanced further. To Yan Donglu, the current situation was like a dream. Yan Donglu suddenly stood up from his seat and looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing in the center of the hall with blazing eyes. Awesome! Awesome! Brother Zhang's means are simply extraordinary. I've been suffering from the cold poison for the past few days and couldn't do anything about it. Never had I thought that the ardent yang pill refined by Brother Jiang could remove the cold poison in just a few minutes and improve my cultivation base to the peak of early heaven immortal realm. Upon hearing this, the others hastily stood up from their seats and congratulated Jiang Chen. Congratulations, City Lord. 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 Our prefecture will certainly become stronger and stronger in the future. It's only a matter of time before we suppress the other two major powers. Master Jiang is truly an extraordinary man. It's a great fortune for the prefecture to have such a talent. Although these words were filled with flattery, they came from their true feelings towards the prefecture. As the people of the prefecture, they naturally hoped that the prefecture would become more and more powerful. If the prefecture could gain complete control of Yan City, then all the cultivation resources would belong to the prefecture and they would be able to obtain more resources. Naturally, this was what they wanted to see. Jiangchen, tell me, what do you want? I'll reward you handsomely. Yan Donglu said in a heroic manner. I do need some immortal meta stones. Jiangchen didn't stand on ceremony with Yan Donglu. What he needed the most right now was immortal meta stones. He was going to break through to the half-step Earth immortal realm very soon. Without a large amount of immortal meta stones, it wouldn't be possible. Plus, he wouldn't dare to make a losing deal. Yes, you have made a great contribution this time. I'll reward you with 1,000,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. Yan Donglu didn't even think about it and gave out 1,000,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. In his point of view, spending 1,000,000 low-grade immortal meta stones on Jiangchen was absolutely worth it. 1,000,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. Such a terrifying amount made many of them feel a heartache. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious at all. In the immortal plane, immortal essence stones were the most important thing. Every cultivator needed them and they could not be lacking. However, they knew very well that apart from thanking Jiangchen for helping Yan Donglu solve the problem of the cold poison, Yan Donglu also wanted to rope in Jiangchen. Plus, they understood that as long as Jiangchen worked for the prefecture wholeheartedly, the value that he would bring to the prefecture in the future wouldn't be less than 1,000,000. Yan City was the overlord of this generation, and the city lord mansion was a giant among giants. It was not something that a small place like the Han village could compare to. 1,000,000 was an astronomical figure to the Han village, but it was nothing to the city lord mansion, who had a lot of assets. Thank you, prefecture. Jiangchen clasped his fists at Yan Donglu. From now on, he, Jiangchen, was considered a rich man. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about immortal meta stones in a short period of time. Qingqing, I have obtained great benefits this time and I need some time to digest them. Take good care of Jiangchen. Everyone is dismissed. Yan Donglu said to Yan Qingqing. Don't worry, Daddy. Yan Qingqing smiled. As a matter of fact, all the matters in the prefecture were basically handled by Yan Qingqing. She was the only daughter of Yan Donglu, but she was much more useful than any other man. Ha ha ha, Yan Donglu was in a good mood. He laughed heartily as he left the main hall with Yuan Hong. The cold poison that had troubled him for days had finally been resolved. Besides, he had also obtained great benefits from it. It was impossible for him to not be happy about it. There was no reason for him to be unhappy about the fact that the prefecture had recruited a genius like Jiangchen. Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong left the hall. Both of them were mighty heaven immortal experts and had the highest status in the prefecture. They rarely appeared in the hall. If it wasn't for the special circumstances, they wouldn't have come today. After the two of them left, the hall started to get lively. Those elders and guests started to chat and stood up. In an instant, they surrounded Jiangchen. Given their arrogance, they would never have dreamed that they would be able to treat a young human immortal with such importance. Grandmaster Jiang, I didn't expect your alchemy skills to be so exquisite. I hope Grandmaster Jiang won't take our words to heart. That's right, Master Jiang. If I need anything in the future, I'll have to trouble Master Jiang to help me. Grandmaster Jiang has become an alchemy grandmaster at such a young age. You are indeed a rare genius in the world of alchemy. We will be working for the city lord's mansion in the future, so we will certainly be disturbing you. Please forgive us. Everyone was talking at the same time. This was a typical case of trying to curry favor with Jiangchen. This was normal, no one wanted to offend a powerful alchemist. In the future, if they needed any pills, they would have to ask Jiangchen for help. Therefore, it was very important for them to have a good relationship with Jiangchen. Such a scene made Jiangchen extremely uncomfortable and gave him a headache. After casually saying a few words, he left the main hall and returned to his courtyard. Now that his position in the prefecture had been established and he had obtained 1,000,000 low-grade immortal meta stones, he would put all his attention on cultivation. As for whether he could improve his cultivation base in a short period of time, Jiangchen didn't really care. Anyway, he didn't have any enemies, so he didn't feel any sense of urgency. However, the imprint in his body was constantly threatening him. He knew very well that this imprint was cast by an incomparably powerful expert. If he didn't have the immortal mark to block it, the expert would immediately detect it. Jiangchen didn't like to be in a passive position, especially this kind of passive position. It made him feel that his life would be threatened at any time. Therefore, he must refine this imprint as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Not long after Xianxia returned to his courtyard, Yan Qingqing arrived as well. She was holding a storage pouch in her hand and her face was filled with a spring breeze smile. Xianxia didn't know that it was a miracle to see the eldest miss smiling so much in the prefecture. Every noble woman had a cold and arrogant heart, especially those beauties who could cause the downfall of cities and kingdoms. They rarely smiled at others. To Yan Qingqing, seeing Xianxia made her happy. It was a kind of happiness that came from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't control it and couldn't control it. Eldest Mississippi, Xianxia greeted. You don't have to be so polite, young master. Just call me Qingqing in the future. I can see that young master is a few years older than Qingqing. If you don't mind, I will call you Big Brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing smiled sweetly. When she called Big Brother Jiang, her face couldn't help but blush. All right. Jiangchen smiled. He was a free and easy person, so he didn't really care about the way he was addressed. Big Brother Jiang, here's 1,000,000 low-grade immortal metastones. This is what you deserve. This time, by concocting the Ardent Yang pill, you have eliminated Father's cold poison and hidden danger. You have done a great service for the City Lord Mansion, said Yan Qingqing. Eldest miss, you don't have to worry about it. Plus, I didn't help you for nothing. Isn't this 1,000,000? Jiangchen waved the storage pouch in his hand. Now that our prefecture has a talent like Big Brother Jiang, I believe that it won't take long for our overall strength to surpass the other two major powers in Yan City. My father's biggest wish is to unify Yan City. Big Brother Jiang's appearance has given my father hope, said Yan Qingqing. Oh? Could it be that there are other major powers in Yan City that can go against the prefecture? Jiangchen was stunned. He didn't think of this. One should know that a city like this was usually ruled by the prefecture. The prefecture basically represented everything. Very few major powers could go against the prefecture. Listening to Yan Qingqing's words, it seemed like there were two other major powers in Yan City that could go against the prefecture. However, this was also possible. Back in Fragrant Sky City, the Morong family had the power to go against the prefecture and they had been fighting each other constantly. That's right. That's right. In addition to the prefecture, there's also the Huang family and Yiyuan Association. Both of them are very influential major powers. Yiyuan Association is slightly better as it mainly deals in business and won't have any conflicts with us. My father has a good relationship with the president of Yiyuan Association. They are friendly and maintain a neutral stance. As for the Huang family, they have been constantly fighting with us for various resources. They have two early heaven immortal experts and their subordinates are almost the same as our prefecture. If there's a chance, they will never let go of the chance to destroy our prefecture. That's why we didn't dare to spread the news of my father being afflicted by the cold poison. But now, the cold poison has been removed by Big Brother Jiang, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. I see. Jiangchen nodded. The situation in Yan City was similar to Fragrant Sky City. Apart from Yiyuan Association, the competition between the Huang family and the City Lord's Mansion was the same as that between the Jiang family and the Morong family. Of course, Fragrant Sky City and Yan City couldn't do anything about it. The Jiang family and the Morong family couldn't be compared to the major powers here. This was the immortal world, a completely different level. Jiangchen also understood why Yan Qingqing tried her best to rope him in yesterday. If an alchemist like him was roped in by the Huang family, it would be a great blow to the City Lord's Mansion. This kind of blow might not be obvious in a short period of time, but after a long time, the gap between the two sides would be revealed. At that time, it would be a fatal blow to the City Lord's Mansion. By the way, where did Brother Jiang come from? Given your talent and alchemy skills, even if you go to a major sect in One Line Sky, you will definitely be valued and have a certain status. Why did you come to our City Lord's Mansion and walk together with the villagers of Han Family Village? Yan Qingqing asked. She was very interested in the origin of Jiangchen. There was no way she wouldn't be interested. An outstanding figure like Jiangchen appearing in Yan City was a bit unusual. Miss Qingqing, this is a secret of mine. I hope you won't make it difficult for me. I can only say that my appearance won't bring any harm to the city lord's mansion. Xianxia said with a smile. There was nothing that he couldn't reveal about his identity as an ascendant, but because of the appearance of the soul imprint, his identity had become a little sensitive. Now, the northern and southern dynasties of the immortal world must be looking for his traces everywhere. Now that the soul imprint had disappeared, the only clue for the northern and southern dynasties to find him was the ascendant. If they could locate the ascendant in a certain area and time, it would be very easy for them to find him. Therefore, the ascendant had become the biggest secret of Xianxia after he arrived in the immortal world. No matter what, he couldn't reveal it. If it wasn't done well, his life would be in danger. At that time, it would be too late for regrets. Alright, since Brother Jiang isn't willing to reveal it, Qingqing naturally won't force you. Yan Qingqing said. Miss Qingqing, when I concocted the ardent yang pill earlier, I exhausted quite a bit of my soul energy. I need some time to recover. Xianxia said in an extremely euphemistic manner. And, Big Brother Jiang can rest here. I won't disturb you any longer. If there's anything you need, Big Brother Jiang can summon Qingqing anytime. Yan Qingqing promptly said. After that, she turned around and left. She didn't know why, but the moment she stepped out of the gate of the courtyard, Yan Qingqing actually felt a bit reluctant. She understood in her heart that she might have taken a fancy to this talented and good-looking young man. However, it was a pity that he didn't seem to have any feelings for her. Sigh, Yan Qingqing heaved a heavy sigh. Love was not something that could be forced. Everything was up to fate. Looking at Yan Qingqing's disappearing figure, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. How could he not feel Yan Qingqing's affection towards him? However, he could only keep a respectful distance from her. There were some feelings that he couldn't bear. He already had Yan Xinyu and Wu Ningzhu. He wasn't willing to provoke other women. Moreover, Xianxia had just arrived in the immortal world. There were many places that he didn't know about. Now, all he wanted to do was to increase his cultivation base and establish a foothold in the immortal world. His target was definitely not just a small Yan city or one-line sky, but the entire immortal domain. After Yan Qingqing left, Xianxia chose to go into seclusion. Currently, there were 200,000 dragon marks in his body. The 12-story Zulong Tower had been restored to its perfect state. The Heavenly Saint Sword was equivalent to a peak human-grade immortal tool. An ordinary Earth-grade immortal tool couldn't even be compared to it. These were all Xianxin's trump cards. Right now, the most important thing for Xianxia was to get rid of the brand in his body. That brand was like a thorn in his flesh, and Xianxia wouldn't be happy if he didn't get rid of it. Buzz, the dragon transformation skill revolved to the extreme. The evolved dragon transformation skill was much more terrifying than before. This was also the reason why Xianxia had the confidence to refine the imprint. However, the owner of the imprint was too powerful. With Xianxia's current cultivation base, he was afraid that it would take some time for him to completely refine the imprint. In the next 2 days, Xianxia was completely immersed in the process of refining the imprint. This kind of single-minded refinement had indeed achieved great results. In just 2 days, about 1/3 of the imprint had been refined. Creak, the door of the courtyard was pushed open. Although Xianxia was in the room, his perception was very sharp. He immediately sensed it and withdrew his qi. At this time, the door of his room was also pushed open. A silhouette entered Xianxia's sight. This kind of situation annoyed Xianxia very much. What he hated the most in his life was people disturbing him when he was in seclusion. He wanted to see who it was before he went crazy. The one standing at the entrance was a young man in clean blue clothes. He had a head full of thick black hair. He was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. He seemed to be quite talented. He had already reached the late Earth immortal realm at such a young age, which was on par with Yan Qingqing. Such a cultivation base could be considered as one of the top geniuses in the entire Yan city. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't know this person. He had never seen him before. You are Xianxia? The incomer's tone was unfriendly. His eyes were constantly sizing up Xianxia with hostility. Do I owe you money? Asked Xianxia impatiently. They didn't know each other, but the incomer spoke in such a tone and attitude. I don't owe you money, so why are you pretending to be noble and virtuous? Xianxia hated people who were born with a sense of superiority and considered themselves geniuses. I'm Yuan Qingjun. Yuan Hong is my father. Yuan Qingjun announced his name and even mentioned his father to show how noble his status in the city lord mansion was. Yuan Hong's son was a late Earth immortal genius. Such a young talent was indeed rare. With a heaven immortal father, it was no wonder that he was so arrogant. I'm not interested in who you are, but it's rude of you to barge into my room. Didn't your father teach you manners? Jiang Chen's tone was unfriendly. Not to mention Yuan Hong's son, even if it was Yan Donglio's son, he wouldn't give a damn about it. Jiang Chen's words stunned Yuan Qingjun. He never thought that Jiang Chen would dare to speak to him in such a tone, especially after knowing his identity. One should know that there weren't many young men in the entire Yan city who dared to speak to him in such a tone, let alone in the prefecture. Furthermore, Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all. That kind of contempt had undoubtedly stimulated Yuan Qingjun's strong self-esteem. Jiang Chen, you're just a puny human immortal. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death with a palm? Yuan Qingjun was infuriated. Not knowing why, he couldn't control his anger whenever he saw Jiang Chen. I advise you not to keep the word death in your mouth, because you don't know how scary it is. Jiang Chen said plainly. Humph. Jiang Chen, what else can you do besides alchemy? I won't argue with you for the sake that you concocted pills for the prefecture lord, but I have to remind you to stay away from Sister Qingqing in the future. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Yuan Qingjun harumphed coldly and gave a warning to Jiang Chen. He had got out for training and had only returned yesterday. Immediately, he heard about Jiang Chen's deeds. What he couldn't stand was Yan Qingqing's friendliness towards Jiang Chen. How could he stand it? Everyone in the prefecture knew that he, Yuan Qingjun, had been pursuing Yan Qingqing for a long time. In everyone's eyes, he and Yan Qingqing were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. But in fact, Yan Qingqing had always been lukewarm to him. Even so, Yuan Qingjun didn't give up on pursuing Yan Qingqing. In his opinion, a peerless woman was supposed to be cold and arrogant, but Yan Qingqing had never treated him the same way as she did to Jiang Chen. He came to see Jiang Chen today mainly for two purposes. One was to threaten Jiang Chen, and the other was to see how outstanding the man that Yan Qingqing fancied was. Now it seemed that he was very disappointed. Apart from alchemy, this Jiang Chen was inferior to him in terms of looks, cultivation, strength and charm. Compared to him, Jiang Chen was simply incomparable. It would be better if he was defeated by a genius who was more outstanding than him. But now, he was defeated by a worldly immortal. This was simply a humiliation to him. He couldn't imagine that the arrogant Yan Qingqing would have such an eyesight. But no matter what, Yan Qingqing belonged to him. If Jiang Chen wanted to snatch her away, he would never be polite to Jiang Chen. It's none of your business. Whoever Yan Qingqing likes, it's her own business. I can't control it. If there's nothing else, please get lost at once. Don't delay my cultivation. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said impatiently. He understood the purpose of Yuan Qingjun's visit, but this had nothing to do with him. In this aspect, he really didn't have time to play with Yuan Qingjun. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to offend Yuan Hong, he was afraid that he would have attacked him without hesitation. Even if the opponent was a late Earth immortal expert, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of him. What a good Jiang Chen. How can a puny human immortal be so arrogant? Remember my words clearly. I hope that you won't provoke me in the future. You should know better than anyone else the consequences of provoking me, Yuan Qingjun, in the prefecture. Yuan Qingjun's faint killing intent couldn't escape Jiang Chen's perception. Looking at Yuan Qingjun's disappearing back, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. I hope you won't provoke me. Jiang Chen said faintly. He didn't want to make trouble with the people of the city lord mansion, but if this Yuan Qingjun really didn't have the foresight to provoke him, then he wouldn't be polite. All along, those who provoked Jiang Chen would never have a good ending. A breeze blew out from Jiang Chen's body, and the door closed automatically. Jiang Chen continued his seclusion, working hard to refine the imprint in his body. this process lasted until night. The moonlight shone through the window into the room and sprinkled on Xianxia's face. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a little restless. He didn't know if it was because of the influence of Yuan Qingjun during the day, but his heart couldn't completely calm down for a while. This kind of situation was extremely rare in the history of Xianxia's cultivation. Since he couldn't calm down, there was no need to continue his seclusion. Xianxia stretched his body and stood up from the praying mat. He gently pushed the door open, and a cool breeze blew past, making people feel relaxed and happy. Xianxia looked at the sky. The night tonight was not bad, with a full moon and bright stars, but he had a feeling of loneliness. It was the loneliness that came from the heart. In his previous life, he was obsessed with cultivation all his life. Although he was lonely, he never knew what loneliness was. When he advanced, he had relatives, lovers, brothers, and friends. Now, these people were not around, and he was all alone, so the feeling of loneliness arose spontaneously. I don't know where De Huang has gone, and whether he's in this one-line sky region. Xianxia shook his head. With De Huang dog around, he would never be lonely. Unfortunately, he was separated from De Huang dog at the last moment of his ascension to the immortal world. Now, there was no news of De Huang dog. In this vast immortal world, it was really uncertain when they would meet again. Moreover, his cultivation base was too weak. With his late human immortal cultivation base, even if he had wings, it was impossible for him to fly freely in the immortal world. Without the ability to control spatial energy, it would be difficult for him to even get out of one-line sky, let alone travel around the immortal world. Taking advantage of the silence of the night, Xianxia walked out of the city lord mansion without disturbing anyone. He had been in Yen City for a few days, but he hadn't had the chance to go out and see the scenery of the immortal world. Since he was bored to death, he might be able to gain some insights. Outside the city lord mansion, there was an alley. Because the alley was relatively narrow, it still looked a little dark even under the bright moonlight. At this time, a black shadow flashed and entered the alley. As a late human immortal expert, Xianxia's eyesight was naturally extraordinary. He looked over and saw a figure in black standing at the side of the alley. His shoulder was leaning against the wall. It wasn't hard to tell from the figure's build that it was a middle-aged man. Although Xianxia couldn't see the man's eyes clearly, he was sure that the man was staring at him without blinking. "Grandmaster Jiang, can I see you?" The voice came from the alley. It was the voice of the black-clothed man. Xianxia was stunned. It seemed like this man had been planning this for a long time to hide outside the mansion. Now, it seemed like this man had a target. What was certain was that Xianxia didn't know this man. The chi of this man was very unfamiliar to him. He had never seen this man before. However, this man was merely a late Earth immortal expert. Naturally, Xianxia wasn't afraid of him. Even if he was a half-step heaven immortal, as long as he wasn't a true heaven immortal, Xianxia wouldn't be afraid of him. Given his current strength, he naturally wasn't a match for a half-step heaven immortal, but a half-step heaven immortal couldn't fly. So, it was very easy for him to escape. With the speed of the flaming wings, not even an ordinary heaven immortal could catch up with him. Without the slightest fear, Xianxia strode into the alley and came to the black-clothed man in no time. With the help of the moonlight, Xianxia could see the man's face clearly. The man wasn't muscular, but he wasn't thin either. His face was full of sideburns and he looked like he was in his 40s. As a matter of fact, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of Earth Immortal Realm, only a step away from the half-step Heaven Immortal Realm. "Who are you?" "I don't know you," Xianxia said. "I'm Huang Xiong, a member of the Huang family in Yen City. They call me Sixth Master." Huang Xiong stated his name. Among the 6 brothers of the Huang family, Huang Xiong had the lowest cultivation base. Although he was only a late Earth immortal expert, his status in the Huang family wasn't comparable to ordinary people. Huang Xiong had kept his name. He believed that no one in the entire Yen City didn't know his name, Sixth Master. Unfortunately, Xianxia was the only one who didn't know his name. "A member of the Huang family? Why are you looking for me?" asked Xianxia. He had chatted with Yan Qingqing before. There were 3 major powers in Yen City, and this Huang family was the one that was hostile to the prefecture. I heard that a young alchemy grandmaster came to the city lord's mansion. I didn't expect him to be so young. I, Huang Xiong, don't like to beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. I came to find Grandmaster Jiang today, hoping that Grandmaster Jiang can leave the city lord's mansion and join our Huang family. Huang Xiong said straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's facial expression didn't change, as if Huang Xiong's words were within his expectations. Unfortunately, the Huang family had miscalculated and was destined to be disappointed. He, Jiang Chen, wasn't a two-faced fence-sitter. More importantly, the strength of a small city like Yen City wasn't worthy for him to join. I'm not interested in the Huang family. Jiang Chen said straightforwardly, not leaving any face for Huang Xiong. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiong was obviously stunned. He never thought that Jiang Chen would reject him so straightforwardly. One should know that the Huang family had a high status in Yen City. No one had ever dared to reject him when he, the sixth master, personally invited them. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to reject him, he shouldn't have done it so straightforwardly. This wasn't just disrespecting him, but the entire Huang family. Master Jiang, our Huang family is very sincere in inviting you. I hope that Master Jiang will consider it. I think you should know that in Yen City, our Huang family is not weaker than the prefecture. Master Jiang, feel free to state your conditions. We will try our best to fulfill them. Huang Xiong didn't give up. Alright, if that's why you came to me, then don't say any more. I've said it before, I'm not interested in your Huang family. Jiang Chen waved his hand impatiently. Humph. Jiang Chen, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Huang Xiong's expression changed. Obviously, he was angry. What? Do you want to kill me? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Even the darkness couldn't block the light from his eyes. Jiang Chen, you should know that our Huang family and the prefecture are irreconcilable enemies. Sooner or later, there will be a showdown between us. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot live on the same mountain. Since you've helped the prefecture, you've become our enemy. A high-grade alchemist is enough to affect the overall situation. If you pledge allegiance to our Huang family, the only thing I can do is to kill you. If you can't be used by me, then I'll eliminate you completely. I think you know this very well. Huang Xiong's killing intent was revealed. He had thought it through before coming here. If he couldn't rope in Jiang Chen, he would kill him to get rid of future troubles for his Huang family. I know, but I also know that you can't kill me. Jiang Chen finished his words and turned to leave. Courting death. Huang Xiong was completely enraged. This was the first time that a late human immortal brat didn't give him any face. He had to admit that Jiang Chen was very bold. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, there was nothing else to say. The only thing he could do was to kill Jiang Chen. He couldn't let such a genius alchemist work for the prefecture. Who, a gust of cold wind came from his back. Jiang Chen didn't need to turn his head to know that Huang Xiong had made a move. The chi of a late Earth immortal expert was indeed terrifying. But, Jiang Chen was already prepared for this. Just as Huang Xiong moved, Jiang Chen moved as well. With the help of the space shift skill and the 9 phantom wolves, a series of afterimages appeared in the alley. Poo poo. Huang Xiong shattered the 2 phantoms of Jiang Chen. When he looked again, Jiang Chen had already disappeared. He could only see a silhouette entering the prefecture. Such speed. Impossible. How could a late human immortal have such terrifying speed? Although I was careless, a late human immortal brat definitely couldn't escape from my palm. Huang Xiong's face turned pale with fright. Jiang Chen's speed was something he had never seen before. One should know that he was a mighty late Earth immortal expert, but Jiang Chen was able to dodge his attack so easily despite the huge gap between them. If he didn't experience it himself, he wouldn't believe it even if someone killed him. This man is definitely a huge threat. I have no idea where this peerless genius came from. Not only is his alchemy skill superb, it seems like his cultivation talent is also very high. In the entire Yen City, he is the first one who could escape from my hands. It seems like I have to find a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, with his help, the overall strength of the prefecture will rise very quickly. At that time it will be the doomsday of our Huang family. Huang Xiong's facial expression was incomparably solemn. Before he met Jiang Chen, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Now that he had seen Jiang Chen, he felt a great threat. It was a threat to the entire Huang family. Since the patriarch had assigned this task to him, he had to eliminate this man for the sake of the Huang family. Because of Huang Xiong, Jiang Chen no longer had the mood to stroll around. He returned to his courtyard. It seems like there's a spy in the prefecture. Otherwise, Huang Xiong wouldn't have come so quickly. Wherever there were people, there would be fights. Between people and between forces, cultivation was always a law of the jungle. This was an unchanging law. It was the same in Saint Origin world and the immortal world. No matter where one went, it would be the same. Yan City wasn't as peaceful as it looked on the surface. The undercurrent was surging. Once there was a chance, the city lord mansion and Huang family would kill each other. Jiang Chen knew that he would be involved in the battle between the two major powers. However, Jiang Chen had experienced too many things in his life. He had seen all kinds of battles. The small Yan city wasn't on the same level as the battle between the 8 families of Pure Land and the battle in Saint Origin Palace. Yan Qingqing's residence, these 2 days, she had been feeling restless while cultivating. This was something that had never happened before. Yan Qingqing knew that her mentality had changed. When she was cultivating, a silhouette would always appear in her mind, affecting her condition. *AI. Yan Qingqing shook her head helplessly. She knew that she had fallen in love with Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen didn't seem to be interested in her at all. This feeling made Yan Qingqing very irritated, but there was also a kind of restlessness deep in her heart. Yan Qingqing was slender and elegant. She was standing on top of a big blue stone in the courtyard. It must be said that Yan Qingqing was really beautiful. Even the word peerless was not enough to describe her. She raised her head and looked at the full moon in the sky. Dong. A knocking sound was heard outside the door, followed by a voice. Sister Qingqing. Come in. Yan Qingqing said faintly. She could already tell who the owner of the voice was. Creak. The door of the courtyard was pushed open. A handsome youth in blue walked in. He was handsome and had a high cultivation base. He was an extremely rare young talent. It seems like Big Brother Yuan has gained a lot from your adventure. Yan Qingqing smiled at Yuan Qingjun. She and Yuan Qingjun could be said to be childhood sweethearts. They grew up together. She was very clear about Yuan Qingjun's feelings for her. Unfortunately, she didn't have any feelings for Yuan Qingjun. Qingqing, you look so beautiful when you smile. Looking at Yan Qingqing's smile, Yuan Qingjun felt intoxicated. Every time he saw Yan Qingqing, his eyes would shine with radiance. He swore countless times in his heart that this was his woman. No one could take her away from him. Big Brother Yuan, why did you come to me so late at night? Yan Qingqing retracted her smile in a flash and returned to her ice-cold state. The way Yuan Qingjun looked at her made her very uncomfortable. Especially now that she already had Jiang Chen in her heart, she actually felt a trace of disgust towards Yuan Qingjun. Yan Qingqing's sudden change stunned Yuan Qingjun. One must know that although Yan Qingqing had always been indifferent to him, they had grown up together. She had never been so cold to him before. Yuan Qingjun was not a fool. The change in Yan Qingqing's attitude towards him was most likely because of that damn Jiang Chen. Sister Qingqing, I heard that a genius alchemist named Jiang Chen has arrived in the manor. He is highly regarded by Sister Qingqing and the city lord. Yuan Qingjun said. That's right. Big Brother Zhang's alchemy skills are amazing. Without him, who knows how to deal with my father's cold poison? Yan Qingqing said. At the mention of Jiang Chen, she couldn't help but reveal a smile on her face. This change in attitude made Yuan Qingjun's heart twitch fiercely. An invisible killing intent overflowed from his body. Sister Qingqing, don't be fooled by this man's appearance. I think he has a close relationship with the Huang family. If he's a spy sent by the Huang family, I'm afraid it will be very disadvantageous to the city lord's mansion. Yuan Qingjun said with a sneer. Impossible. Don't slander me, Big Brother Yuan. How could Big Brother Jiang have any relationship with the Huang family? He came with the people of Han village. He has never appeared in the city lord's mansion before. Yan Qingqing's words were filled with anger. Some things can't be said for sure. What you saw might not be true. I saw with my own eyes that Jiangchen went out of the mansion late at night and met with sixth brother Huang in the alley. If he's normal, why would he go out alone in the middle of the night and meet with sixth brother Huang? Yuan Qingjun continued. What? This is impossible. How could Big Brother Jiang meet with sixth brother Huang late at night? Yan Qingqing's expression slightly changed. She would never believe Yuan Qingjuan's words. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can go and question Jiangchen now. He has already returned to the mansion. Yuan Qingjun said. Hearing this, Yan Qingqing's expression turned extremely unsightly. She could tell from Yuan Qingjuan's tone that he was not lying. In other words, Jiangchen really went to meet with sixth brother Huang. Even so, it doesn't mean that Big Brother Jiang has any relationship with the Huang family. Think about it, if Big Brother Jiang is really a member of the Huang family, why would he save my father? My father is suffering from the cold poison, which is incomparably beneficial to the Huang family. The Huang family would be more than happy to save my father. Moreover, if the Huang family has a talent like Big Brother Jiang, I'm afraid that their overall strength would surpass our prefecture. Yan Qingqing once again denied the relationship between Jiang Chen and the Huang family. What she said was reasonable. If Jiang Chen was really a member of the Huang family, he definitely wouldn't save Yan Donglu, because that would bring trouble to the Huang family. One should know that if the prefecture lost Yan Donglu, the Huang family would soon dominate Yan City. Sister Qingqing, why do you trust an outsider so much? You and I are childhood sweethearts. Could it be that I'm less important than an outsider in your heart? What's so good about that brat? He's merely a late human immortal. Apart from alchemy, he can't be compared to me. There was a hint of anger in Yuan Qingjuan's words, but more of it was unwillingness. He was the son of a dignified heaven immortal, a late earth immortal genius expert, and a childhood sweetheart of Yan Qingqing. Despite his status, he was still inferior to a brat who had just arrived a few days ago. How could he feel good about this? Yan Qingqing's reaction made Yuan Qingjun feel extremely uncomfortable, which made him even more determined to get rid of Jiang Chen. Big Brother Yuan, if there's nothing else, please leave. I'm tired. Yan Qingqing turned her face away and ordered Yuan Qingjun to leave. She was already in a bad mood. Her mind was filled with Jiang Chen's figure. Although she didn't believe that Jiang Chen had anything to do with the Huang family, she couldn't help but have a different thought when he went out to meet the higher-ups of the Huang family in the middle of the night. Yuan Qingjuan's face darkened. His eyes looked like they were about to spurt out fire. Without saying another word, he turned and left. Outside the courtyard, Yuan Qingjuan's face was gloomy. Qingqing, in that case, don't blame me for being impolite. You'd rather fall in love with a late human immortal brat than fall in love with me. I'll let you know what regret is. In the courtyard, Yan Qingqing's eyes couldn't help looking at the direction of Jiang Chen's residence. Her eyes were a little sad. Big Brother Jiang, I hope you won't let me down. Yan Qingqing wanted to find Jiang Chen and ask him about it, but she still trusted Jiang Chen very much. Although she had only known Jiang Chen for a few days and knew nothing about Jiang Chen's past, she still felt that Jiang Chen was a trustworthy person. Early in the morning the next day, Han Chong ran to Jiang Chen's residence in a fluster. Ah Song, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Jiang Chen frowned. Big Brother Jiang, something bad happened in Han village. Han Song's face was full of nervousness. What happened? Tell me slowly. Jiang Chen asked. A man who had been through great storms would always be able to maintain the most basic calmness at all times. He wouldn't change his expression even if the sky collapsed in front of him. I don't know how Huang village offended the Huang family in Yan City. The Huang family went to Han village overnight and imprisoned everyone in the village. Said Hong Kong what? Jiang Chen's facial expression changed slightly. According to the news from Han village, the leader is Huang Xiong, the sixth master of the Huang family. He specifically asked you to go to Han village. If you don't show up, he will kill everyone in Han Village. Han Chong said while wiping his sweat. He grew up in Han Village. His feelings for Han Village couldn't be compared to others. Now that the Han Village was in such a big crisis, he had already lost his mind. Who knows about this? Asked Jiang Chen. The person who sent the message specifically came to me. I'm the only one who knows. Said Hong Kong. It seems like I'm their target. Huang Xiong, you want to deal with me, but you used the method that I hate the most. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Chen's face darkened. A surge of killing intent overflowed from his body like a tide. The temperature of the courtyard dropped abruptly. Han Chong couldn't help but shiver. Looking at the young man in front of him, he felt that when Jiang Chen was angry, the heaven and earth would burn. Big brother Jiang, what should we do now? Asked Han Chong anxiously. Ah Tsong, don't worry. I'll go to Han Village now. I guarantee that no one will be in danger. Jiang Chen patted Han Tsong's shoulder. Big brother Jiang, the Huang family is very powerful. I think we should inform the eldest Mississippi. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Said Hong Kong. Although he was confident in Jiang Chen's strength, the opponent was too strong. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he was only a late human immortal. How could he deal with a late Earth immortal expert? No need. I have my own way. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked out of the courtyard with big steps. Big brother Jiang, I'll go with you. Han Chong followed. Let's go. Jiang Chen grabbed Han Tsong's shoulder. Very quickly, they arrived at the gate of the prefecture. So fast. Han Chong was shocked. Jiang Chen's speed was too fast. It was several times faster than the cheetah that sent Han Chongling back to the prefecture a few days ago. At this speed, it would take them at most 2 hours to reach Han Village. Big brother Jiang's behavior is a bit strange. Why did he leave with Han Chong? Yan Qingqing knitted her brows, feeling uneasy. What Yuan Qingjun said last night was still lingering in her ears. Although she didn't believe that Jiang Chen had anything to do with the Huang family, she still felt uncomfortable. Jiang Chen had left the prefecture with Han Chong early in the morning, which made Yan Qingqing even more suspicious. If Jiang Chen was normal, why would he leave with Han Chong? Yan Qingqing chased after them at full speed. Whether Jiang Chen had anything to do with the Huang family or why Jiang Chen left the prefecture with Han Chong early in the morning, she had to find out the truth. Jiang Chen was the first man she had fallen in love with. She didn't want her judgment to be wrong. If Jiang Chen really did something wrong to the prefecture, she absolutely wouldn't be polite to him. Jiang Chen grabbed Han Tsong's shoulder. Along the way, he was moving at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind countless afterimages. Being dragged by Jiang Chen, Han Chong could only feel the strong wind whistling in his ears, which made his face hurt. His body was in the air and he didn't need to exert any strength at all. How can Big Brother Jiang's speed be so fast? Even a late Earth immortal expert can't be this fast. He's really abnormal. Han Chong was shocked like a raging sea. He was born in the small Han village and his knowledge was shallow. He had never seen such a miraculous person like Jiang Chen. From dealing with the venomous nether toad to defeating an early Earth immortal expert with a single strike, to his shocking alchemy skills, he had never seen anyone like Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing had exerted all her strength, but she could only see Jiang Chen's afterimage from afar. She couldn't catch up to him at all. This situation shocked her so much that she had the urge to cough up blood. She was a late Earth immortal expert with incredible speed. Plus, a genius like her was already strong enough to fight any ordinary half-step heaven immortal expert, but even so, she still couldn't catch up to Jiang Chen. How can he be so fast? Isn't Big Brother Jiang's movement technique a little too abnormal? Is he really only a late human immortal? Yan Qingqing couldn't maintain her composure. This was a huge blow to her. In this world, geniuses all had a common problem, and that was arrogance. Yan Qingqing was no exception. But now, all her arrogance had been crushed into pieces in front of Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing couldn't help but recall the time when she was still in the late human immortal realm. Compared to Jiang Chen now, they weren't on the same level. Yan Qingqing was also a person who refused to admit defeat. She continued to raise her speed to the limit. She no longer wished to catch up to Xianxia. She only hoped that Xianxia wouldn't shake her off. In the front, Xianxia revealed a trace of a smile. With his keen senses, how could he not sense that someone was following him? He could guess why Yan Qingqing was following him. It must have something to do with sixth brother Huang. It wasn't hard to guess the reason. If there was a traitor in the prefecture, he would definitely stir up trouble. To Xianxia, his current speed was nothing. If he used the flaming wings, he could reach Han village from Yan City in just a few minutes. However, he still needed to keep some trump cards in reserve. A powerful trump card could be used to deal a fatal blow to the enemy at the most crucial moment. 2 hours later, under the lead of Han Chong, Xianxia arrived at Han village. This place was surrounded by mountains. It could be described as a remote and desolate place. Looking into the distance, there were 4 to 5 villages around this mountain range. This was the lowest existence in the immortal world. The biggest dream of the villagers here was to live and work in peace and contentment. They never asked for too much. To Han village, provoking the Huang family of Yan City was akin to the arrival of doomsday. The Han village was not big. There were only a few dozen families and about 100 people, old and young. Outside the Han village, there was a spacious open space. At this moment, more than 100 people of the Han village were trapped in a pile. There were more than a dozen black-clothed experts standing guard around them. Standing at the front was the village chief, Han Chongling, and the Han village's higher-ups. Those black-clothed guards were the people of the Huang family. The weakest among them was an early Earth Immortal expert. Any one of them was much stronger than Han Chongling, who was a half-step Earth Immortal expert. Under the watchful eyes of so many experts, the people of Han village didn't even dare to move. Han Chongling's face was full of sorrow. The Han village had existed for a long time, but it had never encountered such a disaster. There was a large rattan chair next to him on which sat a man leisurely. He was sixth brother Huang, who had met Xianxia last night. Beside him were 2 tall and strong experts who were both late Earth Immortal experts. Sixth brother, we have never offended your Huang family. Your Huang family is a tyrant in Yan City. Why do you have to make things difficult for a small village like ours? Han Chongling said. Don't worry, village chief. As long as Xianxia agrees to join our Huang family, I can guarantee that your people will be safe and sound. Plus, you will be given great benefits, said Huang Xiong. I don't think Jiang brother is a fickle person. I'm afraid that he will disappoint sixth brother. Han Chongling's tone was filled with anger. All the villagers of Han village had been imprisoned for so long. It was impossible for him not to be angry. He had already figured out that Huang Xiong must have rejected Xianxia's invitation, so he was going to make his move on Han village. But this was destined to disappoint Huang Xiong. Although Han Chongling hadn't known Xianxia for long, he knew very well what kind of person Xianxia was. Now that Xianxia had joined the prefecture, he would no longer help the Huang family. Humph. If that's the case, everyone in the Han village will die with him. Huang Xiong harumphed coldly. His attitude changed faster than flipping a page. Xianxia and Han Chong, who had just arrived, saw everything clearly. Even Yan Qingqing, who was behind them, could see everything clearly. Given Yan Qingqing's intelligence, how could she not know what was going on? I see. Yan Qingqing finally felt relieved. It was like a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. It seemed like Xianxia had bumped into Huang Xiong last night. Huang Xiong's invitation to Xianxia was rejected, so he had resorted to despicable means to blackmail Xianxia with the people of Han village. What the Huang family did was really despicable and shameless. However, Xianxia did not ask for her help after knowing about the situation. Instead, he came here alone, showing his manly nature. Yan Qingqing admired him even more. They are just 3 late Earth Immortals. They are no match for me, but I will not make a move now. I want to see how Big Brother Jiang will deal with this. Yan Qingqing felt much better now that she knew that Xianxia didn't betray the prefecture and wasn't a member of the Huang family. She also wanted to see how Xianxia would deal with this situation. She had witnessed Xianxia's alchemy skill and speed. Now, she wanted to see Xianxia's strength with her own eyes. Therefore, Yan Qingqing chose a good place to hide and wait and see. If Jiangchen couldn't deal with it, she would definitely take action. Big brother Jiang, what should we do now? Han Chang asked. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Seeing his own villagers being imprisoned, he felt extremely uncomfortable and angry. However, Han Chang also knew his own strength. With his cultivation base, if he went up, he would be crushed by the other party's finger. Don't worry. I'm here. Jiangchen patted Han Tsung's shoulder with a smile and strode forward. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiangchen as soon as he appeared. Jiang brother. Han Changling and the others called out. Jiangchen, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come here alone. Huang Xiong crossed his legs and said leisurely. Let them go. Jiangchen said. He didn't want to waste any more time talking to Huang Xiong. Humph. A puny human immortal dares to be so arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson first. An earth immortal expert harumphed coldly and was about to teach Jiangchen a lesson. Stop. Don't be reckless in front of Grandmaster Jiang. Huang Xiong stood up from the rattan chair and said to Jiangchen, I was forced to do what I did today. The patriarch had ordered me to recruit you. If I failed, I would kill you. You didn't give me any face last night, so I had no choice but to do this. It seems like you don't have a choice now. If you leave the prefecture and help our Huang family, we won't mistreat you, and these villagers will be safe and sound. Huang Xiong said with a smile, Jiangchen, I have no choice but to do this. Huang Xiong said. He believed that as long as Jiangchen wasn't a fool, he wouldn't refuse him again. The situation was obvious. The gap between them was too big. Even if Jiangchen didn't want his life, he wouldn't ignore the hundreds of villagers in Han Village. Huang Xiong, you really shouldn't have provoked me. Jiangchen's tone instantly turned incomparably cold. His eyes shot out two substantial flames. He slowly drew out the Heavenly Saint Sword. The Heavenly Saint Sword, which had turned into a dragon, suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, as if it wanted to drink blood. Old friend, I'll let you have a good time today. Jiangchen smiled. Those who were familiar with him knew that when he smiled like this, someone would certainly be unlucky. He had been in the immortal world for so long, but he had yet to kill anyone. After the Heavenly Saint Sword advanced to the immortal weapon realm, it had yet to taste the blood of an immortal. Not killing didn't mean that it wouldn't kill. Even Jiangchen himself couldn't remember the number of people he had killed. Jiangchen, I hope you know what you're doing. You're just a puny human immortal, how can you fight with us? Huang Xiong said fiercely. Yan Qingqing was also nervous. Jiangchen's performance made her feel very comfortable and warm, but if Jiangchen chose to fight with Huang Xiong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who will come first? If someone from your Huang family defeats me today, I'll go help them. Let me remind you, my sword can take your life. Domineering and overbearing, a man with a sword in his hand. Although his body wasn't very muscular, but in the eyes of the crowd, he was like an iron tower that no one could shake. This was Jiangchen, this was his charisma, this was his unique charm. Big brother Jiang. Han Chang was incomparably worried. He didn't think that Jiangchen would make such a decision. The opponents were too strong. No matter how powerful Jiangchen was, he was only a late human immortal. How could he be a match for so many experts of the Huang family? He was afraid that he wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning if he was alone. However, Jiangchen's calmness and confidence made him feel at ease. Although he hadn't been in contact with Jiangchen for a long time, whether it was dealing with the poisonous nether toad or concocting pills in the prefecture, Jiangchen had created several miracles. Han Changling and the others believed that Jiangchen wasn't a reckless man, otherwise, he wouldn't have come alone. At this point, they could only hope that Jiangchen could create another miracle, although they had no idea how Jiangchen would deal with these experts of the Huang family. Yan Qingqing restrained herself from making a move. She really wanted to see Jiangchen's means, but she had already prepared herself. She would never let the experts of the Huang family hurt Jiangchen. As long as Jiangchen couldn't resist, she would take action immediately. What? No one dares to make a move? The corner of Jiangchen's mouth rose. Haha. What a joke. A puny human immortal dares to challenge so many of us? I really don't know where he got his confidence from. Sixth Master, let me teach him a lesson first. I will let him know how big the gap between us is. A burly man burst into laughter. Without waiting for Xianxia's consent, he had already walked out and strode towards Xianxia. This man was tall and strong, and had a ferocious look on his face. Unfortunately, such a man couldn't scare Xianxia. An early Earth Immortal expert was like an ant in front of Xianxia. Brat, I'll let you know what's called power today. I'll let you know that young people should know their own limits. Immortal chi began to roll around the muscular man's body. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. It seemed like he wanted to take down Xianxia in a single move. His face was filled with a sneer and his eyes were filled with contempt. He didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. In fact, this was the truth. With his early Earth Immortal cultivation base, why would he put a puny human immortal in his eyes, Poochie? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia moved. Many people did not see how Xianxia moved. The long sword in his hand had already pierced through the chest of the strong man opposite him. You talk too much nonsense. Xianxia smiled at the burly man. The burly man was sure that this was the most terrifying smile he had ever seen in the world. He could feel his life force constantly flowing out of his body, and an unprecedented sense of fear welled up in his heart. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The burly man shook his head continuously, unable to believe what he had just seen. His cultivation base was obviously 2 levels higher than his opponent. How could he end up like this? He couldn't accept it, but the truth was the truth. Han Chongling and the others opened their mouths wide. They weren't shocked that Xianxia could kill an early Earth Immortal expert in a single move. They had already witnessed Xianxia's abilities. Back in the prefecture, even Steward Wu, who was also an early Earth Immortal expert, couldn't withstand a single move from Xianxia. What shocked them the most was the ruthlessness of Xianxia's attack. He actually dared to kill the people of the Huang family without any hesitation. This act of killing the people of the Huang family and Xianxia had completely formed a grudge between the Han family and the Huang family. The hatred would never be resolved. Yan Qingqing, who was at the back, was also incomparably shocked. She only knew that Xianxia had defeated Steward Wu, but she still couldn't believe it when she saw Xianxia's attack. Xianxia's attack was just too fast. It was so fast that an early Earth Immortal expert didn't even have the chance to react. Such means could no longer be described as merely terrifying. This was the first time she saw Xianxia's ruthlessness. She never thought that Xianxia would be such a decisive killer. He didn't care who the opponent was, he just killed them without hesitation. Xianxia slowly drew out his long sword. The burly man's body fell to the ground, motionless. Blood kept flowing out of his wound. The scene was getting more and more horrifying. Can't even withstand a single blow. Next. Xianxia lifted his eyes and looked at the Huang family. Asterisk kiss, asterisk this time, many people of the Huang family couldn't help but gasp. The way they looked at Xianxia had changed. They had never seen a late human immortal killing an early Earth Immortal in a single strike. Let me do it. I would like to see how strong a late human immortal can be. Another man stood out. His cultivation base was much stronger than the burly man. He had already reached the intermediate Earth Immortal realm. The chi that he exuded was incomparably shocking. Xianxia looked at this man without any change in his eyes. Given the power of his dragon transformation skill, he could easily kill an expert who was 2 levels higher than him. His current combat strength was actually equivalent to an ordinary intermediate Earth Immortal expert. But coupled with his unparalleled combat experience and powerful means, an ordinary early Earth Immortal expert was no match for him. You are no match for me. Xianxia said in a casual manner. Presumptuous. Watch my sword. The man harumphed coldly. A dazzling long sword appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he slashed at Xianxia with a sharp gust of wind. His speed was extremely fast. Both he and his sword were like a gust of cold wind. His chi had already locked onto Xianxia, leaving no chance for Xianxia to escape. Of course, Xianxia had no intention of running away. His principle of doing things was very simple. Either he didn't do it, or he would do it to the extreme. Since he had broken off his relationship with the Huang family, they were now his mortal enemies. Xianxia only had one principle when dealing with his enemies, and that was to kill them. The opponent's sword was very fast, but Xianxia's sword had never been slow. To Xianxia, it had always been a very simple matter. Howl. The heavenly saint's sword let out an ear-piercing howl and slashed at the opponent. Clang. The two swords collided, producing a harsh buzzing sound and sparks. The black-cloaked man couldn't withstand the great force of Xianxia and was sent flying 3 steps back. What? This time, the onlookers were truly shocked. Even Yan Qingqing, who was watching secretly, was shocked. One should know that killing an early Earth Immortal expert and defeating a mid-Earth Immortal expert were two completely different concepts. A late human immortal had defeated a mid-Earth Immortal expert. This was too shocking. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. What a powerful lad. The black-cloaked man's face turned incomparably solemn. He no longer dared to underestimate Xianxia. Lad, you are indeed a rare genius. It's a pity that you shouldn't have gone against the Huang family. Now, I won't be polite anymore. The man, Lung, said. Just now, he had underestimated Xianxia. Now, he was ready to go all out. He believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a late human immortal expert with his cultivation base. 9 phantom wolves. Xianxia was determined to end the battle as soon as possible. He didn't want to give his opponent any chance. He immediately used the 9 phantom wolves. For a moment, Xianxia's shadows were everywhere. These shadows looked exactly the same as Xianxia's, trapping his opponent in the center. What? The black-robed man was fully prepared to have a good fight with Xianxia, but he didn't expect that Xianxia would suddenly use such a horrifying movement skill. For a moment, he was dazzled. It was impossible for him to tell which one was the real Xianxia. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't give him the chance to tell which one was the real one. All the shadows attacked at the same time. The sword light was so dazzling that it was hard to open one's eyes. The black-cloaked man roared. With no other choice, he could only randomly choose one of them to attack. He hoped that he could use his luck to fight against Xianxia's real body. As for the other clones, they were just bluffing, and they didn't have any attack power. Unfortunately, this black-robed man's luck wasn't that good. The moment his sword pierced through Xianxia's shadow, he knew that he was finished. Because what he pierced through was just one of Xianxia's shadows. Puqi. At the same time, Xianxia's attack arrived. The long sword pierced through his body from the back. The black-robed man spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked down mechanically at the sharp long sword that pierced through his body. In an instant, he was shrouded by the qi of death. My God! Even an intermediate Earth Immortal expert was killed so easily. Jiang brother is actually this terrifying. Did you guys see the movement skill just now? What a horrifying movement skill. He could cast so many shadows at once. Anyone would be dazzled by it. Amazing. This is too amazing. This is a peerless genius. He could kill an intermediate Earth Immortal expert with just a late human immortal cultivation base. What kind of monster did we save in the past? The people of Han village widened their eyes in shock. Han Chongling and the others kept swallowing their saliva. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. At the back, Yan Qingqing also couldn't restrain her emotions. She had expected that Xianxia would be very strong, but now it seemed that she had still underestimated and looked down on Xianxia. Putting everything else aside, Yan Qingqing had never seen that terrifying movement skill before. Where did Big Brother Jiang come from? How can he be so powerful? A small place like Yan City shouldn't have such a genius. Yan Qingqing's gaze towards Xianxia became more and more infatuated. It was always easy to be convinced when facing an omnipotent man. There were already 2 corpses lying on the ground. The faces of the people of Huang family were extremely unsightly. Other than anger, there was more shock on their faces. They looked at Xianxia as though they were looking at a ghost. They wanted to see through Xianxia with their eyes and see if he was really a late human immortal. Who else? I think all of you should come at me together. The heavenly saint sword in Xianxia's hand trembled unceasingly as he continued to provoke the people of Huang family. He had already started a massacre today. He wouldn't let a single person of Huang family go. He had just arrived in the immortal world and it was time for him to establish his prestige. Otherwise, no one would dare to bully him in the future. What a good Xianxia. You have really exceeded my expectations. Huang Xiong couldn't keep his composure anymore. His eyes even revealed a trace of pity. It was a pity that such a genius was taken away by the prefecture. If Xianxia chose to rely on the Huang family, it would be the Huang family's luck and it would be the same for the prefecture as well. However, Huang Xiong still didn't put Xianxia in his eyes. Based on his eyesight, he could tell that Xianxia's strength was indeed powerful, but it was only equivalent to an intermediate Earth Immortal expert. Even though Xianxia had killed an intermediate Earth Immortal expert with his powerful movement skill, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for a true late Earth Immortal expert. One should know that the difference between intermediate and late Earth Immortal experts was only one stage, but the gap between them was incomparable. Lu Chang, you deal with him. Kill him directly. This man has killed our people. We can no longer use him. In that case, we have to kill him. Huang Xiong said to an old man beside him. Yes, sixth master. Lu Chang nodded and strode towards Xianxia. This was a powerful late Earth Immortal expert. His whole body was filled with murderous intent. He was so powerful that no one dared to look at him directly. Xianxia, you are indeed a great figure, but it's a pity that you have offended someone you shouldn't have. Huang family isn't someone you can afford to offend. I will give you a chance now. If you kneel down and apologize to sixth master, I will consider giving you a quick death. Lu Chang said to Xianxia confidently, because he really couldn't think of any powerful means that Xianxia could use to deal with him. It was already a miracle that a late human immortal expert could kill an intermediate Earth Immortal expert. It was absolutely impossible for a late human immortal expert to fight a late Earth Immortal expert. However, all the impossibilities in this world would fall on Xianxia. He was a master who was good at creating miracles. You people of Huang family love to talk nonsense. Xianxia said impatiently. Humph. Xianxia, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Chang harumphed coldly and began to release his qi. The powerful qi of a late Earth Immortal expert was fully displayed. He had already locked Xianxia with his qi, determined not to give him any chance. Chief, do you think Jiang brother can deal with Lu Chang? I don't think so. The gap between them is just too huge. If Jiang brother can cross the gap between late human immortal and late Earth Immortal realms, it would be a miracle of the heavens and earth. Let's see. I think Jiang brother still has a trump card, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. Those who had dealt with Xianxia before were worried. There was no way they wouldn't be worried, because Xianxia's victory or defeat would directly determine the fate of over 100 people in the Han village. It could be said that the fate of the Han village was in the hands of Xianxia. If Xianxia died, they would be finished and would never have a good ending. At the back, Yan Qingqing had already begun to mobilize the immortal qi in her body. She was ready to fight at any time. As long as Xianxia's life was in danger, she would rush out without hesitation. Brat, give me your life. The combat strength of a late Earth Immortal expert couldn't be underestimated. Given Xianxia's current condition, he was no match for a late Earth Immortal expert. However, due to his desire for battle, Xianxia didn't flinch. He kept the heavenly saint sword and struck out the true dragon palm. A huge dragon claw was formed and collided heavily with the opponent's attack. Kong Long, the violent collision shook the earth and set off layers of huge waves in the sky. It was imaginable how much energy was generated from the collision. Dang dang dang, Xianxia retreated a dozen steps in a row. He felt a tightness in his chest and a little discomfort in his qi and blood, but with the help of the dragon transformation skill and the wood element, he recovered completely in a blink of an eye. Big brother Jiang, are you alright? Han Chang was shocked. He hastily came to Xianxia's side. His heart almost jumped out of his throat when he saw Xianxia retreating. If Xianxia was defeated, the fate of their Han village would be imaginable. What a good kid. A late human immortal expert is actually able to resist my attack without getting injured. The elder was astonished. In his opinion, even if his attack couldn't kill Xianxia, it should at least injure Xianxia. He didn't expect that Xianxia would still look fine after being pushed back. How could he not be surprised? Despite being surprised, the people of Huang family heaved a sigh of relief. At least, the battle just now proved that Xianxia wasn't a match for a late Earth immortal expert. One should know that Xianxia had already killed an early and intermediate Earth immortal expert. If a late Earth immortal expert couldn't take him down, that would be unacceptable. At the back, although Yan Qingqing was worried about Xianxia, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After all, if Xianxia's performance was too heaven-defying, even she, a genius of the prefecture, wouldn't be able to accept it. It seems like Big Brother Jiang isn't a match for a late Earth immortal expert. Now that there are 3 late Earth immortal experts on the other side, it's time for me to strike. There's no hurry. I'll wait until Big Brother Jiang can't hold on any longer before I strike. I'll let Big Brother Jiang feel touched. Yan Qingqing's lips curled into a smile. She was ready to take action at any time. With her strength, it would be hard for her to find a worthy opponent in Yan City. Even Huang Xiong was no match for her. This was the gap between a genius and an ordinary person. Hee, Jiangchen, what do you think? Just now, you said that as long as someone from our Huang family defeated you, you would pledge allegiance to our Huang family. Now that you've lost, I, the 6th master, am a magnanimous person. If you pledge allegiance to the Huang family now, then we can let bygones be bygones. But if you continue to be obsessed, then you will completely lose your chance to live. Huang Xiong chuckled and said to Jiangchen. From an outsider's point of view, this condition was already quite good. After all, Jiangchen had already killed the people of the Huang family. It's a pity that I'm still standing here unscathed. Your Huang family hasn't defeated me yet. Jiangchen shrugged his shoulders with a face full of confidence. 6th master, don't talk nonsense with this brat. Since he doesn't know what's good for him, this old man will personally take his life today. The elder's face was filled with murderous intent. It seemed like he was determined to kill Jiangchen. Big Brother Jiang, what should we do? Han Song's face was filled with worry. Ah Song, step back a little and watch the show. Jiangchen shook his body casually. The bones in his body made a cracking sound. The exchange of blows just now had given him a clear understanding of his own strength. Given his current cultivation base, he had to transform into his dragon form in order to deal with a late Earth immortal expert. In that case, there was no need to be polite. Brat, what other tricks do you have? The elder, Lung, said. I don't need to use too many tricks to deal with you. While Jiangchen was speaking, an incomparably powerful force gushed out of his body like a tide. At the same time, his body underwent a great transformation, turning into a half-dragon half-human state. His current dragon transformation could turn him into a true dragon, but Jiangchen didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he maintained his half-dragon half-human state. After all, it wouldn't affect his combat strength by tenfold. Furthermore, Jiangchen had kept his dragon wings. It would be better for him to use as few of his trump cards as possible. In any case, his current state was more than enough to deal with the Huang family. What? The sudden transformation of Jiangchen had once again caused an uproar. Whether it was the people of Huang family, Han village, or Yan Qingqing who was watching the battle from the back, all of them were astounded. This was an unprecedented shock, even greater than the shock when Jiangchen killed a mid-earth immortal expert. What kind of skill is this? To be able to instantly increase his combat strength to such a degree, it seemed to have increased his combat strength by at least 10 times. How many trump cards did Big Brother Jiang have? Who was he? How could there be such a monstrous genius in Yan City? Even those major powers in One Line Sky couldn't produce such a genius. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with unusual brilliance. Jiangchen's endless trump cards had truly frightened her. This is a powerful transformation skill that can increase one's combat strength in an instant. The elder on the other side couldn't remain calm anymore. How could there be such a terrifying transformation skill in the heavens and earth? I have seen some powerful taboo arts that could increase one's combat strength by 2 or even 3 times. This bastard's combat strength has increased by at least tenfold. This is ridiculous. This brat is only a late human immortal. I never thought that he would have such a powerful trump card. Could it be that he can deal with a late Earth immortal expert in his current state? Don't be afraid. Such a terrifying taboo art will definitely cause a great backlash to him. He won't be able to maintain this state for too long. Once it's over, he will be like a dead arrow. The experts of Huang family gritted their teeth, no longer daring to show any neglect to Xianxia. However, they all agreed that Xianxia wouldn't be able to maintain this taboo art for long and he would have to pay a heavy price for it. If they knew that this was just a normal state after the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, they would definitely be shocked. Make your move. Xianxia looked at the elder in front of him. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand once again. Humph. This old man would like to see how powerful you can be with this half-human, half-ghost appearance. The elder harumphed coldly. This was not the time for him to back down. He was a dignified late Earth immortal expert. Even if Xianxia used the taboo art, he didn't believe that he would be defeated by a late human immortal. However, the elder didn't dare to be negligent. Immediately, he took out his combat weapon. It was a huge golden hammer. It was a terrifying Earth-grade immortal weapon, but in terms of grade, it wasn't necessarily stronger than the heavenly saint sword. Meteor hammer. The old man roared, and the sledgehammer immediately shot out like a meteor. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with the sledgehammer's shadows. However, it was impossible to tell which one was the real sledgehammer from the surface. Even if it was just an illusion, its lethality was still extremely shocking and hard to defend against. This was an attack that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There was no difference in the direction of the attack and its speed was extremely fast. It had locked onto all the opportunities around Xianxia, not giving Xianxia the slightest chance. Child's play. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a faint smile. He didn't put the elder's attack in his eyes at all. In his point of view, this meteor hammer was too easy to break. Although this attack seemed extraordinary, as long as he could find the real hammer, he would be able to break it in an instant. It might be hard for others to find the real hammer among the shadows, but for Xianxia, who had cultivated the great soul derivation technique, it was just too easy. The heavenly saint sword rippled out at an extremely fast speed. The sharp tip of the sword carried an indestructible chi as it pierced towards one of the huge hammers. Bang! The heavenly saint sword pierced the golden hammer, creating a large amount of sparks. However, the strength of Xianxia's dragon transformation was too strong. The golden hammer couldn't withstand it and was immediately sent flying. Following that, the heavenly saint sword burst out layers of sword waves, completely destroying the remaining golden hammer shadows. Dang, the elder suffered from the powerful counterforce and took 2 steps back. His face was slightly pale. Before he could recover from his shock, Xianxia moved again. In his half-dragon form, his speed was already incomparably fast. Coupled with the terrifying spatial shift, he was as fast as lightning. He appeared in front of the elder in the blink of an eye. The heavenly saint sword slashed down with a mountain-uprooting force. The elder was helpless. He could only raise the golden hammer in his hand to block. Clang, however, the shock he had received earlier had yet to subside. Now, he had to block Xianxia's even more ferocious attack. How could he block it? Under Xianxia's sword attack, he was once again forced to take a few steps back. The golden hammer in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Barf, the elder was continuously shaken. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Haha, Xianxia laughed loudly. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His killing intent was aroused. This was the first time he killed someone since he came to the immortal world. He must kill to his heart's content. Before the elder could react, Xianxia's sword arrived once again. It was like a bolt of lightning, sharp and swift. This time, the elder couldn't resist it anymore. His glabella was pierced by Xianxia, and he died on the spot. Puchi. Xianxia pulled out the sword mercilessly. The elder fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. It could be said that he died with everlasting regret. As a late Earth immortal expert and a high-ranking figure of the Huang family, he probably never dreamed that he would die in the hands of a late human immortal brat. This was simply a great irony. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk many people gasped. For a moment, the scene became incomparably quiet. Even a late Earth immortal expert had died. Xianxia had once again subverted their cognition, making them feel that their worldview had collapsed. The existence of Xianxia was destined to leave an unerasable shadow in their hearts. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Defeating the enemy in one move. Who would have thought that Xianxia could really kill a late Earth immortal expert? Almost no one would believe that a late human immortal expert could do such a thing. However, the corpse in front of them told them that such a ridiculous thing really happened. Xianxia shook the heavenly saint sword and looked at Huang Xiong calmly. As I said, you two can come at me together. Xianxia's calm voice was filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. No one knew how much energy was hidden in Xianxia's body. Xianxia's face was filled with confidence. If he wasn't so confident before, then his confidence had swelled to the point of inflating. After the advancement of the dragon transformation skill, it had become more terrifying than before. The increase in strength that it could bring to Xianxia was also much more terrifying. After killing the late Earth immortal elder, Xianxia no longer put late Earth immortal experts in his eyes. Even Huang Xiong, who had already reached the peak of late Earth immortal realm, wouldn't put him in his eyes. Only a late Earth immortal genius like Yan Qingqing could suppress him. Xianxia, you are indeed the scariest genius I have ever seen, but don't be too confident. We still have 2 late Earth immortal experts. You have already used the forbidden art and won't be able to hold on for long. Even if the 2 of us join forces, you will still die. Huang Xiong said coldly. He was sure that Xianxia had used the forbidden art and wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once the time was up, Xianxia would be finished. After witnessing Xianxia's current combat strength, Huang Xiong wasn't sure that he could defeat Xianxia, but in his point of view, the 2 of them were late Earth immortal experts. It wouldn't be a problem for them to drag the battle until Xianxia's forbidden art ended. At that time, Xianxia would fall into a period of extreme weakness, and that would be the time of Xianxia's death. You talk too much. Let's do it. Xianxia shook his head. He knew what Huang Xiong was planning, but today, Huang Xiong was destined to be disappointed. If he wanted to fight a war of attrition with Xianxia would be able to exhaust a large group of late Earth immortals. In the face of Xianxia's undisguised provocation, Huang Xiong unleashed his powerful qi. Before coming here, he had never thought that Xianxia would be so difficult to deal with. He didn't even bring a half-step heaven immortal expert with him. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to take action himself. If he didn't, he would lose all his face. Huang Xiong glanced at the other late Earth immortal expert beside him. Both of them nodded to each other and walked towards Xianxia at the same time. 2 late Earth immortal experts joining hands to deal with a late human immortal. If this news was spread out, they would definitely become a laughingstock. But no one in front of them could laugh, because only a fool would treat Xianxia as an ordinary late human immortal expert. As for Huang Xiong, he didn't care about his face anymore. As long as he could kill Xianxia, it didn't matter anymore. Today, he had truly witnessed the danger of Xianxia. That danger wasn't as simple as Xianxia's terrifying alchemy skill. A monstrous genius who not only had superb alchemy skill, but also had terrifying combat strength was now being used by the prefecture. If Xianxia wasn't eliminated as soon as possible, he would become a huge threat to the Huang family sooner or later. Huang Xiong wasn't the only one who was aware of this. The villagers of Han village tensed up once more. 2 late Earth immortal experts and 1 late Earth immortal expert weren't the same. Plus, that late Earth immortal expert had just stepped into the late Earth immortal realm. Compared to Huang Xiong, who was a peak late Earth immortal expert, there was still a certain gap. Go, big brother Jiang. Han Chang clenched his fist and cheered for Xianxia from behind. If he didn't have much confidence in Xianxia before, now, he had already chosen to trust Xianxia unconditionally. Yan Qingqing, who was hiding in the dark, had already prepared herself for the battle. As long as Xianxia couldn't defeat his opponent, she would immediately take action. However, she had an intuition that perhaps she didn't even need to take action today. Xianxia alone would be enough to deal with this. Xianxia, do you dare to fight without using an immortal tool? Huang Xiong stood opposite of Xianxia. Leng said. The unique combat skill of the Huang family, overturning palm, had an incomparably powerful offensive power. Once it was used, it would be like an avalanche, catching the opponent off guard. After hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. He answered Huang Xiong's question with his actions. The Heavenly Saint sword vanished from his hand. He had never been afraid of a battle of combat skills. In this heavens and earth, what combat skill could be stronger than the true dragon combat skill that was derived from the dragon transformation skill? Let's do it together. Huang Xiong didn't hesitate. All the immortal qi in his body gathered together and spread out like a tide. Both of his palms kept flying, striking out palm shadows that dazzled the eyes of the onlookers. Overturning palm. Huang Xiong shouted. Countless palm shadows blotted out the sky as they rushed towards Xianxia. The whole battlefield was shrouded by the palm shadows. The momentum was terrifying to the extreme. Earthquaking mountain. At the same time, the other late Earth Immortal Elder also struck out a powerful attack. Although his attack wasn't as powerful as Huang Xiong's, it was still incomparably terrifying. Under the attack of the powerful qi waves, countless cracks appeared on the ground and a rumbling sound was heard, as if an earthquake was about to happen. This was the terrifying attack of a late Earth Immortal expert, and it was a fatal attack. If it was any other late human immortal expert, he or she would have been smashed into powder on the spot. Golden Dragon Seal. Xianxia didn't hold back. Facing an opponent like Huang Xiong, he couldn't afford to underestimate him. Immediately, he struck out his strongest attack, the Golden Dragon Seal. 3 lifelike golden dragons whizzed out. One of them rushed towards the elder and the other 2 towards Huang Xiong. Kong Long, terrifying qi waves collided with each other. Thick smoke billowed out. Such a violent collision had sent shivers down people's spines. The strongest cultivator in Han village was only a half-step Earth Immortal expert. They had never seen such a violent battle before. Their faces turned pale. Some of the weaker ones, even though they were far away from the battle, were greatly shaken. Some of them even spat out blood from the corner of their mouth. The 3 of them swayed a little at the same time. This battle was actually a draw. Such an outcome made the shock in Huang Xiong's heart reach its peak. Given his strength and the other late Earth Immortal expert, they could only fight Xianxia to a draw. This made him want to spurt out a mouthful of blood. 6th Master, this kid is very strong. The elder's expression changed completely. Don't panic. He's completely relying on the forbidden art. Let's join forces and exhaust him. I'd like to see how long his forbidden art can last. Huang Xiong said, his eyes staring at Xianxia like a venomous snake, emitting a bloodthirsty light and dense killing intent. Humph. Xianxia coldly harumphed. Suddenly, he thought of a skill, the Earth Jail. He hadn't used this skill for a long time, because in order to use this skill, he had to use it on the ground, using the force of the earth to instantly trap his opponent. When Xianxia was in Saint Origin World, every time he fought an expert, he would have to start from the extraterritorial battlefield. This move was basically useless and he had forgotten about it after a long time. Now that he thought about it, it was the perfect move to deal with Huang Xiong. After all, Huang Xiong's cultivation base was very strong. It wasn't an easy task to kill him. He had to use some kind of tyrannical means. The earth prison was limited by certain conditions, but it didn't mean that it was weak. On the contrary, it was a terrifying sneak attack. The opponent wouldn't be able to sense it beforehand. As long as there wasn't a huge gap in their cultivation base, it would be hard for them not to be hit. Earth Immortals couldn't fly because they were restricted by the power of the earth. Earth prison! Xianxia shouted suddenly. As soon as his voice faded, the calm Huang Xiong's facial expression changed dramatically, because he could feel a gush of earth force rushing out from the Earth Immortal realm and acting on his body all of a sudden. Boom, the powerful power of the earth and the invisible prison. Huang Xiong, who wasn't prepared for this sudden attack, couldn't help but stagger. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have been lying on the ground. Even so, it was enough for Jiangchen. At the moment when Huang Xiong was attacked by the earth prison, Jiangchen moved. His movement was extremely fast, like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Huang Xiong. His sharp dragon claws grabbed Huang Xiong's throat. Blood began to flow. Hiss, Huang Xiong gasped. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the bottom of his heart. It was the aura of death. His face instantly turned as pale as a piece of paper. His previous demeanor was gone, and his body was trembling with fear. Sixth Master. The late Earth Immortal old man exclaimed. He still didn't know what happened just now. He didn't know how Huang Xiong fell into the hands of Jiangchen and was completely controlled by Jiangchen. Didn't you want to compete with me in combat skills? Jiangchen said with a smile. But this seemingly sunny smile made Huang Xiong's heart tremble. Don't kill me. Jiangchen, killing me won't do you any good. Huang Xiong begged for mercy. He was already powerless to resist. He knew very well that as long as Jiangchen wanted to kill him, he would die immediately without any room for resistance. He didn't want to die. No one would want to die, especially a man who was living a comfortable life. His life was the most important thing to him. Order them to release all the people in Han village immediately. Jiangchen said in an unquestionable tone. Jiangchen, I can release them, but you have to promise not to kill me. Huang Xiong said. Now that the people in Han village were still in his hands, he felt that he still had the capital to negotiate. You have no right to negotiate with me. If you don't release them, I will kill you immediately. And I guarantee that they won't hurt anyone in Han village. Huang Xiong was drenched in sweat under Jiangchen's power. The shadow of death had completely shrouded him, and he did not have the courage to bargain with Jiangchen. He saw Jiangchen's ruthless eyes, which were indifferent to all living things. Under such eyes, Huang Xiong felt that everything was not his. He had been completely dominated by Jiangchen. Let them go. Huang Xiong said to the black-clothed men who had completely surrounded the Han villagers. He didn't know that he had given up his last bargaining chip by doing this. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. He was too afraid of death and treasured his life too much. Plus, he was intimidated by Jiangchen's qi, which made his mind slow down. That's right. Of course, Huang Xiong's biggest mistake was that he did not know Jiangchen. He naively thought that with his identity, as long as he did not kill the Han villagers, Jiangchen would let him go. After all, he was the sixth master of the Huang family. In the entire Yan city, there was no one who dared to kill him. Jiangchen had killed countless people in his life. To him, killing was a common thing. He did not even blink, especially to his enemies. Jiangchen did not hate his enemies, but what Huang Xiong did today made him extremely annoyed. What Jiangchen hated the most was to threaten him with the people around him. Facing such enemies, Jiangchen would never be polite. That was to say, when Han Chang ran to Jiangchen's yard and told him what happened in Han village, he had already sentenced Huang Xiong to death in his heart. Even if Huang Xiong released all the Han villagers now, he would still die, and so would everyone else. Originally, Huang Xiong could still deal with Jiangchen because the experts of the Huang family had completely controlled the Han villagers. In addition, there were too many villagers in the Han village and their cultivation was too low. Once the experts of the Huang family decided to take action, even with Jiangchen's ability, it was impossible to guarantee that no one in the Han village would be safe. Voila! Under the lead of Han Chang, the villagers of Han village rushed to Jiangchen's back and stood with Han Chang, completely breaking away from the control of the experts of Huang family. Village chief, are you alright? A look of joy finally appeared on Han Song's face. I'm fine. Han Changling shook his head and looked at Jiangchen. His eyes were still filled with worry. He wasn't worried about Jiangchen's cultivation. Jiangchen's fearsomeness had been witnessed by them. Even Huang Xiong had been defeated by him. No one from the Huang clan was a match for Jiangchen. What worried Han Changling the most was whether Jiangchen would really kill Huang Xiong. If Jiangchen really killed Huang Xiong, that would mean offending the Huang family. In this region of Yan City, there weren't many people who dared to kill the sixth master. If Jiangchen killed the sixth master, the Huang family would never let it go. He was afraid that Xianxia wouldn't have a good time in the future. Although Xianxia was powerful, there was still a big gap between him and the Huang family. One should know that the Huang family had a real heaven immortal. Xianxia, I've already released the Han villagers. You can let me go now. As long as you let me go, I promise the Huang family won't trouble you again. Huang Xiong said in a pleading tone. Huang Xiong, you should know that there are some mistakes that you can't make. Once you do, you will have to pay a heavy price. You can deal with me, but I hate the way you chose to deal with me. From the moment I set foot in Han village, your fate has been sealed, and so has the fate of all of you. Xianxia said with an expressionless face. His eyes were getting colder and colder, and his killing intent was getting colder and colder. Everyone could feel it. You broke your promise. I've already let them go. Huang Xiong was truly terrified. I've never said anything about letting you go. Xianxia's words made Huang Xiong's heart sink to the bottom. That's right, Xianxia had never said anything about letting him go. In other words, Xianxia never intended to let him go from the beginning. Go to hell. Xianxia squeezed his dragon claw and crushed Huang Xiong's throat. Blood spurted out from his broken throat. Huang Xiong's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe it was true even at the moment of his death. He was the sixth lord of the Huang family. He never thought that he would die one day. At least, he didn't think that he would be killed by someone else. However, he had provoked the wrong person, Xianxia. Death was the only ending for him. Huang Xiong's body fell to the ground. From now on, there would be no Lord Lu in Yan City. Kiss. This scene made all the people of the Huang family gasp. Everyone stared at Xianxia with fear in their eyes, as if they were looking at a ghost. They had never seen such a ferocious method before. It was as if the person standing in front of them wasn't a human, but a bloodthirsty devil from hell. Xianxia, how dare you kill the sixth lord? Do you know the status of the sixth lord in the Huang family? The final late earthly immortal stage-old man berated loudly. He was using this shout to conceal the fear in his heart, but all of this was useless. You'll end up the same. Xianxia said and lunged at the elder madly, at the same time casting the earth jail. The elder let out a miserable cry. One of his arms was torn off by Xianxia on the spot. He wasn't that weak, but Xianxia had killed Huang Xiong, which made him lose the courage to fight. Under such circumstances, how could he be a match for Xianxia? Bang. Xianxia slammed his palm on the elder's heart, shattering all his internal organs and killing him on the spot. The remaining members of the Huang family were completely terrified. They had never seen such a scene before. The fear that came from the bottom of their hearts had left them in despair. Big brother Jiang, are we going to kill these people as well? Han Chong plucked up his courage and came to the back of Xianxia. He felt that Xianxia was a stranger to him. He had never thought that the sunny boy next door would have such a terrifying side. He was simply the incarnation of a devil. However, Han Chong couldn't be blamed for this. After all, he was still too inexperienced. Killing people was too foreign to him, let alone killing so many people at once. Song, don't speak. Han Chongling hastily pulled Han Chong back, fearing that Han Chong would offend Xianxia's dignity. In his eyes, Xianxia was no longer the same Xianxia who was saved by them. A person who could kill a late earth immortal was a high and mighty existence in their eyes. In front of Xianxia, apart from gratitude, they felt more respect and fear. Xianxia didn't answer Hong Kong. Instead, he quickly drew out the Heavenly Saint sword and rushed into the Huang family's camp like a ferocious tiger. Arg, wails lingered in the air, sending chills down one's spine. In front of Xianxia in his half-dragon form, these earth immortal experts were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In just a few blinks, all of them died under Xianxia's sword. Blood flowed like a river in the open space of Han village. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. All of the people of Huang family were dead. None of them were left alive. When had the villagers of Han village ever seen such a scene? Each of them turned pale with fright. Their bodies were trembling. Xianxia's ruthlessness had shaken their hearts, but they knew very well that Xianxia had saved them. Without Xianxia, they would be the ones who died here today. Therefore, they were more grateful to Jiang Chen. At the rear, Yan Qingqing's expression was also palpitating. This was the first time she had seen Jiang Chen's massacre. She was completely shocked. Not even a young lady like her had experienced such a bloody scene. However, after Jiang Chen killed them, he still looked calm as if nothing had happened. This could only mean one thing: Jiang Chen had long been accustomed to such a massacre. Jiang Chen returned to his half-dragon form, then came to Han Chong and said solemnly, "Song, you have to remember that this is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. You can't be merciful to your enemies. Being merciful to your enemies is the same as being cruel to yourself and your loved ones. If I couldn't defeat the Huang family today, I would also face the same fate. Even many people in your village would die. I'm afraid that's not what you want to see. After all, Yen City and One Line Sky are too small. When you walk out of this place one day, you will know the true cruelty of a world where people eat people." Han Song's expression was palpitating. He felt that Jiang Chen was too unfamiliar to him, but he also knew that Jiang Chen's words were for his own good. "Yes, big brother Jiang." Han Chong nodded and tried not to look at the corpses on the ground. "Jiang brother, thank you for saving us today. On behalf of the entire Han village, I thank Jiang brother." Han Chongling cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen. "There's no need to thank me, village chief. This matter was caused by me," Jiang Chen said. "But, Jiang brother has killed so many people of the Huang family, including the sixth master. You should know that Huang Xiong is the blood brother of the Huang family's patriarch. Now that he's dead, the Huang family will definitely not let this matter go," Han Chongling said worriedly. The revenge of the Huang family was absolutely terrifying. At that time, not only would Jiang Chen be in danger, their Han village would also be consigned to eternal damnation. "It doesn't matter." Jiang Chen waved his hand, then said to the direction where Yan Qingqing was hiding, "Eldest Miss has been hiding for so long. It's time for her to come out." Upon hearing this, all the people of Han village looked back and saw a peerlessly beautiful woman walking out. It turned out that Yan Qingqing had been hiding at the back all along. They didn't have the slightest gap between them, but it seemed like Jiang Chen had already noticed her. "You've already discovered me. Eldest Miss has been following me all the way from the city lord's mansion. Jiang Chen can still sense it," Jiang Chen said with a smile. He could understand why Yan Qingqing followed him secretly. After all, from Yan Qingqing's point of view, she still had to consider the safety of the city lord's mansion. However, Jiang Chen was a little disgusted by this hidden sense of distrust. Hearing this, Yan Qingqing's heart couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable because Jiang Chen had already called her Miss Qingqing before. Now, he called her eldest miss, which made him feel a little distant. "Big brother Jiang, Yuan Qingjun found me last night and told me that you went out to meet with Huang Xiong outside the city lord's mansion. He said that you are a spy sent by the Huang family. Coincidentally, you left the city lord's mansion in a hurry this morning. Qingqing was suspicious, so I followed you all the way here. I didn't expect that it would be like this. Qingqing is really ashamed, I'm sorry." Yan Qingqing bowed to Jiang Chen and said frankly. Her expression was dignified and everyone could feel her sincerity. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also nodded secretly. Yan Qingqing was not pretentious at all, which made him not feel disgusted at all. If Yan Qingqing didn't tell the truth and made up some other lies to fool him, Jiang Chen's good impression of her would disappear instantly and he would leave the city lord's mansion. However, Yan Qingqing obviously didn't try to fool him. She told him everything in detail, which made Jiang Chen's anger disappear. Moreover, Jiang Chen learned about Yuan Qingjun from Yan Qingqing. Last night, Huang Xiong could accurately wait for him outside the city lord's mansion, and Yuan Qingjun happened to see their meeting. Then, he told Yan Qingqing everything, causing her to misunderstand him. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Jiang Chen felt that everything was planned by Yuan Qingjun in the dark. As for Yan Qingqing, Jiang Chen wasn't angry at her at all. She didn't go to him immediately after knowing that he had met with Huang Xiong, which meant that she still trusted him. As for her doubts, if he was in her shoes, he would also have doubts. No wonder Yan Qingqing didn't. Now that her doubts were gone, it naturally wouldn't affect the relationship between Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing, or even the city lord's mansion. Yuan Xingjun is narrow-minded and not a kind person. Miss Qingqing, you have to be careful. Jiangchen reminded him and did not tell him about Yuan Xingjun's visit last night. Big brother Yuan is indeed a little stingy, but I grew up with him. He's not a bad person. Plus, my father and Uncle Yuan are sworn brothers. Big brother Yuan would never do anything that would harm the city lord's mansion. Yan Qingqing said. That's for the best. Jiangchen smiled and didn't say anything. There were some things that didn't need to be explained. Today, Big Brother Jiang's means have really stunned Qingqing. I always thought that Big Brother Jiang was only good at alchemy. I never thought that his combat strength would be so terrifying. A late human immortal could actually kill a late Earth immortal expert. I'm afraid that even those super geniuses in ethereal immortal domain wouldn't be able to do such a thing, let alone in one-line sky. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Yan Qingqing said sincerely. Geniuses were very proud, and Yan Qingqing was no exception. It wasn't easy for her to say words of admiration to Jiang Chen, but now, her admiration came from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Chen, you're a genius. Brother Jiang is a true genius, but Brother Jiang has killed Huang Xiong today. The Huang family will definitely not let this matter go. I wonder what we should do next. Han Chongling said worriedly. Everyone in the Huang family is dead today. In my opinion, we should just burn their bodies. No one will see it anyway. Second brother Han said. No need. It's totally unnecessary. Huang Xiong has brought so many experts to Han village. The Huang family will definitely know about it. This matter can't be concealed anymore. The people of Han village can no longer stay here. Jiangchen said and looked at Yan Qingqing. Miss Qingqing, it shouldn't be a difficult thing for you to settle down the people of Han village, right? Don't worry, Brother Jiang. I can guarantee the safety of the Han village. All the villagers can go to Yan City immediately. Yan Qingqing said. At this time, the only thing that could protect the Han village was the Castellan's mansion. After hearing Yan Qingqing's words, the villagers of Han village heaved a sigh of relief. With the protection of the Castellan's mansion, they didn't need to worry about their safety anymore. The Han village had also moved to Yan City from a remote area. From now on, they had the support of the Castellan's mansion. This was all because of Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, the Han village wouldn't have such a great opportunity. The high and mighty Castellan wouldn't give special treatment to a small Han village. And I'm relieved after hearing Sister Qingqing's words. Jiang Chen smiled. He was the one who annihilated the Huang family and the main target of the Huang family. Han village was just an accessory. So as long as the Han village entered Yan City, it would be safe under the protection of the Castellan's mansion. Given the Huang family's identity, they wouldn't make things difficult for a small village because it would be beneath their dignity. Without wasting too much time, the villagers of Han village packed up and followed Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing to Yan City. Although there were more than 100 people in the Han village, with the help of the two experts, Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing, their speed was extremely fast. It only took them half a day to arrive at Yan City from the Han village. Hundreds of people entering the Castellan's mansion was a big target. It was hard for them not to be noticed. Plus, the news of what happened in Han village spread like wildfire. The news of Jiang Chen killing Huang Xiong had alarmed the Castellan, Yan Donglu. In a room, Yan Donglu, Yan Qingqing, and Yuan Hong were gathered together with Yuan Xingjun. Qingqing, you said that Jiang Chen killed Huang Xiong with his late human immortal cultivation base? Yan Donglu couldn't hide his astonishment. Despite knowing what happened in Han village, he still couldn't believe it. Just like the others, he only thought that Jiang Chen was a powerful alchemist. Ordinary alchemists would be weaker in terms of combat strength because of their focus on alchemy. However, Jiang Chen had become an anomaly. Not only was his alchemy skill superb, his combat strength was also earth-shattering. Impossible. I absolutely don't believe that he can kill Huang Lu. After all, Huang Lu is a peak late Earth immortal expert. He's very difficult to deal with. Even if I personally take action, it won't be an easy task to kill him. Yuan Xingjun spoke aloud. He seemed somewhat agitated. He had looked down on Xianxia from the beginning. As a late Earth immortal expert, he had a unique advantage in front of human immortals. Now, he suddenly felt that his advantage was gone. How could he accept it? Xianxia, you're right. That's right, Dad. I was hiding in the dark and saw everything clearly. All the people of Huang family who went to Han village were killed by Xianxia. Yan Qingqing said with certainty. I never thought that there would be such a genius in the heavens and earth. I'm afraid that such a genius is rare even in the entire ethereal immortal domain. This man's future is limitless. It seems like the Castellan's mansion has to make good use of him. Yan Donglu nodded and said. From his words, it could be seen that he attached great importance to Xianxia. It was impossible for him to ignore such a terrifying genius. If he didn't, he would be a fool. Humph. He's just a puny human immortal. What can he achieve? Yuan Qingjun harumphed coldly. Big brother Yuan, why do you always go against Xianxia? Last night, you said that Xianxia is a spy and a member of Huang family. Today, Xianxia has killed Huang Xiong, which showed his loyalty to the prefecture. I hope Big Brother Yuan will stop going against Xianxia in the future. Both of you are from the prefecture and should get along well with each other. Yan Qingqing looked at Yuan Qingjun with a frown. She was very unhappy that Yuan Qingjun was going against Xianxia. Qingqing is right. Qingjun, you have to get along well with Xianxia in the future. I can tell that this man is not ordinary. You should be able to learn a lot from him. Yan Donglu said. Undoubtedly, the words of Yan Donglu and his daughter had deeply hurt Yuan Qingjun's self-esteem. He hated Xianxia to the core. Because of Xianxia, Yan Qingqing's attitude towards him had changed completely. He could clearly feel the difference. Xianxia, damn it. I'll get rid of you sooner or later. Yuan Qingjun gritted his teeth in anger. Qingjun, focus on your cultivation. Yuan Hong said to his son in a flat tone. Yes, Uncle Yan, Dad. Yuan Qingjun replied. The next day, in the Huang family. In the spacious meeting hall of Huang family, a dozen corpses were laid out. The one in the center was Huang Xiong, the famous sixth master of Yan City. At this moment, he was lying there quietly. His throat was crushed in an extremely cruel way. It could be said that he died miserably. Until now, Huang Xiong's eyes were still open. A lot of people had gathered in the meeting hall, but all of them kept quiet out of fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In front of Huang Xiong's corpse stood 5 experts, 2 heaven immortals and 3 half-step heaven immortals. They were the true experts of Huang family. The patriarch of Huang family, Huang Ying, looked enraged. His chest was heaving up and down as if there was a hidden volcano in his body that would erupt at any time. The same was true for the other 4. They were Huang Xiong's blood brothers. Who did this? Said Huang Yingleng in a tone so cold that it could freeze an elephant to death. The corpses of 6th Master and the others were found in Han Village. All the people in Han Village have left. I heard that they have all entered the prefecture. According to the prefecture, 6th Master and the others were killed by that alchemist named Xianxia. Impossible. That alchemist is just a human immortal. It's impossible for him to kill 6th brother. Huang San's reaction was very intense. He might be able to accept it if Huang Xiong and the others were killed by the experts of the prefecture, but he couldn't believe that Huang Xiong and the others were killed by a late human immortal. They were very clear about Huang Xiong's strength. Not to mention a late human immortal, even 100 late human immortals wouldn't be a match for Huang Xiong. It's true. That Xianxia has become a legend in the prefecture. It's said that he's a peerless genius. Not only is his alchemy skill terrifying, but his combat strength is also shocking. He can kill a mid-earth immortal with just a late human immortal cultivation. It's said that when Xianxia was fighting 6th Master, he used a forbidden technique that increased his combat strength by 10 times. That's how he killed 6th Master. The guard said. What? A forbidden technique that can increase combat strength by 10 times? How can there be such a terrifying secret technique in this world? Someone exclaimed. They knew very well how difficult it was to increase one's combat strength. It was extremely difficult to increase one's combat strength on the basis of one's original combat strength. There were powerful taboo techniques that could temporarily increase one's combat strength by 2 to 3 times, which was already very terrifying. A taboo technique that could increase one's combat strength by 10 times in an instant, not to mention seeing it, it was the first time they had even heard of it. "Dad, what happened?" At this time, a voice came from outside the hall. Then, 3 figures strode in. The 3 of them seemed to be in their 20s. Each of them was handsome and elegant. Especially their cultivation, it was extremely terrifying. None of them was weaker than Xianxia and Xianxia. They were all late Earth immortals. "Fei, you're back." Huang Ying's face revealed a rare smile when he saw the 3 of them. Huang Haofei, Huang Haoren, and Huang Haoming were known as the 3 heroes of Yan City. They were the 3 geniuses of the Huang family. De Huang and Haofei were the biological sons of the Huang family. The 3 of them had left Yan City not long ago to gain experience. They didn't expect to encounter such a big incident when they returned today. Looking at Huang Xiong's corpse on the ground, the 3 of them were instantly enraged. How dare he? How dare he kill 6th uncle in Yan City? He must be tired of living. Huang Haofei clenched his fists and released a powerful aura. No one dared to disrespect this young master of the Huang family. Subsequently, Jiang Chen's name appeared in their ears. The guard told them the whole story. Huang Haofei and the other 2 were shocked. They were already rare geniuses, but it was absolutely unimaginable for a late human immortal to kill a late Earth immortal expert. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. I don't believe that such a person exists in this world. However, if such a person really exists, then he must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, for our Huang family, he will be a huge threat. Huang Haofei said. But this person is hiding in the city lord's mansion. We don't have a chance to make a move. Huang Laosi said. I will go to the city lord's mansion to find him. I, Huang Haoren, want to challenge Jiang Chen. As long as he dares to accept the challenge, I will kill him and avenge 6th uncle. Huang Haoren's aura fluctuated. He then turned around and walked out of the hall. Sure enough, Huang Haoren did what he said he would do. He ran to the entrance of the prefecture in an overbearing manner and clamored, wanting to challenge Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to his challenge. He didn't put it in his heart at all. As a result, Huang Haoren had been clamoring outside the prefecture for an hour, but Jiang Chen didn't even fart. It looked like he had no intention of coming out to accept the challenge. Haha, what bullshit, peerless genius. It turns out that he's just a coward. Huang Haoren laughed and left. However, he wouldn't let this matter go so easily. He would come again tomorrow until Jiang Chen accepted the challenge. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't take Huang Haoren's challenge seriously at all. Other than helping the city lord's mansion to concoct some pills, he was also focusing on refining the imprint in his body. During the process, his cultivation base was also constantly increasing. The imprint was about to be completely refined. Once it was completely refined, Jiang Chen's cultivation base would be able to break through to the half-step Earth immortal realm. At that time, he would be even more terrifying. The next day, Huang Haoren continued to provoke the city lord's mansion. His actions didn't attract Jiang Chen, but attracted Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun instead. Huang Haoren, you've been scolding outside the city lord's mansion for so long. That should be enough. Yan Qingqing said angrily. Yan Qingqing, this matter has nothing to do with you. Quickly ask that Jiang Chen to come out and fight with me. Don't be a coward. I would like to see how powerful he is. I, Huang Haoren, firmly believe that he has the strength to kill my 6th uncle. Huang Haoren said unyieldingly. Sister Qingqing, this Jiang Chen hasn't come out to accept the challenge. Wouldn't that make us look like a joke? It would make us look like we're not as good as the Huang family. Yuan Qingjun said with a smile. In fact, he was secretly ridiculing Jiang Chen for being a coward and not daring to accept the challenge. Brother Jiang has his own plans. Yan Qingqing glared at Yuan Qingjun, then said to Huang Haoren, don't be so arrogant. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Brother Jiang doesn't have time to accept your challenge. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Yan Qingqing's chi fluctuated. She strode towards Huang Haoran and suddenly unleashed her chi. It seemed like she was ready to fight with Huang Haoran at any time. Alright, I also want to see the means of the Great Mississippi. Huang Haoran also unleashed his chi. He wasn't afraid of Yan Qingqing at all. Hong Long, a genius meeting a genius, and they were enemies, there was almost nothing to say. Both of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. There was a spacious square outside the city lord's mansion. The fierce battle between the two naturally attracted a lot of people. Huang Haoran had been scolding for a long time, so the number of onlookers had already increased. More and more people were watching the battle. For the people of Yan City, being able to witness the battle between the two great geniuses of the Huang family and the city lord mansion was an extremely rare thing. This was definitely going to be a good show. However, the absence of Jiang Chen had disappointed them. After all, Jiang Chen's reputation had spread out. Who wouldn't want to meet such a person who could kill the late Earth Immortal Sixth Master Huang with his cultivation base of late human immortal realm? Not to mention whether Jiang Chen's strength was really that tyrannical, his courage to kill Huang Xiong was already admirable. Who is this Jiang Chen? I have never heard of him before. You still don't know? I heard that he is a genius rescued by the people of Han Village. Not only is his alchemy skill incomparably superb, he has already become the chief alchemist of the city lord's mansion. Who would have thought that his combat strength is also incomparably terrifying? Even Huang Xiong was killed by him. This news is absolutely true. It is said that Jiang Chen is only a late human immortal expert. It is simply unbelievable that he could kill a late Earth immortal expert with his cultivation base. Unfortunately, that Jiang Chen is acting like a coward and doesn't dare to come out to fight. Otherwise, I would like to have a good look at him. I think he doesn't dare to come out. Jiang Chen is one of the three geniuses of Huang family. Not only is his cultivation base high, but his combat strength is also incomparable to an ordinary late Earth immortal expert. It is reasonable that Jiang Chen doesn't dare to fight. Many people were talking about it. Jiang Chen's reputation had spread across the streets of Yan City in a very short time. Coupled with the 2 days of challenges and curses from Jiang Chen, it was difficult for them not to know who Jiang Chen was. The only regret was that Jiang Chen didn't show up. In many people's eyes, he was still a mysterious figure. Although they didn't see Jiang Chen's real face, it was already a good harvest to be able to see the battle between the two geniuses of Yan City. Yan Qingqing and Huang Haoran fought fiercely for half an hour, but there was no clear winner. However, it was obvious that both of them still had some trump cards that they didn't want to show to each other. Yan Qingqing, go back and tell Jiang Chen that his life will be Huang family's sooner or later. Huang Haoran, will come again tomorrow. If he doesn't show up, he can continue to be a coward. Huang Haoran left these words and left. That afternoon, before the dispute between Jiang Chen and the Huang family could be settled, a mountain range 1,000 miles away from Yan City suddenly shook. This kind of powerful vibration naturally attracted the attention of all the major powers in Yan City. Therefore, the experts of the city lord mansion and the Huang family immediately flew over. Outside the shaking mountain range, Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong, Huang Ying and second brother of Huang family, for heaven immortal experts arrived almost at the same time. The situation in front of them made them extremely excited. This place was originally an abandoned desolate mountain range. Normally, it was desolate and uninhabited. Very few people would come here. But after the vibration just now, an ore mountain appeared here. That's right, it was a hidden ore mountain. In the immortal world, what did an ore mountain represent? It represented endless wealth. With Yan Donglu and Huang Ying's eyesight, they could naturally see the enormous wealth contained in this ore mountain. The grade of the ore mountain wasn't high. Most of them were low-grade immortal metastones, but they could also dig out mid-grade immortal metastones from the inside. Mid-grade immortal metastones were incomparably precious. The value of one mid-grade immortal metastone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade immortal metastones. In the face of such a huge treasure, who wouldn't be moved? I never thought that there would be such a hidden ore mountain in Yan City. This ore mountain is enough to excavate a huge amount of low-grade immortal metastones. There are even a lot of mid-grade immortal metastones. If our Huang family can obtain this mountain, our strength will definitely increase tremendously. Second brother Huang's eyes lit up as if this endless wealth already belonged to his Huang family. This mountain was not discovered by your Huang family. Could it be that your Huang family wants to seize it in front of me? Yan Donglu, I was the first to arrive at this mountain. In other words, my Huang family was the first to discover it. Do you think I should own it? Huang Ying said with a carefree expression. He knew the value of this mine. If he could take it for himself, he would never share it with the city lord mansion. If the Huang family could take control of this mine, their strength would increase tremendously. It would only be a matter of time before they surpass the city lord mansion. At that time, they would destroy the city lord mansion and Yan City would belong to the Huang family. What a joke. Didn't I say that I was the first to arrive here? Why don't you give it a try if you want to own this mountain? Yan Donglu darted a glance at Huang Ying. As his archenemy, he had never been afraid of Huang Ying. Plus, the cold poison in his body had been completely removed and he had obtained great benefits from the ardent yang pill. His cultivation base had reached the peak of early heaven immortal realm, only a step away from the intermediate heaven immortal realm. If they really fought, Huang Ying wouldn't be a match for him. Yan Donglu, don't say that I'm not generous enough. I'll give you 20% of the Ore Mountain. This is my biggest concession, said Huang Ying. Haha. 20%? That's funny. I think it's not bad to give you 20%. Yan Donglu burst into laughter. He was amused by Huang Ying's words. Huang Ying's appetite was really big. This Ore Mountain had appeared for some reason and was discovered by the four of them at the same time. How could Huang Ying claim 80% of the Ore Mountain? Wasn't this ridiculous? Who wouldn't want to own such a huge Ore Mountain? This is an unimaginable fortune to Yan City. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Yan Donglu, Huang Ying, and the other two turned around and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s flying towards them. He was wearing a scholarly robe and looked gentle and elegant, just like a Confucian scholar. The smile on his face made people have a good impression on him. Nie Yuan, could it be that your Yuan association is also going to interfere? Huang Ying's face was filled with displeasure. The newcomer was none other than the last tycoon of Yan City, the president of Yuan Chamber of Commerce, Nie Yuan. Nie Yuan, your Yuan Chamber of Commerce has never interfered in the battle between the two of us. Do you also want a share of this mine? Yan Donglu said in an unfriendly tone. The two families were on the verge of fighting over this huge amount of wealth and neither of them was willing to give in. It would be disastrous if another family joined in. Haha, our Yuan association has always been amiable and prosperous. We will not interfere in the fight between the two of you. However, our Yuan association naturally wants to have a share of such a huge amount of wealth. I have a suggestion. I wonder what the two of you think. Nie Yuan chuckled as he spoke. Although he was dressed like a Confucian scholar, his smile gave off a feeling of craftiness. What suggestion? Asked Huang Ying. I can see that both of you absolutely don't want to share the wealth with each other. Why don't I give you a suggestion? I'll be the judge. Both of you will use a certain method to have a competition. Whoever produces the immortal stone will get 80% of the mine. The loser will get nothing and the remaining 20% will belong to our Yuan association, said Nie Yuan. From this suggestion, it wasn't hard to see Nie Yuan's character. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as a crafty old fox. One should know that Yuan association had never interfered in the battle between the prefecture and Huang family. If it wasn't for the fact that the value of this mine was too high, he would never show up. Such a suggestion wouldn't bring any harm to Yuan association. Instead, they could earn 20% of the immortal metastones for no reason. It could also be considered as a suitable solution for the prefecture and Huang family. One should know that both Yan Donglu and Huang Ying wouldn't let go of the 80% of the immortal metastones. It would be better to find a middleman to have a competition. The winner would get 80% of the immortal metastones and the loser would get nothing. As for the city lord's mansion and the Huang family, they had been fighting against each other for a long time. Therefore, even though the two of them knew that Nie Yuan had his own reasons for making such a suggestion, they couldn't say a single word. If they didn't agree, they might be misunderstood as being afraid of the other party. They couldn't afford to lose face like that. More importantly, if they won and got 80% of the immortal meta stones, they would rather let a Yuan association get the remaining 20% than the other party. "Nie Yuan, how do you propose the competition?" Yan Donglu asked. "It's very simple. We can let the two of you find geniuses to compete with each other. Sooner or later, the world will belong to the young generation. Besides, it's meaningless to let the two of you compete with each other. I don't think I need to say much about your strength. I'm afraid that the two of you won't be able to determine the winner even if you fight for 3 days and 3 nights. It's more meaningful to let the geniuses compete with each other," Nie Yuan said with a smile. Business opportunities were the most important thing for a businessman. He was sure that Yan Donglu and Huang Ying wouldn't refuse his suggestion. As long as the two major powers decided to compete with each other, he would be able to get the 20% of the immortal meta stones. "Alright, let's do it. I heard that the eldest daughter of the prefecture is talented and beautiful. I wonder if you dare to compete with my son?" Huang Ying looked at Yan Donglu with a sneer. He was very confident in the strength of his son, Huang Haofei. Huang Haofei had already reached the peak of late Earth Immortal Realm at such a young age. Now, he was only a step away from the half-step Heaven Immortal Realm. "Humph. Do you think that my daughter will be afraid of your son?" Yan Donglu harumphed coldly. "The two of you, it's really boring to fight one-on-one. In my opinion, why don't we have a best-of-3 competition? That way, the geniuses of your two families will have the opportunity to show their strength. Isn't that better?" Nie Yuan suggested. As one of the 3 major powers in Yan City, he too wanted to see how powerful the geniuses of the prefecture and Huang family were. "Alright, let's have a best-of-3 competition then. I think it's a good idea." Huang Ying agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, he found Nie Yuan very pleasing to his eyes. Such a competition would be very beneficial to Huang family. In Yan City, who didn't know the name of the 3 heroes of the Huang family? Huang Haofei, Huang Haoren, and Huang Haoming, the 3 great geniuses of the Huang family. Apart from Yan Qingqing, there was only Yuan Qingjun left in the prefecture. They couldn't find a third genius. Winning 2 out of 3 matches was very beneficial to the Huang family. Furthermore, such a competition reminded Huang Ying of a person, Jiang Chen. Since it was stated that the best-of-3 competition would be the best-of-3, the prefecture would have to find 3 geniuses. Apart from Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun, the only one who could stand on the stage was Jiang Chen, who had recently risen to fame in Yan City. Thinking of Jiang Chen, Huang Ying couldn't help but recall the tragic death of Huang Xiong and the others. For the past 2 days, Huang Haoren had been challenging the prefecture, but Jiang Chen had become a coward and didn't dare to accept the challenge. Since Jiang Chen didn't dare to accept the challenge, it meant that Jiang Chen didn't think that he was a match for Huang Haoren. That would be great. If they could attract Jiang Chen to fight, it would be the death of Jiang Chen and the opportunity for Huang family to take revenge would come. What do you think? I wonder if Brother Yan dares to accept the challenge. But I remember that your prefecture doesn't have 3 geniuses. It's really pitiful. Huang Ying said in a strange tone. Humph. So be it. No matter how we compete, my castellan manor will not fear your Huang family. Yan Donglu harumphed coldly. He was a man who valued his face very much. At least, he couldn't lose to his opponent in terms of qi. Alright, it's a deal then. The time will be tomorrow, right outside this or mine. If your prefecture loses, our Huang family will get 80% of this or mine and Yuan Association will get 20%. Huang Ying laughed out loud, then left with Huang family's second brother. Nie Yuan left as well. This time, he had obtained 20% of the immortal meta stones without using a single blade or spear. Naturally, he felt very happy in his heart. Brother Yan, why did you agree to this kind of competition? Our city lord mansion only has 2 young geniuses while the Huang family has 3. All of them are very strong. This kind of competition is disadvantageous to us. Yuan Hong said with a frown, feeling that Yan Donglu shouldn't have agreed to such a competition. If I don't agree, wouldn't I be lowering my head in front of Huang Ying? 2 out of 3 isn't a big deal. Wasn't Xianxia able to kill a late Earth Immortal expert? Even Huang Xiong was killed by him. I think he must have some ability. Yan Donglu said. The only person he could think of at this moment was Jiang Chen. But how can Huang Xiong and the other two be compared to Huang Haofei and the other two? Huang Haoran has been cursing outside the prefecture for 2 days, but Jiang Chen didn't even dare to show up. This is a typical case of fear. I don't think we can count on this Jiang Chen. Yuan Hong said. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen's performance in these 2 days was disappointing and disdainful. It was hard for anyone to have any hope in him. Then let's pray that Qingqing and Qingjun can win 2 rounds. Yan Donglu said faintly and left swiftly. In the prefecture, in the courtyard where Jiang Chen stayed, Jiang Chen was still in seclusion to refine the soul imprint. It would take him at most 1 day to refine it completely. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the half-step Earth Immortal realm. Yan Donglu paid a visit to Jiang Chen personally, which forced Jiang Chen to stop his seclusion. May I know what's the purpose of your visit, City Lord? Jiang Chen clasped his fists and asked. I haven't thanked Grandmaster Jiang for your help that day. I never thought that not only Grandmaster Jiang's skill in alchemy was superb, but also his combat strength was astonishing. It's unbelievable that a mere late human immortal expert could kill a late Earth Immortal expert like Huang Xiong. City Lord never comes to me for no reason. Just get straight to the point. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew very well that Yan Donglu wouldn't come to him for no reason. Since Yan Donglu had come, he must have something to ask of him. Grandmaster Jiang is really a straightforward man. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. Here's the thing, Yan Donglu wasn't a man who liked to waste time. Immediately, he told Jiang Chen about the ore mine outside Yan City. Naturally, the most important part was the competition between the prefecture and the Huang family. I suppose City Lord wants me to represent the prefecture in the competition, right? Jiang Chen was a smart man. Plus, he was very interested after hearing about the ore mine. He had just arrived in the immortal world not too long ago and needed a lot of immortal metastones. As the saying goes, everyone knows their own business. Unlike others, he had already witnessed the scariness of the dragon transformation skill. The further one cultivated this skill, the more immortal metastones would be consumed. That's right. There are 3 geniuses in the Huang family, known as the 3 heroes of the Huang family of Yan City. All 3 of them are very powerful, having reached the late Earth Immortal realm, especially Huang Ying's son, Huang Haofei. Apart from Qingqing, there's only Yuan Qingjun left in the prefecture. There's no 3rd genius in the young generation. Although Grandmaster Jiang is young and is only a late human immortal expert, your talent is amazing. Even Huang Xiong, a late Earth Immortal expert, was killed by you. Apart from you, there's no one else in the prefecture who can compete with you. Said Yan Donglu. Oh? Jiang Chen knitted his brows, seeming to be in a dilemma, but inwardly, he was incomparably happy. This was a business that he couldn't miss. Grandmaster doesn't need to worry too much. Qingjun and Qingqing will fight in the 1st and 2nd round. As long as they win, Grandmaster doesn't need to fight in the 3rd round. As long as Grandmaster agrees to it, I will certainly give you some benefits. Yan Donglu thought that Jiang Chen was in a difficult position because of fear, but in his point of view, it was normal. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he was only a late human immortal after all. He hadn't even reached the half-step Earth Immortal realm. Although he was able to kill Huang Xiong, how could Huang Xiong be compared to geniuses like Huang Haofei? If Jiang Chen wasn't afraid, he wouldn't have let Huang Haoran insult him. Since City Lord has put it this way, I won't stand on ceremony. Let's be clear about some things first. If Yuan Qingjun and Miss Qingqing are able to win, there's naturally no need for me to act. I won't ask for any benefits either. If they lose the 1st round and I help the City Lord's mansion win the 3rd round, I want 20% of the mine. Jiang Chen. What? Upon hearing this, Yan Donglu almost exclaimed. Asking for 20% of the immortal metastones? Wasn't this Jiang Chen's appetite a little too big? City Lord, you can consider it. If it's possible, I will agree to it. Jiang Chen smiled. At this point, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. Yan Donglu thought for a while and said, "All right, as long as Grandmaster Jiang can help the prefecture win the mine, I will give you 20%. Yan Donglu was a shrewd man. After regaining his composure, he felt that Jiang Chen's condition wasn't too excessive. After all, Jiang Chen had to fight and win the first round. In other words, if Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun lost the first round, they must win the third round. Otherwise, the mine would belong to Huang family and the prefecture wouldn't get a single strand of it. If Jiang Chen could win the third round, even if Jiang Chen was given 20%, the prefecture would still get 60%. More importantly, he didn't believe that Jiang Chen could defeat Huang Haoren. As a matter of fact, his real hope was still on Yuan Qingjun and Yan Qingqing. He didn't have too much hope for Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was too low. If Jiang Chen could really defeat Huang Haoren, it would be worthwhile for the prefecture to spend a fortune to befriend a monstrous genius like Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen's future achievements would be limitless. Befriending him would only bring benefits to the prefecture. "When is the competition?" asked Jiang Chen. "Tomorrow, outside the mine," said Yan Donglu. No problem." Jiang Chen smiled. No matter what, his smile was always full of confidence. Yan Donglu didn't know where Jiang Chen got his confidence from, but such confidence could always affect the people around him, making them feel hopeful. After Yan Donglu left, Jiang Chen continued to refine the spiritual marks. He knew his own strength very well. Although Huang Haoren and the other two were stronger than Huang Xiong, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of them at all. Putting aside the fact that he would advance to the half-step Earth Immortal realm tomorrow, his trump cards would be enough to deal with anything even if he didn't advance to the half-step Earth Immortal realm. Early the next morning, the higher-ups of the prefecture had gathered outside the gate of the prefecture. There were more than a dozen of them. All of them were very strong. Apart from Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun who were late Earth Immortal realm, the rest were already half-step Heaven Immortal realm. They were the true higher-ups of the prefecture. Today's competition with Huang family could be considered as a major event in the prefecture, not only because of the competition of immortal metastones, but also because of the competition between the young generation of Yan City. The losing side was destined to have a severe impact on their morale. Jiang Chen, clad in a white robe, walked out of the prefecture leisurely. Humph! How could the prefecture send a late human immortal to participate in such a major event? What a joke! Fighting alongside him is an incomparably shameful thing. Yuan Qingjun said sarcastically, displeased at the sight of Jiang Chen. Why does Big Brother Yuan always pick on Big Brother Jiang? Although Big Brother Jiang is only a late human immortal, he has killed Huang Xiong with his own hands. Isn't such strength enough to represent the prefecture? Yan Qingqing was incomparably dissatisfied. Qingqing is right. We can't find a third genius to represent the prefecture. The two of you are the most important participants in this competition. As long as you two can win the first two matches, Master Jiang won't need to do anything. Yuan Hong said. Yan Donglu shook his head and didn't speak a word. He knew that Yuan Qingjun liked his daughter for a long time, but his daughter seemed to be more interested in Jiang Chen. In this case, it was normal for Yuan Qingjun to have a prejudice against Jiang Chen. However, this was the relationship between young people. Yan Donglu wouldn't get involved in it. Under the lead of Yan Donglu, the group of people headed towards the Ore Mountain. Basically, no one had any objection to the choice of choosing Jiang Chen to represent the prefecture. After all, they knew the situation of the prefecture very well. Apart from Jiang Chen, they couldn't find a third genius. Besides, Jiang Chen was a famous alchemist. They had seen Jiang Chen's alchemy skills. It could be said to be superb and shocking. Even if they were half-step Heaven Immortal experts, they wouldn't offend a powerful alchemist for no reason. On the contrary, it would be beneficial for them to befriend Jiang Chen. When the people from the City Lord Mansion arrived at the Ore Mountain, the people from the Huang family and Yiyuan Association had already arrived ahead of them. This was a grand meeting between the three major forces, and the strength of the three forces could be said to be unprecedentedly strong. Among the people of Huang family, there were three dignified young men with a face full of pride. They were Huang Haofei, Huang Haoren and Huang Haoming, the three heroes of the Huang family. They were also the three contestants of the Huang family. Seeing the arrival of the people of the prefecture, the people of Huang family and Yuan association immediately looked over. Naturally, their eyes were focused on the young men of the prefecture and the contestants. Putting aside Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun, the appearance of Jiang Chen was the most eye-catching one. Almost without introduction, they had already guessed the identity of Jiang Chen. This new senior alchemist of the prefecture had gained quite a reputation these days. Is this man Jiang Chen? Huang Haoren's knife-like eyes fell on Jiang Chen. He didn't conceal his killing intent at all. He had been cursing outside the prefecture for 2 days, but in the end, he didn't even get to see Jiang Chen's face. It was impossible for him not to feel depressed. Dad, Yan Donglu really let Jiang Chen fight. This is the chance to avenge sixth uncle. Today, no matter what, we must kill him and get rid of future troubles for the Huang family. Huang Haofei said in an incomparably cold tone. Let me deal with him. Brother Fei, Brother Ming, you two go first. As long as you win one of the battles, I will definitely kill this Jiang Chen. Huang Haoren said with incomparable confidence. All right. Among the 3 of us, Brother Fei's combat strength is the strongest, but the most difficult one to deal with is Haoren. The prefecture wouldn't have thought of this. This time, not only will we kill Jiang Chen, 80% of the ore mine will also belong to our Huang family. It's time for our Huang family to establish our prestige. Huang Haoming said with a sneer. Brother Yan, this time, Huang Haofei, Huang Haoming and Huang Haoren will be the representatives of the Huang family. I wonder if your prefecture has chosen their representatives? Nie Yuan said with a smile. Of course. Yuan Qingjun, Yan Qingqing and Jiang Chen will be the representatives of the prefecture. Yan Donglu said. Haha. Sure enough, the prefecture doesn't have anyone to send. Sending a late human immortal to fight? But it must be tough on you. Huang Ying burst into laughter. He wouldn't let go of any chance to ridicule Yan Donglu. The patriarch of Huang family is indeed a hero. I really admire you for being able to laugh so happily after the death of your own brother. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Although it was an indifferent remark, it was extremely lethal and poked at Huang Ying's sore spot. The smile on Huang Ying's face froze in an instant. He stared at Jiang Chen with killing intent. Brat, you should continue to be a cowardly tortoise. Since you dared to show up today, it will be the day of your death. You will know what will happen to you after killing my men. Jiang Chen didn't put Huang Ying's threat in his heart and dismissed it with a smile. Since he had decided to fight, he wasn't afraid of the Huang family's revenge. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen didn't put the Huang family in his eyes at all. A mere power in Yan City wasn't qualified to go against Jiang Chen. Alright, since everyone is here and the geniuses for the competition have been confirmed, let's begin. Nie Yuan said, Brother Yan, Brother Huang, which genius should we send out first? Ah Fei, you'll be the first. Huang Ying said. Yes, father. Huang Haofei's chi fluctuated. He arrived at the spacious field and looked at the 3 geniuses with his head held high. Brother Huang has sent out Huang Haofei first. It seems like he's determined to win the first match. Nie Yuan said with a smile. Cut the crap. Who's going to fight me? Huang Haofei said arrogantly to the 3 geniuses. Brother Yan, this Huang Haofei is the strongest among the 3 geniuses of the Huang family. How do you think we should deal with him? Qingjun or Qingqing? Yuan Hong asked. This kind of competition was the most disadvantageous to the prefecture. In the eyes of many people in the prefecture, they only had 2 chances to win the first 2 matches. Jiang Chen was just there to make up the numbers and wasn't within their consideration. Now that the Huang family had sent out Huang Haofei, it showed that they were determined to win the ore mine. Qingjun, I can see that you have gained a lot of benefits from your adventure. Your cultivation base has already reached the peak of late Earth Immortal Realm, no weaker than Huang Haofei. How about you take the first match? Yan Donglu looked at Yuan Qingjun. Don't worry, Uncle Yan. I won't let you down. Yuan Qingjun's bearing was extraordinary. He strode towards the center of the stage and arrived in front of Huang Haofei. The people of the city lord's mansion didn't have any objection to letting Yuan Qingjun fight in the first match. In their opinion, although Yan Qingqing's talent was excellent, she had never ventured outside the city lord's mansion. She had always been managing the affairs of the city lord's mansion, so her combat strength might not be as good as Yan Qingqing's. On the other hand, Yuan Qingjun was the same as the three heroes of the Huang family. He had gone out to gain experience and obtained a lot of benefits. Judging from the surface, Yuan Qingjun wouldn't be weaker than Huang Haofei. No one noticed that when Yuan Qingjun walked out, he glanced at Jiangchen coldly. Others might not have noticed it, but Jiangchen saw it clearly. He couldn't help but frown. As a matter of fact, he had always felt that there was something wrong with Yuan Qingjun. The two of them unleashed their powerful qi instantly. The surrounding people's faces were incomparably solemn. Everyone knew that today's match would directly change the development trend of Yan City. If any major power could get their hands on such a huge ore mine, they would definitely surpass the other major power in a very short period of time. The history of Yan City would also be rewritten. Needless to say, Yuan Qingjun and Huang Haofei could be considered as old foes, and they had often fought with each other. Both of them unleashed their imposing aura, causing powerful waves of air to spread out like a tidal wave. Both of their fists were covered in golden light as they struck out at the same time at an extremely fast speed. Bang. Two fists collided with each other, producing a sound like iron striking each other. Sparks were produced. This was the most direct collision of power. Both of them were repulsed by the powerful force, causing them to take a step back at the same time. So strong. They are indeed the geniuses of the young generation. Although they are only late Earth immortal experts, their combat strength is already comparable to us half-step heaven immortals. Yes, their future is definitely not something we can compare with. Many people nodded and praised. Geniuses were indeed geniuses. They always had advantages that ordinary people couldn't compare with. Bang. Next, both of them exerted all their strength. In just a few minutes, they had exchanged more than 100 rounds. The surrounding rocks crumbled and chi waves rolled, but the winner was still undecided. Ah Fei, don't waste any more time. Huang Ying said with a solemn face. Yes, Dad. Huang Haofei's chi fluctuated, then he gave Yuan Qingjun a disdainful look, but there was a trace of strange meaning hidden in his eyes. Others might not be able to detect it, but it couldn't escape Jiang Chen's senses. Yuan Qingjun, take this. Flood dragon rises from the abyss. Huang Haofei let out a roar all of a sudden. Phantoms of serpents appeared on the surface of his body. Following that, a silver-white serpent was summoned by him. The serpent was vivid and lifelike. It was several zhang long and instantly locked onto Yuan Qingjun. Not good. Upon seeing this, Yan Donglu cursed inwardly. He didn't expect that Huang Haofei would have such a trump card. This move was much stronger than the previous one. Whether it was the lethality or destructive power, it was beyond his expectation. He was afraid that Yuan Qingjun wouldn't be able to withstand it. Heavenly Astral Strike. Yuan Qingjun didn't want to be outdone. Immediately, he struck out his trump card. All of his attacks were condensed into a huge golden fist, causing the void to tremble. The fist was then hurled at the flood dragon. Kong Long, this was the ultimate confrontation between the two great geniuses. Both of them had revealed their trump cards. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They were very clear that after this one move, the outcome of the battle would be decided. No one wasn't nervous. Bang. Under the attack of the flood dragon, Yuan Qingjun's fist was instantly shattered. Then, the flood dragon's momentum vanished and crashed onto Yuan Qingjun's body, sending him flying away. Barf. Yuan Qingjun spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He seemed to have suffered a serious injury. Qingjun, how are you feeling? Yuan Hong quickly supported his son and asked worriedly. What a powerful attack. I'm sorry, Uncle Yan. Yuan Qingjun shook his head and apologized to Yan Donglu. Haha, Yuan Qingjun, you're just SOSO. Huang Haofei laughed heartily and then walked to the front of Huang family's camp arrogantly. Yuan Qingjun was defeated. The faces of everyone in the mansion darkened. They were defeated in the first round by the powerful Yuan Qingjun. How could they continue to fight? Even if Yan Qingqing won this round, what about Jiangchen? They had no hope in Jiangchen at all. Jiangchen cast a glance at Yuan Qingjun. This guy was defeated perfectly. He seemed to have exerted his full strength. Even Yan Donglu couldn't see through it. However, Yuan Qingjun and Huang Haofei's tricks couldn't be hidden from the cunning Jiangchen. Jiangchen could see clearly that Yuan Qingjun didn't exert his full strength in his last move. It was just an empty display of vigor. If Yuan Qingjun really fought with Huang Haofei, he wouldn't be defeated so quickly even if he couldn't defeat Huang Haofei. All these plots were aimed at Jiangchen. In order to create the conditions for Jiangchen to kill Jiangchen, Yuan Qingjun didn't hesitate to gamble the future of the prefecture. In other words, Yuan Qingjun was already disloyal to the prefecture. Haha, Brother Yan, I'm really sorry. It seems like our Huang family is determined to win the or mine today. Huang Ying burst into laughter. He was feeling very carefree now. He couldn't help but feel happy when he thought that the or mine would soon belong to his Huang family. Damn it. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Huang Haofei have outside? How could he obtain such a terrifying combat skill? We have lost the first round. It seems like we are in danger. Yeah, Huang Haoren and Huang Haoming are not easy to deal with. Even if young Miss wins the second round by luck, Jiangchen is bound to take action. Sigh. If we lose the or mine today, the strength of Huang family will surpass us very soon, which is very disadvantageous to us. For a moment, the mood of the leaders of the city lord's mansion became incomparably gloomy. The defeat in the first round had seriously affected the morale of the city lord's mansion. Many of them had lost all hope for the next round. They might have some confidence in Yan Qingqing, but they had no confidence in Jiangchen at all. Brother Yan, I'm sorry. Yuan Hong shook his head and said. Victory and defeat are common in the military. Brother Yuan, you don't have to blame yourself. Besides, we haven't lost yet. Yan Donglu said with a smile, but it seemed to be a forced smile. Don't worry, City Lord. Miss Qingqing will definitely win the second round. Perhaps her opponent will admit defeat directly. Jiangchen said with a smile. Why does Brother Jiang say so? Yan Qingqing and the others looked at Jiangchen with astonishment. One should know that this battle was of great importance as it involved an or mine. As long as the Huang family wasn't a fool, they wouldn't do something like admitting defeat. It's very simple. Because I have killed Huang Xiong and the others, today is the best time for them to seek revenge on me. If Huang family also wins the second round, I won't have to participate in the battle. That means they will miss the opportunity to kill me. Jiangchen said. After hearing what Jiangchen said, the people of the prefecture nodded their heads. They felt that Jiangchen's words made sense, but as for whether the Huang family would admit defeat or not, they still wouldn't believe it. What puzzled them the most was that Jiangchen had been maintaining the most basic calmness from the beginning until now. There wasn't a single trace of nervousness on his face. No one knew where Jiangchen got his confidence from. Alright, I choose to announce that Huang family wins the first round. In order not to waste time, let's start the second round now. Nie Yuan announced loudly. For the second round, the Huang family sent out Huang Haoming, leaving Huang Haoren as the last fighter. Huang Ying and Huang Haoming exchanged a glance and nodded with a smile. Huang Haoming then took a step forward and entered the stage. Yan Qingqing took a deep breath and walked into the arena. The battle between her and Huang Haoming was of great importance. She didn't dare to be negligent. Unexpectedly, before Yan Qingqing could make her move, Huang Haoming suddenly said, I admit defeat. After saying that, Huang Haoming didn't look back and directly walked back to his original place. Seeing this, Yan Qingqing was stunned. Then, she turned her head and looked at Jiangchen with admiration. All the people of the city lord's mansion also looked at Jiangchen. However, they were not too surprised by this situation. After all, Jiangchen had killed Huang Xiong. He was someone that the Huang family wanted to get rid of. In any case, the Huang family had already won one round. As long as they won one more round, they would be able to take over the Or Mountain. In many people's opinion, Jiangchen was not a threat at all. He was definitely not a match for Huang Haoren. At that time, they would be able to kill Jiangchen for revenge and also take over the Or Mountain. It was reasonable for the Huang family to make such a decision. I didn't expect that the Huang family would admit defeat. This is really surprising. Now that the city lord and the Huang family have won one round each, the third round will be very important. The third round, Xianxia from the city lord's mansion against Huang Haoran from the Huang family. Nie Yuan announced loudly. Huang Haoran strode into the field with a complacent face, not concealing his murderous intent at all. The people of the city lord's mansion, including Yan Donglu, became nervous. At the beginning, they didn't have the slightest hope for Jiangchen, but now, all their hopes were on Jiangchen. If Jiangchen was defeated, the city lord's mansion would lose everything. Big brother Jiang, can you do it? Yan Qingqing looked at Jiangchen with her beautiful eyes. Jiangchen smiled and didn't answer Yan Qingqing's question. Instead, he turned to Yan Donglu. City lord, don't forget our promise, said Jiangchen. Don't worry, Grandmaster Jiang. As long as you can win this round, I will give you 20% of the immortal metastones. Yan Donglu said on the spot. He had never made such a promise before. Given the current situation, even if Jiangchen asked for half of the immortal metastones, he would still give it to him without hesitation. 20% of the immortal metastones was an incomparably huge amount of wealth, but now, no one felt that Jiangchen was asking for an exorbitant price. Most of them had already lost hope in the immortal metastones. After that, Jiangchen walked forward calmly and stood opposite to Huang Haoran. Jiangchen, we finally meet, Huang Haoran said with a sneer. Unfortunately, this is your misfortune, Jiangchen said indifferently. Haha. Jiangchen, I had never thought that you would be so arrogant. You have the audacity to kill my sixth uncle. Today, I won't even give you the chance to admit defeat. I will let you die a graveless death. Huang Haoran burst into laughter. He was incomparably confident in his own strength. He didn't put Jiangchen in his eyes at all. In his point of view, Jiangchen was already a dead man if he dared to stand in front of him. Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you say that you want to challenge me? Make your move. Jiangchen placed one of his hands behind his back and said disdainfully. Such a disdainful look had undoubtedly hurt Huang Haoran's self-esteem. He was one of the top geniuses in Yan City, but now, he was being looked down upon by a late human immortal. How could he accept this? Haoran, don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. Huang Haofei said impatiently from behind. Humph. Huang Haoran harrumphed coldly. A powerful qi wave suddenly burst out of his body, turning into a hurricane that swept towards Jiangchen like countless blades. The people of the prefecture tensed up. Huang Haoran's combat strength didn't seem to be any weaker than Huang Haofei's. Jiangchen was merely a late human immortal. How could he resist such a fierce attack? However, in the face of Huang Haoran's powerful attack, Jiangchen's facial expression didn't change at all. When the opponent's attack was about to reach him, he unleashed his qi abruptly. At the same time, his body transformed into a half-dragon and half-human form. Facing a genius like Huang Haoran, Jiangchen still needed to transform into his half-dragon form. Similarly, a wave of qi burst out of Jiangchen's body and collided with Huang Haoran's qi wave. Kong Long, the two waves of qi set off a hurricane. Under such a powerful impact, Huang Haoran's attack was instantly destroyed. The powerful counterforce made Huang Haoran take a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. His face instantly turned ugly. What? Everyone on the scene exclaimed. No one dared to believe this scene, but this scene made the people of the prefecture excited. No one had ever thought that Jiangchen would be this powerful. Haha. 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 Great. I never thought that Master Jiang has already advanced to the half-step Earth Immortal realm. No wonder he's so powerful. He killed Huang Xiong when he was only a late human immortal. Now that he has advanced further, not even Huang Haoran is a match for him. The scariest thing is his transformation skill. It seems like this is the forbidden art that Big Miss mentioned. But I didn't expect that he wouldn't be affected by it even after using it against Huang Xiong. Being able to repel an expert like Huang Haoran with his half-step Earth Immortal cultivation base, Jiangchen is the real monstrous genius. No one had thought that Jiangchen would bring such a great surprise to the prefecture. More importantly, they had never seen such a heaven-defying genius before. They really couldn't understand why such a genius would appear in a small place like Yen City. Such a genius would surely be nurtured by the major powers in One Line Sky. It seems like Grandmaster Jiang has a well-thought-out plan. Such a genius is unprecedented. His future will be limitless. It will be beneficial for the prefecture to make friends with him. Yan Donglu spoke. He was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen had killed Huang Xiong, he hadn't seen Jiang Chen fight with his own eyes. What he saw today could only be described as earth-shattering. Yan Donglu couldn't help but look at Yan Qingqing. It seemed like his daughter had a good eye. Damn it. How could this bastard be so powerful? Even if he has advanced to the half-step Earth Immortal realm, it's still too outrageous. Yuan Qingjun gritted his teeth. He was determined to get rid of Jiang Chen, but he had never thought that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. Compared to the excitement of the prefecture, the faces of the Huang family darkened. They initially thought that it would be a piece of cake for Huang Haoren to kill Jiang Chen, but now, it seemed like they had completely underestimated Jiang Chen. No one knew where this monstrous genius came from, but he was able to fight so many levels higher than him. This taboo art of his is really powerful. It can actually increase his combat strength by so much. Huang Haofei's face was filled with disbelief. It seems like we made the right choice to let Haoren deal with him. This bastard's combat strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid that the three of them won't be a match for him in a head-on battle. Fortunately, Haoren still has his most terrifying trump card. Once this trump card is used, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, he won't be able to deal with it. Huang Ying said in a deep tone. He had never expected such a scene, but he knew Huang Haoren's true trump card. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was. In the end, Huang Haoren would still be the winner and the ore mine would still belong to the Huang family. The people of the Yuan Chamber of Commerce also really paid attention to Jiang Chen. An alchemy master, coupled with a peerless genius in terms of combat power, such a terrifying figure was hard to ignore. On the battlefield, Jiang Chen was calm and composed, looking at Huang Haoren with great interest. He had completely refined the soul mark in his body last night and advanced to the half-step Earth Immortal realm, which allowed him to kill a mid-stage Earth Immortal with ease and a late-stage Earth Immortal with all his strength. With his dragon form, he could even deal with a half-step Heaven Immortal. No matter how powerful Huang Haoren was, he was only equivalent to an ordinary half-step Heaven Immortal. Naturally, Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes. Huang Haoren adjusted his aura and completely put away his underestimation. Jiang Chen, you have really surprised me. You're able to push me back with just a half-step Earth Immortal cultivation base, but that was just my probing attack. Now, it's time for you to die. Huang Haoren said with a murderous look. Asterisk roar. Asterisk Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time with Huang Haoren. With a wave of his hand, a golden dragon shot out. An earth-shaking dragon roar resounded throughout the valley. Like a golden dragon sword, it arrived in front of Huang Haoren in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Huang Haoren's facial expression changed slightly. He could sense an extremely powerful destructive force from the golden dragon. Without any hesitation, he struck out the sky-flipping palm of Huang family. Countless golden palm prints floated out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, pouncing on the golden dragon. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk unfortunately, such an attack could not even withstand a single blow from the powerful golden dragon's seal. All of the palm imprints were instantly destroyed, and the entire process was as easy as smashing rotten wood. Huang Haoren was forced back once again, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. Too fragile. Jiang Chen shook his head and made his move again. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Huang Haoren. His terrifying dragon claw was like a sharp weapon, grabbing at Huang Haoren. He didn't want to waste any time. His first attack was a killing move. The grudge between him and Huang family could no longer be resolved. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to attack. Jiang Chen's movement was fast, but Huang Haoren wasn't slow either. Just as Jiang Chen's attack was about to reach Huang Haoren flew up into the sky all of a sudden, causing Jiang Chen's attack to miss. Oh? Interesting. Xianxia stopped his attack and couldn't help but reveal a smirk at the corner of his mouth. It seemed like Huang Haoran was the real trump card of Huang family. To be able to fly without reaching the heaven immortal realm wasn't something that ordinary people could have. In the sky, Huang Haoran was flying in the sky. A pair of blue light wings were flapping on his back. What? How can he fly? Cultivators below the heaven immortal realm can't use the flow of space to fly. Huang Haoran has acquired a flying technique that can evolve a pair of light wings. What a lucky bastard. Such a technique is extremely rare and precious. It seems like Huang Haoran is the real trump card of Huang family. This is bad. Although Xianxia's combat strength is incomparably terrifying and can suppress Huang Haoran, unfortunately, he can't fly. He can't attack Huang Haoran at all. On the other hand, Huang Haoran can launch continuous attacks from the sky, making him invincible. If this continues, Xianxia will lose for sure. Everyone exclaimed. An Earth Immortal who could fly had all the advantages over all the other Earth Immortals. It could be said that he was invincible. How could they fight this battle? No matter how powerful Xianxia was, it was useless if he couldn't hit Huang Haoran. So what if he's a powerful genius? The final result will be the same. Huang Ying sneered and didn't hide his voice. In many people's opinion, one could fly while the other could only stand on the ground. This battle was unfair. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, he couldn't be a match for Huang Haoran. The atmosphere in the prefecture, which had been ignited with hope, became gloomy again. They knew that Huang Haoran had many trump cards, but they didn't expect it to be such a trump card. Under such circumstances, Xianxia had absolutely no hope of winning. Xianxia, aren't you very powerful? You can't even hit me now. What qualifications do you have to fight with me? Huang Haoran, who was floating in the sky, looked down at everyone. For an Earth Immortal, the feeling of being able to fly was wonderful. At least, Huang Haoran enjoyed this feeling very much. Do you think it's great to be able to fly? Xianxia sneered. The flaming wings emerged in an instant, and he soared into the sky like a rocket, arriving in front of Huang Haoran in the blink of an eye. Originally, he didn't need to use the flaming wings, he only needed to use the dragon wings. However, he didn't want to show too much about the dragon transformation. The flaming wings were more effective. How is this possible? Hua. This time, the whole scene was in an uproar. Everyone was appalled. Innumerable eyes looked up at the sky. The smiles on the faces of most of the Huang family members were frozen. In the immortal world, only those who had reached the heaven immortal realm could fly using the spatial current. Those who were below the heaven immortal realm couldn't fly at all. Huang Haoran had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to fly for a short period of time. This was beyond everyone's imagination. What they couldn't accept was that Xianxia could also fly. His speed was much faster than Huang Haoran's and the wings on his back were much more gorgeous. I've said it before. Being able to fly isn't a big deal. Xianxia grinned at Huang Haoran. The saint sword flickered in his hand and he slashed at Huang Haoran. This slash was as fast as lightning and extremely sharp. It was like a ray of brilliant light flashing past, leaving only a trace of brilliance. Arg! Huang Haoran let out a blood-curdling scream. His head was chopped off by Xianxia. His body fell from the sky and landed with a plop on the ground. Huang Haoran shouldn't be so weak. After all, he was a late Earth Immortal expert, but flying consumed a lot of his energy, which weakened his combat strength. After all, his light wings weren't like Xianxia's flaming wings that had fused with his body. More importantly, when Huang Haoran saw Xianxia suddenly flying up, his mind was in a mess, which led to him being killed by Xianxia. Haoran! The second brother of Huang family cried out in agony. Huang Haoran was his own son, the greatest pride of his life. Today, he was fighting for the glory of Huang family. He had never thought that his son would be killed by Xianxia so mercilessly. How could he accept such a tragic ending? Xianxia, I'm going to tear you into pieces. The second brother of Huang family was infuriated. Both of his eyes turned red like a mad lion. Immediately, he soared into the sky and lunged at Xianxia. Upon seeing this, Yan Donglu naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He flew up to the sky instantly and blocked in front of Jiang Chen. "Second brother Huang, what are you doing?" Yan Donglu shouted angrily, but at the moment, he was incomparably happy because he had made the right bet this time. Jiang Chen had given him a great surprise. Now that the prefecture had won 2 rounds, the ore mine would belong to them. Moreover, Jiang Chen had a boundless future. He believed that in the near future, it wouldn't be Jiang Chen who would rely on the prefecture, but the prefecture who would rely on Jiang Chen. How could he just watch second brother Huang kill Jiang Chen? "Yan Donglu, get lost. This man killed my son. Today, I will tear him into pieces." Second brother Huang was immersed in grief and anger. "Humph. Don't forget that this was a competition. If Huang Haoran died, it meant that he was incompetent. Didn't your Huang family also say that you want to kill Jiang Chen? Don't tell me that only you are allowed to kill Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen is not allowed to kill Huang Haoran. Your Huang family might be tyrannical, but don't try to act like this in front of me. A loss is a loss. If you can't afford to lose, get lost." Yan Donglu harumphed coldly and fully unleashed his aura as the prefecture lord. That was an inviolable dignity. Jiang Chen stood behind Yan Donglu with a calm face. Yan Donglu's bravery did not disappoint Jiang Chen. In fact, even if Yan Donglu didn't attack, Jiang Chen wouldn't be afraid of second brother Huang. Even if he couldn't defeat second brother Huang, it would be easy for him to escape. "That's enough, second brother Huang. Your Huang family has lost. The grudge between you and Jiang Chen can be settled privately. But today's competition is fair and square. Do you still respect me, the referee, by doing this?" Nie Yuan's tone turned cold. In fact, many people could see that Nie Yuan had begun to lean towards the Castellan side. In Yan City, Yuan Association had always been a neutral party. However, things were different now. The Castellan had obtained the ore mine. It was only a matter of time before the Huang family was defeated. So, it was normal for him to lean towards the Castellan side. "Second brother, come down," Huang Ying said Ling. Now that the Yuan Association had joined in, it would be disadvantageous to the Huang family if they really caused trouble. Second brother Huang gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that it was almost impossible to kill Jiang Chen with Yan Donglu's interference. Revenge for Huang Haoran could only be left for another time. "Little bastard, I won't let this matter go." Second brother Huang glared at Jiang Chen like a viper and threatened him. Then, he flew back to the Huang family's camp. "Let's go." Huang Ying glanced at the mine. Although he was extremely reluctant, he could only grit his teeth and leave with the Huang family. If it was just the city lord's mansion, he might try to rob it at all costs. However, now that he had joined the Yuan Association, he had to abide by the previous agreement. Otherwise, the Huang family would not be able to get any benefits if he caused trouble. Yan Donglu and Jiang Chen descended from the sky. Jiang Chen had also stopped his dragon form and turned into a sunny boy. If it wasn't for the fact that he had witnessed the battle just now, it would be hard for him to associate the current Jiang Chen with the terrifying and murderous image. "Big brother Jiang, you are amazing." Yan Qingqing came to Jiang Chen in high spirits. She looked at Jiang Chen with infatuation. It seemed that if she didn't have a trace of rationality, she would have thrown herself into Jiang Chen's arms. Yuan Xingjuan's hatred for Jiang Chen increased when he saw all of this. Today, he had schemed to kill Jiang Chen, but in the end, he was still disappointed. Yan Qingqing had already fallen in love with Jiang Chen. This was something that anyone could see. To put it bluntly, as long as Jiang Chen was still alive, he, Yuan Xingjun, would never have the slightest chance. Ai. Yuan Hong couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. He knew his son very well, but there was nothing he could do when it came to love. "Grandmaster Jiang, you have really amazed me. I can't believe that a monstrous genius like you would appear in a small place like Yan City. If it wasn't for you today, our prefecture would have lost our chance. Now that you have turned defeat into victory and obtained the ore mine for our prefecture, according to our previous agreement, I should give you 20% of the immortal metastones. But now, I have decided to give you 30%, 20% from Yuan Association and 50% from the prefecture." Yan Donglu said generously. No one had any objection to such a decision. Obviously, Yan Donglu was trying to rope in Jiangchen by giving an extra 10% of the immortal metastones. A genius like Jiangchen was worth the price. Never thought that Grandmaster Jiang would have such powerful combat strength and the ability to fly despite only being a half-step Earth immortal. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. That's right. Grandmaster Jiang is the lucky star of our prefecture. Back then, when he first entered the prefecture, he had concocted the Arden Yan pill to cure the prefecture's cold poison. Now, he has obtained such a huge amount of wealth for the prefecture. This is really rare. Haha. With Grandmaster Jiang, the prefecture will have a boundless future. Huang family will be defeated by us sooner or later. The people of the prefecture were beaming with joy. Their previous nervousness had completely vanished. Now, each of them found Jiangchen pleasing to the eye. Almost all of them were trying to flatter him. Who wouldn't want to make friends with such a man? Who wouldn't want to build a good relationship with him? Jiangchen had become the focus of everyone's attention. Yuan Qingjun was like a gloomy mouse that could only hide in the dark. He was once the #1 genius of the prefecture, but under the halo of Jiangchen, he was afraid that no one would take a second glance at him. Haha. Congratulations, Brother Yen. Now that we have acquired the ore mine, I think it won't take long for us to start mining. Nie Yuan approached Yan Donglu and said with a smile. That's right. I will send some people to mine later. Yuan Association can also send some people to supervise the operation. Of course, the 20% that I promised you will not be less, said Yan Donglu. All right. It's decided then. We will start mining the immortal metastones tomorrow. Nie Yuan clasped his fists at Yan Donglu and left with the people of Yuan Association. That night, the prefecture was filled with cheers and laughter, singing and dancing. It had been a long time since the prefecture was so lively. In the garden of Nuada, a dozen banquet tables were set up. It was a celebratory feast, and the main character was Jiangchen. Yuan Qingjun and Yuan Hong were the only ones missing in today's celebratory feast. However, these two incomparably important figures in the prefecture seemed to have been forgotten all of a sudden. Even if they didn't show up, no one mentioned them. Everything in the banquet revolved around Jiangchen. Compared to the cheers and laughter here, a courtyard of the prefecture seemed incomparably deserted. Yuan Hong and his son were sitting in a room with a gloomy face. Dad, I can't swallow this. Yuan Qingjun stood up from his seat abruptly. What else can you do? With your current strength, you won't be able to kill Jiangchen. I advise you to put all your energy into cultivation, and stop thinking about love. Jiangchen said. Said Yuan Hong. Dad, as long as Jiangchen is here, we basically have no status in the prefecture. Today, Yan Donglu held a grand banquet, but we didn't show up and didn't even invite us. Now, all their attention is on Jiangchen. What are we? You can be considered as one of the people who has made great contributions to the prefecture, said Yuan Qingjun. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong couldn't help but frown. It was impossible for him not to feel uncomfortable. Dad, given your strength, you can dominate a region in Yan City. Why do you want to be under someone else? Since Yan Donglu is heartless to us, then don't blame us for being heartless. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Yuan Qingjun's face. What do you want? Yuan Hong looked at his son. I have already discussed with Huang family. We will get rid of the prefecture together. By then, the prefecture will belong to us and we will divide the immortal metastones equally. What? Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong's expression changed instantly. He had never thought that his son had secretly colluded with Huang family and did such a thing. Father, don't make a fuss. You'll never have the chance to follow Yan Donglu. You're willing to be mediocre, but I don't want that. It's my biggest regret that I didn't manage to kill Jiangchen today. If we join forces with Huang family, it won't be a problem to eliminate Yan Donglu. At that time, the entire prefecture will belong to us. Yuan Qingjun said. His wild ambition had been revealed. So, you deliberately lost to Huang Haofei today? Yuan Hong suddenly understood. He knew his son's strength very well, but he was completely defeated by Huang Haofei today. This made him feel a little strange. Now, it seemed that everything was planned by Yuan Qingjun. He deliberately lost to create an opportunity to kill Jiang Chen. Of course, I won't lose to Huang Haofei. That's right. Given my strength, I won't lose to Huang Haofei at all. I've also gained quite a lot of benefits from this trip. I lost this match just so that Jiang Chen could enter the battlefield. This man is a great threat and must be eliminated as soon as possible. However, I didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could kill Huang Haoren while only being a half-step Earth Immortal expert. It seems like only a Heaven Immortal expert could kill him. That's why we can't give him the time and opportunity to continue growing. Father, don't hesitate anymore. Yuan Qingjun walked to the front of Yuan Hong and said seriously. No, Brother Yan and I are sworn friends. I can't betray him. Yuan Hong hesitated for a moment and finally shook his head. Father, you're confused. Can't you see it? Yan Donglu and his daughter are now focused on Jiang Chen. They don't put us in their eyes. Today's banquet is the best proof. Moreover, I've already formed a grudge with Jiang Chen. This man is ruthless and merciless. You've seen it with your own eyes. If he gets 20% of the immortal meta stones, his cultivation is likely to improve again in a short time. Once he gets the upper hand, we won't be able to survive in the prefecture. We'll end up like Huang Xiong and Huang Haoren. Yuan Qingjun was a little anxious. Although he had already planned everything with the Huang family, he still needed his father's approval. One must know that the Huang family wanted to cooperate with Yuan Hong, not Yuan Qingjun, because he was not qualified to do so. Yuan Hong didn't speak for a long time, as if he was thinking about his son's words. Once a person's mind was drawn out, it would erupt like a flood and couldn't be controlled. Just like Yuan Hong now, he had never thought that he would betray Yan Donglu and cooperate with Huang family. But now, after listening to Yuan Qingjun's words, such thoughts involuntarily emerged in his mind. Which man didn't want to be above all others in the future? Therefore, Yuan Hong suddenly felt that his son's words were very reasonable. Because Jiang Chen was in the prefecture now and his status was not as good as before. Moreover, the enmity between his son and Jiang Chen was very obvious. From the fact that Jiang Chen had killed Huang Xiong and others, and the decisive manner in which he killed Huang Haoren today, it could be seen that Jiang Chen was not a person to be trifled with. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was ruthless and merciless. If such a person was allowed to grow up, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the future, even if Yan Donglu didn't find trouble with them, Jiang Chen certainly wouldn't let them go. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to strike first and gain the upper hand by cooperating with Huang family to get the ore mine, eliminate the prefecture and eliminate Jiang Chen. Father, don't hesitate anymore. Yuan Qingjun saw that his father was moved and quickly urged. How did you negotiate with Huang family? Yuan Hong asked. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qingjun's eyes suddenly shone. He was waiting for this sentence from his father. As long as Yuan Hong agreed, everything could proceed according to the plan. Son has secretly gone to Huang family this afternoon and negotiated with Huang Ying personally. As long as we jointly annihilate the prefecture and kill Jiang Chen, we will divide the immortal meta stones equally. At that time, we will take control of the prefecture and annihilate the Yuan Association together with Huang family. Half of Yan City will belong to us, father and son. Yuan Qingjun said. What are you going to do? Yuan Hong frowned and asked. It's very simple. Tomorrow, Yan Donglu will definitely send Qingqing to supervise the mining of immortal meta stones. You can suggest to Yan Donglu that we, father and son, go together. With you personally overseeing the mining, Yan Donglu will definitely not refuse. At that time, we will cooperate with the Huang family to take control of the ore mine and Yan Qingqing and force Yan Donglu to submit. Yuan Qingjun's face was filled with a sinister smile. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of lust when he thought of Yan Qingqing. This woman would be his in no time. Yuan Hong pondered for a while and his eyes suddenly revealed a trace of ruthlessness. In Jiang Chen's courtyard, the banquet wasn't suitable for him, so he left early. The laughter during the banquet reminded him of his brothers and friends. When he was in Saint Origin World, De Huang Dog, Han Yan, Tyrant, Yan Xinyu, Wu Ningzhu, these people closest to him gathered together. That was true happiness. Now that De Huang Dog was missing and he came to this strange immortal world alone, he suddenly felt lonely. Ah Yan, Tyrant, I hope you can quickly break through your realm and come to the immortal world to find me. Once you are here, we can still travel freely. A trace of smile emerged on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. The scene of fighting side by side with his brothers always made him reminisce. He liked this kind of feeling, it was very heartwarming. In one's life, there must always be people and things worth remembering. Otherwise, one's life wouldn't be perfect. At this moment, Jiang Chen had completely refined the imprint in his body. He no longer had to worry about the northern and southern dynasties finding him. He also didn't have to cover his immortal mark all the time. Refining the immortal mark had also brought him great benefits. His cultivation base directly broke through to half-step Earth Immortal, and the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 250,000. Moreover, Jiang Chen's foundation was very solid. If he encountered a powerful demon beast, the dragon transformation art could directly refine and absorb its demon spirit. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the early Earth Immortal realm. Who is it? Come out. Jiang Chen frowned and turned his head to the direction of the rockery on his left. The person hiding in the dark was very good, but it was impossible for him to hide from Jiang Chen's perception. After being shouted by Jiang Chen, a black shadow suddenly flashed in the direction of the rockery. Then, an old man in a black robe slowly walked out. Young man, you have a very keen sense to be able to sense my presence. Although I have no means of concealing myself, not even an ordinary immortal can sense my presence. It is truly a miracle that a half-step earthly immortal like you can sense my presence. The old man's tone was deep, but he couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. The old man stood not far from Jiang Chen and stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. He looked up and down, and then nodded continuously. Apparently, he was very satisfied with Jiang Chen. While the old man was sizing up Jiang Chen was sizing up the old man as well. Although Jiang Chen was still able to maintain a calm expression on his face, his mind was in turmoil, because this old man in front of him was too frightening. He tried to use his divine sense and soul power to probe the old man's cultivation, but he found that his divine sense felt like it had entered a vast ocean. Jiang Chen didn't know what the old man's cultivation was, but he was definitely the most terrifying one he had ever seen. A celestial immortal like Yan Donglu was not even an ant in front of the old man. In other words, if the old man wanted to kill him, he would definitely die. Even if he used all his skills, there was no chance for him to survive. However, Jiang Chen didn't sense the slightest dangerous aura from the old man. Jiang Chen was very confident in his perception. In other words, the appearance of the old man wasn't disadvantageous to him. What surprised Jiang Chen was that such a peerless expert would appear in a small place like Yan City. Moreover, the old man said that if he wanted to hide, even immortals wouldn't be able to sense him. One should know that immortals were existences that surpassed celestial immortals. In other words, this old man was a golden immortal expert who surpassed immortals. That level of existence was top-notch even in the entire one-line sky. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Jiang Chen asked indifferently. He was sure that he had never seen this old man before, and he definitely didn't know him. With your cultivation, you can still remain so calm in front of me. You're the first one. Not bad, not bad. The old man nodded his head, praising Jiang Chen even more. You didn't come to find me just to praise me, right? Jiang Chen said. He was still very wary of the old man. With the previous example of the brand, Jiang Chen had to be on guard against anyone. Of course not. I've been observing you for a long time. I also saw you killing that brat during the day. It can be said that you're the most terrifying genius I've ever seen. So, you're the genius I've been looking for. The old man said with a smile. I think you can get straight to the point if you have something to say. Jiang Chen said. Good, straightforward. This lord is Ouyang He. The old man said his name with incomparable pride. In his opinion, the name Ouyang He was a golden signboard in one-line sky. Anyone who heard this name would have to prostrate themselves on the ground and kowtow respectfully. Ouyang He? I don't know him. Xianxia shook his head. F*ck, Ouyang He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Xianxia's words almost made him vomit blood. There was actually someone in One Line Sky who hadn't heard of Ouyang He? Was there any justice in this world? Ouyang He was almost choked to death by his own saliva. Who was he? He was an illustrious great Luo golden immortal. How could there be someone in One Line Sky who didn't know about him? This was a huge blow to him. Brat, you should have heard of Tianyun Pavilion, right? Ouyang He said these words while gnashing his teeth. If Xianxia hadn't heard of Tianyun Pavilion, he would probably hit his head on the rockery and die. Tianyun Pavilion? Xianxia's eyes widened. Of course, he didn't know what kind of power Tianyun Pavilion was, but this old man was a mighty great Luo golden immortal. Such a cultivation base could be considered as a first-class existence in the entire One Line Sky. This showed that Tianyun Pavilion was also a super sect in One Line Sky. That's right. I'm Tianyun Pavilion. Ouyang He was very satisfied with Xianxia's reaction. His face regained its pride and was about to reveal his identity. I don't know. Xianxia said another 3 names in a serious manner. F*ck, Ouyang He almost spurted a mouthful of blood onto Xianxia's face. This bastard was too abominable. How could he not have heard of Skycloud Pavilion before? It was fine if he hadn't heard of it, but could he stop gasping for breath and finish his sentence in one go? If he didn't know anything about it, then don't show such a surprised expression. It was really embarrassing for this old man. Ai. Ouyang He looked up at the full moon in the sky and let out a heavy sigh. He was an illustrious and famous figure in One Line Sky. He had never thought that he would be reduced to talking nonsense with a half-step Earth immortal brat. If this was any other time, he wouldn't even cast a glance at a half-step Earth immortal like Xianxia. Immediately, Ouyang He turned his head and looked at Xianxia seriously. Given your age, talent, and terrifying means, not even the most powerful genius in One Line Sky could reach your level. How could such a monstrous genius appear in a remote place like Yen City? And you know nothing about the situation in One Line Sky. If I'm not mistaken, you should be an ascender, right? As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier. A figure like Ouyang He was naturally not a fool. Whether it was his eyesight or his mind, he could easily guess the origin of Xianxia. After hearing this, Xianxia's facial expression changed slightly. His identity as an ascendant wasn't a big deal. If it wasn't because of the imprint in his body, he wouldn't have concealed it at all. However, despite being seen through by Ouyang He, Xianxia didn't panic. He had already determined that Ouyang He didn't have any hostility towards him. Plus, he was sure that the person who wanted to deal with him was Nan Bei Chao of the immortal world. Therefore, he didn't put it to heart. Xianxia. So what? Xianxia knitted his brows. Haha, I didn't expect that I would have such a harvest. All the ascenders that I've seen are old guys. You're the first young man to become an immortal at such a young age in a place with poor resources in the mortal world. This shows that you're very talented. It seems the heavens haven't given up on me, Ouyang He. Ouyang He suddenly burst into laughter. The way he looked at Xianxia began to glow as if he had picked up a treasure. However, this kind of gaze made Xianxia's hair stand on end. What business do you have with me? Xianxia continued to ask. Xianxia, I don't have time to waste with you. I'm the pavilion master of One Line Sky's Tianyun Pavilion, Ouyang He. I'm a pinnacle figure in One Line Sky, a supreme expert at the peak of perfected golden immortal. I want to accept you as my disciple. Kneel down and worship me as your master. Ouyang He's tone suddenly became dignified and his expression became very serious. It could be seen that he wasn't joking. A perfected golden immortal wouldn't find an unfamiliar half-step Earth immortal to joke around with. He didn't have that kind of time. Xianxia was stunned. He never thought that a perfected golden immortal would suddenly find him and accept him as a disciple. Judging from Ouyang He's expression and tone, he didn't seem to be joking at all. If it was someone else, it would be like a pie falling from the sky. Perhaps they would have fainted on the spot, but Xianxia wasn't interested in it at all. Although he had just arrived in the immortal world, he was once a peerless figure at the old ancestor level. How could he recognize someone as his master? Moreover, he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, so he didn't need a master at all. Although Ouyang he was a pinnacle golden immortal expert, what he could bring to Xianxia was absolutely not as much as the dragon transformation skill. It could be said that Xianxia's current achievements were all given by the dragon transformation skill. Why should I worship you as my master? Xianxia chuckled. After listening to Xianxia's words, Ouyang he almost spurted out blood again. He even doubted his ears. In One Line Sky, there were countless young geniuses crying and begging to be his disciple. To any of them, being able to be his disciple was an incomparably lucky thing, but Xianxia actually rejected him. This was simply a joke. But Ouyang he didn't have that much time. Today, he had to accept Xianxia as his disciple. Even if Xianxia wasn't willing, he would still use force. Suddenly, a wave of qi was released from Ouyang he's body, rushing towards Xianxia. This was just a trace of qi that he casually released. If he fully released the qi of a pinnacle golden immortal, he was afraid that Xianxia would immediately be crushed to death. It wasn't easy for Ouyang he to select a disciple. If Xianxia died like this, where would he find another genius like Xianxia? Kid, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I must accept you as my disciple today. Kneel down and worship me as your master. Ouyang he shouted coldly. Under the pressure of this qi, the bones in Xianxia's body issued ka sounds. He felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to breathe. If he was replaced by an ordinary person, he would have been forced to kneel down on the spot. But compared to this qi, Xianxia was more shocked by Ouyang he's current state. Previously, Xianxia couldn't sense Ouyang he's qi, but now that Ouyang he had released his qi, Xianxia could see everything clearly with his great soul derivation technique. This supremacy of One Line Sky was actually a dying man. Kneel down. Ouyang he shouted once more. Haha, a dying man doesn't deserve to make me, Xianxia, kneel down. Xianxia burst into laughter all of a sudden. He was a stubborn man. The more someone tried to force him to do something, the more he wouldn't do it. He didn't dislike Ouyang he, but the way Ouyang he forced him to do it made him feel disgusted. What? After hearing Xianxia's words, Ouyang he's facial expression changed. He exclaimed and retracted his qi. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief and asked, "How did you know that I'm a dying man?" Ouyang he was shocked. He was a great Luo golden immortal and he had deliberately concealed his qi. How could a half-step earth immortal see through him? He wouldn't believe it if he didn't experience it himself. Ouyang he was sure that it wasn't because of his incompetence, but because Xianxia was too mysterious. This made him look at Xianxia with more caution. Your essence, qi, and spirit are scattered and your life force is almost depleted. You won't be able to live for more than a month. You have burned your life force and lost all your life force. No one can save you now. Xianxia went straight to the point. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't know what Ouyang he had experienced, but burning his life force wasn't something an ordinary person could do. It required a certain secret art. Xianxia suddenly felt that the reason why Ouyang he wanted to take him as his disciple was related to his condition. If it was an ordinary injury, no matter how serious it was, it wouldn't be a problem for Xianxia. The wood essence and some pills would be enough to help Ouyang he recover. However, Ouyang he's life force was gone. If it wasn't for his strong cultivation base, he would have died. Only ruthless people would burn their life force. Normally, no one would burn their life force completely. Even if Ouyang he still had a year's worth of life essence left, Xianxia might be able to bring him back to life. Unfortunately, the life essence in Ouyang he's body had already been drained. There was nothing he could do. Boy, you are indeed an extraordinary person. You can actually see through my situation so clearly. Ai. Ouyang he was incomparably shocked. Xianxia was definitely the most powerful young man he had ever seen. He let out a heavy sigh. He seemed to have aged a few hundred years in just a short while. Senior is at the peak of One Line Sky. Could it be that there is someone who can force you to this extent? Xianxia's tone toward Ouyang he was much gentler. He suddenly felt that this supreme character was somewhat pitiful. His eyes were filled with endless humiliation and remorse. It was a kind of heart-wrenching feeling. Moreover, Xianxia didn't have the slightest bit of aversion toward this old man. Ouyang, he abruptly clenched his fist. His knuckles emitted cracking sounds. He seemed to have sunk into his memories. His eyes suddenly turned incomparably sharp. Xianxia, since you have seen through my situation, I have nothing to hide. Also, the reason why I'm looking for you today is because I have something to ask of you. I don't have long to live, but I don't want to die with everlasting regret. Ouyang, he turned his head and looked at Xianxia. I, Ouyang, he, have an illustrious reputation. I'm a supreme character at the peak of one-line sky. Who wouldn't show some respect when they see me? The biggest mistake I've made in my life was accepting a cruel and unscrupulous disciple. When talking about his disciple, Ouyang, his eyes turned sharp once more. That bone-deep hatred couldn't be reduced in the slightest. He didn't want to remember, but he had no choice but to. Could it be that your current injuries are caused by your disciple? Xianxia gasped. That's right. That bastard took advantage of the critical moment when I was breaking through to the immortal king realm to attack me. If I didn't use a forbidden art to burn my life force, I would have already died. End of chapter 1092. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.